The Commission, Uncle Paulie, P. Diddy, Caesar Leo, De Janeiro, Charlie Baltimore, Iceberg Slim, the Boat Shady, Frankie Baby. We here.
Do you know what beef is? Do you know what beef is? Ask yourself. Do you know what beef is? Come on.
Ha 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 ha. Check out this bizarre rapper style used by me. The B.I.G. I put my key, you put your key in. Money will be seeing. We'll reach the fucking ceiling. Check it. My calico been cop. This rap outfit Hitchcock. Drop top notch. Player hating won't stop. This instant. Rappers too persistent. Quick to spit. Biggie name on shit. Make my name taste like ass when you speak it. See me in the street, your jewelry, you can keep it. That be our little secret. See me. B that is, I that is, G Wiz. Motherfucker still in my bed. I hope they know my nigga got a fucking kidnap kids. Fuck them in they ass, throw them over the bridge. That's how it is. My shit is laid out. Fuck that beef shit. That shit is played out. Y'all got the goal. All I make is one phone call. All y'all disappear by tomorrow. All your guns is borrowed. I don't feel sorrow. Actually, your man passed the gap to me. Now check this. What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 gas to go to sleep. Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time. What's beef? Beef is when you make your enemies start your Jeep. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be your ICU. Check it. I done smoked with the best of them. Shot at the rest of them. Was about 100 or more. Maybe less of them. Got my rocks off. That nigga from the brook just be wildin' on you. Just be styling on you. And I tried to warn you, but your eyes fucked up. Now I cleared them shits with hits. You on the fucking bench. Pardon my French, but sometimes I get kinda peeved at these weak MCs with these supreme baller like lyrics. I call them like I see a G. Y'all niggas sound like me. Y'all was grimy in the early 90s. Far behind me, it ain't hard to find me. Number 1 with the booyaka. Give me the Remy and the Chronic. Ain't no telling what I do to y'all. It's obvious the game's new to y'all. Take them ends you make and spend them on the tutor, huh? One shot, I'm through with just beef. Beef is when you need 2 gas to go to sleep. Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time, what's beef? Beef is when you make your enemies start your G. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. There be nothing but smooth sailing. When I spit shots, now your crew's bailing. All I got is heat and tough talk for you. Tie you up, cut your balls off just for you. Man, listen, straight torture. Look what that slick shit bought ya. A first class ticket to Lucifer. Real name Christopher. Watch me set it off like Vivica. Here lies your demise. Close your eyes, think good thoughts. Die while your skin start to glisten. Pale blue, hands get cold, your soul's risen. It's bad cause I just begun. But make the shit real bad, I was having fun. What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 gas to go to sleep. Beef is when your mom's ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. One more time, what's beef? Beef is when you make your enemies start your G. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you. Guaranteed to be in ICU. And I'm through. Life after.
Now ask yourself. Do you really know what beef is?
Life after.
Then ask yourself. Do you really?
Life after.
Yeah, I like that. Big Nosh, Hitman, baby. On and on and on and on. Grab it. Y'all know what it is. Shit, I don't want no beef.
James Allen presents.
It's a little too long with that one. Yo. Wow. We have all kinds of technical difficulties this morning. Hold up. Let me see if I can get it going here. Yo. Good morning, YTBC. Peace, everybody. It's Friday. Hope everybody is doing phenomenally. All within the sound of my voice, both in the playback gang and live, direct while we're doing it right now. My God, dude. Oh, this morning has been so crazy with my technical difficulties. I had to I'm not even boy with the details, but I see my brother from another is already in the room. I'm gonna need you yeah. Anyway, we'll work this out afterwards. I had to clear my cache, which means I'm outside of the profile that I'm usually in. I think I'm on 2 cards. I don't know. There's just a lot going on with my account right now. As a matter of fact, let me kick myself from this stream right quick. How do I do that? Okay, let's see this guy. Oh shit, hold up. Jesus Christ. All right, hold up. This guy's gotta go. I'm not gonna ban you, bro, but you gotta go. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So, man, yeah, late, and always on time. As you know, it's always 4:20 and 7:10 somewheres. So whenever we show up, it's always a good time. Or always chill and relax, depending on what it is. Or maybe it's just the chill and relaxing you need amongst a chaotic and unnecessarily combative world, right? But anyway, without getting too much bogged down into life's vagaries, let's talk about some boxing. Wow. Week after week, it never ceases to amaze how fast and how slowly the time flies between the chances we get to chop it up with one another. And I always find it a little bit thrilling. It happens to be, though, a little bit low in the boxing action. I remember at the beginning of the year, it's kind of although we got a lot of fights, it was just kind of like, not really that interested in them. They're not that great, but they've been okay fights. This week, though, we don't really have even okay fights. They're kind of on the lame side. But they're okay fights. I mean, they're decent. They're okay. I mean, whatever. They just aren't. I'm a guy who's been at the set for a while, and so I can be a bit jaded. But these are good fights. The great ones did it to me. These are not there's not a Hearns Leonard on the card this weekend, but we did have our own version already this year. Such that there's so few and far between. I think what we now have is like rematches, like a bunch of them that who the hell cares? And this is not like, even though in the title it says UK is serving up leftovers nobody wants. They're not alone in this. The U.S. is definitely keeping pace, right? And we'll get into that in a second. But yeah, for those who don't know, as a matter of fact, I think I already pinned the link, right? Yeah, I got somebody backstage. Oh, there's Brandon. Brandon, hold up a second. Let me go through my intros. Welcome everybody, and then I'll start pulling you and whomever else is in the back, in the backstage. I'll put you on the panel. But yeah. This week, man, it's really just been about the activation of the rematch, right? That's the big news as far as fights that we're going to get. And then, but the really biggest news is apparently the bromance has come to an end between long-time, at least acquaintances and associates, if not friends. Apparently, the relationship has turned sour. And and personal, and apparently it's taken to the streets. And we're going to talk about the feud. You can't see me. I'm going to put this in air quotes. Feud happening between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, and see whether or not we believe there's real beef. What are the chances that they actually settle this big beef in the ring anytime soon? Um, that's the one that's kind of sticking in sticking in my filter. Not only because this year I thought this would be the year of the 140 pounders and Dev's moving up to 140. The year the 135 moving up to 140, but it's also these are two of the best in the business, right? And I think to a large extent they share fan bases. Although there does seem to be more people who favor Shakur to Devin, and that's fine if you have your favorites. But when it comes right down to it, it's not like just because you like one or the other that you won't watch both of the fights. You don't like either one, right? It's kind of like these are, yeah. Anyway, they to a large extent they share the same fan bases, but they don't really seem to be on the same career trajectory. And I can understand how, you know, um, to some people, Shakur is engendering more sympathy than Devin, right? But yeah, we're gonna chop up the Devin and Shakur thing, skills wise, but mostly this is about marketing and PR for fights. It's not even about breakdown who's gonna win and all that stuff. It's just about loyalty, the game. Like, what do fighters owe? What kind of truth do fighters owe fans, and what kind of truth are fans willing to accept from fighters? Um, so yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into I guess we'll call it bad blood for now, between the Haneys and Shakur Stevenson. We'll talk about some of the origins of their relationship, and why um, this split is unfortunate if it's actually happening over like getting a fight, and what would motivate a split if this is actually a really split and not just something trying to sell us so we're interested in their soap opera, right? Or to distract us from the fact that people would rather see the Devin fight versus the Frank Martin fight. Yeah, we're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna chop all that up. Um, but yeah, we're also gonna talk about the rematch. Like I said, Spence has activated his rematch clause. That's the big news that everyone's talking about now. And yeah, that's a slew of rematches. And a little known thing about the rematches is Caleb Plant is saying that the rematch between he and Canelo is close to being done. So I'm not sure who the hell Canelo is fighting in this 3-fight deal. Apparently, it's the entire PBC. Um, and maybe Canelo is going to have, since he says he's going to be around to 2028 to 2029, maybe we'll get a bunch of fights out of Canelo on the PBC. I have no idea. We'll check that part of it out. What didn't make the headline and is just wild. And to me, it's sort of a subcategory of the Spence Crawford fight, and I call it a subcategory because I think the fight that's actually heating up is not the rematch between Spence and Bud that people are interested in. It's the fight between Bud and Canelo. And so it seems kind of weird and counterintuitive that Caleb Plant should also all of a sudden be talking about Canelo, given the fact that most people don't want to see him fight 154-pound Mel Charlo. Most people don't want to see him fight Bud Crawford, and they do want to see him fight either Bivol or Bivol or Benavidez, right? So yeah, Caleb Plant throwing his hat into the ring, talking about there's a rematch. And now Bivol throwing his hat into the ring, saying that he wants to fight Jermell Charlo should he be successful against Canelo Alvarez. I don't know, man. Like Bivol is now like the Charlos and Bivol like call outs are just seeming really odd. I'm not sure what's going on with Dimitri Bivol. We're gonna talk about that, but yeah. Let me welcome some people into the room, and then we'll get this panel going. Let me scroll up to the top. Oh my God, Jermell, what's up? Brandon, what's happening? To see you backstage. I'll put you up in a minute. What's up, Puto? What's up, Yemi? There's Brandon. What's up, Gertz? Just Blaze one. What's happening? Let's see. Good. There's Ramon Sefu. What's happening? And Mr. Pads in the building. What's happening? Dave saying what's going on. Maybe Dave will hit the link and tell us what the hell is happening with Tank Davis. Haney must drop them belts. Well, it's not like musty. I'm not sure about that. The boxing historian, what's happening. Mr. Lightning, what's going on? We got Shakur business to take care of. Hopefully, Mr. Lightning hits that link. Bruce Gas, what's up, Unks? Let's see. Haney's a Duckman. Okay, we'll get into that. What's up, Marky Dan? I don't bite. Welcome to it. I don't know who that is. Let's see. Hit that. Okay, Mr. Pad, Jermell. Okay, all right. Iceman, what's happening with it? Super Sardonic, what's up? Yeah, Boxing Lounge, brother from another. Hit that. Yeah, we got some behind the scenes stuff to take care of. Boxing Lounge. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I cleared all that up. All right. Let me get Brandon in here. Let him have his thing. Oh yeah, the Phantom is yeah. If you guys are not subscribed to the Phantom, go hit up Phantom's channel, please. You got the link in the chat right now. And Brendan did the most hilarious backhanded support of Phantom I've seen in a minute. Hey, guys, yeah, we got the man, the myth, the legend backstage. Let me hook him up right quick.
Hello, GT.
What's going on, Brandon? How you doing this fine Friday?
And our stream is like in a few hours.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what's up. On Fridays I go all day, so I'll be right here. Well, you do the Looney Tunes
I
thing.
think I'm gonna have another stream with a different user.
Okay. Who's your special guest tonight?
Double X Mario 420 Double X.
Mario 420. I don't know that guy. All right, cool.
And I did a live stream on a new Talk Studio website for the first time last night.
All right. That is what's up. What's your sub count at right now?
I have 2049.
Okay. All right. Still chugging along. Still doing nice. That's cool. Yeah, I got I got a few the other day. I'm over the 550, the 50 mark. I got into 950, and then I lost a few subs and it stood there for a minute, but now I'm moving again. I'm on the march. So yeah,
we did have a stream a long time ago, but it didn't really turn out. We had to redo the stream.
You had a who? What?
We had to redo the stream.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, we didn't have to, but you wanted to really badly, so we did. It was okay though. It was nice. We'll do it again. Oh yeah, that's right. You're here to make plans again. That's right. I just remembered. Sorry. Yeah, let's do. Today is the 1st, and it's Friday. 2nd, 3rd. I got the homies quinceañera tomorrow. Sunday is bad. Yeah, Sunday's not good. Monday could work. What about Monday?
What's on Monday?
Say again?
What about Monday?
You want to redo the stream? You want to do the stream again on Monday? You want to try again?
Did you say you was going to do one today?
I am doing my stream today. You're doing your stream today, and you're doing it with Mario today. I'm wondering.
Yes, at 8:00 tonight. At 8:00 at night.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going until probably 9:00 tonight.
I'm having one with the Phantom using Tuesday.
Do what?
The Phantom doing a stream with me Thursday on my channel.
On Thursday. I could join you guys on Thursday.
I mean Tuesday.
All right. Tuesday, what time?
Noon, daytime.
Yeah, not noon is not good for me. Not on Tuesday. What else you got?
Pops Wednesday. Hey.
Okay, let's do Wednesday.
I'm having the Pops user Wednesday.
Yeah, but who? What on Wednesday? A pop through?
I can change our stream to Monday.
If you want to, whichever day is good for you. Monday works for me. Wednesday works for me. Whichever day works for you.
I'm having one with Pops. I'm having one with the Pops user Wednesday at 6:00.
Okay, well then let's do Monday.
Okay. What time?
Whatever's good for you.
Will it be during the day or an evening?
Whichever's good for you. The day's probably best for a cartoon. Well, it's Monday though too, huh?
I picked 4:00 in the afternoon.
4:00 in the afternoon, East Coast time.
Yes.
So like, so that's 1:00 for me. Yeah, that's fine.
You're awesome, GT.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're growing on me.
Yeah, I did one on the New Talk Studio thing last night.
What'd you say?
I did a live stream on the New Talk Studio last night.
You did a live stream talking to what last night?
The Talk Studio last night instead of Studio.
Okay, all right. Yeah, cool. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. It'll have it. What was the live stream about? Well, anyway, listen, I'm going to get to you on cartoons on Monday. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do my stream right now, talk about some boxing. You're welcome to stick around and talk about some boxing. But you will definitely probably be hearing some rough language, and we'll probably talk about a whole bunch of people that you either don't know or you probably don't know or care about, right? So, but you're welcome to hang out however long you want. All right. Let me get to this boxing thing. All right. Dave Toussaint is calling my guy a duck because why exactly? I'm wondering who is he ducking? What is he ducking? Yeah, that's kind of a weird accusation to put at the feet of Devin Haney, who is literally ducked nobody, like ever. I don't know who this duck. Yes, that's very strange. Oh, what's up, Destiny? Yeah, you guys like wore me out last week. Not purposely. It wasn't. It actually wasn't you. It wasn't you really that wore me out. I was just worn out, and I was very happy to see you last week. Yeah, sorry I didn't catch you before the stream ended. I didn't speak with you more before the stream ended, but here you are this week. Glad to see you. Yeah, and Destiny is also one of these people who really is not down to the Devin and Shakur fight. At least he wasn't. How long ago was that? Has it been a year already, Destiny? I don't know how long it's been since we've been chopping it up, but it's been a minute. Oh yeah, Dave, you don't need to shout at me. You don't need to put it in all caps, bro. It's all good. Show up when you're ready. I got this. I'll be, bumping my gums about this boxing stuff for hours to come today. So, yeah, whoever wants to fight. chop it up. But I need to hear about these so-called ducks because I'm sure. But at this point, I think people are calling Devin Haney a duck because of the way that their fighters have moved, their favorite fighters, right? The way that Tank didn't fight Berchelt and Lomachenko, right? They got him, or he's not fighting Dev or Shakur or whatever. Like, yeah, wasn't talking about T.O. when he was coming around, when T.O. was a champ. They call him that kind of stuff. Even though I personally didn't call David Duck, sorry, not David. I didn't call David Duck either. But I never called Shakur a duck. I did at one point call Tank a duck, but not for very long. I just didn't know.
And there's a lot of people here. I can't even get a chance to talk. This will be NC-17, just like Matt Chat stream.
Well, no, I'm going to go full on rated R. As a matter of fact, we could get rated X in here. You never know.
When the GB user shows up, this will be NC-17. When the GB user shows up.
Well, it could be. It could very well be. Like, listen, I'm a middle-aged man. I'm not afraid of having content that is above teenagers' maturity level, right? that's just me. And like I said, you're always welcome to stay because you told me you're 22 years old. So, but also, yeah, you're just welcome. But really over here, we do let our hair down within reason, like really to a large extent. Like we're not so much editing content or censoring content, but what we do try to do is have people go one at a time. That is my little rule to free smoke. I have a duration limit for it. Like I can't just listen to people yell for hours and hours on end. Really, probably not even maybe 5-10 minutes of that is cool. Maybe 20 minutes at most.
Now,
But
you need to stay safe on StreamYard.
Go one at a time, and you're good. You know, that's my. Oh, you know what, Destiny? Thank you, Destiny Black. That is what my issue is right now. Is Shakur is moving crazy, right? Like people think, like I'm a Dev fan, that means that I got to automatically take up Devin's part because he says he's from Oakland and I am from Oakland and I'm in Oakland right now. I'm born and raised here. Got my first taste of woman's love in Oakland. Had my first baby born right here in Oakland at the house.
I did put my channel in the chat.
I'm an Oakland guy, right? And by the way, those events were years removed. One was in junior high and one was right before I turned 30 years old. But point being, I'm Oakland, right? I got trees growing all in my veins. But that has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I've lived all over the bubble and I've seen a range of human experience. And so when I see, we live in a cause and effect universe that includes even our social interactions. When I see the way that people behave and I understand how their actions may be impacting other people's actions and their own actions, their own access to things, and all this, it's just, wow. I just wanted more for Shakur. I wanted more for both of them. I didn't want the building or the marketing of this fight to devolve into places where it seemed to run counter to the character, and it seemed to impugn the character and make us all, I don't know, stupider, less sophisticated, less cultured, less civilized. I don't know. Boxing is a brutal sport. It is civilized destruction, but these are two like athletes. They've known each other since puberty. I don't know. They just don't strike me as like the gangstery thing that they're portraying at this point. So, yeah, this beef right here, I'm gonna delve into it. Okay, yeah. Drunk Irishman, I see you.
I'm having a stream of it. Jonathan, more brand new users keep coming to my channel for streams.
Let me hook up Brandon right quick. What's up, Brandon? What's happening?
The Drunk Irishman says you're awesome, Brandon.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the Drunk Irishman he's wanting to do that. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna just let people up because I might ramble for a minute about this. Drunk Irishman is not able to get in right now. Jonathan Jackson, you're good. Drunk Irishman, I'm not quite sure what's going on with the connection. It's not letting me let you in. Phantom, you're good. I can edit your thing. Yeah, I don't know what's happening, Drunk. I want to add you to the stream. It won't give me the option to add you, Drunk. All right. Yeah, we got Jonathan Jackson. We got the Phantom.
That's my
stream. Shout
out on my community tab.
Bro, Smoke, it's boxing time, bro. What the fuck?
Say again?
It's boxing time, bro.
Oh, wow. Dang, these people coming in trying to regulate. Hold up a second. Wait a second. That's your good morning? That's a fine how do you do? You know, no hi, no I hope you're doing well, nothing that. Just come in, tell me what time it is on my own shit, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I never get the illustrious.
I guess what he's saying to you is, Brandon, beat it.
My boy is here.
It's just the ad libs, bro. And I never get the illustrious introductions over here, anyways. Like other people get illustrious introductions, they're just like, "Oh, Phantom's here." Oh, fuck.
Okay. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Okay. First off, not even a piece. I saw a link to your stream, to your channel, and I was like, if you have not subbed, go over to Phantom. But if you need more from me, let me oblige. Phantom, I don't remember when Phantom wasn't a part of the stream. He's been a part of it, I think, for so long. I think maybe even since the first time I did it. Maybe not. Doesn't even matter because he's integral to my streams now. I would miss him if he did not show up. I love the way he moderates over at the tavern, although I wish he would keep the conversation moving a little bit better, while he is moderating. But hey, which of us is perfect? But the man, the myth, the guy whose voice you know, whose face you may not see, but if you ever see in life a big blue ball with a white T on it, make sure you think of the Phantom first. What's happening, Phantom? How you doing this fine fucking Friday? Did you have a good week?
That was nice, bro. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wanna get into the duck talk because a lot of quack going on around here, bro.
The Phantom, I can check out my shout out for you on my community tab.
Yep, sure will.
And what day you want to do a stream with me, Phantom?
You already got it scheduled, bro.
Tuesday. You're awesome, Phantom. We can be friends on YouTube.
Yep, for sure.
Yep. And all the pictures I sent you is all Daffy Duck.
Gotcha.
Did you check the pictures I gave to you on your email?
Not yet. I had a chance to look at them.
Yep. We can be friends on YouTube, Phantom. Did you answer me?
That's enough of that. All right. Brandon, we got you. When is your next air? You're going live in 2 hours?
What's talking about 2 hours? You told me to change. You told me to change our stream to Monday.
No, I'm saying your stream. You're going live 2 hours today. You're about to go live, right?
I go live at 8 o'clock.
Okay, cool. All right. So Brendan is going live 8 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock Western. I guess Pacific time is really. And then whatever. You know where you are.
I'm doing a videotape live stream tomorrow morning.
We're about to do boxing. We're not doing Looney Tunes. We're gonna do this channel. We're not doing your channel.
What I'm talking about. I'm doing a Saturday morning live stream tomorrow.
Oh yeah, cool. Saturday morning, what time?
9:30. Saturday morning cartoons.
Right. 9:30 Eastern Standard. If you want to watch some cartoons, check out Brandon. Brandon, have you put your link in the main chat yet?
I pretty much did that right before I got here.
Okay, well, you might want to do it now. There was probably nobody in the chat when you first got here.
It was just you and me.
Yeah. Do it in the chat. Do it again. So anyway, anybody who missed it the first time,
me and Dana will have a Daffy Duck stream. I can probably do an impression of Daffy Duck for him. They're despicable. There you go, Phantom.
There you go. All right, cool. All right. All right, all right, all right. Let's get to this. Let's get to the fisticuff pugilism. The beautiful art of hit
If
and
the
not get hit.
GB's here, this will stream will turn the R to triple X.
Yeah, it may. But you never know here. We got all kinds of trolls that come through and do all kind of weird stuff. Man, you just don't know what happens. Though, it's a little bit of a wild west. It's not as wild as the tavern, but it does get a little wild here.
I
So
brought John Smith from Snapchat stream.
yeah, McSmith doesn't have. He does not have the nerve to hit the link up here. Not at all. If he did, he'd just come up here and like run his mouth and try to like bulldoze everybody on the
He
panel.
told
He
me
wouldn't
to
know how to
punch my
handle
mom in the face.
it. Yeah, that guy's a little bit too scary. But listen, if you were 5'6" and 117 pounds your whole life, yeah, I mean,
The other
I'm sure
day,
he's been scared
the
of a lot
John
of
Smith
different things,
user
right?
told me to punch my mom in the face.
Yeah, that dude. Well, that wasn't the worst of it, from what I hear. I heard he said some stuff that's way worse than that. But yeah,
Yeah,
telling someone to punch their mom in the face. That's just him like trying to put his own desires to what he wants to do to his mom onto you. But that's cool.
the
Anyway,
thing
Brandon, we're
is
getting back
another
to boxing.
profile
No
avatar other
more of
than
you
this
and
way.
no more of whatever it is going on in your life. Well, we love you a bunch. It doesn't have anything to do with boxing. People come here to talk about boxing. So that's what we're gonna do now.
And the
All
Phantom
right.
needs a different profile picture other than just a little T.
All right. All right. All right, Brandon. I'll see you on Monday, bro. Okay. People come by tomorrow. I may 6:30. That's kind of early for me. I may show up to your thing tomorrow though. You know what? Let
I
me put
might
it. Hold
change
on.
it to a
Let me
little bit of
sort.
a later
Let me
time.
do this thing because I'm actually Saturday morning cartoons. It has a ring to it. Yeah. All right. I got you. Yeah. I'll hit you up. I'll probably hit you up around 8. Yeah. 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 Wait a minute. You go at 8:30
9:30.
and 9:30. So that's 6:30 for me. And then how long do you go for?
Half hour
Yeah,
until
no,
the
I'm gonna
tape
miss you.
the animal
Yeah, I'm not
winds.
gonna catch you. Yeah, I'm not
Then I'll
catching
end
you.
the stream.
Yeah, it's all good. No, I'll see you on Monday. All right.
Yep.
All
And
right.
I
Cool,
want
man.
to show y'all some of my other tapes that I can tell the people in the comments which one is like which one to stream, which one I can stream.
Yeah, go ahead. Let them know. Cause
I'll do it.
yeah, cool. Until next time.
And the tape I'll be streaming is this one right here. This is your person, Phantom.
He's got Daffy Duck VHS for you, Phantom.
Yep. That's the tape I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, Saturday morning.
He's got he's got
I
Daffy
need this
Duck on
tape.
VHS for anybody who's interested. And ladies and gentlemen, clap it up for Brandon, who I am about to give what they call the Saskatchewan boot. All right. And I love you, Brandon. Come back in a bit. All right, like actually come back whenever you want to talk about boxing. But whenever the stream comes up, you can always plug your channel. But let's get to it. Let's jump all the way up into this whole thing. And yeah, I'm sure as it may seem that I'm a little harsh with Brandon, but I feel like he'll be all right. I feel like he can handle it. He'll be right back. Anyway, so Duck Talk. Phantom, are you there? Do you have to work or something? And you said take away.
Yeah. What's up?
yeah, all right. So what's all this Duck thing? That's what I heard. He was talking that your both Brandon was talking about Duck. I think he was saying your favorite character is Daffy Duck. What do you talk? What do you know about this Duck stuff? What are you saying? What are you saying?
Well,
Let me do in my Butch voice. What are you saying about?
it just sounds like to me, both Shakur and Devin Haney are ducks for different specific reasons. You have Shakur out here turning down undisputed and getting treated very well, getting offered 25%, but neglecting the offer. And then you have Devin Haney saying, Tank is the fight he wants, da 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 da. But I'd rather fight Regis at 140 in bumfuck Louisiana, wherever the fuck they're gonna fight. So both them niggas is ducking, but different
How was
reasons for different ducks.
how was fighting Regis a duck?
Well, because you get knocked the fuck out if you fight Tank. That's why.
How was fighting Regis a duck?
I just told you
I mean,
prefer
that's
Regis
fine.
over
That's
Tank,
fine.
bro.
I mean, getting knocked out by Tank is getting knocked out by Tank. Does that mean that if he fights everybody that he fights is not Tank, he's ducking Tank?
No, because you had the
Okay.
opportunity and you chose someone else.
Oh,
Is
wait,
that
he
not
had the
ducking? I
opportunity.
don't know.
Okay, cool. So what was the opportunity that he had?
The opportunity was when a phone call was made. You said you're going in a different direction.
Right. The phone call was made. I mean, why were they going in a different direction? Maybe because the offer that was offered on the phone didn't make them go in Tank's direction? Could that be it?
No, I think the preliminary talks was, hey, you want to fight? No, we're going to fight somebody else. And it's like, okay.
You think that's the reason, but you don't know that that's the reason. This is why you call him a duck, because you've conjured up a scenario in your head in which you can call him a duck.
No, I'm saying that
So
we
you
don't
don't
know
know what was on the
specifics.
conversation. But okay, I'm just making sure of what we do know and what we don't know. Like, we do know that neither one of those guys had a fight, so I can understand that being an opportunity, right? So I'm not mad at that. But then the next thing is we're talking about a phone call that happened, but we don't know what was said on the phone call. And now because a phone call happened, Devin is a duck.
That's what it's looking like. It's quacking, bro. It's quacking.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
waiting to
again,
see it. I haven't
I just
seen
want
the
to know
actual
where the
physical,
assumptions are coming in. Because
If
listen,
if,
I'm
if Devin would have ducked him, if Devin would have ducked him, Tank team would have pressed the gas and let everybody know he was a duck. So
I mean, the
Nah, they don't
fans
do
they
that,
would
definitely
have
bro.
pressed the
pressed the
gas.
gas. They
I mean,
they
Coach
would have
Calvin didn't
definitely
say
pressed the
anything.
gas.
Coach Calvin didn't say nothing. Coach Kenny didn't say anything. Tank hasn't
No,
said
Tank
anything.
would say
Nobody
something.
said.
No, I'm saying
Uh, uh,
Tank would say something because Devin talked too much
Tank
shit
barely
to him.
fucking talk. What are you
okay,
talking
great.
about,
I
bro?
mean, do you
Just
think
He
saying
that if
shit.
talked
they
when
do you
Devin
think?
talked.
Let me ask you this: do you think the reason why they're not talking at all? Forget Tank barely talking. Forget none of them talking at all because they all know that the offer wasn't that great, and they don't want the public to know what offer it was actually that he turned down, if they even made an
No,
offer.
I don't think. I don't think offer was made. I think a question was asked. Do you want to fight Tank
I
Davis?
know,
And
I
they
got
said
you.
no. We're
Listen,
going another direction.
I'm not asking for so one of my favorite plays is about Martin Luther King and Malcolm X meeting, like this imaginary meeting that they were supposed to have and what was said and all this other shit. Great play, but the fucking event never happened, right? So like I can imagine all kinds of shit that happened on this phone call, but we don't know what happened on the phone call. Why are we trying to judge guys based on an imaginary scenario that we've conjured up?
Well, I'm just saying the first thing you do when you become a free agent is you go fight Regis, which is cool, but that lets me know you didn't want to fight Tank. And then we're getting more information that Shakur and Devin weren't really planning to fight this year anyway. So all this was some bullshit,
That's
and niggas is just playing.
that's
Right. All
not
right.
what
So
happened. He went to go
could
talk
it
to
be the
all the
fact that
promotional
could,
companies first.
could it be the fact that um that Bob Arum wanted Devin Haney to stay at Top Rank and put together a package of fights, and the Shakur Stevenson fight was one of those fights that Bob Arum presented him with in order to retain Devin's services at Top Rank.
I mean, it's a possibility, but doubtful.
I mean, that's what it seems to me. That's what all the information leads, right? Bob Arum said he was going to do it. He said he's going to put together a package for Dev. Shakur is a top ranked fighter. Dev was at the time. Um, the networks are the ones who like put together how much money they're willing to spend. Dev says how much he wants to make fights, right? Um, it seems to me that the uh, the sticky wicket was Dev was Shakur when it came to their fight, right? It wasn't like he's the one who raised his hand and said, "I deserve more," right? So that's that part. If you want to call it a duck, I mean, I guess you could. I don't consider it a duck. I do consider it playing with fans like intelligence and emotions. I don't think he's necessarily ducking Devin, but I can understand if guys want to talk about ducking. Um, but yeah, I'm not quite sure about this whole like Tank made a phone call, and based on Tank making a phone call, Devin is a duck. What if Tank said
No,
we're not
no,
fighting you
no,
this year
no, no,
also?
no. You got to get your facts. It wasn't Tank. It was the suit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you call, we're making a phone call pursuing. Okay, hold up a second. If I say to you, like, let's say there's a girl that you like, right? And you say you're going to pursue her, and she says that, I can't really talk to you while I'm like at home, talk to me at school. Are you going to like show up at her fucking front door every fucking day, talk about how you're pursuing her? Is that really pursuing her?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about calling a dude and saying, "Hey, I want to fight you for. I'm going to give you 10%. I'm going to give you $10 million flat fee. It's going to be at a catch weight and your rehydration clause, and I'm going to fight you next week." And you go, "Nah, you know what? I'm going to go in a different direction." Are you really pursuing the fight?
Oh, now who's making up imaginary scenarios? How quaint, huh?
Correct. I mean, that's what I mean. If we're in the realm of imagination, it's not like my imagination doesn't work. I have one. I have a fully functioning and healthy imagination. That's why I can tell when somebody's employing their imagination. If that's what we're doing.
Well, I'm employing facts. You're imagining.
Okay, what you said was there's a phone call. That's a fact. Everything besides the fact was you jumping to a conclusion based on what you think happened in that phone call. But
no. What I have is facts, right? Because what was said was we reached out to try to make a fight. They said they were going in a different direction.
Okay, but Bill said otherwise. Bill said they said
also they
didn't want to fight right now.
So Steven Espinoza is the guy who said this, and he wasn't even on the call.
Exactly.
The team has said nothing.
I haven't heard Coach Cal talk about it. I ain't heard Coach Kenny talk about it. I've heard Steven Espinoza talk about it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just going off the facts, bro.
No, that's right. The fact is, Steven Espinoza said it. The fact is, Steven Espinoza said it. Steven Espinoza also said he wasn't on the call. So us talking about what happened on the call is hearsay at best. But he didn't even say what happened on the call because he said he wasn't there. So it's really just our imagination.
If we have someone who's saying I've heard the information and it's relaying it, we can take that as a statement, right?
No, yeah, but Bill said otherwise.
I mean, we can take it as a statement. Yes, it is, because it is a statement. Whether the truth of value of the statement is a horse of another color, and the reliability of that person making the statement is also a horse of another color. So we still got some problems with that set theory.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Steven Espinoza's, not credible now.
He's definitely credible. He's very credible. And you know how I know? And since the reason why I still think he's credible in this situation, because he said he wasn't there for what happened on the phone. He wasn't there. They just told him that the phone call happened. That's why I'm going off of that. Those are the facts that we are not arguing about. We both are in agreement that according to Steven Espinoza, a phone call was made.
Yep.
That's the fact. That's it. Like calling Devin a duck because of that. The conclusion that you jump to.
My thing is this: I say Haney must drop the belts. If not, because he said he's gonna come back down for a big money fight, and we all know the big money fight is Gervonta Tank Davis. So if you're not gonna fight Tank Davis and you want to fight Regis Prograis, then drop the belts then, because you ain't going back down. That's my thing.
People need to force their shit if they want to make him drop them belts. He ain't got to do nothing. He said he.
You know why I said that, bro? You know why I said that? I think Devin Haney's strategy is trying to keep the belts and say, "I told you guys, I remain undisputed until 2024." Like they both said in the beginning of the year, they're trying to prove a point. They just said we're gonna stay undisputed. That's the whole point. They're not gonna fight again at 135.
Well, it does seem like some weird shit to keep the belts, but he's already been stripped, so he's not undisputed no more.
Yeah.
Well,
you can't take the title away from him.
The other part of it is Tank said he doesn't care about the belt. So,
but the thing is, Tank's the WBA interim champion. Tank's the WBA champion, and he's gonna become the super champion if Devin Haney gets stripped off. Tank's gonna automatically become the WBA super champion.
Correct. He can sit around and rest on his laurels. He will become a champion by.
So the thing is, he's gonna fight Shakur next year. I know about Tank and Shakur. It's gonna happen next year. I'm all about Devin Haney now. He gotta drop them belts and move on.
He gotta drop the belts or what?
Because the thing is, if he keeps them belts, it's gonna stay relevant in the 135 division, and then they're gonna keep comparing to Tank Davis and Shakur.
And that's his problem because why?
Like he's holding up the division. People want the belts.
And that's his problem
up? He just won the belts.
Yeah, because Shakur was supposed to fight Loma. Shakur was supposed to fight Loma for the vacant belts.
Yeah, so
Loma Duck here. What are we
I'm
talking
still
about?
trying to figure out how.
I'm just saying. Shakur's goal to get all the belts, right? So he's gonna
We
fight.
don't know that. We don't know that.
We know that.
You can't just say that.
You just keep talking and making more stuff about like how it benefits other people.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I understand that it's benefiting other people, but how does that help Devin Haney? Why should Devin Haney care about any of this?
What do you mean, bro? He's at 140 now.
Why should Devin Haney care whether or not Shakur and Loma fight for a belt?
So he's trying to keep the belts and keep paying for the sanctioning bodies for nothing.
He ain't paying for shit right now. He already paid.
I got you. How is that bad for Devin Haney?
It's bad for him financially, just like Chance Brock Crawford. If he's not gonna fight Jerome Ennis, and he's gonna fight Errol Spence.
I'm not talking about Jerome Ennis.
You think
I'll make an example. Here's an example. I want to make a quick example with Bud Crawford. Let me say this quick. Bud Crawford got to drop them belts because he's gonna rematch Errol Spence at 154. He's gonna fight. He already said he's not gonna fight.
Again, how is this bad for Devin Haney or Bud if they hold on to the belts and then move up and fight other guys? How's it bad?
It's bad for the guys that want the belts. They want the belts. Move on, bro.
How's it bad for Bud or Devin Haney?
Petition.
What's the point of keeping the belts? You're not going to defend them.
You keep saying that they have to do something because of some other person's desperation. Just because another person can't move up in life that's not an incentive for Devin Haney or Bud to do a damn thing.
They need. They need
Let me make an example. The same Bud Crawford won the undisputed 140, and then within a week he dropped them belts and moved to 147. Within a week. Why did he move on? Yeah, he dropped the belts within a week. So why doesn't he drop the belts and move on to 154 and fight Errol Spence?
He got to do nothing. He got to do nothing.
Because he's already done it.
Bro.
He did it the first time.
He got to do nothing.
No, hold up a second. I just want to get this thing, but just because I want to get, and then you guys can have it. The conversation can go wherever it is. But I'm having back and forth because he was in the chat doing this whole like duck shit. We just want to get to the bottom of it. So since he's already did it at 140, why does he have to do it again at 147?
Because he's not gonna defend the belts at all. Jerome Ennis won the belts.
So what?
He's been waiting.
So what? Again, I'm trying to figure out what is the incentive for Bud to drop the belts.
Because Jerome Ennis is the mandatory. He's been wanting to fight for 2 years now.
Ennis is the issue. That's not Bud's issue.
So that's selfish then.
Okay,
how is it selfish?
Awesome. So
it's a one-man sport.
Okay, so hold up a second.
It's a one-man sport.
Bud Crawford is an unselfish person?
He's holding up the division, bro. He got to move on.
Fuck that division.
Awesome. Again,
what you mean?
How is Bud Crawford incentivized to do
that? It's a one-man sport. You think I care about your future? I don't. It's a one-man sport. Petition if you got a problem with it. Petition.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how does it benefit Bud to give up the belt?
Gervonta Tank Davis won the WBA and he went back to 135 and dropped the belt.
Okay.
So,
again,
he was
on benefit Bud.
And who's carrying the belt now? Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero carries the belt. The guy that got knocked out by Tank is holding the belt that Tank won.
Okay.
You make no sense right now. What are you bringing up?
My point is this, bro. If you know you're not going to fight in the weight class, drop the belt, bro.
Yeah, there's either one answer, it doesn't, or there's another answer that you can give me. How
and Rolly got the super belt.
How it would benefit.
He got the super belt.
To drop
yes, he got the super belt. Okay. Yeah, Tank had a regular belt.
You guys go ahead. Go ahead, John. You got it, bro.
Tank had a regular belt, so
my man,
that don't even make sense.
My point is this: he dropped the belts. That's my point.
Yeah, okay, that's him. Dead or Bud is not him.
I'm not sure why
they just won the belts. They just won. They just won.
At this point, you're just speaking for Bud for no reason, bro. You don't want to see both sides. I'm trying to be both sides, bro. Jerron Ennis want to become champion.
Hold up.
You want them to be fair. Boxing ain't fair. I'm sorry.
Okay, right. So again, if Bud was the fairy godfather of boxing, right? I can understand what you're saying. If Bud was like the head of a sanctioning body or a network or whatever, but Bud is a boxer. What is it? How is Bud incentivized to drop belts that he fought for?
So now he's gonna keep running around. You're already undisputed, bro. So we know you're undisputed.
I'm just asking you, what is this incentive to
He's
drop
talking about fighting Canelo.
I keep asking you a whole bunch of shit, and you just keep telling me about your feelings. I want you to know about what does Bud get from dropping belts?
What does he get from not dropping belts?
He gets to remain undisputed.
He's already undisputed, and he's not going to fight in the weight class.
He remains that.
He's no longer fighting the weight class then.
Yeah, great. You ask what he gets by not dropping the belts. He remains undisputed. That is the answer.
That's selfish, bro, and you got to be real, bro. Come on, Smoke.
That is literally the answer. You just don't like it, bro. It is real. You just don't like the reality of it.
What do you mean?
Okay, hold up. What the issue is you want Bud to drop the belts, because you want other people to get a chance, to get an opportunity at those belts. While that is altruistic and that is reasonable, I get where you're coming from. I don't understand what the fuck that has to do with Bud. Why Bud needs to do that just because that's what you want and that's what he wants.
Because Bruce wants to become champion. He wants to become an undisputed champion at 147. That's his goal. So now you're keeping the belts, but you want to fight at 164, 168, and 154. You're waiting for Jermell Charlo to fight Canelo.
Why does he have to choose between those things? Why can't he do it all?
Going on. Huh?
Why can't he do it all?
You bringing up stuff
because he's gonna fight again. He already said he's not gonna fight Rumpus and then drop the belts.
I don't give a damn what he does, bro. Listen, if the IBF strips Bud, so Jaron Boots Ennis can fight whomever Jaron Boots Ennis, whoever they think he should fight for that vacant title, that's fine. That don't have shit to do with Bud though. That's the IBF.
Okay, let me ask you this though. What about Jermell Charlo, who's been not fighting for over 2 years and he's still a champion at 160? What do you think about that? That's unfair too.
I don't think anything of it. I don't like.
Come on.
Okay, hold up a second. These belts, right? They are the property of sanctioning bodies. The sanctioning bodies are all corrupt. All you're talking about is a political process that is rife with corruption. Why in the entire fuck would I give a shit about what behind-the-scenes corruption that I have no fucking... I'm not privy to whatsoever, like how they do or what they do or any of that stuff. Like, as a matter of fact, when they even tell me their rules, then they change them without informing me. They just do what the hell they want to do. Why would I get my feelings wrapped up in this process? And furthermore, what the hell does it have to do with the Charlos or Bud or Devin? Like,
I'm making examples of what's happened. What's happening right now?
I know you're telling me all the examples. You still haven't told me why the fighters are incentivized to drop
belts. My point is this, though. If you're keeping the belts and you're not going to defend them, you're a duck in that division. You don't want no smoke with Boots. You don't want no smoke with Tank Davis and Shakur in your division. You don't want no smoke, bro.
I got you. All right. So the fans are going to call you a duck.
He's a duck.
You're going to start calling him.
That's my point. Devin Haney's a duck.
That's what's bad for him. Got it. Either drop the belts or some fans will call you a duck.
Because here's the thing is, Smoke. He sent Shakur 25%, right? And Shakur wanted to negotiate with him. And he had two choices to choose Regis Prograis or Shakur within 2 weeks. And you chose Regis less than 2 weeks. He chose it before the time was finished. So that's
he chose it on the deadline. Stop lying.
If he really wanted to negotiate with Shakur, he could have negotiated with him, but he did not want to do that.
I don't know about if we negotiate with Shakur or anything, or why they need to negotiate with Shakur. They don't want to negotiate with Shakur. Hey, how about this? How about we say what you're saying? They don't want to negotiate with Shakur. Are you a duck if you still send him an offer?
Shakur said, okay, let me tell you this. That was like, he was trying to what's the word I'm looking for? He was baiting him. He was trying to bait him for something that if Shakur accepted the offer, he was going to look for something else. Another excuse.
But we don't know. Okay, I got you. And that is your assumption. I don't know whatever. You got to do all that shit. But we never got that far. And it doesn't matter if what Devin was going to do because Shakur took that option away when he said no.
But the thing is, how do you know that Devin Haney really meant to send that offer? Like he really wanted to fight Shakur?
I mean, even if he meant to, it didn't mean to. It's also moot. All that speculation went away when Shakur said no.
He didn't say no. He said, "Let's negotiate. Come on, be real, bro.
I got you.
Send me a better offer."
He wanted to negotiate. So again, that is saying no. When the negotiations didn't happen, he didn't take the offer.
What do you mean, bro? Because Shakur said, "Let's negotiate."
If you send an offer and you say, fight me, and then you go, no, actually, I want to negotiate, and then they go and fight someone else.
Let's be real, Smoke.
Sure how, do you think that people are obligated to negotiate?
Devin Haney did not send Lomachenko.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm following what you're saying.
Devin Haney did not send Lomachenko 25%, bro.
I just want to make sure.
Devin Haney was under contract. He didn't send Lomachenko shit.
Under contract.
Bob Arum did.
He did not send. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Bob Arum did. Bob Arum did. He didn't have no control over it.
Devin Haney was begging for concessions from Loma. He was begging for concessions from Loma.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He was under contract. He sounded stupid. You cooking yourself.
Bro, listen, bro. Tank Davis is a big draw, but I wouldn't agree with him sending Shakur 25%, even though that's a lot of money for Shakur. Still better than what he was going to get the 25% from Devin Haney's side. Tank is a draw, but I wouldn't tell Tank to send Shakur 25%, even if you're a big draw yourself.
But why not? I mean, Tank has sold way more than Shakur. He could send him whatever the fuck he wants.
At least 30%, bro.
This shit is crazy. The evil genius. The champ
Okay. Now you guys are gonna recognize this is my panel and stop talking over me. Okay. I just want to know: do you think Devin Haney is Shakur needs to either Devin Haney needs to either negotiate with Shakur or he's a duck? Yes or no?
If you really want to fight, yes, he should have
Yeah. Okay.
negotiated.
Great. Awesome. Got where you're coming from. We can keep it pushing. Devin Haney is under no obligation to fucking negotiate with Shakur Stevenson. You want to call him a duck? Cool. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, Shakur out here ducking undisputed, bro. What the fuck? If you get that
Yeah,
offer, bro, you take it immediately without even thinking, bro. Like, fuck all that.
yeah, that's some bullshit to me. I mean, the offer was twice his biggest payday, man. Just take that fight, take them belts, then go see about Tank Davis. That's a way bigger fight, like David just said. He could have did that shit easy. And you got Haney, he's gonna be weight drained. Haney would have been thinking more about fighting the scale than Shakur, my nigga. That was an opportunity them niggas missed.
Y'all niggas ain't keeping the same energy, bro. It's the same reason Bud and Spence didn't fight last year, because Bud was asking for more money.
And everybody shit on them. What you talking about?
That's my point then, bro. You can't ask for 50%. You're not the same level as Errol Spence in terms of big numbers, bro. Errol Spence, he had 40,000 people watching him with the Ugas fight, bro, in the stadium, bro. So in the arena. So what's the point, bro? He's not on the same
Are you
level.
Are you supposed
Because you want my belts. This is the fucking offer you're gonna get to fight for my belts.
You're not big
That's
enough to
what it
give me
is,
25%.
David.
The point is not big enough to
That's
say 25%. We're on the same level, bro. I'm a bigger draw than you. I sell out in Newark, New Jersey. You don't sell out in your hometown, bro. I'm better than you,
I mean,
bro.
the nigga put 50,000 in a stadium in Australia, and he
In
put
Australia,
17,000 in a T-Mobile arena, and he
Yeah.
did 250 on pay-per-view. Shakur has never done none of these things that I've just stated.
I don't know about that
And
250
even
though.
then, it's
I don't know
not
about
about
that.
the draws in this fight.
Nah, stop the
To
cap,
me.
bro. He did 150. He did 150K, bro. Not 250.
That's still more than Shakur ever did on pay-per-view.
Shakur never fought on pay-per-view, bro.
Exactly, nigga.
I'm telling you, if Haney fought Shakur on pay-per-view, he would have done 2,000, bro. He fought Loma that time.
You said if Haney fought Shakur on pay-per-view, it would have done 2,000?
Yeah, because that's the fight we want to see. That's how come Tank made the big numbers with Ryan Garcia, because when two fighters come together, the numbers get more and more. We didn't want to see Loma because he already been lost.
I can agree with that. I don't agree with that specific number, but I definitely agree it would have been a big fight. But
Haney could have made more money.
Shakur should have took it.
Haney
Should
could
have
have
took
made
it
more
then,
money.
David.
Yeah, that's my point. No, not 25%, bro. You're gonna get more money than you got with Loma, and you're gonna give me 25%, bro. Like, come on, bro.
How old is he? 24, 25 years old? You got more paydays ahead in your career. You whoop this nigga ass, you could probably get more money in the rematch. The fuck?
That's a low ball, bro. And I think that was unfair of Devin Haney, and I think he did that on purpose. I think deep down Haney knew that Shakur was going to sign that. He was trying to make him look bad in front of people. Like, I sent you 25% offer. Why don't you accept it? That's his whole point. Haney plays mind games like Bill Haney.
Wait a minute. Hold up. We got the info that they said Shakur would have took the fight, but his team advised them not to. So what are you talking about, David?
Nah, I know Shakur. Shakur said let's take the 25% and bet your whole purse on it. Then, if you believe you're gonna win, that's what Shakur said.
Yeah, so that's bad management, bro. This is what it is.
Yeah.
Now they fighting Frank Martin. I ain't gonna cry about it for too long.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if he has bad management. How is Dev a duck again? Oh, right, because he didn't negotiate. I got you.
Yeah, well, if a fighter wants to fight, he has to be willing to negotiate with the guy that he wants to fight.
Listen, no, you don't. Here's the thing. No, you don't. When you have options and people have what you want, you don't actually have to wait around for them unless you want to.
Okay, so Regis is a better option than Shakur.
I don't know. Listen, I'm not in their strategy meetings. I do know that Regis is one hell of a fight, and it's a great legacy fight. If you're about legacy, there's no way that you can you can say that Regis isn't a phenomenal fight. I don't know. Is Shakur a better fight than Regis? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know why you'd call him one guy. I wouldn't call it. Listen, if he stayed at 135, I wouldn't be saying he's ducking Matias and Prograis. I'd just be like, okay, he's staying at 135 to fight Shakur. I mean, if he's moving up to fight Shakur, Prograis, or Matias, or Tio, or whatever, he's moving up to fight champions. I actually don't. I think that people want to try to limit these guys' options to what we want them to do. Like whatever the hell it is. Like these are grown ass men with options that are way more, and I think that they analyze their options a lot more intently than we do. I think we do like fights we want to see, and then draw up every argument why those fights should happen and why anything else other than those fights happening shouldn't happen, right? And it's kind of like, do you ever in your analysis leave room for a dude being a grown ass fucking man and don't give a shit what you talk about? Do you ever leave room for that? It's their career, and they're the ones taking punches.
It's facts, and both of them are ducks. So it is what it is.
I mean, I hear you. Listen, I'm not. If given what the hell it is you guys are talking about, it seems to me this is just my own assessment. It seems to me that Shakur fans and Tank fans that are calling either Shakur or Dev a fucking duck are upset that Tank was called a fucking duck. Shakur fans, yeah, I mean, they upset about the whole Loma thing and Burchell and how, you know, basically Tank has been wearing duck feathers his entire championship
now you're just assuming. You're making assumptions, Smoke. That's not true.
I'm not. Again, I'm just saying this is just me.
Okay.
This is my interpretation. I'm not saying it's a fact or anything. This is something
it's probably true, bro, for some Tank fans, because I'm not a Tank.
Yeah, because it seems like you seem like hyper interested in calling somebody a duck. Stuff that is not really. I mean, maybe it's ducking. Maybe if you're willing to be really liberal with your idea about what ducking is.
Because the thing is, Smoke. If you asked me this 2 years ago, I wouldn't say Devin Haney is a duck, because he really wanted to fight the top guys. He wanted to fight Tio. He wanted to fight Ryan Garcia, all these guys, and I respected Haney for that. But when Shakur came out in the weight class, he didn't keep the same energy as he kept for Tank, like calling Tank a dog, calling Tank this and that.
You know what's different between all those other guys that you just mentioned? Shakur actually got a contract. Devin didn't get a contract from none of those dudes. There was never a contract between them to accept or reject. Shakur actually got one. So you're right that the energy changed. The energy was, hey, let's fight. And then your guy said, let's negotiate. And now because Dev was like, whatever, bro. Now he's a duck? What? I got to take Dev's response to that. Whatever, bro.
And that I saw that officially when Haney ran out the ring. I was like, okay.
Now we going out the ring. But he went out the ring to send a nigga a contract. Shakur duck, bro. And Devin Haney's a duck too. Both them niggas are some ducking ass niggas. It is what it is, bro.
I'm sorry.
I would say Shakur doesn't want to fight Tank right now, because he's been talking about, we got to marinate the fight. The fight got to be bigger. I got to build my name up. He's kind of ducking Tank right now, because even Bob Arum don't want that fight. But
okay, so Mr. Lightning says that the fight is 50-50 now. How, according to whom? How is it mandatory fight ever 50-50? I can really tell, because
Shakur not keeping the same energy with Tank now. But Haney not keeping the same energy.
I'm really confused.
I'm thinking these niggas is ducking Tank, both of them, and they ducking, and Shakur's being ducked by Devin Haney.
Right. I know you said that, but your only thing about saying he's being ducked is because he didn't negotiate with him. Not because he didn't send him an offer, but because he didn't negotiate a fair offer.
Yeah.
So that Shakur could get more.
Yeah, because negotiate, he could have made more effort.
Yeah, he could have, but if he doesn't, that doesn't mean he's a duck. That just means that you want Shakur. That just means that you're looking to shame somebody because you didn't get the fight you wanted. Like there's a lot of things. There's a lot of ways to call a guy a duck, but at a certain point, fans are being unreasonable, right? It is unreasonable. Like for me, if you are going to be fighting for undisputed and you get your mandatory, you get your mandatory allotment, right? That's cool. That seems to be a fantastic that seems to be a fantastic break, because you're only a mandatory for one belt and you get a shot at all four. So that seems to be a pretty good boon, right? So there's somebody in the chat saying it's now 50-50. Who says it's 50-50? I don't know where these ideas
are. Well,
the
thing is, between who? I can explain that, Spoke, and give you a chance.
75-25. What's Shakur supposed to say to that?
No, the reason why he's saying it's 50-50 is because if Devin Haney legitimately wants to come back down and fight for the WBC belt, that would be the split.
Who said that'll be the split?
That's what Mauricio Suleiman said.
No,
Some
how's Mauricio
WBC kid.
Suleiman going to say what the? But, okay, anyway,
I'm
whatever.
just saying, bro.
Whatever. Well, yeah, whatever. Um, I will. I've heard Mauricio Suleiman say a whole bunch of shit. I would cross that like the Mauricio Suleiman quotes. Not really that compelling to me. And then the last part of it is you still got to win the fight. Like you got if the fight happens now, if you first don't you have to beat somebody else to become champion, and then doesn't Devin have to come back down? Like whatever, dude. And now aren't you only having one belt, not four? You did all this shit to get like a 50-50.
Why is Devin Haney not signing the contract with Regis? Why isn't the fight not official right now?
I don't know, because it's not. If the fight doesn't happen and he winds up fighting Teofimo Lopez, who gives a fuck? Like, why don't you just, instead of rushing to call some guy a duck? To me, and here's the other part of it. The thing about being a duck is who did you actually fight instead of the other guy? Like, it's kind of weird to say that you're ducking Shakur if you're fighting Lomachenko. It's kind of weird to say you're fighting Tank if you fight T. Like, what? I just don't get these things. Like,
Regis already signed his part 2 weeks ago. So I'm asking you, what do you think is going on behind the scenes with
I don't get ahead of the because I don't have an agenda about calling guys ducks and shit. I don't need to get ahead of the story. I don't need to read things into the story. I can just let the facts be what the facts are.
I'm not saying Devin is ducking Regis now. No, it's not about duck. I'm just asking you.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just telling you for anybody. I don't need to get ahead of the story.
I think Haney is just asking for like he deserves the fight up.
Is he breaking up or is it me?
That's David and his South African internet.
Okay. All right. That's all good. It's all good. I thought it was just me. That's all. I'm just saying. I don't know what's taking so long. I do know that I would rather see Regis versus Adrien Broner versus Regis and I'd rather see Regis and Dev versus Regis and Adrien Broner. Like if I had my own pick of fights. I don't want to see Regis and Adrien Broner.
Either one's cool with me. I'm not tripping.
Yeah. I'd rather see one. Like whatever. I don't want. Like I don't even know. Like, am I gonna watch Regis and Adrien Broner? Probably. I guess. Maybe if he fought Adrien Broner, the Devin fight would be a bigger profile because Adrien Broner will talk shit. But I mean, isn't his stick kind of old now? I don't know.
Broner can't hang with none of them guys.
Exactly.
And you need to go check Eddie Hearn's Instagram. Yeah, he said why Devin ain't signed the contract. So I think you're talking a little bit too fast. You got to do a little bit more research.
What you say, bro? You talking about me?
Yeah, go look what Eddie said, and then you'll see why Devin ain't signing yet.
I'm just saying, yeah, I gotta go look it, but I'm just saying that I think like he's asking for more than he deserves behind the scene.
I just don't see how Devin is ducking Shakur. Like I think that's something you got in your head, David, and it's stuck and it's never gonna get out of your head.
Yeah, I think there's a thing about that's happening with Tank fans. Like some Tank fans, not all Tank fans, but some Tank fans. Because I'm a fan of actually all three of these guys. But whatever.
I am too. I like all three of these guys. But the thing is this:
three of these guys. So Tank and Shakur, the way that they're moving, I don't really like. Dev, the way that he's moving, meh. I'm kind of like I don't like it or dislike it. It just kind of is what it is.
I'm just saying, Devin Haney giving you more reasons. Like he said,
I don't necessarily dislike.
He said 2 years ago.
Let me take that back. I don't dislike the way Tank is moving either. He's just not inspiring to me anymore. I'm just tired of the way he moves. Like I'm just not interested in Devin Haney.
I'm just tired of Devin
I mean, Devin is moving the best out of all of them, in my opinion. It's just that, he just got to make the fights that people want to see. But other than that, he's moving perfectly, bro. It's the way you're supposed to be doing this shit.
Yeah, I mean he's just kind of turning himself into a heel, and that process is gonna, is I don't know. It's not the best process because I don't want him to be a heel, but I understand that he probably has to be a heel for his legacy, like in order to like sell his fights and all that stuff. He
got no choice. He got to be a heel. He ain't got no choice.
He doesn't have the knockout power, so he has to have people watch his fights in order to see him get knocked out. So it is what it is, on that score. But I just am tired of him at 135. I'm tired of Dev at 135. If he dropped the belts, I wouldn't be mad if he dropped the belts at all. But you came in saying that he has to drop the belts. He must drop the belts. Or he needs to drop the belts. And I don't get the need of his. I don't get the need of Canelo. Like Canelo,
I
I
have
don't
no
like of
problem.
all
I
these
have no
people. I
problem
have
with him
no
keeping the
idea
belt.
why Canelo still has the belts. No idea at all.
I have no issue with them keeping the belts as long as he's gonna come back down and defend them. That's my point.
No, I'm just telling you. When it comes, listen, if he comes back and defends them against 126 pounders, what does that mean? What does that matter? It's not like
I mean,
Canelo. Like Canelo got the belts. He's fought one 168 pounder since.
yeah, he fought Caleb Plant only.
No, he caught Caleb Plant. He got the belts. He became undisputed off of Caleb Plant. He fought John Ryder only since then.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
became
He didn't
undisputed off
defend the
Caleb
belts.
Plant. Since he beat Caleb Plant, he's fought one 168 pounder. And he might
Yeah.
fight two like non guys. He's already fought one. He's about to fight another. 2/3 of his
Yeah,
fights since becoming undisputed has been
yeah.
against
As
actual
a
168
Canelo fan,
pounders.
I also don't like how he's moving.
One of his fights was not even in the 168 pound division.
Yeah, he fought Bivol. As a Canelo fan, I don't like how he's moving too.
Yeah, I'm just
I rather
saying.
see
But Canelo is the guy that everybody will fight regardless, and he's the money man, so he'll make tens of millions of dollars no matter who he fights, and everybody wants to fight him. Dev is not in that boat. Dev is B-side to Tank. Dev
yeah,
might have to
yeah.
give like 50-50 to some guys. Like he's not just A-side to everybody. Like Dev, like the belts are doing some work for Dev.
Yep.
I don't know what work the belts are doing for Canelo. Maybe the belts are doing something for Terrence Crawford. I'm not sure. He just got them.
I think, well, like I explained before, but it was caught under the radar. This fight wouldn't be happening if Canelo didn't have the belts. Like, there's no way Jermell Charlo would just be moving up to fight Canelo if they could market undisputed versus undisputed, bro.
I don't think. I think you could market it.
Nah,
I
because
think you can market it however you need to market it because, like, let's just say for instance, they fought just for one of Canelo's belts.
Okay.
If they just fought for one of Canelo's belts, they could still market the fight. It just wouldn't be the marketing that they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think Jermell Charlo would have took that fight because he's been calling Canelo out for years.
You definitely have to change the marketing of it, but yeah. I mean, I get the marketing point. You have to change it. You can do it undisputed versus undisputed. But I don't think the fight is being.
Not only that,
I don't think the fight is being. The turning point is the fact that they're both undisputed. I just think that's like a marketing point.
You think that's
not only that, outside
but
of
it
Terrence
is like
Crawford,
otherwise I don't think this fight would be happening, bro.
Okay, all right. Point taken. Just let Marky Dan get in on this. What's up, Marky?
I was just going to say, on top of the fact, I don't think that there's another fighter outside of maybe Bud Crawford around 154 that Mel can fight and earn as big a payday as he is against Canelo. So you just got the economics of it. I think that nigga Mel would have fought him no matter what.
Yeah, facts, bro. That's what I think too. Because on the Killer Plan and Canelo, you said I can beat Canelo. You said it watching on the sidelines. So he's been wanting that fight for years, even when Canelo was still at 154.
All right. But the actual thing is,
I'm smoke about Tank Davis. I think Tank should fight
Yeah, okay. So South Africa went out.
You guys Tank out. They've been calling Tank out. Those three guys, not anybody else, but those three guys been calling Tank out.
Okay, I need for you to tell me: is the beef between Devin Haney and Shakur real, or is it just smoke and mirrors trying to marinate a fight that's probably going to happen in 2026 or 2027 at welterweight? Like I've been saying.
I think it's going to happen next year at 140 when Shakur becomes a free agent.
Okay, so you think the fight's going to happen faster, and you think he becomes a free agent next year?
Yeah, his top-ranked contract is up. I don't think he's going to re-sign.
Okay. Do you think he has the team in order to get out? Okay, man, that's kind of interesting. He needs to add to his team before he is out there by himself. Is my opinion. But do you think the beef is real?
Yes, it's gotten real. Yes.
Yeah.
You think the beef is real? Wow. You think these guys? You think Shakur is this lame?
No, I
That the
think the
reason why,
beef
like,
is real.
he's gonna burn an old ass relationship over like getting a fight. Like you think that's like like he loves the Haneys.
No, my thing
Because
is,
he's
I don't
like
know. I
the
think
Haney
goddamn,
dude
Shakur
is
at a
fuck.
fuck
certain
all.
point
Now
he
you're
just
saying
got.
that he's like burning the relationship for a fight.
No, what I think is this: it's the relationship is sour until they fight. They have to fight first, bro. It's just one of them things. You know, when you grow up, you beef
No,
with
but
your friends, you
that ain't
fight,
beef.
and then it's over. You
That
gotta fight, bro.
yeah, but that's not beef then. They don't have beef then. He just want to fight. Cool.
No, they gotta fight, bro. The beef is real till they fight, bro. Then it's
And
over.
well, I mean, maybe we have different ideas about beef. Right? Maybe we missed the song. You know, like beef is when you're scared to walk the street.
I mean, for
Beef
what
is
it's
when
worth,
you roll 30
even if you
deep.
don't believe it or not, Shakur said, "When I see you, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you believe him?
So, I mean, that sounds like beef to me.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Do you believe him?
No. I mean,
Correct.
you
That's what
weren't
I'm
willing to
saying.
fight that
I
man
don't
for
believe him.
$8 million. You're not gonna fight him for nothing.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
No, correct. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it sounds good on the internet.
Yeah, but I think when words are exchanged like that, like the relationship is soured for the time being. Like I'm not gonna say, oh, these niggas just playing games. No,
No,
they're
I'm
going back
asking
and
if the
forth
beef
on the
real.
shit.
I'm talking about beef. I'm not saying yeah, okay. If you say I'm gonna the next time I see you need to get security and all this shit, but that's not gonna happen. How are you not playing?
I'm not saying he's not playing because the way Bill laid it out when that
Okay,
video
great.
dropped, he
Do
said,
you think Devin Haney needs security now
"Okay,
because
Jesus,
Shakur is
fucking,
lame?
I can't fucking talk. I'm just gonna let you run with the narrative. Fuck it, bro."
No, I mean I'm trying to get because I'm trying to get to a thing. You've already made your claim. You don't have to keep remaking your claim every time you tell me. I got your claim. I'm trying to understand really if you think it's beef or not. Like because what you're describing, you're saying beef, but then you're describing something that's not beef.
Okay, if I can get through my whole thought without you interrupting, the way Bill laid it out, bro, he said Jay Prince called him when this video dropped, like this was some years ago, and he said, "We're not gonna let it get to the streets. We're gonna let it, stay boxing, but you know what it is over here, like some shit like that." So, I think the beef between them can get real, and it could probably get serious if shit gets out of hand, bro. Like, it is what it is.
Okay, now it sounds like you're saying it could be real. It could get real, but is that means it's not currently real?
No, what I'm saying
That's
is
like you
it
saying.
could.
Like you keep double talking. Like
Okay.
like I don't understand English, bro. Like
No,
either it's
what I'm
beef or it's
saying.
not beef. Not it could become beef. Not that like it's going to be beef until they fight. Like that's not beef, bro.
Well, that is beef. What do you mean, bro?
That ain't okay. But he said that if you show like you need to get extra security because if I see you, it's going down on site. Do you think that's actually true?
Remains to be seen. Let's see
Yeah,
when
no,
they
I'm
get face
asking. Do
to
you think it's
face.
true? I didn't ask if
I don't. I
you're.
don't know.
Okay, now listen. I
Until I
understand.
have evidence otherwise, I have to say yes because that's what he
Okay,
said, bro.
great. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yes. Cool. Yes, you think that Shakur is looking for Devin on the streets, and if it gets on site, if it goes down, great. You think Shakur is this lame? Got it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's out of realm of possibility if
I
they
didn't
pull
talk
up
about
on each
realm of
other.
possibilities. A lot of shit's a
Oh
realm of
shit,
possibility.
here
I'm
we
asking
go.
if you
Can
think
talk to
that it's
Marky?
going
Fuck
to
it,
be
I'll
a
just
thing.
go on mute, bro. Talk to Marky.
Bro, I asked you a question. You've already answered my question, and now you're backsliding off of another thing. And I'm trying to go like a million rounds about like this. You said, yeah, I think it's that Shakur is serious, and if he sees Devin, it's going to go down on site. That means you think this beef is real, the way that they're talking about it. That's fine. And you also, in my opinion, think that Shakur is lame as fuck. I mean, if you want to argue the lame as fuck part, then well, okay, we can argue that part. But the whether or not you think the beef is real, well, that's dead. I got it. You think it's real.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't buying into it.
Yeah, I don't
I
think it's
just
real
ain't
at
been
all.
giving these two. I just ain't been giving these two little niggas my energy. Smoke.
Yeah,
It's like I just leave them over there to talk and feud and cuss each other out on Twitter. It's just a waste of time.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like it is the lame. Listen, if he's sincere, I guess you can at least give him points for being sincere, but then you have to double down on the points of him being a lame. I'm hoping that it's fake. Actually, that's what it is. I'm hoping that the whole thing is fake, and it's just a really bad way to sell a fight. If this dude is actually serious, then I got to kind of actually be out of the Shakur business, because Shakur is a fuck up waiting to happen. He's a walking fuck up.
Shakur is serious smoke.
I know that means
No, that nigga is serious, and
then
you
I got to
see
get
him
out of the Shakur
talking
business.
shit to
Shakur is
Kambosos, Lomachenko, and yeah, and I'm saying he's talking shit to everybody.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I
He's
don't know.
talking
He
shit.
has it in his head that he believes he's a boogeyman, and so he wants that to be
Hold
his
up a second.
persona. But
He's not
I ain't
talking about
buying
this.
it.
He's not talking about walking up on people on the street and slapping them. So he's only Devin Haney he talking about. He's the only person who said you got to get increased security and fuck your dad and all this other stuff.
Nah, but you know everybody is ducking him to that nigga. Everybody's ducking, and I get there was a couple dudes that ducked him, but Kambosos, Lomachenko, Devin Haney, basic, yeah, them three niggas. I don't think none of them dudes ducked them.
I don't think anybody's ever.
They just had different plans for their business.
Let's put it like this. I think he has a better argument for Lomachenko ducking him than anybody else. Everyone who said he ever ducked him, Lomachenko is like really the only guy he has a legitimate fucking thing with.
Yeah.
Because like Isaac
Yeah,
Cruz,
those guys, they came right on the open and said, we're not fighting them.
Yeah, Isaac Cruz has been looking for the Tank rematch since before Shakur was in his division. He said him sitting around saying, yeah, I'm not about to fuck up my payday, getting my ass whooped for peanuts from Shakur. You can call that a duck if you want, but he's fighting Tank Davis, so he's ducking Shakur to fight Tank. Like, okay, whatever. You can work out the logic of that if you want. Yeah, Zepeda, man, nobody's going to Top Rank for fucking peanuts. Zepeda got his own deal with his own. They're building him up the Golden Boy's going to build him up the way they built him up. Yeah, Dev sent to a contract. Kambosos, I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Kambosos fight. I think that was just an immediate thing. Like, he just had a fight. I guess he could fight Shakur next. That's cool. Yeah, I just don't know what's going on with Kambosos. But the Loma fight, they're on the same promotional company. The fight's ordered. It's a championship fight. Why not take the fight? That one, I get you. But he ain't calling Lomachenko. He ain't saying it's on site when it comes to Lomachenko, right?
I don't know. I don't want to say the self-hatred word, but shit, it could be that smoke.
I mean, also he knows that. I mean, maybe it could be that. Listen, I think. All right, so, and this is a sad thing to say. If what you're saying is true, that Shakur Stevenson is an ungrateful, jealous child, and he's a walking fuck up. And I hate to put that jacket on him, but if I go with if he's real about this, because I'm not mad at Phantom. Like, I'm not saying that Phantom is wrong. I'm just saying if Phantom is correct, then I got to reevaluate how I actually look at Shakur. I'm hoping he's just fucking selling the fight.
Yeah, I ain't been fucking with Shakur for a minute. I done already dropped his ass. I appreciate the skills, but the human being, I ain't too sure about.
Right? I wonder if we can get Phantom out of his if we can coax him out of his shell.
You can hear me, Smoke?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. You said you've been out on him already. You're out on the person. You like the fighter, you're out on the person. I try not to throw the youth away like this. But my man is he's doing a lot. He's doing a whole bunch. And he's doing a whole bunch of like just stuff that I just expected more. I'm actually a little shocked.
I don't mind if a young fighter talks his shit, but I just don't like when it's not genuine. Like all this shit you got for Dev and Lomachenko and Kambosos, I just don't believe. No. I fully believe he will whoop Kambosos' ass. But for Dev, I don't believe it. I don't buy it.
So I don't know if you heard this, but I've probably listened to dudes video like maybe one of his streams and maybe one video in my whole life. But like Champ side, I went over there and I checked out one of his vids, and he had a interview that he did with Shakur Stevenson. I want to say in 2019 or 2018 or 2019, around there. And he asked Shakur about Devin Haney when the first time he sparred, and he said the first time they sparred, he must have been like maybe 14 years old and Dev was 13. And after the sparring session, Bill gave him $100, and that $100 meant everything to him. That's out of Shakur's own mouth. And then he said they took me around and showed me sparring. He said that he stayed at Dev's house, at Bill's house, and when he was 15, spent the night over there to get some work in. And he said he couldn't believe how they were living. It was all nice and all of a sudden, from the trenches, he just couldn't believe it, right? So this is basically that, like, these guys, when nobody knew who the fuck he was, were paying him to spar. When nobody was paying him to do anything, like he was getting $100 and like he did, like that. He said it meant everything. Like word for that was him. That's quoting him. The Haneys have been excellent to this fucking kid, and this is how you repay him because you want to fight. Really? This is some work.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
It's ways to get a fight done, man, without all this bullshit, Smoke.
Say again?
No, I was saying it's ways to get a fight done without all this bullshit and the disrespect that we see in the public. Like, look at Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. Like, why y'all the niggas can't take from their example? They were like they showed like when they came to that press conference and that weigh-in, it wasn't no like. I mean, yeah, with Bomac and the trainers, there was disrespect, but between the fighters, it was just confidence and intensity. It wasn't no disrespect. Your mama's a bitch or this and that.
Even in the build-up, even in all of the build-up, there was no real personal attacks. There was really no real, like, it was always about the opportunity and making the fight and all that stuff. It was never like it's on site and all this stuff. Like, none of that. As a matter of fact, the only animosity that they encouraged was between the fan bases. They tried to fan those divisions, and I didn't particularly appreciate that either, but they were never trying to, like, go at each other personally.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Whenever they fight, that's when I'll get them my energy. But till then, I just ain't gonna give too many fucks. Like all this Twitter feuding and shit, it just ain't for me. Let's talk about a real fight that's coming up. What the fuck we got going on, Smoke?
Well, real fights, unfortunately, are a bunch of rematches. Until we get, there's a couple. We got Sonny Edwards and Bam Rodriguez. Pretty good fight. We got Chris Eubank Jr. and Liam Smith.
Great fight.
Hey, do you think that's a great fight? I think it's a rematch about a fight that nobody wanted.
Nah, I think that Eubank, at this point, he got a glass chin.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he just gonna get stomped out.
Listen, we can do what is the worst rematches, right? Let's do a little bit of worst rematch thing. All right, here are the contenders. We got Frank Warren trying to get a rematch with Usyk for Daniel Dubois. We got Caleb Plant saying he's close to getting a deal done with Canelo Alvarez. We got Spence activating his rematch. And then we have the fight that's already signed. It's happening tomorrow. Eubank Jr. and Liam Smith. I might be leaving one of these fucking things out.
Out of those, shit. What's the worst out of those? It's gotta be Caleb Plant. I don't want to see that shit.
Right?
Like, why not fight Benavidez if you're gonna fight Caleb Plant?
Yeah. Yeah. Fights that are
Yeah, man, that's trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's Charlo, it's Bam, Edwards, and then there's another one. I was just chopping this up with Johnny Boy. It's like escaping me right now. I wasn't that interested in it, but it's an okay fight. Fuck, I can't even remember what it is now though. What division it's in or anything.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is Andy Ruiz at this point? Is he completely irrelevant?
And no.
Cause I talk no, but I'm just saying I talk to a lot of people on these platforms, and I could honestly say I've never really had a discussion about Andy Ruiz with no Mexican fans, nobody. Like nobody just gives a fuck about him. He's just out there, and nobody really cares to watch him fight. Like ain't nobody looking for an Andy Ruiz matchup against this fighter or that fighter. Nobody just cares.
Hello.
And then I seen
hello
about Deontay Wilder being a pussy. Oh, what's up, Brandon?
Wait a minute. Deontay Wilder's a pussy now? How's that?
Yeah, he called Wilder, or excuse me, a P word for not taking the fight.
Wait a minute. Andy Ruiz called.
But yeah,
Andy Ruiz called Wilder P.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm not doing this P. Like he called him fucking pussy for that. I can't do that.
Yes, he called him a pussy.
Like I'm not 17 years old. Whatever. Shit, my kids are not 17 years old. All my fucking my youngest is about to be in the fucking bar in a minute. Like I'm good.
There's my dog.
Yeah, I know. I got a nephew on the spectrum though, Q. So I try to be respectful whenever they ask me of things.
Yo, yeah. I'm not mad at it. I'm not. I get the whole thing, but yeah.
GT.
Something is the cruel and harsh world out here, and I don't have enough experience censoring myself in this manner. So,
GT.
Yeah. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
Yeah, you're awesome, GT.
Well, thanks.
I show you off my dog, by the way.
Every time you say that to me, it gives me the.
I showed you my dog, by the way.
What'd you say?
I showed you off my dog, Spunky.
Oh, okay. You sent me off my. You did what with your dog? What?
My dog, Spunky. Yeah,
what about him?
We can have a Bugs Bunny
dog.
stream.
Your dog's name is Buggy?
Sunday.
Oh, okay, cool.
Monkey Day 1, 2, 3. Nice to meet you.
I gotta say, normally I'm not that susceptible to flattery, but yeah, for some reason, it works out. It works out for you, Brandon. Usually I'm suspicious of people trying to butter me up, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, I appreciate it. I appreciate you telling me I'm awesome. It makes me feel good, actually. But we're gonna get back to this boxing stuff.
Let's get Destiny and Brandon on.
Came here to see me 1, 2, 3.
I know you're trying to take. I know you're over here to take over my stream and make it all about you. I know how you rock. But
yes.
I'll entertain it for a second. Let's do it. What's up, Brandon?
Yeah, I changed our stream to Monday, by the way.
Okay, cool. I'll see you on Monday.
You call my name, Brandon?
Yes.
What's up, Brandon?
You're a decent user.
I'm a decent user. I'm not an awesome user, Brandon. Yeah.
And where did the Phantom go?
The Phantom right now.
I don't know. He's a Phantom.
The Phantom
he disappears.
Exasperated with me because I keep cutting him off. He's trying to, and I don't know.
Yeah, you're awesome, GT. I send my friends pictures on my email.
You're we're holding this your awesome stuff, huh? Listen, man. We're gonna talk about boxing, Brendan. We're not gonna talk about your dog. We're not gonna talk about Looney Tunes. We're not gonna talk about your sub count. We're not gonna talk about anything but boxing. You hear me?
Bugs Bunny? Why Bugs was?
Yeah, we talking, but Brandon, we talking about violence today. Talk about some violent Looney Tune episodes about Bugs Bunny tying somebody's wife up and beating the shit out of them. Talk about that.
Since 11. And I'm doing videotape.
What you say, Brandon?
Videotape stream Saturday morning, watching Saturday morning cartoons. Used to watch a long time ago.
You're right. Actually, Brandon is sounding bully. Okay, I think Brandon thinks that. Brandon, do you think we're soft? Is that what's happening? You think
I
you
did
just
give
run
you
up on our stream and just start talking about Looney Tunes?
Who
Is
did
that what's happening? Are you trying to bully me right now, Brandon?
Who showed up?
Huh? What happened? Oh, your audio's going in and out.
A new user.
No, hey man, I appreciate that. I appreciate being a good user. I wanted to tell you that you're a good user too. So stop hijacking my stream and start talking about other stuff.
Yeah, bro.
Because I love having you around.
Brandon,
the bullying us into
boxing,
into like censoring our language and then always talk about cartoons and stuff. Like, yo, what's happening?
Brandon, you ever watch any boxing cartoons, man? Like it's an anime. Me and my like what?
Yep, mainly some Looney Tunes boxing ones.
Oh, that's cool. Like who?
That's my featured video.
Yeah, that's what's up, Brandon. But yeah, it's some great boxing cartoons and animes out there. Like me and my dad used to watch Hajime no Ippo. Crazy fucking anime series.
The new user is the David Tensing.
What's up, Brandon?
All right. Enough with humoring Brandon, trying to turn my stream into a cartoon stream. Brandon, this is a boxing channel.
What's the difference between boxing and wrestling? My dad watches wrestling.
Oh, the difference between boxing and wrestling.
Well, the difference is in boxing you strike with fists.
Yeah, it's not hold and locks and you like using your guys' leverage against you. You can do some of that in the clinches.
Yeah.
But mostly you don't punch at all in boxing. And
GB user was serve eventually causing
punching is illegal.
And in wrestling,
just so you understand, punching is illegal.
And in wrestling, you could pick up motherfuckers and slam them on their heads, Brandon.
Right. So punching is illegal in wrestling, and wrestling is illegal in boxing.
Fact. That's the difference.
Is wrestling technically illegal in boxing, Smoke?
Say again?
I mean,
it used to be a mixed martial arts thing, and boxing included wrestling and kicking and all this other stuff. Like when the Greeks did it, how the Greeks did it, but then the way the Brits did it was a little bit different. The way the West Africans and the Egyptians did it was different. But yeah, the way the Greeks did it, it was like a mixed martial arts kind of thing.
I saw that fight with Muhammad Ali.
They would have different kinds of things. They would have events where it was like boxing and wrestling. And then they'd have a different event where it's boxing, wrestling, and kicking at the same time.
Hey, Smoke. What about Muhammad Ali?
Back. He's a great wrestler. Great boxer and wrestler.
I saw that fight of his, when you fought the kickboxing.
You saw the what?
I saw the kickboxing fight of Muhammad Ali in the boxing ring.
Oh, that wasn't really. It was the wrestler.
No, you mean the wrestler?
That was the wrestler guy. Yeah, he was a wrestler that was kicking Muhammad Ali's leg.
Yep, I did stream.
Yeah, that was one of those spectacles, man. People like to give today's boxers a lot of shit for the spectacles we got now, like with Fury and Ngannou. But Ali back in the day, he was doing different crossover shit.
Yeah,
that shit bombed. It was terrible.
You know what didn't bomb though? His fake.
Them niggas was in there saying fuck Ali.
The fake fight he had with Rocky Marciano, that didn't bomb. That did really well at the box.
David does not box in the best.
Oh no, I'm sure the entire country watched that shit.
Yeah, Bugs Bunny as a boxer. Bugs Bunny was a wrestler. He did the Crusher, right? He went up against the Crusher. The Crusher killed Nature Boy. I remember that one. But yeah, this is not wrestling. This is boxing. I don't remember Bugs Bunny boxing. Popeye boxed.
Yes, I did upload that cartoon on my channel.
Yeah, I don't know if Bugs Bunny boxed. But Brendan, we're getting back to boxing. And is Phantom still here? Can I coax him out of his shell? Or did he leave altogether? Man, did I run Phantom off the panel? Damn Phantom. You have to get go.
Hey, Smoke. What did you say about when I mentioned Tank and Gary Russell? Because I had to leave.
What did I think of Tank Gary Russell? I don't think Gary Russell can beat Tank.
But
You talking about big Russell or little Russell?
I say both, bro, because they both been calling Tank out. I said them two guys been calling Tank out.
Yeah, I think Tank would absolutely obliterate Big Gary, and I'm talking about Gary Russell Jr. Now, Antoine, I like that fight. I want to see that shit.
Too. Yeah. That's a great matchup because they both got power. They both can crack, though. I think it's 17.
Yeah, man, and
I think it's 17
and
and 0.
if they had it,
the small one. 17 and 0, 17 knockouts, right? Antoine Russell.
Yep, they're a stream of 3 different users. You, Dana, and Pops.
That would be a crazy fight.
Yeah, especially if they have it in the DMV, in Baltimore or in DC. Man, they're gonna have some wars that night. They're gonna have some killing in the streets that night. I know that shit.
I just watched Gary Russell Jr. saying that Tank has a chance against Bud Crawford, but he believes he can beat Tank though. That's crazy, bro.
And the rest of the it's all about boxing.
I think look, Tank got a chance with anybody, but that's just it, a chance. That's all he got against Crawford.
Yeah. I understand, but in terms of Gary Russell Jr., you can't say that Tank has a chance with Crawford, but you can beat Tank though.
Why you think Tank came out and said I was just playing?
Now I understand that. I'm talking about Gary Russell Jr. in terms of the matchup. Like they said, I understand Tank said he was joking because he's not playing a move up to 147 right now. So, and it's a high risk for him. Look, and I believe Tank would rather fight Bud at 140 because he's also kind of an A side. He doesn't have to move all the way up to Bud. He gotta meet up halfway.
You get pregnant since the last fucking live stream? What's going on? Is that the way the fabric is on that shirt? When's the baby due?
Who you talking to, Smoke? You talking to Sheldon?
Yeah,
talking
Mr.
to Sheldon.
Moore. What's going on? Inquiring Wise want to know. Are you something like medical
what's
miracle?
good, OG? What's good, Shelton, OG?
I guess you can't hear right now. Never mind.
Yeah, he probably can't hear us. But I'm just saying, like, Gary Russell Jr., like, that's crazy. You can't say Tank Davis has a chance of beating Bud Crawford, but you can beat Tank Davis. There's no way.
Wait, say that again?
I think he just wants a payday because he deserves that, though. But I don't know, bro.
Who are you talking about? Bud Crawford or Tank? Or Gary Russell? Who are you talking about, David?
I'm talking about Gary Russell Jr. What he had to say in terms of Tank versus Bud Crawford. You know?
Oh, yeah, of course. He just wants the payday. That nigga career is over.
Damn inactive.
Yeah.
For this to even.
He fucking said that his little brother can beat Bud too if he have to move up. I mean, I understand he's supporting his brother, but come on, bro.
Yeah, he's supposed to say that shit, bro.
Yeah,
he's his trainer.
So okay, I understand that. I'll let that slide. But yeah, his brother can crack. So him and Tank will be like one of Tank's really toughest fight because Tank hasn't fought a slick fighter before. So I think when Tank fights a slick black fighter, he will get more credit than what he is right now. Because as a Tank fan, Antoine is Mexican. I'd rather see Tank fight a black fighter next, bro.
I don't think Antoine is really that slick though. I think he's a like excellent inside fighter, but slick. I don't think he's really that good at fighting out at long range, David.
I mean, he's
like getting close.
I think Gary Russell Jr. is more slick than his little brother. Yeah, he kind of is, but his brother can't move his head too.
And
he's a
and who knows? Maybe they working on it because he's a young dude.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Like I'd rather see that fight instead of People Cruz, bro. I'd rather see that fight instead of People Cruz. Because we know that Tank.
I'd rather see Tank fight anybody besides Pitbull fucking Cruz.
Tank came into that People Cruz fight already kind of injured, and he got worse in that fight. When he was no injury at all, he's gonna get knocked out within round 6. But People Cruz becoming wild, bro. And he got that tight guard, but I think Tank's gonna crack him this time.
Yep. That's just about how everybody feels about it. I don't see
And
that nigga Pitbull Cruz going past 10.
And yeah, as a Tank fan, I don't want to see Tank take a step backwards, bro. You just did it like a 1.2, 1.4 pay-per-view buys, and you come back down to fight Pitbull Cruz. Come on, bro. Keep that hype going up, bro.
I mean, y'all Tank fans are the fucking problem. They're gonna pay for that shit. That's the
We gotta
fucking
pay.
problem, David.
I mean, bro,
It's
come
nothing
on.
else. It don't got nothing to do with.
We know that at the end of the day we're gonna see a knockout, so that's what
It
they
don't got
want.
nothing to do with Tank or Tank management. Oh, what you say, Devin? My bad.
I'm saying, bro, like the thing is, bro, the Tank fans they own that like Tank's the face of boxing. So if Tank doesn't get supported, he'll be proven like he's not the face of boxing. So he's gonna be supported regardless wherever he fight. So yeah, that's just the way it is, bro. And people know they're gonna see knockout, so you're gonna see a knockout no matter who you fight.
They know they're gonna see knockout.
You say Smoke?
Not fighting.
You're breaking up, Smoke.
I think
what
you
say?
cut out, Smoke.
Yeah, Smoke is breaking up a little bit. Say it again, Smoke. You break up. But yeah, bro, we
shit's breaking up too.
You breaking up, Smoke? I can hear you clear, Marky. Dan, I can hear you clear. Yo. I'm just saying, Smoke.
Okay.
We're gonna get a knockout regardless. Like when it comes to Tank Davis, at least people expect that, though.
What was your question, Smoke?
You was talking about your shirt. You was talking about your shirt, Shelton.
What about my shirt? What did it say?
I know you gotta answer that. I think I was trying to crack a joke about what you
says,
were.
that's what I do. I fix stuff and I know things.
How you doing, OG?
Wow.
I'm chilling, man. I'm just chilling.
Yeah. But what you think about what we're talking about? Like, what you think about Tank versus Gary Russell Jr. or at least both of them, the brothers?
I think he beats Gary Russell Jr. I think so. I don't know though. I gotta see. And Gary Antoine is a good fight. That's a great fight.
So which one is more tough? The Antoine.
Oh, Gary Antoine definitely because he's younger.
Oh, okay, yeah. And I'm just saying that because they've been calling Tank out. I honestly nobody else calling Tank out besides Pitbull Cruz and the two brothers. So you gotta have them.
But he did. Gary Russell. That's nothing new. Gary Russell Jr. been calling Tank out.
Now Gary Russell Jr. Remember what happened? Yeah, he's been calling Tank out. He went to the Hector Garcia fight. He started fighting in the crowds and all that. So he was there, and he called Tank a bitch. So if it's not Tank and people and Russell Jr., I want to see Tank and Tio, but it's not realistic right now. But it could happen though.
It's all on Tank. Tank gotta want to do it.
It's all on Tank's team though. Yeah, I put it on Tank's team because they kind of the A side. If they can send the offer, I think most people would accept that offer, bro.
They keep talking about Cruz though, bro.
That's what Coach Kelvin wants, and Coach Kelvin has no say, bro, in terms of like it comes down to Tank. Like all comes down to Tank and Steven Espinoza.
I got another bro. They keep blowing my phone up.
And Coach Calvin says the fight is going to be bigger than what we think, and I doubt that because we already seen Tank. It might be bigger because Tank got that hype from knocking Ryan Garcia out. Maybe the Ryan Garcia casuals went to Tank fans now, so it can still remain bigger than what it was the first fight. But we know Tank was a tune-up. People could was like a tune-up fight within 2 weeks, so I understand why they did like 210 pay-per-view buys, 10K pay-per-view buys. So he can do more now because Tank is a bigger star now. But that doesn't change the fact that he's taking a step back. You know, and I think
the issue with Tank is Tank is not lobbying hard enough to get fights because Tank is comfortable and fat and has a nice little niche in the sport of boxing carved out for him. So I'm like, while I'm really impressed and I'm happy for Tank, I am not. I'm I'm exhausted by his fights. I've seen his this this thing before. It's like I don't know what is like. We had the Harlem Globetrotters growing up, and you always knew the Harlem Globetrotters was going to win, and it was always the same old tricks, right? And if you see, but the thing was, they were everywhere. They'd come to the circus, they'd come to your school, they'd have events at the thing. So I wound up seeing the Harlem Globetrotters 6 or 7 times. It took me about 3 or 4 times before I realized it was the same damn show every time, and it wasn't really anything. The first time I saw the Harlem Globetrotters, I was amazed. Second time, I was still amazed. The third time, I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this before. By the sixth, seventh time, I was like, I was talking to people, not paying attention to the show at all. And that's what Tank is for me right now. I've seen the show a bunch of times. It's a rerun.
Yeah. I think Tank's gonna start stepping it up. Smoke 2024. Like right now, he probably just trying to get in the third fight. Like he's been saying, like since January, he said he wants to fight 3 times, and he's gonna get what his goal. So by next year, I want to see Shakur, and it's gonna happen next year. I promise you that. Him and Shakur's gonna happen next year. And and Shakur already hinted us that he's gonna leave. He's gonna be out of his contract for Top Rank, and I want him to join the PBC. But he's too loyal to Bob Arum, though. But Bob Arum don't want that Tank fight. Shakur is too loyal to Bob Arum. Like he started this, so he's like, Bob Arum's been good to me and all that. And his contract is ending by next year, so he got to join the PBC.
David, let me tell you something. I see Tank Davis. I think that Tank Davis fighting Sean O'Malley is more likely than Tank Davis fighting Shakur Stevenson.
What?
I'm sorry.
Come on. Okay, I understand what you mean. You guys referring him as Ryan Garcia, like a YouTuber and all that, because he wants the money. I think Tank said the time is now, bro. I believe Tank what he said, and I'm gonna hold him accountable to his words. He said the time is now to fight the top guys, and I see a little bit effort from the Devin Haney, calling the Devin Haney thing when he was still in jail. And now, bro, next year he has no choice, bro. It's a brand new year. No more fighting Mexican fighters. Fight the black fighters now. Starting off this year, December, fight Gary. As a Tank fan, I don't want to see that, bro. We know O'Malley's gonna get knocked out. Bro.
They don't know who the fuck Tank is.
That's not the BS.
Tank is gonna do what the fuck Tank want to do.
I've heard people being able to actually predict one fight from Tank, and that was it. And like his entire career, people got the Hector Garcia fight. They're like, okay, he's gonna fight this guy. They're like, who? Why the fuck are you fighting him? Pulling up a guy from 130, and lo and behold, that's who we fought. And but outside of that, I never know who the hell Tank's gonna fight. I think now the second time is Pitbull Cruz. I saw Pitbull Cruz coming a long ways away. Really, is because
I think
Pitbull Cruz has been talking about it so hard, and Tank.
Trying to get paid.
So the way that Tank is not lobbying, right? Like Tank is not saying, I sent these guys offers. I sent them offers for like 50-50, 60-40. I don't care about the split. I'm already paid. I'm about to get my thing. I need my legacy. I need to get these guys off my back. They're too busy talking trash. Let the money be what the money. Like he's not saying these kind of shit. Instead, we get secret phone calls that networks have to tell you about that they weren't privy to. Like,
I think deep down,
compelling to me.
No, I think deep down you do believe Tank will fight Shakur. I think you do believe it, bro. Because Tank said he's not gonna retire until he fights those 2 guys, which is Devin Haney and Shakur. I'm gonna hold Tank accountable if he retires without fighting them guys. So Tank said he wants to shut them up. Tio's on that list, Omachenko's on that list, and I think Logan's gonna sign the contract. That's what Coach Calvin said too. So Tank will beat those guys, bro. Or at least he will fight them one by one. By next, bro, I promise you, in my heart, bro, that Tank will fight Shakur next year. If Shakur leaves Top Rank, which is his contract is going to end soon. If Shakur can join the PBC, he's going to become a bigger star.
David?
What's up, bro?
Is it like everybody?
No, I was just going to say I can appreciate a fan of the sport of boxing, but I just don't believe it no more with Tank. I think he's just interested in getting as much money as he can. And he's going to look to retire in a couple of years. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised he retire next year. What the fuck is he talking about?
I
Other
see what you
niggas
mean.
gonna do exactly what the fuck he
See
want.
what you mean. It's the frustration, y'all guys. I understand that. I do have it too now. He fought Ryan Garcia, and I thought he's gonna fight somebody else, but he got in jail and all that. So I'm gonna forgive him this time if he fights People Cruz. The next year, I know he's gonna fight Shakur. You gotta fight whoever Shakur.
Next year, why? I don't understand. What is the big? What about
Because,
boxing? Are these guys makes you think they're in a rush to do anything?
Yeah,
because
and
Tank can do, like you guys said, he can do what he wants now,
Yeah,
right?
these guys are not in a rush. Like I don't like the young guys. Who the hell is retiring before 30 in boxing?
Because Tank said he's not gonna reach 33 in the sport of boxing. So
Yeah,
I
but
think he
he's
can.
28. That's 5 years from now. You're saying he's gonna fight next year. Like after he fights
He's,
Shakur, who's gonna
he's
fight after
turning,
that?
yeah, he's turning
I
29.
can't. I think it was
He's
I
turning
think it was
29.
the Rolly all access smoke. I heard Tank basically say he doesn't want to be doing this for too much longer. So I
Yeah,
mean,
no, I've heard him
I
say it a
don't
bunch
know.
of times. I've heard him say that, and I've heard him say he only wants to fight two guys, but he also doesn't seem to be in a rush to fight those two guys.
On the road all access, he said Shakur's coming after him, Richardson Hitchison is coming after him. So he's like in the middle of generations. So he got to keep staying ready. That wasn't like saying he's gonna retire. He said he's gonna
Richard
retire.
Hitchens.
He
Like,
said it
what
on the
the
Hector
hell?
Garcia. He said on the Hector Garcia interview after the press conference. He said it on the Showtime interview. He said that I wanna get them guys out of there and then I'm gonna retire.
Yeah, he's just not in a hurry to do it. Next year, yeah, whatever.
I think Tank will do this because he doesn't want to reach 35 in the
I don't
sport.
say that
He
he's
said
gonna listen. There's a difference between Tank is not 30 years old yet. There's a huge difference between next year and turning 33 for Tank Davis.
but by then he's gonna be at 150, 140.
Great. That's probably where the fight's going to happen. It's probably going to happen at 147, and it will be when he's like 32 years old.
I doubt that, bro. I promise you, next year's
Why?
gonna happen. I'll be,
I'm just asking, why?
I'll be saying, hey, Smoke, I ain't going nowhere, bro. I'll be saying I told you so when it happens next year.
No, I got you. But instead of going, I told you so, and all the thing. Why don't you tell me why he needs to fight him next year?
I think for Tank Davis, it's like the sooner the better.
Okay, you think Tank is on the downslide or something? He needs to get that work in, or? Hello?
I think for Tank Davis, it's like the sooner the better, bro.
Why do you think he's gonna lose the fight? If he waits for Tank Davis if he waits for Shakur to get as popular as Ryan Garcia, does that mean that Tank Davis won't be good anymore?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like the sooner the better. He's still young right now, and
I'm
he's
not
gonna
sure
fight.
why the sooner would be better. It seems like you would want to have your dance partner build up his profile, so when you guys do fight, it's huge.
Okay, do you want that though? But you, as a fight fan,
as a fight fan, I just want a good fight. Like I don't give a shit about this.
Yeah,
I'm not an impatient person.
But at this point, Smoke, we know that the fight's gonna be big now because Tank already did numbers. So
yeah, but
everybody in the boxing
world, biggest is what they're after. Big is not what they're after. They're after the biggest.
Who else in the weight class is bigger than Shakur in the 135
division? You're talking about the weight class. Who says it's gonna happen in the weight class?
I'm just saying, like in the 135 weight class, because Tank said he's not.
Like, I'm not. What I'm saying is, why would they even need to look at that as a determining factor? Why, like, if they're gonna fight at 147 pounds, what does it matter who the fuck is at 135?
Okay, I see what you mean, bro. But I think you can fight Devin Haney in the catchweight too if you wanted to. So
I think you can fight both of these guys in 3 years at 147 pounds, and they both are bigger draws, the bigger box offices. It's not like, like their length is going to be the same.
As a Tank, I just don't like when Tank is criticized for not fighting this guy. So I'm tired of hearing that. I want Tank to prove everybody wrong.
Okay, great. So this is a you thing. This is not a Tank thing. This is a you thing.
Huh?
This is a you thing. This is not Tank. This is just about you.
No, it's not just about. Okay, kind of, bro. Because as a Tank fan, I want what's best for him. I want to gain a lot of fans by giving them the fights they want to see. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. I mean, I was that Tank fan also, but Tank has since shown me that he's not that kind of fighter. So I don't want things for Tank that Tank doesn't want for himself.
Wait, can I jump in? I've been quiet this whole time.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, it was a few things, you know what I'm saying, with the Gary Antoine. I think the fight is good till it's not. till Tank knocks him out. Like
Yeah,
I think the only thing that bothers me with Antoine, he can't get his head off the line. Tank don't knock his ass out if he leaves his head.
because we've been Tank with power punches, and I know when Tank fights a power puncher, he fights back on the back foot. So he came forward with
I
Ryan
don't.
Garcia. Ryan Garcia had only had
If
that left.
you
When you fought
if you
Rolly,
put if you
when you
if you
fought
put
Rolly,
a
huh?
if you put a disciplined boxer in front of Antoine, the fight changes completely. I don't think if you put somebody disciplined in front of him like a Shakur Stevenson or a Devin Haney, even Tank Davis, because he can turn into a boxer. So I don't think none of those fights play out well. I think it'd be a good fight, but I think he loses all three of those fights because he's an educated. I say he's a controlled Sean Porter. That's how I see it.
What do you think is gonna lose all those 3 fights?
Yeah, I think he loses all three of them. Antoine Russell. I think he give him a good fight. But all three
Oh
of those
yeah.
fights, I think he loses.
You know, I believe the only person who's a boxer that can beat Tank is Shakur, and that's the fight that I want, because I want Tank to, so that
I
I can
think Dev get him. I think Dev get
so
him.
that
I think Dev do
show
him
that all
worse.
that
I think
can
Tank
beat.
loses to all three of. I think Tank loses to Shakur and Dev at 147.
Yeah, I think, and I think the longer he waits with Dev, the worse it
Opinions.
gets.
I respect your
Like,
opinion, but I think Tank beats both of them. So
I mean,
I,
he definitely
that's why I
beats
want
Dev at 135. Like Dev can't fight at 130. You can't fight Tank at 135. Hell no.
I don't
Tank
weight
will
class to go
flatline
to.
his
I
dude at 135.
think
At
carry
140 pounds,
that
I'm not sure who's gonna win that fight at 140 because I don't know what Dev looks like at 140. But what I suspect is that the weight cut is the reason why Dev has gassed late in fights. And
yeah,
I think that's
I think that's
also what is affecting his power. If
okay.
moving up to 140 fixes his gassing late and he has more pop, then that's already a different fight for him. Like if they wait until it happens at
hey
147 when
Smoke,
Tank is an older guy and Dev is more in his prime, then Tank is not winning that fight.
hey
That's what
Smoke. I'm about to explain the scenario. Tell me
Bar-
what you think about it.
I think Barrios got more pop than Devin Haney, and Tank was still coming forward to catch him.
Yeah,
Hey
but
Smoke.
Mario Barnes doesn't have Devin Haney's feet. He just stands there and throws a lot of shots, which is the guy that's what he wants.
Okay.
That's what Tank wants.
Loma was way older than Tank Davis, and he still catched Devin Haney, made him stumble. So
What?
what you gonna think about
He
Tank
did
Davis?
not make him stumble. He
No,
did not make him stumble. He
Tank's
never made him
listen, I don't
stumble.
know. I don't
in
know
my
that you can't
He
drop
never
Devin
made him
Haney.
stumble.
Tank might be able to drop Devin Haney if he gets up. That doesn't mean he's gonna win the fight. Like,
but Tank's a great finisher though.
yeah, he can be a great finisher. He can finish all he wants to. Listen,
Is
Ryan
he gonna
Garcia
get the
quit.
chance?
Just so we get it straight, Ryan Garcia quit. Tank didn't
Yes.
finish him.
Tank can make you quit. That's the point, Brick.
I
Somebody
mean, Tank.
quit. That's the
I got you.
He made a
I mean,
business decision.
if you say he could have a tough camp, be injured, and then come in the fight injured, and then Tank can find that injury. Okay, sure, but that can happen to anyone. That's not some special power Tank has. Tank does have special power, but I'm just saying it's not like guys haven't gotten up.
like okay, for example,
You guys,
Barrios.
wait, one second,
But
because I've been letting y'all talk. One second, I've been letting y'all talk.
if you don't,
Hey, Jonathan, your audio is a little bit crazy. I don't know if you're in the bathroom or the kitchen or something, but you got like a crazy echo and your volume's kind of low.
yeah. Here's an example. Smoke. Mario Bros got trouble with the bottle shot, and he got up. Right, he's got more heart than Ryan Garcia, and the referee had to stop it. Then if he doesn't quit, the referee was gonna stop it because Tank's a great finisher.
Bro, I understand. Bro, okay, he didn't finish Pitbull Cruz, and literally, like Gamboa,
He didn't even drop it.
Gamboa
That's
also
the point.
I'm not done, bro. Gamboa could have went all 12 also.
Could have, bro. Keyword could have, but he
Yeah, he
didn't.
could have. The ref stepped in and stopped the fight that was going 12 in the 12th round.
That's the point. So you tell me Sean Porter could have if the referee, if this father
I
didn't
I didn't say that Sean Porter could have. I'm talking about Tank, bro. I'm not talking about every single person who ever fought
many times
or
did
any other situation.
But Gamboa got dropped 3 times though.
He got dropped. I got it. He got dropped. He kept getting up.
And then the referee had to step in.
Now the referee didn't have to step in. The referee did step in. He didn't have to though.
What do you mean he didn't? Because Tank gave him the clear uppercut.
Yeah, okay, I know he gave him a clear uppercut. But Gamboa got up just like the other time.
Okay. What about
fight,
Spence with his property? The referee have to stop.
The referee did not have to stop it. I just keep saying that. Like we can just keep reiterating. The ref didn't have to stop the Pitbull Cruz fight. Oh, did I miss? I don't know if Dave's still there. I don't know what happened. Maybe his audio's out. Anyway, this is what happens. I
Hey,
feel like
Smoke.
you can't really talk about Devin and Shakur these days. The Tank fans, they need all of the attention on Tank. Anyway, what's up, Jonathan? What you got going on?
Hey, Smoke.
What's up, man?
What do you think? I'm about to tell you this. Before I ask you this, have you seen the Creed movie, the last
one? The one from the Harder They Fall guy, the one from Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I think so. He had the deaf daughter and the homie that like they supposedly grew up with. This movie was fucking confusing as hell to me. But yeah, I guess I saw it. Sure. I don't feel like I know what was going on in the movie for real, but yeah. Let's say for a second, yeah. Let's say I saw it. What's up?
won the championship, right?
Oh, your audio went out. What'd you say?
I said, do you remember when his friend won the championship and he didn't want him to win it, right?
When his friend won the championship? Oh yeah. When he beat Benavidez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And he was standing on the other side of the ring, looking like, "Oh, you wasn't supposed to win that shit."
Well, right, because he was the guy's promoter.
Mm-hmm. But in that sense,
and the trainer guy, the guy that trained him, said, "Don't do it." So his whole team was like, "Nah." So he went against the whole team in order to hook up to Homeboy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Apparently, I do know about what's going on.
That scenario,
better than I thought. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, in that scenario, I think that's the same scenario with that happened in the ring with Dev. They supposed to be boys. He looking at him like he supposed to be proud of me, but you looking like I wasn't supposed to win this shit. That's how I look at that situation.
Sure, it's a little bit different because what makes
I know I'm saying what happened. I'm saying what happened with just that, like, the feeling of, you wasn't supposed to win this shit because Mama was supposed to get served up to me.
But before the fight, Shakur said Devin Haney was gonna smoke Loma. Shakur was showing some love to Devin Haney, like Haney's gonna smoke Loma until he told the fight.
He done said a lot of shit and changed up.
But he said it before the fight, like Haney's gonna smoke him, just like he said Tank's gonna smoke Ryan. Right? Shakur was so sure, bro. He said Loma's too old, man.
No, he didn't. He said he actually said if he's one of us, he will smoke him. You gotta.
You talk about Devin Haney?
You gotta put the no.
Yeah, you're right about that. You're right about that. I remember when you said.
Let me ask you a question, Smoke.
Yeah,
what type of whole ass niggas record niggas phone calls or records conversations?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, my man Shake is moving like a snake. Wait, what's that? What's that? What did R. Kelly say? Move your body like a snake, ma. My man took his shit to heart. Like, bro, you're not supposed to be doing any of this shit. You mean to tell me?
We all from the hood, Smoke. We all from the hood, man. So, that's some whole shit. You don't record niggas phone calls. That's what bitches do, man.
Okay. Hold up a second.
I don't think that's illegal, though.
Let's say we're not all from the hood. Let's just say that we're not all from the hood. But maybe we spend
some
some
of us
time
ain't.
in the hood, right? Let's say we spend some time, but I don't even think. Let me just explain. Like, nobody wants to be recorded. Like, I've hung out with the princes and the princesses of this world. Like, while they're doing the dirt, they don't want to be recorded while they're doing it. I've hung out with billionaires, 100 millionaires, millionaires.
And that's illegal too. I think Haney could.
They don't want to be recorded.
Yeah, Smoking, and he could get arrested for that. That dude who recorded that, bro. It's illegal.
Well, it depends on what. Listen, in California, you can't even do that. But they're in the public space, so I think they're outside. So there's nothing you can do about that.
They're outside, so that's not even a question. It's just the point of doing it. What type of motherfucker is you to do some old whole shit like that? Whoever you are.
The thing is, it's a betrayal, right? Like, if you were a guy that basically looked out and helped get a kid's career going when nobody gave a damn about, like when he was a child, right? Like he was talking to the big OG and he stayed at his house, fired up the sheets. Man, you had kids, you had your friends, your kids' friends out on the sleepover.
Right.
Or you
All the
had
time.
like kids go over and stay there. Like he fired up the sheet. You got to make breakfast. You're an adult and you have to play guardian to another fucking child. That's what the spot that Bill found himself in with Shakur. And then this dude came around and recorded him. Like, and then
I don't like that. I don't
weird.
like that. What happened, bro? But I feel like
weird as hell to me. Like I'm hoping that this beef is not real. I don't want to look at Shakur like this. Listen, I didn't want. Oh, fuck, dude, this goes back so far. All right, so when he lost his belt on the scale, I was like, man, that's kind of messed up. But then the way that Shakur fans started like giving him a pass for that thing, was weird to me. Right? I was just like, wow, these people, this is odd. But then he came out and said, what did he say? He said that there should be a tournament at 135 for the championship to see who gets belts. I'm like, you little sneaky motherfucker. You know full well if you had your belts, you wouldn't be calling for no fucking tournament. You would have you just would have activated your W. As a matter of fact, he wouldn't even been moving up. He would have stayed his fucking punk ass at 130 and been a goddamn. And I don't mean to call him punk ass. I'm just saying. He would have stayed
I think so too, bro.
ass.
I think so too.
Let me clean that up. He would have stayed his happy ass at 130 and be undisputed, right? Because that's what he's saying he's looking for. But instead, he lost his belt, moved up, and then started calling for a tournament. I was like, you know what? This is some bullshit. His fans are on some bullshit, and it's bad for you. Okay, so then the whole like ducking stuff. I was like, I got that part of it, telling Zepeda he's a duck, telling Pitbull Cruz he's a duck, saying everybody's a duck. Meanwhile, Jermaine Ortiz is saying, I'll fight you. I was like, okay, this is like some real bad PR. But when after the Loma fight, after Loma and Dev were fighting, and he was sitting there in the ring all by himself talking about Loma 1, I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, what is going on with this kid?
Also, Santos wants that fight, bro, with Shakur. So not everybody's ducking Shakur. So yeah, I see what you mean, bro. I agree with you. If he may wait for that fight, he would have stayed at 130 as long as he wanted to. Although he's been saying that I might move up soon and all that, but he would have stayed there.
Yeah, he was talking about becoming undisputed 130.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, he could have stayed there. So.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, everybody's a duck. He's showing up at fights. He's doing like all this weirdo shit to be like relevant.
Well, in his defense, though,
he just sounds thirsty.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest, Smoke.
Totally
let's be honest.
It is kind of thirsty.
In his defense, Cruz ducked him and Zepeda ducked him. So let's be cool. Let's be cool.
They didn't. Neither one of them ducked it. Like, listen, Zepeda. Like, I can understand. Maybe I can get behind the Zepeda duck, but not even Zepeda, because Zepeda came out and was like, "Yeah, I'll fight you." But Zepeda's under contract with Golden Boy, and they have a plan for him for the DAZN contract that Golden Boy has. Their contract for DAZN is not helped by sending Will and Zepeda to fucking Top Rank to face Shakur for nothing.
Right.
That's not a duck. That is just like they got better shit going around than sending their guys over to another network. Isaac Pitbull Cruz has been waiting for the Tank Davis rematch, and is still waiting for that. That's the thing that he's trying to he's staying ready for. Like if you think you can call Pitbull Cruz a duck for fighting Tank, then I don't know what the hell it is you mean by duck.
Nah, because People Cruz is trying to say, like, he said it himself, like, Shakur's style is bad for me. That's what People Cruz said. Because deep down he knows he cannot beat Shakur. That's what People Cruz said. And he said that, and I know that deep down he's thinking that Tank's a high risk and high reward. Shakur's a high risk, low reward. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be different if Pitbull Cruz had nobody to fight and was like looking for a fight. Then yeah, you just got to go up there and take your chance and get your ass whooped. But he got the Tank fucking fight in his back pocket. How the hell would you jeopardize a Tank fight to fight Shakur Stevenson?
And how is People Cruz a duck? How's People Cruz a duck when you was calling out Devin Haney too? Because he wanted to become a champion. Shakur's not even a champion. So how the hell People Cruz have to? Why does he have to fight you?
Yeah, I'm not. That's what I'm saying. His whole duck thing seems to be a stretch, but I'm not necessarily mad at him. Right? I'm not mad at that. Yeah. It's just that it looked weird when Jermaine Ortiz, who's on your network, was saying, "I'll fight you."
Yeah, let me ask you this. My point is, the Frank Martin fight, the Shakur and Frank Martin fight wouldn't make sense if it wasn't for the
We all
belt.
know that.
Hold on, one at a
We
time.
just
I didn't
seen.
hear Mr. Moore.
I say we all know that Pitbull Cruz ain't shit. We just seen the Hollywood dude beat shit out of him. We just saw that.
But they said the same thing with
I
Boots.
thought Pitbull Cruz won that fight. I thought it's fairly easy, but I don't think he's that good. But listen, no, this is not about whether or not Pitbull Cruz is going to win the fight. This is about which fight you'll take. If you're going to lose both of them, you might as well fight Tank, right?
Right. I agree.
Facts. Yeah. I mean, that's smart for people, Cruz. I'd rather lose to the guy that I went 12 rounds with already and couldn't knock me out. And Tank is a smaller guy. And another thing is, people Cruz can touch Tank better than he could touch Shakur. He has a higher chance of touching Tank Davis' face than you would touch Shakur's face. So I'd rather be there with Tank Davis, a shorter guy.
The other thing is, Tank Davis, for whatever reason, fighting him increases your profile. Fighting Shakur does not do shit for your profile.
That's facts. And everybody that's been knocked out by Tank.
I guess. Hold up a second. That's too harsh. That's maybe too harsh a statement. I do know who Yoshino is now because he fought him. I guess I knew who Conceição was before, but now I guess I'm a little bit more in tune to Conceição. Even though I thought. Anyway, I'm not even going to go to Conceição. Nakathila, maybe you get a bigger profile fighting him. Oscar Valdez, did Oscar Valdez get a bigger profile fighting Tank? I think he got a pretty big profile knocking out Berchelt. Did he increase?
Yeah.
With the Shakur fight, maybe. Okay, maybe you do get a bigger profile fight, Shakur. Fuck it, I'll stay wrong for that. I'm just saying that Isaac Cruz went from obscurity to pay-per-view. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. About Loma though, Lomachenko flat out Shakur because he'd rather fight Kambosos, but he's saying to Shakur that he's fighting for his country, but he's willing to fight Kambosos by the end of the year, which doesn't make sense to me. Anyone's willing to fight the rematch with Devin Haney, which I understand, but you'd rather fight Kambosos now, the guy that got beat by Devin Haney instead of fighting Shakur. I think he doesn't want to lose over and over.
Let's see. Let's go through this.
I think you flat out.
Here's a question.
What do you think about what you want to do with this chicken shit life?
Would you rather be Tank or Errol Spence right now? A guy
who
takes tough challenges or a guy who takes easy touches for money?
I'd rather be Tank. I'd rather be Tank because Errol about to get his ass whipped again.
Yeah, Gervonta Tank Davis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about Tank, being in the tank business. Like the tank business is nice as hell, but it's really hard to be in the tank business. Like the only person who got the closest to being in the tank business is Dillian White. But even Dillian White, like, I don't know. He's not. It wasn't just easy touch, tailor made for millions, like the way Tank's got it set up for him now. Then there's no damn way. Like you still got to, like. If you're gonna get in the Hall of Fame regardless, and you just get to keep, shooting cans, fuck, you might as well just do target practice all goddamn until you have to go to war, right?
Right.
I mean,
that's why he came on out and cleaned that shit up. Because he didn't want nobody calling him a duck. You know what I'm saying? So he went on and cleaned that shit up. When he was talking that bud craziness, like, yeah, man, I was just talking. It wasn't no bud. Yeah, we knew.
While people don't know that Twitter video was like a long time ago, like 5 months ago. It wasn't like after the EJ Blood fight. It wasn't after the EJ Blood fight, bro.
See, I think that you have exposed in your own desires what I think a lot is going on with a lot of Tank fans. Like Tank fans understand that he's supremely talented. But he's sort of withering on the vine when it comes to his level of competition. I think that's where this whole idea about him fighting Shakur next year comes from. Because basically, this dude has been called a duck since he was 22 years old. And he's now 28.
Since he beat Pedraza,
Right? And
Yeah,
I think that's what's fueling this whole like Shakur's fight's about to happen and all this other shit's about to happen. No, it's not. Tank don't
And
give a shit.
remember,
Smoke. I want what's best for Tank.
and remember, Floyd didn't help him none. When Floyd said, "If he keep talking shit, I'm gonna put his ass in there with Loma."
I think Floyd didn't believe in Tank to beat Loma that time. I don't think Floyd had any faith in Tank Davis to being that type of guy. So I'm glad that Tank left.
Yeah, I don't think Floyd has believed in anybody.
Floyd once said that Loma's gonna get old. Do you remember when you said that, Smoke? Floyd said Loma's gonna get old. We want to fight him when he's like 35. He's gonna be old soon. That's what Floyd said, which makes me believe as a Tank fan that Floyd ain't got no faith in Tank Davis that time. And I believe
Floyd Mayweather has an ego problem, a gigantic ego problem.
Yeah,
right?
that's why people don't like him.
Like whether you like him or dislike him, you can acknowledge that is his thing. The dude is an outrageous egomaniac. Now, I'm not trying to explain it away or like have it being justified or not. I'm just saying that is the fact of the matter. Whether or not he would have beat Loma or whatever, it did make it seem like he's a duck. But the other part of this is Tank Davis saying he never asked for big fights. So regardless of what Floyd did, regardless of who Floyd is or how Floyd is, Tank didn't do himself any favors.
Yeah, I agree with that. We didn't say that, but now he said the times now though. So that's what I believe. That's why I believe he's gonna fight Shakur next year because he said the times now. Now he left the promotion.
Tank under his own devices is not sending people offers that they can't refuse. Is not shaming them in public. He is not acting like he's hungry to get underneath the shadow of Floyd Mayweather. It seems like what Floyd did was fine, and he's totally willing to throw Floyd under the bus for easy touches while still taking those same easy touches. To wit, Pitbull Cruz was a Mayweather fight.
But it was a tune-up fight, though.
It was supposed to fight Rolly.
The real Mayweather fight was Rolly.
Caught up.
It was supposed to be Rolly because
it's supposed to be Rolly, right? It's supposed to be an easier touch, actually.
Because they both were under Mayweather promotion, and it was Tank's last fight. It was Tank. The point was it was Tank's last fight at the contract of Mayweather promotion. And Rolly is under Mayweather promotion, so you got to make that fight.
None of that absolves Tank from never asking for big fights. It certainly doesn't absolve him for not making fights when Floyd's not involved at all.
I don't think that the Ryan Garcia fight could have happened. I don't think the Ryan Garcia fight could have happened if he was still under the Floyd Mayweather promotion.
He was under the Floyd Mayweather promotion. That literally was a Floyd Mayweather promotion.
They did start negotiating when he was still under Mayweather promotion, but it didn't come to fruition. So now he left Mayweather promotion.
The reason why that fight came to fruition was because of Ryan Garcia, not because of.
Yeah, that's why I was going, because when a fighter wants something, he's gonna go behind the promoter.
You're trying to give Tank credit for something that is all the credit goes to Ryan Garcia.
Not necessarily, because Tank set the offer though.
No, he sent an offer. Okay, first off, the offer that was sent, Oscar didn't even want to entertain it. Right? Yeah. So Ryan Garcia, regardless of sending an offer, like Oscar didn't want to have that fight. The offer that was sent, Ryan didn't want that fight. Like Ryan wanted to fight at 140 pounds. The fight that happened wasn't the fight that Ryan wanted. It was the fight that Tank wanted.
No, he signed the contract though.
He did sign the contract. He signed a contract that agreed to Tank's stipulations.
So he believed he has a chance of winning. So he signed the contract.
Trying to say, like, why are you trying to give Tank? You're giving Tank credit for Ryan Garcia's work. That's what I'm saying. You're giving Tank credit for shit that, like, Ryan Garcia.
So, okay. I'm asking a real question.
He had to fight. He had to sign that fight despite his own desires because of what Tank wanted and because of what Oscar wanted. All the credit for that fight happening should really be on Ryan Garcia.
So so you're saying that Tank doesn't deserve credit for that fight?
He deserves some credit. I mean, the credit, the lion's share of the credit should be in Ryan's thing. Like I don't know how you give somebody credit for. I mean, listen, he said 50-50, so that was cool. 50-50 of the pay-per-view. But what's up with catch weights and rehydration clauses? How am I supposed to give Tank credit?
Okay. The catchweight, Tank did Ryan Garcia a favor because Tank said, I'm fighting 135.
No, I'm just saying, how do I give Tank credit for that?
Because Tank did a catchweight
of how it happened or why it happened. I'm asking how do you give somebody credit for it happening?
Because Tank will try to meet Ryan Garcia halfway. That's why he made the
halfway. Like, it's like here's the thing. So here's the thing. Halfway would have been 138 pounds.
Okay. Nah, that's not halfway. That's more close to 140.
That's more close to 136 pounds halfway?
137 at least.
137 and a half, I guess. But there was at 136. So, and this is Tank's. Listen, my question to you isn't this. Isn't like tell me a bunch of facts that don't have shit to do with my question. My question is, how do you give somebody credit for demanding a catch weight and a rehydration clause?
Because he's the A side, bro. He gave us the fight.
That's fine. He sent the offer, though. How he had the power to do it. Answer the question about credit.
Because he didn't duck Ryan Garcia. He could have been a duck,
how do you give him credit for? Again, how do you give him credit? The reason why he didn't duck him was because Ryan agreed to 136 pounds and a rehydration clause. How do you give Tank credit for that shit?
Okay, so you are gonna give Shakur credit for accepting 25% instead of Devin Haney?
Am I gonna give Shakur credit for a fight that he turned down?
It sounds like you guys give Haney more credit for sending the offer, though.
Okay, first off, Shakur did. Tell me which fight Shakur said they needed a catch weight for or a rehydration clause. That we should be not giving him credit.
Besides the catch weight, bro, he did the catch weight because Ryan didn't want to fight at 135.
Again, I'm not asking why he did a catch weight. I'm talking about the credit after you've already done it.
Tank wanted to fight 135, bro. Ryan Garcia said no. Let's do a catch weight.
He's not at 135. I got you. He's not at 135. The fight didn't happen at 135.
Yeah. And okay, let me ask you this though. Ryan Garcia's last fight before that Tank fight was like 138 though, wasn't it? 138 to 139, wasn't it 140? His last fight before the Tank fight.
Okay.
So Ryan Garcia.
Okay. Here's. Let me make it simple for you. If Tank had fought Ryan at 140 pounds, I would give Tank credit for the fight. But since he didn't fight Ryan at 140 pounds, I'm not giving him credit for making the fight.
So at some point, the fighters have to come together and agree, right?
I got it. It does have to come together. The reason why it came together is because Ryan capitulated to Tank's demand. So Ryan gets the credit.
Okay, let me ask you this question then. Who gets the credit for making the EJ and Blood fight then?
They both get the credit. I mean, I think EJ gets a little bit more credit. I think EJ gets more credit because EJ is the one who came off 50%, gave him 50% when he didn't have to.
And agreed to the flip coin.
Yeah,
everything
exactly.
else that Bud demanded.
EJ did more to make that fight than Bud.
Okay.
Hold on,
agree with you now. I see what you mean.
Hold on, David. You said the flip coin. Did the coin flip even matter?
That's my point.
The fact that he capitulated to it, like, if it didn't matter, why ask for it?
Bud did ask for it because he believed it was a bigger fight.
No, I'm talking about in Errol's case. It didn't really matter what happened that night. He wasn't going to win anyway.
Well, no, but we're just talking about making the fight, not the outcome of the fight. But we're just talking about the making of the fight.
None of that shit is important. I mean, coin flips.
We're just talking about guys coming up with crazy ass demands, and you have to capitulate to make the fight.
You can't say Shelton doesn't matter, Shelton, because EJ had more belts than Bud, and he's the bigger draw. He's supposed to walk out last.
EJ got his ass whooped, so none of that matters.
So what? So what? Tank Davis can walk out last. So what, bro? Tank Davis can walk out last when he fights the Shakur.
I don't understand why it's so hard.
Okay. I want to make this point to Sheldon. Tank Davis can walk out last against Shakur, and still Shakur could outbox him and win the fight, but Tank walk out last. So it doesn't make any sense, bro. Tank's the A side at the end of the day, bro. Regardless, bro.
Nobody gives a fuck about A sides and B sides. We give a fuck about who wins the fight.
The fighters do. The fighters do, bro. The fighters do, bro. You gotta walk out last if you're the bigger guy, bro.
That's on them. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I want to see you fight.
I'm just saying that he deserves more credit for even agreeing to that because Bud demanded that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when you go around giving guys credit to make fights, you can't give a guy credit.
You have to agree to it. He could have said no fight. Yeah, he could have said no fight. He could have did that too.
Yeah, exactly.
So he was going to be a dog then.
We're not talking about who won the fight and none of that shit. This dude is trying to give credit to the Tank for Ryan Garcia agreeing to a whole bunch of bullshit. Like, fuck.
Nah, okay. If you're talking about catchweight, why don't you say the same thing about Canelo then? The king of catchweight. Canelo does it
Let me
all the
ask you
time,
this.
bro.
Let me ask you this.
Rehydration clauses.
Let me ask you this,
Canelo has
David.
like 5
David,
rehydration
slow
clauses
down.
in his
Slow
last
down,
5
David.
fights.
Slow down, David. Slow down, David.
Canelo.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever give Ryan Garcia a chance to win that fight?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what's
Absolutely
the
not.
point? So what's the point? No matter what he agreed
What do
to,
you mean?
he wasn't
Okay,
gonna win
okay.
anyway.
Why the okay? It's not about me. It's not about me. There were a lot of Ryan Garcia fans who gave Ryan Garcia a chance. That's why the fight was bigger.
The fight was
That's why
bigger
the
because
fight.
Ryan got a hell of a fan base. That's the
The fight of
facts.
Tank.
If we don't,
The
even
fight
if
of
we don't
Tank
want to admit
Ryan.
it, if we don't want to admit it, those are the facts. Ryan Garcia has a hell of a fan base. Those are the facts.
And his fan base actually believes you're gonna knock out Tank with the left hook, right? That's why the fight was bigger. That's why the fight was bigger than the Terrence Crawford and the EJ fight, because he has a lot of casual fans who rely on their left hook, but the real boxing fans knew Tank was gonna outboxing. So that's the point, Shelton. That's why the fight was bigger. So yeah, but didn't deserve the flip coin. It was unnecessarily, and it was petty.
There's also the fact that there was 2 networks pushing a fight versus 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
There's a whole bunch of shit on there. I don't know why we just go to like Ryan's popularity as if Ryan was some big box office draw.
He is.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking about
I mean,
I'm talking about compared to Tank. In comparison, I mean not comparison to like.
Look. I'm just looking at.
Ryan Garcia can do.
I'm going with your logic, Smoke. I'm looking with the bare. I'm looking at the brass tacks. The brass tacks is this. Tank Davis never did over 300,000 pay-per-views before Ryan. With Ryan, he did 1.2 million. Now, you can't sit up here and tell me that was all Tank.
I can't. I'm not saying it's all Tank. I am saying that part of it has to do with Ryan Garcia, but part of it has to do with the fact that the zone, it was 2 networks boosting his fight,
Right.
not 1.
Exactly.
Very good
That's
point.
it.
Very good point.
Like, Ryan is cool, but Ryan did 0 pay-per-views before and is probably doing 0 pay-per-views after. Like,
and in his first
maybe Rolly, like, the Rolly fight, that's probably a pay-per-view. Because they can like talk their way to a thing, but like after,
it's a Rolly fight. How much does a Rolly fight do? 100, 200? What does it do? Nothing.
Something like that.
Rolly ain't gonna be on pay-per-view, man.
Rolly and Ryan Garcia might.
It might, because Rolly can sell a fight. You gotta get that to Rolly.
You can't outside of Devin Haney and Rolly Romero, who the fuck is Ryan Garcia about to do pay-per-view with?
You can do pay-per-views with Devin.
He can fight Teofimo Lopez.
That's what I said. Devin and Rolly. That's what I said. Devin and Rolly. Outside of those 2 guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think Rolly, but I'll give benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I'm just giving like guys who are even in the ballpark. I don't even think Regis is a pay-per-view. I mean, I guess his fight was on fight night or whatever the hell that thing is. I actually paid for that fight too, like weirdly. But anyway,
I went to it.
Oh yeah, that's right. It wasn't. It was a Carson, wasn't it?
It was a Carson. Yeah.
Shit. Anyway, point being, I think the popularity of Ryan is greatly overplayed. But I do know that he's a popular guy. It's not like he's an unknown guy. I just think that it's kind of like there's a lot of factors that go into this thing that don't really have much to do with Ryan Garcia, the person, or the personality.
I think Ryan Garcia is like the hands piece that the things he posts on TikTok. He did it on purpose, bro. That was his game plan. That was his game plan along. He said, "I wanted to do something that's gonna make me bigger and known."
Yeah,
he did
the
that.
problem is that like most people who are followers of you like that like your workout videos and little quirky shit, they don't typically follow you to do other stuff. It's like kind of hard and like he would have
and
OG
Shelton,
like there's a reason why KSI. Hold up a second. There's a reason why KSI and Logan Paul was so big was because they were 2 YouTubers, both with 2 YouTube fan bases, fighting each other. Tank is also, like he uses social media as part of his whole thing. He knocks people out and he talks a whole bunch of shit to social media. So they had that thing going for them. The fact that they both are active social media people.
That's not true, bro. Tank knocked people out, bro. That's the whole point of Tank.
I said both things. It is true that he's active social media. As a matter of fact,
I don't agree, Smoke, when you guys say that Ryan's a YouTuber. Ryan is a boxer, bro. Come on, bro. He's a boxer.
Bro, I said that they're active on it. I didn't say first off, I didn't say that you can be a YouTuber and a boxer. We already covered this whole thing. Ryan Garcia is the person who says he makes more money outside of boxing than inside of boxing. If you don't understand that Ryan Garcia was very popular on social media when he was an undercard fighter, then you don't understand Ryan Garcia's rise to this fight at all.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. It was his whole plan. He said he planned that.
What I'm saying to you is, who gives a fuck about that? Because those people weren't going to Ryan Garcia's fights. Even though he had like 7 or 10 million social media followers, while he was on the come up, they didn't show up to his fights. His fights were empty as fuck.
Yeah, the main reason why the fight was big is because when great fighters come together, the fight gets big, bro.
Yeah,
we can't say this, though.
I'm saying it's a perfect storm. There's a bunch of different factors other than Ryan Garcia is just a popular guy.
We can't say at least
knocks out people.
900,000 of them showed up because that made it 1.2. Because we know Tank can pull 3 for sure.
Yeah, well, here's what I'm saying is, we know that Showtime can provide 800,000 pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Right? We know Showtime can do that. We know DAZN can do what? At least 600,000?
Yeah.
We know they can do that. So you have 2 platforms that together can do 1.4 million. Now it's just about the relative popularity of the guys. But you still got the Black Mexican thing happening that don't have shit to do with Tank Davis or Ryan Garcia. That's just a built-in feature of boxing. You have the fact that they're both young. That's a and undefeated. That's a built-in feature of boxing. Don't really have shit to do with either one of those people, right? And now you're adding. Then you add, where are their fan bases culled from?
Right.
Both of them are youthful fan bases.
There was a lot of trash talking.
Fan bases are the 25 and under crowd.
And there was a lot of trash talking between the two. I don't think Canelo and Jermell Charlo. I don't think Canelo and Jermell Charlo are gonna do numbers like that, because Canelo did like what, 150 to 2,000K against John Ryder.
Yeah, that's not their fan base. Their fan base is a 30 plus crowd. I'll say 25 plus crowd. I'll say Canelo and Charlo is 25 plus, and Ryan and Tank is 25 or is 30 and below.
Right. Yeah. Canelo and Charlo are going to do decent numbers, maybe even big numbers, because it's undisputed versus undisputed.
I think we're going to do the same with EJ and Bud, like 600K, something like that. There was no trash talk, because if Jermell Charlo came in trash talking like he usually does, it could have been bigger. Tank and Ryan was trash talking, bro. I'm going to knock you out and all that, bro. I'm going to touch that chin. In between, bro, there was trash talking.
Jermell Charlo is smart. Jermell Charlo ain't trying to piss that dude off. Jermell Charlo trying to go in there and have a fight and try to win. He ain't trying to make that dude mad.
Yeah. I think it's the respect of the weight class moving up.
Yeah, exactly. He ain't trying to make that dude mad.
Because if Canelo was moving down to 154, his territory, he would have been trash talking.
Exactly.
Yeah. So now he's trying to be humble. Like he's actually testing the waters on the big guy of the division. And I believe he has no chance against David Benavidez.
He's trying to do the same thing Usyk did. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. But he's not going to stay there. I think he's going to move back down.
He's trying to lull that dude to sleep so he can beat his ass. That's what he's trying to do.
I got to get back to this thing. Like, I understand that, like, you know, David really loves talking about Tank. But Tank does not have a fight. Tank is not the one drumming up controversy because he has a fight. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the Shakur thing. Shakur is the guy in the hot spot tonight. The spotlight's on Shakur. We even put the spotlight on Dev too. I'm not mad at that because Dev's got this fight Prograis. We don't know what the hell's going on with it. But we know
Shakur got a fight. What are you talking about? Shakur got a fight. They're going to purse bid on the 6th.
Yeah, no, I'm saying Shakur definitely has a fight. I'm saying that Devin may or may not have a fight. That fight, we don't know. I think the fight's gonna happen, but Shakur's got a fight.
Regis told that motherfucker to hurry up. He say if you don't hurry up,
that's part of the reason why
Regis told that motherfucker
can't rush.
Regis told that motherfucker if you don't hurry up, I'm gonna fight Broner.
Can't rush nothing.
Yeah. And I truly
believe you can. Regis is the champ. Don't forget that. Regis is the champ. Devin ain't the champ. Regis is the champ.
Don't you guys believe that the Shakur and Frank fight is going to be bigger than the Haney and Regis fight?
Guys, was that Jonathan talking?
Oh, this is Joseph.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, cool. Joseph is new.
He Go ahead, Joe. Mandatory. He got mandatories. He would get stripped if he do that.
He can fight him. He can fight the mandatory. He ain't got to fight Dev.
Exactly.
He ain't got to fight Dev.
How much money he gonna make?
That's not the issue.
Yeah, yes,
He ain't gonna make too much more. He ain't gonna make too much less
why you think
than
he
he
ain't
fighting
talking no more?
Dev. Fighting
Why you
Dev
think
ain't
he
gonna
ain't
bring
talking
him
no
no whole
more?
big old giant bag.
Why you
Fighting
think
Devin
he
ain't
not
gonna bring him
talking
no
no
big
more?
old giant bag.
Facts. And he's the B side. He's the B side in that
It's
fight
gonna
too.
be decent, but
Wait,
it ain't gonna
hold
be
up a
huge.
second.
It'll be
Wait,
his
I just
biggest bag
want
ever.
to interrupt one quick. I gotta just address the chat right quick.
Yeah.
Cooking with Sir Senior. You come to my panel. You come to my channel, and welcome to it. You ask one question, and the question is, "Am I ready for another fish fry?" First off, how dare you come to my channel and not ask about my bike? All you do is follow me around the internet, ask me about this fucking bike, and when you finally come to the channel, you don't say nothing about the bike. What's up with that? All right, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, let's be honest, Joseph. Let's be honest.
Bro, he already said it
Fighting
was his
Devin ain't
biggest
gonna get you
bag.
no big ass bag. It's gonna be a decent
Bro,
bag, but you the champ.
what are you
So
talking about?
if
He
you
give
challenging the
all his fighters
champion,
their highest payday.
if you
Everybody who
challenging
fight
the
him, they got his
champion,
highest
bro.
payday.
If you challenging the champion, bro, the
Devin's the A
champion is
side.
gonna get compensated. That's the way
Devin's
it
the A
works.
side. Devin's the A
It doesn't
side.
matter who the A side is. The
Why do you
champion
think
is
he's
still gonna
waiting?
get compensated.
Why do you think he's waiting?
He's not waiting. He told that
Yes, he
motherfucker, if
is.
you don't hurry up, I'm gonna fight somebody else. He's not waiting.
When 2 weeks ago?
That's enough time, ain't it?
Yeah, he
Hurry up.
signed that contract 2 weeks ago. He signed it 3 weeks ago.
Hurry up. If you don't fight, I'm gonna find somebody else.
Yeah, because Haney was talking
What else
about the
motherfucker gotta say? I don't need you. I'm the champ. I got the
yeah.
belt. I don't need you.
And
You
if that fight is
challenging
gonna
me.
happen,
I'm not challenging you.
and,
I didn't
and
call you
Shelton,
out. You called me out.
and if that fight
So
is
do you
happening in
want to fight
October,
or don't you?
yeah, when's the press conference gonna happen? It gotta be official,
Yeah,
bro.
I
They
don't give
gotta
a
do a
fuck
press
about what
conference.
you did at work. Look, I don't give a fuck about what you did at 135. That ain't got shit to do with me. Do you want to fight or don't you?
And he said it's not even a big draw for him to wait for him. That's what Regis Prograis
Nobody
said.
waiting on. Don't get your mind fucked up, Joe. Ain't nobody waiting on Devin. Ain't nobody waiting on Devin.
Yeah. Regis said it himself. Like, you're not even a big draw for me to wait for your ass. And they gotta start camp, bro. They gotta be a press conference. They gotta, like, if they fight in October, they gotta have a first press conference, bro, or something soon. Because it's now September now, bro. Like,
He gonna move on. Shit, he don't need Devin. That's what people keep forgetting. People like Devin. Devin is the
another thing,
undisputed
Shelton.
champion at 135. That's
Yeah.
true. But at
And
140,
Regis
that
said,
don't mean shit. That don't mean a motherfucking thing.
He told the nigga to start camp and worry about the business. Don't worry about me. Me and your boss, we taking care of business. This nigga need to start camp. This nigga
Okay,
ain't
well, why the nigga ain't took care of business yet?
he said he's in camp though. But
Why the nigga ain't took care of business yet?
He's just a fighter.
Answer me that,
He's just
Joe.
a fighter.
Answer me that, Joe. Why the nigga ain't took care of business yet?
What do you mean? Did you not hear what
He ain't took care of business
Eddie
yet.
Hearn said?
The contract
Did you
ain't
hear what
signed.
Eddie Hearn said?
I don't give a fuck what Eddie Hearn said. Is the contract signed or isn't it?
Regis signed his part.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Regis signed his part. Haney gotta sign his part.
That
And
don't
he's
sound
supposed
like taking care of no motherfucking business to me.
Yeah. He said I'm talking to your boss, the Errol Hearn and all that. But bro, come on, bro. It's been way too long now. That fight is gonna be a flop, bro, if it's on pay-per-view.
So I wanted to get Shelton's thing on this, Shelton, because you said about recording them being some very disrespectful and very snaky stuff. But what I want to know from you is, do you think the beef is real?
I think once you go into bitch ass daddy and fuck your mama, I think the beef is real. Cause you know where I come from. I don't know about nobody else. Where I come from, I ain't letting that shit ride. You said fuck my daddy, I ain't letting that ride.
And you say your mama a bitch? You say your
First of all,
mama a
you
bitch,
guys,
nigga?
y'all didn't listen. Y'all obviously didn't listen to anything Eddie Hearn said, because Eddie Hearn said the business is done. They're just looking for a venue. So all that you guys said was just smoke screen. Like you just was just talking.
What you say? You break it up, bro.
Okay. So Haney signed his part. Is that what you're saying? So Haney signed the contract. Is that what you're confirming for us?
No, Haney doesn't have to sign a contract to the venue.
That's where we at, though, bro.
He came in and said, Eddie said. All right, so I understand what this is based on. Like Bill Haney came and said because I can't remember which one. It was either Champ Side or it was 78 Sports. I don't know which one, but he was on one of those channels, and he said that Eddie was just looking for venues. It could be Oakland,
No,
San
Eddie said this.
Francisco,
Eddie said this
Florida,
himself.
Vegas. They were
Eddie
just
said
looking
this
for the different
himself.
places to actually host the fight, and that's what the holdup was. But Bill Haney is a promoter, and Eddie Hearn, to me, his word is less than
Hey,
trash.
who working? Put your mic on mute.
Like Eddie
Can't
Hearn's
hear.
words are less than trash. So that's why when you asked me what's going on with the fight, I didn't say that. But I understand that's what Bill is talking about.
Yeah, okay. But if we heard that Haney signed his part of the contract, like the deal is done, I would be happy right now about it.
You
At
don't
least now
have
they're
to.
looking
He a
for the venue.
promoter. You don't have to. He a promoter.
Huh? What you say?
He does not have to. He's a promoter. He does not have to sign anything until everything is done. He's
Yeah,
not
that's
just
what
a
I'm saying.
fighter.
Like these guys, like selling me on fights. I don't have a lot of confidence. Like I'm not one of these guys out here saying Bill is cap and all this other stuff. I just know there's a lot of moving parts to making deals. So I don't get my hopes up just because they're trying to reassure me.
Right.
Richard, okay. Why don't you guys like picture yourself in Regis Prograis' shoes, bro? He wants to start camp. He's losing patience. He's getting frustrated.
He can start
Even if
camp right
knows
now.
Yeah,
He said
he said
been
he's in
started.
camp.
He said he been started. He need to go talk to Eddie. That's what that sounds like.
Man, that fight's gonna be a flop, bro. They gotta build that fight up in a short amount of time because they delaying to sign the contract. Come on, bro.
What do you
That fight's
mean?
gonna be a flop, bro.
He doesn't have to. He's a promoter.
Okay then, bro. It's gonna be a
He
flop.
doesn't have to sign. He doesn't have to sign anything until everything is done.
You talking about it right now. That means you want to see it.
What I want to see though, like I like Bud coming up and challenging himself against Errol Spence and winning that fight. But I gotta say, like the fight that's captured my imagination is Bud versus Canelo. I love this fight. I absolutely love this fight. Like, and it's weird for me to like a fight this much. Like generally when this happens, it's kind of a foregone conclusion, and I think it's just kind of like a throwaway, and I'm not really that interested in all this stuff. But for some reason, this fight, the style matchup is just so compelling to me. It's like it's
Well, I
actually
can't
doing a
really
lot
get
for it to
into
like
it.
make up for the size difference.
I can't really get into it, bro, until after the 30th. I got to see what happens in that fight.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
that's
talking about
what
Jermell Charlo. I feel you. I feel you on that one. I am also tempering my expectations from that, with that fight. But I'm just.
If it happens, though, I would love it. If it happens, bro, I would love that fight.
But before
That's
we
an
get back to
excellent
Shakur, before we get back to Shakur, did you hear that Bivol has now called out Jermell Charlo if he wins?
Yes, I heard that. He said, "This
What
bitch
do you
ass
think of
nigga
that?
don't want to fight. I'll fight this bitch ass nigga."
Right. So see, for me, like I'm not excited about that fight. Like the way that I'm excited about Bud and Canelo, even though like it's still two small guys are moving up and all that shit, I just don't think Charlo has a shot against Bivol stylistically.
No, he don't have no shot against Bivol. None.
Right.
None
But
at
I
all.
think Bud does have a shot against Canelo stylistically.
Huh?
I do think Bud has a shot against. I do think that Bud has a
yesterday.
shot
This
against
was
Canelo
yesterday,
stylistically. What?
No, this was yesterday, Puro. Yesterday, Bivol said, "I'm willing to fight the winner. I'm willing to fight Charlo."
No, he didn't say no. He didn't say I wanted to fight the winner. He said I want to fight Jermell Charlo.
Yeah, because he knows Canelo fight ain't happening. You're right. That's exactly what he said.
I want to fight Jermell Charlo because Canelo
I
doesn't
want to fight
fight
Jermell Charlo.
Right, exactly.
Because he know Canelo ain't gonna fight him. He already knows that. He figured.
He
Smoke,
knows that Canelo
he
will
figured
fight him.
that part out.
No, hold up a second. He knows Canelo will fight him for the right price. Bivol's issue is not whether or not he would fight him. Bivol wants more money. Let's keep it
exactly. He should.
Yeah, no, but that doesn't mean that Canelo won't fight him. Canelo will fight him. Canelo will fight him for the money that he's offering.
No. You can't give me no $3-4 million.
Bro, he not. No. Bro, Canelo's still the A side. It don't matter how
not after I whooped your ass. No.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Well, listen.
No, I'm not saying he's not the A side. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
When he lost the whole
I'm not saying he's not the A side. I'm saying I'm not fighting you for that. Is what I'm saying.
Right,
I'm just saying.
Before we start talking about Canelo won't fight you, let's talk about how you might just be greedy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's talk about how you dug fucking better beef.
I can be greedy. I beat your motherfucking ass. I can be whatever I want.
Yeah, you're not getting no
It
fights.
ain't nothing gonna
Well,
change
yeah,
that.
hey,
Because I
then there's
whooped you.
that, right? So then there's that. You can go
Yeah,
around
you can be
lording over the
greedy and
guy
not get a fight.
and try to shame him into a rematch for more money, but I
I
don't think
whooped
Canelo is
you.
shameable at this point.
I whooped you. So give me what I want or no fight. I'll fight somebody else.
Well, it looks like you ain't gonna get a fight then if you're trying to be
At
too
all.
greedy.
He showed you he could fight somebody else and still get paid what he wants. I don't see Bivol getting what he wants. So
Well, fuck it. I don't care. Bivol already won. So my Bivol, I don't give a fuck. I already beat you. So I don't give a fuck.
Canelo
Yeah,
like
see,
shit,
that's
I
what I'm
already
saying. That's what you
lost.
could do.
Now
You
I
can
gotta
try to
pay you
shame him.
again.
You can try to shame him, and
No,
maybe that's what this
I'm being
fight is about.
honest.
Maybe the Jermell
I'm being
Charlo is the
honest.
whole thing, trying to shame him some more.
I'm being honest, Smoke. That's just honest man shit. Look, I already whooped your ass. So if you don't want to fight, that's cool. I don't give a fuck. I'll fight somebody else. I already beat your ass. Ain't nothing gonna change that. Money, status, nothing's gonna change the fact that when we fought, I fucked you up.
What's happening, fellas? What's good with it?
Oh well.
Ain't nothing gonna change that. Ain't no
Go back
spin
to
can change it.
obscurity then. Fuck
Can't
it.
no fanboy change it. Can't no spin change it, Puro. Can't no fanboy change it. When we fought, I beat your motherfucking ass. That's
What
what
we
happened.
talking about?
Fuck
What
it.
we talking about,
Fuck it. Go
Shelton?
back to obscurity then, Shelton. That's all I can say, bro.
What we talking about?
You can say what you want. And you can say, and you can.
The ring across from him.
I had that.
Damn, Smoke. Where you get, man? Smoke, you don't got it.
Oh,
Smoke,
what
you
we
don't got to
talking
show.
about, Johnny? What we talking?
Yeah, what we talking about, bro? I was
Bivol
gonna.
greedy.
Right now,
They
we're
talking
talking
about
about
Bivol
the.
scared.
We're talking
Bivol
about
greedy.
Bivol calling out Charlo.
Yeah, because
Bivol
they
called
said
him out.
Bivol scared. Bivol greedy. Yeah,
Yeah.
he did. He did it. Yeah, yesterday.
Nobody
They
said
said
he's
Bivol
scared. We
scared.
just
Bivol
said he's
greedy.
greedy. We
Bivol
just said
don't
he's
want the
greedy.
Canelo
Nobody
rematch.
said he was. Nobody said he was
Hold
scared at
on
all.
now. Hold on now. Which Charlo we
I don't
talking
think he's
about here?
scared. I don't think he's
Mel. He
scared.
called out Mel.
Oh, little Charlo. Well, he got a fight lined up.
Yeah, no, he's saying if he wins, if he beats Canelo,
Oh,
he wants those belts. He wants to shout out them belts.
well, fuck it. Bring it on. Let's get it. No, I'll watch it. Shit. I'll watch it. I'm good with that. If Mel wins, yeah. I'm
Listen,
cool. I
welcome
got
to
no
the
problem with
channel.
that.
Welcome to the panel. I have no idea. Listen, my homie, like the guy that I do this channel with, for some reason, understood that you were gonna come one day, and had this fucking drop ready for the day that you showed up to the panel. And yeah, whatever.
Wait, say that again. He was gonna have what ready for me?
Oh, you missed it? Hold up. How did you just miss that? Let me do it again for you.
Here's Johnny.
You got it?
Play the Loma 1-2, Smoke. Play the Loma 1-2.
Say again?
Hell no.
I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, I don't listen. I don't know why or how, but this moment was crafted for you, man. Go ahead.
That was a good one, Smoke. That was a shout out to your homeboy, bro. That was that was a good one.
Anyway, yeah. You saying bring it on? Yeah. See, I'm not that excited about it. Like, I'm way more excited for Bud versus Canelo than I am for fucking Mel versus Bivol.
Well, of course, but it's still a fight I would watch though.
Yeah, I mean, watch it. Speaking of which, while I have you, right? So we're talking about in the main subject, and we're going all over the place because there's a bunch of topics to chop up on this live. But the subject, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because I may have to change my opinion on on a really talented fighter that I like. That's Shakur Stevenson. Do you think that the Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney fight is real beef? Do you think they're really beef?
Yeah, he a cornball.
Man, you know what? You know what, man? And you Smoke, you know how I feel about Devin, bro, but that shit with Shakur is getting old, bro. I'm tired of seeing them boys chirped at each other over the fucking Twitter. It's getting old, man.
Right. So you don't think it's real beef? You think it's like some manufactured boxing shit?
I think it's smoke. I think it's a little of both, though, bro. I think part of it is to build the fight up, but then the other part of it is they do got a little history. Like there's videos of them sparring together. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a little of both, smoke. I don't think it's one thing or the other. You know what I mean? I think it can be both. It can be a little bit of both.
Yeah, you think it's a little bit of both?
I think it's a little bit of both, bro. Yeah.
If you had to guess one more, do you think it's a 50-50 split? Or if you had to guess it was one more of one way than the other, what would you think it would be?
No, I think there's some real animosity out there. Excuse my language, but they're calling each other bitch ass. You know, I mean, there's a little animosity there, bro.
I think there's all right. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
I think that all right. If anything, it's coming across to me. I'm gonna just, and this is just me on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
It looks like Shakur Stevenson is jealous of Devin Haney and has been for a long time.
Yeah,
that's what it's coming across as.
Yeah, I think. Well, that's the thing, bro. I mean, I think Shakur's a little bit more talented, bro. But Haney's fought people, and Shakur. I mean, he got Valdez, and yeah, you know. But that's kind of the sticking point there, you know. So,
yeah, I think even when they were kids, I think when they were 13 and 14 years old, Bill Haney blessed him with $100. And I think when he was 15 years old, he stayed over at the house and he was looking at the big boy mansion, looking like, oh, this is how black people live. Like, I think he's been jealous of Devin for a long time. I think he's a little bit like, you motherfucking silver spoon, the son of a bitch. I like, you live in this mansion and I'm living in a hovel. I got to fight you, and then I have to go back to the fucking trenches.
Yeah, shit. There might be a little of that too, man. It's fucking Shakur. Yeah, did Shakur have his daddy growing up or no?
The Puerto Rican dad didn't seem to be in the picture.
He ain't seem to be in
Puerto
the picture.
Rico didn't seem to be around. He seemed to be getting in touch with his father roots by claiming Puerto Rican heritage.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you know what, bro? There might be a little something there too, Smoke, because you know Shakur probably looking at this dude like, oh, he had his pops, I didn't have my pops, and you know, and I'm from shitty ass fucking Jersey, and old boys, you know, from Cali. There probably is a little bit of that, Smoke.
Yeah, he went to the mansion in Vegas and saw how he was living.
Yeah,
and he was just a hired help and shit in the guest room.
He grew up without his pops in Newark and shit. Yeah, there probably is a little bit of that, Smoke. You might have a point, dog.
See, that's what here's the thing. That's what it's coming across as, even if it's not true. That's why I'm just saying, like, bro, like, why did you do this to yourself? You love the Haneys. You know these people your whole life. They've been looking out for you your whole fucking life. Well, not your whole life, but like since you're 14 years old, since puberty, right?
This is what killed me, Smoke. This is the thing that was funniest to me. You gonna send the text and y'all beefing, and you gonna say, "I'll fight you anywhere." You know, when I see you, I'm gonna smack you. I'll fight you anywhere. It don't even matter. But you don't want to fight the nigga for 25%. That shit just kills me.
Okay, I got another one for you, Mr. Moore, and I don't know if this is true because it seems like the numbers are all off, but apparently 20% or 25%, depending on the story, was $8 million.
You don't believe that shit, and I don't either. You don't believe that bullshit, and I don't either. So you saying Devin was gonna get $10 million? Come on, man, stop it.
Yeah, he damn near did walk out with close to 10 after his fight, though. Did.
I was gonna say, how much did he make? How much did he make in the Loma?
They get paid like 3 different ways. Like, I don't think y'all.
He didn't make no $10 million. He didn't make no $8 million.
I said close to it.
So
he didn't make close to $10 million fighting Loma. He didn't get close to that.
Listen, that does not. $8 million is not 25% of 10 million. Like if he's getting 8, Devin getting 10. That's not 25%.
Oh.
That ain't 25%. Oh,
if he getting 8, Devin must be getting like 20.
Devin's getting 20.
He must be getting like 20, right?
And 25% of what though? Like we don't know.
If it's 25%. The 25% was supposed to be.
Is Dev giving 25% of the pay-per-view, the concession stands, all that shit? Like you got to put everything in order.
It's looking like the purse was $40 million. If 20
purse can't be $40 million.
20%. If it's 20%. If 20% is $8 million, then that would mean
they don't just
it's a $40 million fight.
Percentages off the purse though. That's y'all just thinking like just off the purse. Like,
Hey, so let me ask you this. Let
it's
me
other
ask you this,
ways.
Joe. Hold on, Joe. Hold on, Joe. I gotta ask you this. So you think if I own a venue, right, like T-Mobile,
What I'm
or,
saying is
hold
Dev didn't
on,
just get he don't just get
or
paid from
any
his purse
fucking big
like
stadium,
every
right?
other fighter.
You're gonna come in here to fight, and I'm gonna give you my concessions?
That's what
You think?
if you go on BTFP page, the nigga said he was giving 25% of everything. So in BTFP, the nigga is an insider. So I take everything that nigga say with fact. So if the nigga
I
said he
do
was
not.
gonna give
I do not.
25% of everything,
I do not. Because
hey,
I
that's
know,
you. That's you.
I
That's
know
you.
for
That's
a
you.
fact that when you fight at AT&T Stadium, you don't get none of them concessions. You don't get none of that parking. You don't get none of that. Jerry Jones gets all of that. I
That's
know that.
AT&T. That's AT&T Stadium.
That's any
Who said they
stadium.
was fighting?
How they gonna make money? How would they make money for you fighting it?
So you saying
Jerry Jones,
Errol Spence
hey,
didn't get none of
bro,
that
Jerry, hold
concession?
on, homie. Jerry Jones taking something off of that. I
That's what
guarantee
I'm
you.
saying. He ain't getting every concession though. Come on now, they bringing the fight there.
Who behind Devin? So tell me this: who's putting up the site fee? Who's gonna pay the stadium the site
Bro,
fee? Who's gonna pay
the
that?
fight would have went to purse bid, so we don't know who would have bought it.
Bro, I'll
A
just
lot
say
of
this.
people
I'm not gonna go back and forth with you. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you because it's futile. But I'm gonna say this: if you think that any fighter is going into any major stadium and getting concessions and parking,
Floyd Mayweather.
you're tripping. You may
Floyd
get your
Mayweather.
merch.
Floyd Mayweather. Floyd
For
Mayweather.
Mayweather didn't get no parking.
I said concession.
He didn't
bring
get
up
no
parking.
parking and concessions.
Yes, the fuck
He didn't get that.
Okay.
Now Floyd got a little part of that because Floyd, remember,
So
Floyd
how
used to
he
put
get a
up.
little part of it and then he
Floyd used to put up his own site fee.
Hold up a second. That was Golden
Because
Boy's
Floyd put up
concession
his
money.
own site fee.
That was
Ain't
Golden
none of
Boy's
these
concession
dudes
money.
doing that.
The only
Yeah.
time Floyd wasn't
talking
working with an outside promoter was with the Conor McGregor fight. He got the
Right.
concessions for the Conor McGregor fight, but
Right.
all those other fights, like somebody else was getting concessions.
I'm saying the
Yeah,
nigga
you're
got
not getting no concessions, bro.
I'm saying the nigga
How
got
the fuck is
concessions.
let me ask you this. How the fuck is the venue gonna make money?
Well, the venue makes money off of you. You rent the venue out.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, but how they
Or
gonna
the
make
venue
money
pays
off
you to
their
be there,
parking?
depending on
And
how
they gonna give you their parking and their concessions?
No, you gotta pay for that extra. Yeah, no, okay,
Yeah,
so
they're
here's the
not
thing.
giving you that. You gotta
Right,
pay for that.
So here's the thing. So depending on the stadium, since I'm a guy who's actually did a I've had shares of stadium. So you have to do your own parking attendance. You have to pay for those attendants. You have to do your own security. You have to do your own insurance. And then they open their concession stand for you, but you have to pay all the employees, and you have to, and it's already the food comes it's pre-priced.
Yeah, you're not getting that, bro.
Yeah, you get a percentage of whatever they sell in the concessions, but you have to, but that comes out of your expenses because you also have to pay for all of the fucking employees.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
and more than likely the owner of the venue also holds rights to anybody that sells anything, like concession stands, parking. So you could either
getting a piece of
pay
all
out
that.
front. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but all of that's what the promoter gets, right? That's what the promoter does for their salary. Whoever promotes the fight gets that thing. Fighters can get some of the merchandising. A lot of the fighters get their own merch because they're selling their own merch and they have their own people working.
You know why Devin gets a piece of all that? Because he's a promoter.
But you have to work that out with your promoter. That's the promoter's domain.
Devin is a promoter. So
but he's not the sole promoter. But he's not the sole promoter.
He gets a piece of everything.
Listen. It's not gonna be just Devin Haney Productions. It's gonna be somebody else promoting it.
He promoted this last fight with Top Rank.
With Top Rank. He didn't do it by himself. With Top Rank.
He gets a piece of everything.
I'm just a little bit. That right quick. Hey, Caesar G, are you suggesting that you are a fanboy? And beyond that, who is a boxing fan that didn't start off as a fanboy anyway?
Right.
That's how you start off as a boxing fan, as a fanboy. That's how you start.
Anyway, I just Caesar. Go ahead, guys. Keep chopping up.
No, I was gonna say, Smoke. Let's look at the Dodgers, right? When McCord sold the Dodgers,
you cannot do baseball with
what did he keep?
boxing.
What did McCord keep? What did he keep when he sold the Dodgers?
That don't
Remember
even
what he
make
kept?
sense.
The parking lots around Dodger
Kept the
Stadium.
goddamn parking lot.
Hey, I'll tell you
Kept
what.
the
I'll tell you
goddamn
what.
parking lot.
Hey, Shelton, I'll tell you what. I started off as one of the biggest Arturo Gatti and Holyfield fanboys on the fucking face of the earth, bro. I'll tell
Of
you
course, that's how you
that.
start. I was a Muhammad Ali fanboy for years.
Yeah, and
I just transferred my shit over to Sugar Ray Leonard. As soon as Muhammad Ali left, and Sugar Ray Leonard showed up.
those two, and then Johnny Tapia. Those three. That was my.
Man, I love Tapia and Panzianza. Both of those dudes was it like
No, but see, they could do
whirlwind
wrong,
punch
right?
and did it. They were both they were exciting to me. Like my kids, I like those guys.
Those guys could do wrong, right? Muhammad Ali couldn't do nothing wrong. Everything he did was right. He never lost a fight. Even if he did lose a fight, they cheated him.
Yeah.
That's the way.
No. I'm talking. No. It was a dark day. The Leon Spinks fight. That was a dark day around my house.
They
my
cheated.
life.
They
That's
cheated.
one
Leon
of the
Spinks
worst
didn't
days
win.
of
They
my
cheated. They
childhood.
cheated.
Was that day?
That should be stricken from the record. Leon Spinks did not win.
Leon loaded his gloves, Shelton. Leon loaded his gloves, Shelton.
The nigga got his ass whooped, man. I don't care.
No, he didn't. No, it's a lie. That's a lie. Even even Larry Holmes didn't whoop his ass. He was cheating. Larry Holmes was cheating.
The nigga lost. I don't care what y'all
I think when Chavez lost, I must have stabbed like 7 people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Pearl fucking punched 4 holes in his wall when Chavez lost. I know that.
Oh, funny shit, bro.
Yeah, Muhammad Ali never lost. And if you say that again, we're gonna block you from the channel.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
The nigga lost.
He beat Norton all 3 times, bro.
Beat him all 3 times, bro.
All 3 times.
So
he almost lost the Rumble in the Jungle, right?
Right. So people are saying that
until he knocked him out.
That Bill is corny for.
He had to tie the nigga out though, didn't he?
So people are saying that Bill is corny for getting.
And barely.
People are saying Bill is corny, or Caesar says Bill is corny for getting in the middle of these 2 20-year-olds beefing them. I think Bill has always been in the middle of these guys because he's been mediating them since they were children. He like hosted this dude at his house. Like it's not like Bill is some dude off the street when it comes. Like Shakur has known Bill half of his life. He's like the big OG to both of those. Like he's one dude's dad, but he's damn near a father figure, like a father figure to the other guy. He's known him since he was 14 years old.
Yeah, how old what's Bill? 50 something, 40 something.
He's my age. He's 53.
He's 53. Yeah, Shakur probably look at him like an uncle, bro.
Yeah, like it's not like he's not getting in the middle. He's been in the middle of their relationship since their relationship existed.
Yeah, and Smoke, you know how I feel about Devin and Bill, so it's just but.
Yeah, man. Listen, you don't have to temper your fucking. You don't have to. You don't have to hold your tongue around it. The guideline here is one at a time. It's
no. I wasn't smoking. I wasn't going to go off on a tirade.
Listen, you can. I'm just saying, if you're gonna do a tirade, and you want to rake Bill and dab over the coals.
Loma beat the shit out of that motherfucker. Loma beat the shit out of that motherfucker and got robbed.
See how you're talking right now, and I'm talking. That is the no-no. That is the no-no right there.
Loma whipped his fucking ass and got robbed. There you go.
Do your homework on Loma going to the hospital.
Yeah, well. Yeah, he wasn't the one getting his fucking neck snapped around all night either. So
I don't know.
That's all I got. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to argue.
Hold on a second. We're in the wrong place because arguments are going to happen here. That is another non-negotiable thing.
Hey, well, I'm just relaxing. We all got our opinions.
Yeah, you don't got to get crazy. But all I'm saying is Loma's head was snapping back. It was snapping back in the 12th. It was snapping back in the 5th. It was snapping back in the 3rd. It was snapping back.
Yeah,
but I will say
3 body shots he landed, Smoke. All right.
I will say the guys who separated himself the most between those two was Loma in rounds 10 and 11. Round 11 was a pure beatdown. That was the worst round. That was the best round of the entire fight for either guy.
Didn't he do this?
And it was Loma that had that round, right?
Didn't he do the same thing to T.O.? He got a good 10th and 11th round. Didn't he shut down at 12th? Like, look at the fights. They all look similar. I just got done watching the T.O. fight last night. The fight looked the same. The nigga was getting ate up to the body.
Hell no.
I swear to God.
You crazy.
Nah, it didn't look the same. Like there was a lot more rounds you could give Loma.
No.
in the first 6 rounds.
I only
Like
seen Loma
in the
win.
first 6 rounds of the Teo
Number
fight.
11, if you want to keep it
In the
G.
first 6 rounds of Loma, in the first 6 rounds of the Teo fight, the only round you could possibly give Loma is the second round. That's it. Possibly.
I didn't think it was no ass whooping, but I thought Loma got robbed myself.
Man, y'all always think Loma got robbed, man, because he's a white hope.
No, hell no, man.
Good.
Stop. No. We ain't gonna do all that, bro. Come on now. No, fucking. But
every time he loses something, he lost to Salido. Oh, he
bro.
too young.
Hey, Joseph.
Like that. Ain't no
that was a beautiful day,
excuse.
Joseph.
The nigga got his ass beat. The nigga is.
That was a beautiful day.
Tell that nigga to get checked out the hospital. I'm done with the nigga.
I gave Teo all the credit in the world when he beat him, bro. So no, don't say white this, white that. Nah, we ain't gonna do that, bro. Stop that. No, fuck out of here.
That was a great day when Salido beat him. I made like $2,000.
That was a great day for pugilism because Orlando Salido showed you what boxing really is about. Like, it's a fucking fight, and it's a fight, and even how you foul a guy is an art to it. Like, you can't just be like hitting nuts right in front of the ref and all this stuff.
And he was a literal Uber driver. He was literally fighting. He was driving for Uber when he fought that dude.
Who? Ain't gonna do all that white boy shit, dog. Yeah, I ain't hearing that, bro. Fuck out of here. Yeah.
Cricket.
Am I muted or something? Everybody on mute?
Nah, I can hear you.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I know. Pearl wants to see that. Pearl wants to see Shakur Navarrete. I already know that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think most boxing fans want to
ring across from him tonight, and he was very respectful. And I think that needs to be lauded because a lot of times we get the opposite reaction inside the ring.
Well, the most discouraging thing about this night is, I'm kind of tired.
But
yeah,
being that they're in different weight classes,
they looking like a whole
being that they're in different weight classes, I want to see Devin versus Shakur.
It looks that's a good fight though, bro. It is a good fight.
I gotta tell you,
for sure.
Those Loma tears are so delicious. My God, those tears. Man.
I swore I seen polka dots all over
man. That dude, that is what you get. There's certain guys, right? There's certain guys, and I might be one of those guys.
Hey man, them Stephen Fulton tears are delicious too. For smoke.
If Stephen Fulton was crying, if Stephen Fulton cries, I haven't seen it. But this Loma crying shit.
That nigga
across from him tonight, and he was very respectful. And I think that needs
Stephen
to be
Fulton ain't
lauded
cried yet because he ain't woke up yet.
Get the opposite reaction inside the ring.
The most discouraging.
I just see him walking around downtown LA. On Instagram, like, I'm kind of tired. Shit. I don't know what you mean not walking around.
Did you see how lumped up he was? He wasn't just crying. Joseph. It wasn't just they tried to put a towel on my head to save us from seeing the crying face. But did you see how red and lumped up his head was?
Man, well, of course his head gonna be red and lumped up, bro.
He still got rounds, in my opinion.
Johnny, why would his head be lumped up?
You just got hit in the head with a bunch of pillows. That's what happens. You get a knot on your head by getting hit in the head with some pillows.
Hey, man, you know what?
Still got rounds.
You know what, man?
In your homework on Loma going to the hospital, and they trying to cover it up.
What the fuck did that mean? The fuck did that mean?
Shit.
Hey, only one man went to the hospital. My nigga, he went to a party after. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, people are different. Sometimes people are different.
Yeah. Loma's manager tried to send Haney to the hospitals. He tried to do it in the press, but too bad there's photos of Devin being somewhere else.
No, like I say, we can argue that till we're blue in the face, Smoke. It don't matter to me. Everybody's got their opinions.
Oh no, bro. Like, listen, there's a couple of things that showed up from that is just not. I don't think it's an opinion at all. I think what showed up out of that fight. Not who won the fight. Not who won the fight. Like, who won the fight, we can go back and forth about that.
Yeah.
But what isn't an opinion is that, to me, Loma is a horrible fucking loser. It's now evident. Like, this dude, every single time this dude takes the L, it's a bunch of excuses. It's a bunch of whining. It's a bunch of how he got done wrong. The dude is just a bad fucking loser.
Hey, Smoke.
I don't think I can disagree with you.
Hey, Smoke. Now I agree with you for the most part, but I gave Tio his props when he beat him, Smoke. You know that, Smoke. You know that.
I'm not. This is not about any
Yeah.
fan. This is not about a
me.
fan
I
or
didn't
anything.
do that.
Yeah,
I
no, this
didn't
is
do
not.
that.
Yeah, no, this is not
But I
about
agree.
fans.
No, hold on, Smoke. I agree that a lot of these motherfuckers do that, though, bro. Absolutely. But I wasn't one of them.
So I wasn't even talking about fans. I was talking about Loma.
Oh, yeah. Well,
he's a sore
I was
loser.
talking about Loma.
Yeah,
Loma
He's a
is a
I can
sore
agree
fucking
with
bad
that.
loser.
I can agree with
Loma
that.
fans, like, whatever, dude. Like, whatever.
That's what it is.
That run the gamut. Some fans do, some fans don't. But Loma's behavior, like, Loma is a bad loser. Like, he just needs to figure out how to lose with some grace.
Yeah.
He gonna take some more L's. Like, he ain't done losing. I just want y'all to know that.
Well, there's a lot of people ain't done losing yet.
Hey, man, all I'm saying is I don't see Shakur, Tank, or Devin losing anytime soon.
Until they
But I
start
see
fighting
Loma
each
lose.
other.
If he fights Devin, Shakur's gonna get his ass
If they
beat.
start fighting each other, they gonna stack up some L's, bruh. Yeah.
I'm on,
If them fools
I'm on
start
my
fighting each
cousin
other and
YouTube
stop
channel.
getting off the Twitter, they might catch some L's, bro. Them three kids want to get off the Twitter and actually get in the ring with each other, they're gonna be taking some L's collectively. So, you know.
Yeah, that's why I don't think we're ever gonna see it, bruh.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, of course they ain't gonna lose anytime soon because none of them boys are gonna fight each other.
Motherfucker, Black and Brown showed his face recently. You not Black and Brown, motherfucker. You're gray. Like, what is going on?
What
You're
happened?
about 12 years old. Got gray all over the fucking place. I mean, I know you got the baby, but the baby's running you ragged like that? Shout out to Black and Brown.
Oh, he in the chat. What's up, Black? What's happening, Black? Yeah, he been taking care of his kids. Good for him, though, man. You know what, bro? I like to see my boys in a happy place, though, man.
Man, we love seeing dads take care of babies. We love that.
It's like,
great having taken care
I'm
of kids.
I'm
That's what's supposed to happen.
I'm serious.
Listen, we're big fans of doing the right thing over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Smoke, it's good to see that, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm happy for my boy. Good for him. He's in a happy place with his kids and his old lady. Good for him. I hope everybody has that one day. You know, it's good to see.
Well, listen, if you have them, take care of them. If
Yeah.
you don't take care of them, wrap that shit up, get it snipped, whatever the fuck.
That too.
Check for that shit. Nobody's trying to take care of your bastard seed, man.
That too, Smoke.
Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to like judge people on anything. We like it when you take care of them babies. That's all. We like that shit.
Everybody does. It's always a better thing when people take care of their kids, Smoke.
And we also like it. Shout out to Johnny when they can't take care of themselves. You step in and you fill the gap, because I know that shit is also an ego trip.
I've had to do that a couple of times myself, Smoke.
Yeah, there it is. Well, whatever. Fan bam. But let's get back to this fucking boxing thing. We're on B-Ball, ducking Better Beef, looking for 168 Smoke.
Yeah, they need to get that fucking Beterbiev fight made, man.
That is the longest marinated fight in all of boxing now.
Yeah,
nobody talks about this.
They need to get that fucker figured out. And I agree. You know, part of the problem is fucking Suleiman and the WBC and that. But that being said, Smoke before you go off.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I came off mute for that one.
That being said, Suleiman and the WBC have a part of a stake in that as well for part of that not happening. But if it's for 3 of the 4 titles, fuck it. Bivol just needs to bite the bullet and fucking. It's kind of, dude. It's kind of like the Shakur Haney shit, bro. You just got to eat the shit sandwich and take the fight, bro.
If it happens, it happens. That's my.
You got to eat sometimes you got to eat a shit sandwich, bro. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not feeling B-Ball.
No.
I was never a huge B-Ball fan. I didn't put him on my pound for pound list just because he beat Canelo. Or like he just wasn't hovering around there. He was like beating Canelo wasn't enough to crack the top 10. It got him close to the top 10, but it wasn't enough to crack it. I think the guy's a rhythm and a pattern fighter, and at this point, I think he's aging better be out.
Fuck, Smoke. I gotta pop off. I gotta charge my phone.
It's all good, bro.
But thanks for having me, Pearl. God bless. Nice to talk to you, fellas.
I get easy one.
All right, buddy.
So, Porto, what do you think of Bud and Canelo?
If it happens, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a win-win for both fighters, to be honest. I mean, I think it's going to be a tall task for Bud to win. I mean, he definitely has the skills, but I mean, not in the way not in the way like that most people envision the fight happening. Just kind of like jumping from. I would say the best case scenario, jumping from 54 to 68. Not like the how normally fighters would do it. Just kind of like over time. Climb up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. He's definitely super skilled. I mean, I like him. I like how he fights. I think it'd probably maybe be a good fight. If they let their hands go. I think it'll be a good fight while it lands. But yeah, I see it as a tough task. But I mean, shit, man, they'll make a lot of money. I think it's like a super fight. The only super fight left in for this era.
You think AJ and Wilder's a super fight?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
It's
It's
kind of
lost
weird
a
with
lot
no
of its
belts, right?
luster, I
It's kind of
think.
weird to call it
Yeah,
a super fight with no belts. Like,
yeah. It just
but
lost a lot of its
Tank and
luster,
Ryan
bro.
Tank and Ryan has paved the way, and really, like Dillian White did a lot of work for this concept. These fights that make millions of dollars, everybody talks about that aren't for belts.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is Dillian White era for me. I'm gonna give my guy his props. I mean, sorry, your guy. Dillian White is not my guy.
Yeah, I am my guy either.
Yeah,
Actually, I don't even
no,
watch
yeah.
the heavyweights to be honest, bro. Like I kept an eye out for Andy and Wilder while they were like undefeated and coming up. But other than that, bro, I mean, like I'm just gonna fucking be honest, bro. I think the Europeans ruined the fucking heavyweight division. It's like irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
I'm biased though. I'm biased.
Yeah.
I do like
And
AJ though. I do like AJ. I think
yeah,
he's
I like
okay.
them all. The only guy I didn't like was actually Dillian White, but all the
Why not?
animosity I had for Dillian White, like most of it, I won't say all of it, but like 98% of it left when Povetkin knocked him out. It's kind of like, okay, that's all I like. I didn't like the ageism. Like I didn't like the way he treated Ortiz. Like if you're not gonna fight a guy, don't fight him, but don't try to make it seem like other people are weak if they fight him. Like calling the dude old was just out of bounds. So yeah, I'm glad an old dude knocked him out. A dude that was even older.
There you go.
And that was all.
That's Troy's like favorite fighter and shit.
Yeah, I mean, but
I remember they used to tease him and shit.
Listen, the same way that like say like LT is for the Mexican fighter, Troy is for the Jamaican fighter.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey, he'll come back to boxing as soon as they're Jamaican doing well. Like he'll be right back. Like it's all about Nicholas the Axeman Walters. He left right after that, came back, got around for Dillian White. As a matter of fact, he is most well. He's actually the most well-known Dillian White fan there is. Him and maybe Sporting Icons, like battling it out for the number one.
I've heard of Sporting Icons, but yeah, definitely Troy is the biggest one I've ever seen.
Yeah. He was.
Yeah, but I get it. I get
yeah.
it. I'm Mexican, so I get it.
Yeah, like that's all it is. It's that Jamaican thing. Like, and Jamaica is another like little tiny island that feels like all persecuted. Like the English are with their boxing. Like, oh, we're a little island. Well, if we had the population and the size of you, get the fuck out of here. You don't.
I mean, they still got their fair share of titleists.
Say again? Yeah, they do.
I said they still got their fair share of titleists.
They do, but if you combine Mexico and America, then we murder everywhere else. Like combine, you can actually take everywhere
by continent. Just go continent.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the entire world.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you break them down through like the continents, bro. Like North America is just killing this shit.
I mean, well, Central America is part of North American continent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
that's what I'm saying.
But I'm not even saying continental. I'm not even going regional. I'm going two countries. Two countries.
I know.
Mexico and the United States can take on everywhere else when it comes to these title fights and champions and all that shit. Like, stop it.
No. And Mexico is like I believe 1955 when they actually like had their first official professional. Imagine if they would have had imagine if they would have had the head start like England. They probably had a lot more.
Well, they didn't really have titles really until John L. Sullivan. So like the fact that they had fighters, but we're talking about championship fights. That's only been going on since call it 115 years, kind of like that.
Like since the 1890s or something like that. No.
Yeah, 1890s. Yeah.
Yeah,
1880s. I mean, maybe you can go 1880 something, 1888, early 1880s. because you had like
Yeah.
you had George Dixon and yeah. I mean, you had the Tournament of Champions, and I think that Tournament of Champions was in 1888 in the 1880s. It could have been
Mm,
1892 though. It was like late 1800s.
gotcha. Yeah, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, the United States and Mexico have all the titles pretty much.
Yeah, but yeah, we got Mexican America. Like you guys, the rest of the world, you got like Japan, a lot of champions.
Hmm.
England, a lot of champions.
Hmm. Puerto
Basically,
Rico. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, a lot of champions, but Puerto Rico is technically America. So,
Yeah, I hear you.
but
But tell a
basically,
Puerto Rican that. Tell a Puerto Rican that. Oh, they
um,
actually do they want to become an official state?
it,
Actually, I think there's two sides to the issue, huh? Never mind. I don't mean to get into politics. Go ahead.
no, we can get, but if we get into it, we go on. It's all good because it actually plays in to boxing in like really weird ways. But
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
I hear
Puerto
you.
Ricans are Americans, but they're considered second class and all this other stuff, and
A
so
territory, right?
that does
Yeah.
it plays out in boxing, right? But like
Oh.
the Mexican Puerto Rican thing is a thing, and part of it has to do with the Americanness of it all. Like
With the what?
the America, like the
Huh?
fact that both of them they're vying for resource for market share in the United
Mm.
States boxing market, but one of them is actually an American, where the other one is not. Like they actually are occupying the same space. Like for instance,
Mm.
when you go Latino fighter, Puerto
Hmm.
Ricans fit in that mold, right? So a
Correct.
Puerto Rican gets to fight an American like he's a foreigner, but he doesn't get
Gotcha.
to fight the Latinos like he's not a non-Latino. So the Latinos band together, and the Puerto Ricans sometimes get in there, but it's really the Mexican fan base that is fueling all the Latinos, right? So the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans are the redheaded stepchild of both the Latino boxing community and the American boxing community in America.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they get
No, I know
love.
what you mean.
They get love despite, right? They're always like kind of the challenger. They're never really the home fighter. Like Felix Trinidad, people like him, but he's still
Hmm.
like, he's still the B side to B Hop and Oscar and all that shit. Like nobody is, even if he beats like Jesse Var, I don't know, whatever. I mean, I can go all into it, but yeah,
No,
Puerto Rico,
I hear you. I hear you.
yeah, they
Interesting
just
point.
like Cotto is all like they're the challengers, right? Even though they have great
And
champions and
Cotto
all that
was.
shit,
I think
they're
you were
always
the
the
one that told me
challengers
that
when it
Cotto
comes to
wasn't
boxing.
even born in Puerto Rico, right?
Say again.
I think you were the one that told me that Cotto's that wasn't even born in Puerto Rico, right?
I thought he was born in Mexico or something.
No, he was born in like I think Connecticut or some shit.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. I
I thought he
could
was
have
born
sworn
in
it was you,
Mexico and
smokers.
like
Like you would like I get a feeling you were the type of person that would tell me that, but it could have been somebody else.
yeah. I mean, I know that he wasn't
Could have
born
been
in Puerto
Shelton.
Rico, but I thought he was born
Could have been
somewhere else. I didn't know he was
Shelton.
born in
I
Connecticut.
thought he was born in Puerto Rico. I thought he was from Caguas, excuse me, from the get. But then somebody on YouTube told me, bro. Like I'm like, oh shit,
No,
I didn't even know
but
that, bro.
I
My
just
whole life I didn't know this shit.
but yeah, but like my daughter, right? She's like born in Belize, right? She's not. I mean,
Yeah.
she spent the first 2 years of her life there, but
Well, so then she's
but
Belizean,
she was
bro.
born
But
in
I hear
Belize.
you.
But
I
she
hear
was
you.
born in.
I hear you.
But she was born to Belize. She was born in Belize to two American. Like I was an expat
Yeah,
at that
American
point.
parents. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah,
I hear you.
American parents, and like she's not. She hasn't been to Belize
Hmm.
since she was maybe
Since
3
she was
years
there.
old or 3 or 4 years
Yeah.
old. She's 20. You know what I mean? Whatever. She got land
Yeah.
there too. She had like acres and all that
Oh,
shit.
really?
She's never seen like.
Yeah, my dad used to tell me as a young man he used to go visit there all the time to Belize because it borders the state where my dad was born.
Oh, so he's in the southern part of Mexico then.
Yeah, correct. He said the
Yeah.
state's called Quintana Roo. He was actually born in Cozumel, but
Oh,
yeah,
Cozumel, yeah,
yeah,
Cozumel is where that
yeah.
all goes in. Yeah, I know Cozumel,
Oh, you've been
because
there? Nice.
that is literally the border of the town, and that's like that is the smugglers. Like how you have these border towns, but there's a lot of
Hmm.
smuggling that goes in right there in Cozumel.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, but the actual city that like borders Belize is called Chetumal. It's
Yeah,
the capital of
Chetumal. Yeah, man.
Canada.
Listen,
Yeah,
I've been to
yeah.
Chetumal.
Oh, you've been?
There's a place.
Nice, nice.
Yeah,
Me too. Me too.
I went to Shinansi Beach. I was
Mhm.
so yeah. I've been to Chetumal and I've been to some place in Guatemala also. That whole border
Oh,
over there. I was
yeah, I
going
never
to
been to
like some
Guatemala,
ruins over
but I've
there.
always wanted to go check it out.
Yeah, yeah. I went to I was going to what the fuck was that Aztec ruin out there? In
Chichen?
Guatemala. Takal. I was trying to. So I went to
Tikal.
Yeah, I went to
Chichen is in,
Tenancy
He's out of
in
Guatemala.
Belize, and then I was gonna go to Tikal, and I got fucking caught up. Anyway, that's a different story for another day.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got cousins that still stay out there in the island of Cozumel and shit. Last time I've been there was I don't know, like 3 years ago.
Oh yeah, that's right, Rhode Island. He's a Rhode Island guy. I did know that. Actually, yeah, I did know that.
There you go. I didn't know that shit. Somebody told me. I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, holy shit. Well, fuck it. There it is.
Yeah, what's up? There's Wedu holding it down. All right, let me. Mike who cheese Harry. Okay.
Because they never introduced his ass from Rhode Island, bro. That's why it's like, okay, like I almost thought it was Cap when they told me. It was always Caguas. From Caguas, Puerto Rico.
All right, so I'm getting everybody's thoughts on this thing. Is the Shakur Devin Haney beef real to you? Do you think it's a real beef, or do you think it's manufactured?
Nah, not real at all.
Beef? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. I'm trying to. I need for more people to say that to me so I can like bolster. I need. and why do you think it's fake?
I don't know, bro. I just thought Devin doesn't really like fucking do this type of shit, bro. Devin actually like I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of people think like Devin talks a lot of shit, but he really doesn't. And like literally Shakur talks too goddamn much, bro. To me that equals fucking just a bunch of bullshit.
I'm with. I can get behind that. Yeah, it's bullshit because it's bullshit and it's bad for you. That's what's going on.
At the end of the day, I'm kind of tired of this shit, bro. It's like I was on the homie Mark's channel the other day, bro. I was in the chat actually. I was like, man, just wake me if they fight, bro. I'm fucking kind of done with this shit. Duck here, duck there, 1 duck, 2 duck, 3 duck, 4. Shit.
Yeah, I'm not into the whole duck shit. Yeah. So, all right. So fights that are made: Bam Rodriguez, Sonny Edwards. Looking forward to it.
Of course. Yeah, most definitely. Especially, I think Bam's like a little weasel. I don't know, the guy annoys me, but I think Bam's gonna destroy him.
Do you think he annoys you because of your Cali versus Texas, like just being ingrained in the air?
Like I've seen him on panels, like he's been on YouTube channels, and when they do it, I don't know, it just something rubs me the wrong way. I don't know. He rubs me like the wrong way. I don't know. Just you get that feeling. It's like, don't get me wrong. It's not like if I ever met him, I wouldn't be a dick to him. It's just I don't know. It's just he seems like an asshole.
Yeah. So I've never seen him on a panel.
Yeah, he's been on a couple that. Well, he's only been on one, but yeah, he's been on there a few times.
Oh, which panel? Which one did he go to?
Julius Ring IQ.
Oh, he goes to Ring IQs. Okay.
Yeah. That was a while back. I don't think I've seen him lately. Let me go back there.
Yeah, I haven't been on Julius panel in a while.
I've been wanting Ray Martinez versus Sonny Edwards for the longest, bro, but it didn't happen. So fuck it. Go ahead, Bam. Beat his ass.
Ray Martinez.
Okay, he's a champion. The same weight.
Is that the guy that I thought he was a champion at 115?
Yeah,
Martinez.
Yeah, he is.
I thought this fight is happening at 112. Wait, Sonny Edwards. They're not fighting at 112.
No. Sonny Edwards is the whatchamacallit, the 115 champion.
So he's fighting him for his belt. Okay, I thought
it's a unification. It's a unification, I believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I believe it's a unification. But let me, just in case I'm talking out of my ass. Let me check.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't fighting 115 anymore, and he was going to 112 and all.
No, yeah, I think it was. I think he wasn't fighting at 118 anymore, and he moved down to 115. But let me see. Okay, no.
115, 112. He wasn't ever at bantam. He was
so it's 112. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's flyweight. That's where they all they're flyweight now. Flyweight. They're flyweight. 112. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was fighting the Superfly before, and then he went down.
Exactly. He was fighting at 115, and he went back down. Yeah. Facts. Yeah.
Let's see. Hold up.
Yeah, so it's a unification. It's WBO IBF unification. Sonny Edwards, Rodriguez.
Let's see. The beef is fake, and it wouldn't put past Bill to set it up. That's cool, but that just speaks to more of what you think about Bill Haney versus whether or not he set it up. Because I think the beef could be fake without Bill being involved at all. But yeah, I don't know. It just I'm just not feeling what's his ass. Okay, here we go. I didn't run you off, huh? I thought all that interrupting you never show up again. You wouldn't show your face around these parts anymore. No, sorry, wouldn't show your face
Hey,
around
watch it. Leave again.
what happened? You gonna punish me for interrupting? Is that what's happening? What's up, man?
What's the topic?
Yeah, we're talking about Bam and Sonny. We're really ready. We're just going to like fights that are made before we get right back into these the rematches. So, yeah, we're just talking about the fight. I think we're done with that though. But Sonny Edwards and Bam.
Oh, isn't that like in December or something?
No, I'm not sure when it is. You know the date? You know the fight date?
I think it's in November or some shit. I don't remember.
Later on, yeah.
Yeah, that's months away.
Yeah, man.
Bill promoting via fake beef. That's down Bill's alley. See, the thing is, Bill doesn't strike me as a fake guy. Like, I can understand like why a lot of people say he's cap because of their own understanding. Okay, so the thing about Bill and his cap, it is either, I think, a little bit based on people's what is it? People's suppositions, assumptions. I think a lot of it is based on people's assumptions without having the information, and some of it is due to him just being a promoter, and promoter's job is to cap in a particular kind of way. But he doesn't strike me as being fake. But maybe he is. I don't know. And he just strikes me as being a promoter, and he's always like trying to sell something. So if you think that's fake beef, I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I just yeah, I don't have the same. I don't see the same thing from Bill that other people do.
Damn, man, when is this fucking fight? Oh yeah. December. Phantom was on the money. December 16th. Yep.
Andrade and Benavidez. Do you think that's going to be on pay-per-view at all?
No.
I didn't think so either.
Just me.
Oh, the ticker? Oh, shit. Hold up. I thought I put the ticker on earlier. Hold on. Here we go. All right, hold on. Let's do that. There's Lost Phantom. Island Boys. Okay, hold up. Is this here's Phantom again. Oh, hold up.
Jesus.
There we go.
There you go.
Let's see. A lot of UK fighters end up overhyped, but in terms of sheer size, they produce a decent amount of chance for a tiny little island. It's not that they've produced a lot of champs for a tiny little island. That's not what it is at all. They produced a lot of champs because they were the people who had the boxing happening, whereas the other places did not. England has been boxing before there's any place called the United States. England had rules before boxing was legal anywhere in the United States. England has just been at it for a really long time. The tiny little island part doesn't mean anything. It's like saying they got a lot of good tennis players for a tiny little island. Like tennis started there.
Yeah, man.
Like English fucking rules and all that shit. Like
in relation to the Benavidez and Andrade, bro. I mean, Benavidez and Plant like barely made any money or barely sold anything. So I don't know, bro. I think pay-per-view is the wrong way to go in this situation.
Wait, sorry. Wrong way. You said pay-per-view is the wrong way to go?
Yeah, for that fight, most definitely.
Yeah,
That's
like,
that's just me. That's just me, man. I
yeah,
actually
like,
think Bud and the Bud and Errol rematch should be well served to be on like regular Showtime. Excuse me.
I would if they had like a bunch of big champs. Then I would say like, yeah, throw that under the big champ shit. But this is their big champ shit.
Mm.
Like PBC don't have a lot of like. Let's see, you got Charlo. You got the Charlos, and then you have
Errol.
Well, Errol's not a champion anymore. Bud is under contract.
You're thinking about
I
champions.
guess.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Then they got
Champions. They're
Subriel
gonna have Tim Zoo.
Matias. They got Subriel and they got Rolly. And then depending on what you think of Tank's belt. And then you got O'Shaquie.
But I mean,
Foster.
Tank is a star. Tank is a star. Yeah, O'Shaquie.
He's a star, but he's not a. I mean, he's not gonna. You're not gonna be on a Tank undercard though if you're fucking Bud and Spence. That's very undefeated.
No. I hear you. I feel you.
I mean,
yeah. But that's the thing. That's the thing about that smoke. Like this is not gonna be for any belts because it's gonna more than likely it's gonna be at 154. So I mean, you lose that like marketing tool.
True, yeah, you fought for it though. You fought for it.
No, they can, I mean,
man, you gotta love Bud.
They can do something clever, but I just think it'll, I don't know. I just think, I don't know in that situation, because I don't know too much about the money. I mean, we just know that, some people sell, some don't, I don't know how this would work since they're moving up in weight and shit. Yeah, I don't know.
Plant wasn't undefeated. What is undefeated doesn't make you pay-per-view. The hell?
True.
Yeah, like being defeated, like doesn't make you not pay-per-view. Like there's literally doesn't mean anything. Yeah, sorry. I'm saying
Canelo hasn't been undefeated.
That was addressed to the chat. I was just
in 30 years. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's saying
I was saying Canelo hasn't been undefeated in 30 years.
You're saying the Plant wasn't pay-per-view, but because he wasn't because he already lost. But I don't.
Yeah.
Canelo's
been pay-per-view for a long time, and he's had that one loss, until Bivol beat him for a while.
But and also, it's really closer to the fact that really the point of the matter. What I think the relevant fact is, Andrade and Benavidez are both undefeated, and neither one of them ever done pay-per-view. I don't know why this would be the one.
Benavidez just did a pay-per-view, you weirdo. What are you talking about?
Ben?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes, Benavidez and Caleb Plant was pay-per-view, bro.
Oh, it was pay-per-view. Okay,
weirdo.
Okay, I thought it was. Oh shit! I didn't buy it.
Well, obviously.
And I watched it too. So wait a minute. Where did I watch it? I don't remember getting a link for it. Well, hold up a second.
Shit, that made me laugh. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I was reading the chat. I don't remember. I saw the fight. It went 12. It's kind of interesting, kind of boring. It was all right. Caleb Plant didn't do much in the fight. Yeah, how the fuck did I pay for that fight? I don't remember paying for that fight. I don't fucking know. Anyway,
check your bank statement.
I was responding to the chat thinking that David Benavidez never did pay-per-view, so now I don't even understand the argument the guy's making. So let me see. Gypsy told me? Okay. My good GT ticker. I don't know. Maybe he's responding to something that we said. I don't know.
No idea.
Superstar Donnie says there can be a little beef without turning into a full-on blood feud. Yeah. Listen, I think that it is the kind of beef that centers around the fact that Shakur is frustrated with his position right now.
I don't know why.
I think because he doesn't have the proper team around there to have him insulated from these kinds of issues. Like, I don't think he has a real plan. I think they have Shakur out there floating while they figure out what's going on in Loma. I think Loma is the priority for Top Rank at 135.
Loma's gonna fight Cambosis. I just heard that recently.
I wouldn't be surprised. I
Yeah,
think
they're
that's
just
why
looking for
they.
a
I
venue.
think that's why. But I
You know.
think that's why he's irritated. That he can't get the Cambosis fight. He can't get the Loma fight. But Loma and Cambosis can fight each other.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up, I guess. You know, it is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, Andrade. I don't think Andrade anybody cares about Andrade. I think like even most of his fans have defected. I think there's like a couple, 3 guys still on the YTBC who are like repping Andrade, but I don't think anybody has him beating David Benavidez.
Yeah, man. If you still rip Andrade, you're on the payroll. Not just fucking around.
It's just a throwback to his potential. Like he used to have all the upside in the world, but I think he squandered his career on like bad business decisions and like being a weirdo. Like he's like the Andre 3000 of fucking boxing. I fucking got like weirdo hats and like bird seed and shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think he just fucked this shit up, like for real. But
Yeah, man. Well, fuck it, man.
all right. We did rematches. We did B-ball. We did Spence and Bud activating, and I think that is about it. Unless you have some unresolved thoughts on any of these issues, or maybe some other topic we haven't talked about. You go to open topics.
Oh, Udo checked out. You want to shut it down, Smoker?
I'm gonna go through the chat because I neglected them for a long time. There seems to be a lot. There's a lot of typing in the chat too. So let me pull up my old YouTube. See what the hell it is you people are saying. What's beef? Beef is when you beef is when you're 30 deep. And he's talking about he's not gonna fight him for $8 million, but he will fight him for nothing. $8 million in belts, but he will fight him for nothing in a parking lot. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. But you guys assure me that you think it's a real one, that Shakur is being real right now. He's not being a ungrateful, jealous snake. It's real beef because apparently Devin won't pay him more than 25% to fight. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Lightning. Yeah, that's not what Bill said at all. He didn't say he was going to not fight Shakur. Okay, so let's highlight Mr. Lightning's thing, right? And let's talk about it. Let me see if I can find the clip. I don't know if I can find the clip. Let's see if I can find the clip of what Bill said. Play the clip for you, and then we can chop it up. Actually, let's chop it up first before I even go look for it. What Bill actually said was, and by the way, you have to check the timing on all this. The clip is from 2019, right? In 2019, Shakur Stevenson was fighting at 126 pounds, and I don't even think was a champion. Neither one of the dudes were champions, and they were talking about a future fight. He's saying if 130 was too much, then he'd fight him at 140. They're talking about actually making the fight and what weight class the fight could take place in. It had nothing to do with if Shakur is at 130 pounds, then they're going to fight at 140 pounds. The thing was, at that point, maybe the fight could have happened at 130 because maybe Dev could move and made 130 back then. But maybe not. Don't know. But that's what he said. What he said was, if 130 is too hot, 130 pounds is too hot. Not if lightweight is too hot. If 130 is too hot, then they can fight at 140. I don't know that Shakur turned down $8 million. They're saying that 25% represented $8 million. Now let me check the sources on that one. So, yeah, because I didn't mean to say so let me make sure that before I go around spreading misinformation or disinformation that I got the source right. So I heard that 2.5 represented $8 million. I don't believe that it represented $8 million. So I think that's somewhere between $30 and $40 million. I don't know. Is this fight worth $30 million?
Yeah, possible, but doubtful, you know.
Right? It would be like 25%. If it's $8 million, it's something like 10%. That would mean 20% would be 7.5. Yeah, it would be $35 million. Maybe 32. There we go. That's my head math. That's me doing head arithmetic.
Yeah, you're pretty close. 32 million.
Right. So, I don't know. Maybe that's not bad though. That's not bad. I think he's just mad. Okay, so do you think? I think Shakur is just tired of being big dog by Dev. He's like, I'm a millionaire now too, motherfucker. I know you grew up with all these millions, but I'm a millionaire now. You're not just going, let's see, 32. All right, so you're not just gonna get 26 million while I get 8, bro. Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but that was just like a hypothetical, you know. 25. It was basically Shakur getting 25% of everything, you know.
27 million. Sorry, my head math is. I'm trying to laugh and keep it together and do arithmetic at the same time. And arithmetic is not my strong suit, especially on a fucking in my head. Let's see, but it's not my strong suit. Period. Yeah. He didn't say they're gonna leave to 135. See, that's the thing about Shakur fans, man. They got to lie to kick it. And I'm not saying you are one of those dudes that lies to kick it. Although I'm not saying you're not one of those dudes either, Mr. Lightning. The jury is still out. I know you did misrepresent those fucking videos we had going back for a minute, but I'm not gonna say you're out here lying. You're just out here. I'll say you're spinning. You're changing the facts in order to make your guy look not as crazy, and to actually like bolster his narrative. And I don't know, man. The Shakur narrative is getting too much. He's working on being a hype job, but I don't want him to be a hype job because the dude's too damn good. No way the fight is worth 32 million. I don't know. Yeah, like I'd be surprised. I'd be, if you could get 32 million for that fight, giving Shakur 10 is not that bad, right? Yeah, thanks. So I don't know if you're really thanking me or if you're being funny, but yeah, no problem. I try to keep it a buck over here, as much as I possibly can. But let me look to see if I can find $8 million. I don't know where that came from. Listen, if they're gonna get $32 million, do I think you could have ran? You could have taken the 20 million and given Shake 12. Sure, you could have done that. Is Devin ducking if he isn't doing that shit? No, not really. Should Shakur have an attitude about it? I guess he could, but he really should take it as motivation, right? Oh, you just sucked up $4 million of my fucking dollars like that. But I think Shakur won at 50-50, which he just, in my opinion, hasn't earned. I don't know. Maybe you disagree. Do you think that Shakur should get 50-50, or should have gotten 50-50?
Are you asking me or the chat?
You.
No.
Say again?
No 50-50.
No. Yeah. All right. So yeah, let's say it does if it does 20 million tops, 8 million is a great offer. If it does 20 million tops, 25% is still a great offer. You're getting millions to fight for legacy and undisputed. You're getting that's history and legacy. I mean, come on, bro. At 20 million bucks, 25% is great. Okay, you're happy enough, Shakur. You're doing a good job. Yes, you are. Yes. You're definitely one of I put you in the Shakur fan, but like the guy who is promoting the absolute fuck out of Shakur, the guy who's promoting Shakur the best. I don't know. I won't say the best, but the most is goddamn H Money. He was early in it. He was an early adopter. He switched streams. He went hard for Shakur in a way that nobody has gone hard for Shakur. Jay Prince ain't going that hard. Bob Arum is not going that hard. The person who's going the hardest for Shakur. Keyshawn Davis is going pretty hard, but I don't even know if Keyshawn is going as hard as H Money is. H Money's burning bridges, biting hands and feet him, all that kind of shit behind some Shakur. His own integrity. Like he's like, oh, my thing. I want to see fights. I want to do my thing. Yeah, you gotta, whatever. Yeah, to people who are promoting Shakur, great. But can you guys tell me how Shakur is not shooting himself in the foot? That would be great.
Yep. Explain that one.
I'm with Shakur. I've never been as big a fan of Shakur as I have been for Tank and Dev, but I've liked the guy. He's just kind of late to the party, and is acting like he's one of the hosts. Is all. I don't know what's happening.
So if Frank Martin beats him, is he officially a hype job?
If Frank Martin beats Tank Davis,
no,
oh
Shakur,
my God, dude! Listen,
Shakur, bro.
Oh, if Shakur beats him, then is who hyped up? Tank?
If Frank Martin beats Shakur a hype job, bro.
Oh, fuck yeah! Yes, absolutely.
Damn, straight like that, huh?
Absolutely, yes. Only because of what they say about Shakur. Like they don't say the same thing about Tank. Like what they say about Tank is he's fast, he's got devastating power, and he's not fighting real competition. But his power is still real, whether or not he loses. So it's kind of like nobody's saying that he's the best defensive fighter or the best fighter on the planet and all this shit. And people are saying Shakur is the best. Shakur is out there saying he's better than everybody. Tank ain't saying stuff like that. Tank fan, like people are saying Shakur over everybody, or Tank everybody, or Dev over everybody. I don't know, but I don't know. If Dev got beat by Frank Martin, would that make him a hype job? Yes. Yeah. Shakur can't lose to no damn Frank Martin. Tank could probably get away with it the most, but it was even then. It's probably he gets called a hype job too, because he's not. His thing isn't like Tank's boxing ability is actually underrated. He's actually a really good boxer, but people don't give him credit for how good a boxer he is. The other two are like literally eating out, they're dining out. Their whole careers are based on how great of boxers they are. So yeah, getting beat by Frank Martin, yeah, that turns you into a hype job because you don't have anything else to fucking back that. Yeah. Yeah, final answer. Shakur and Dev cannot lose to fucking Dev. Cannot lose to Frank Martin without being called a hype job.
Damn. That's some shit, bro.
Has anybody lauded Frank Martin for his boxing abilities?
I mean, some people, there ain't a lot of them, but you know.
Didn't they just say he went life and death with nobody from Germany, and Marinez? He stopped Marinez, and he got the decision, and the other guy weren't those tough fights for him? I don't know.
Damn, cannot lose to Frank. Damn, that's so funny to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, those boys, they can't lose no damn Frank Martin. Come on, man. I think Tank is the guy who can get away with losing to Frank Martin because nobody really rates his boxing skills. They're just sleeping on his boxing skills. That's why. Can you imagine Frank Martin knocking out Shakur Stevenson?
Oh, that would be bad, bro. That would be horrible.
Come on, bro. I think all these the thing. I think most of these what do you call them? The Shakur fans. A lot of them are just guys that don't like Haney and are actually Tank fans. I think they don't like. A lot of people don't like the way that Bill Haney or the Haneys have been treating Tank, and now they're just using any excuse to like try to denigrate and devalue Dev. Alliteration aside.
I think there's some legit Shakur fans out there. They just, I guess Haney's the new rival, so that's what they're on,
Yeah, I think they'll disappear like a fart in the wind if Frank Martin beats Shakur Stevenson. I don't think they're like real fans.
Oh, you're saying like they'll jump ship,
Hell yeah. This is a fans. They're fans out of convenience. They're fans because they don't like the way that the Haneys came after Tank.
I mean, it's easy to be a fan of an undefeated fighter, right? Like there's no.
All three are undefeated. We're just talking
That's
about
what I'm saying.
we're just talking about how all of a sudden Shakur fans came out of the woodwork like they always been there.
That's interesting. I don't know. I think when he got the 130, I think that's when people started, noticing him. And when he beat Jermell Herring, I think that's what kind of put him on the map. And then you got Oscar Valdez. That's what, grew his fan base even more. So I think it was his 130 run that really got people attention.
I think that's when people started talking about it. But I'm not talking about people getting his attention. I'm talking about now these ride or dies he got. He didn't get no fucking ride or dies based on Oscar Valdez. Goddamn Jermell Herring. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I mean, maybe.
I think he got those out of calling out Dev and making Dev look like a duck because Dev was going around calling everyone else ducks. And Tank got that duck call. And all of those people that he's calling ducks, all those people have fan bases. Lomachenko's got a fan base, Teofimo's got a fan base, Tank's got a fan base, and all of those fan bases were looking crazy out here. And then Shakur helped turn the narrative around. So now those fans are jumping on the Shakur because he was able to score some PR points where their fighter could not.
I guess. I don't know. Because what I hear from the Shakur fans out there, they think he's better than Devin Haney. So,
Yeah, but you also hear about this energy change, right? Oh, he changed energy. He ain't the same. He was doing like this with these other people, but he ain't like that with Shake. If you ask all those people who say that thing, who's their fighter, who they pick over everyone, Tank. For the most part, not everyone. But I'm just saying, like that. I feel like the majority. That's when I saw it really heating up. Was when Shakur called out Dev. That's when all of these Shakur fans came up.
Yeah, maybe that's when they came out of hiding, I guess. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I think a
never
lot of
bought
it has
into
to do
that.
with the anti-Dev, and I think the anti-Dev is mostly about Tank, not so much about To, not so much about Loma, but that's part of it. But I think it's mostly about Tank. That could be that I'm not 100% on this. It's a work in progress. It's a hypothesis.
Yeah, fair enough.
I suspect. Let's see if I can get some confirmation here. David is he's not a big enough sample group. Dave and Knockout Boxing, although they are real avid Tank fans, and it's not much for the human mind to develop to see patterns of 3 or 4 examples. I'm going to fight that particular cognitive bias and look for a larger sample size before I make a
Uh,
decision.
yeah, it's gonna be hard to find, but yeah, I just think that Shakur, like they kind of been fighting each other for a while, sparring and all that. It'd be a good fight, but I don't.
What year you said is going to happen next year in your mind?
Yeah, I would say 2024, no later than 2025.
So 2025 is when you. Well, I only did one 2026. So if you're not right in 2025, um, then my pick comes up in 2026.
Right. So I got between 2024 and 2025. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that do you think Shakur will ever hit 147?
I think that's his last stop. I don't think he goes higher than that.
All right, good. And so, like, what year do you think he gets to the division?
Probably around the time you said after 2026, maybe 2027. Yeah.
2026, 2027. So you think his run at 35 and at 40 is going to take the next 3 or 4 years?
Yeah. To be more critical with my estimation, I'd say 2027. Yeah.
Sports Heaven, what's up, man?
Hey,
Happy
brother, how
Friday.
y'all
Hope you have a
doing?
good week. Hope you have a good weekend. Thanks for coming by. And yeah, Phantom. I would work it out so you feel the love and the appreciation that I have for you. But I also feel like you're just sort of ingrained in the thing. I don't. Maybe I take you for granted. My bad.
To an extent, yes. But maybe Sports Heaven's another sample size. Maybe you can ask him some of your Shakur questions, Smoke.
Well, this is a tank thing, right? So, are you a tank over everybody guy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, there it is. So do you think? Oh, another question. And this is, I think I'm going to keep it to fewer than 5 questions, if you don't mind. And do you think the beef between Dev and Shakur is real?
Uh, Not really. I think they got a little emotional, so they in their feelings right now. But I don't think it's real.
Okay. Do you think Dev is ducking Shakur?
I think he don't want that. I think he's avoiding that fight. I do. But
Aha! Aha! All right, all right. And the final question: what was the turning point that made you think Devin is doesn't want to fight Shakur, or he's ducking him? When did that happen?
well, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't be all the way
No, I'm just
into
saying,
it
when did
like
it
that.
happen in your mind? Not like I'm just saying, what event between them made you
Well,
think that?
the concept of when Haney when Devin pushed for the for his WBC mandatory, if that's correct, if that happened, um, the way Haney responded when Shakur got in the ring, um, even though I can question why Shakur didn't take that split, you know, but I still think that was a shitty offer. I think it was an offer with the idea that Shakur would have turned it down, and then him just jumping up to 140 like that when Shakur's hot on his heels. I could see going into next year if the fight don't produce. then go up to 140. But it seemed like he getting his ass out of 135 as fast as he can.
How is Devin Haney ducking Shakur when Shakur refused 25% to fight him?
Well, brother, Smokey just asked me, my great brother, and I answered it I answered it in full depth.
Not
You don't
really.
have.
Your answer
No,
is kind of
he
shaky.
said that he said that he thinks that offer was a unfair lowball offer. It was an offer
Based on
designed
what?
to get turned down.
What is he basing that on?
Well, I base it on what I believe, and let me say, I don't know if you heard everything I said, my brother. I did say this though. I did say this. If you're Shakur and you want to be great and you want the belts, you still. I don't know why he didn't take the fight, but in retrospect, I believe that Haney should have offered him more than 25%. I think he should have offered him close to 30, 35, and see how that
Based on
played.
what? Based on what you think you should offer him 35%? Based on what?
To me, it's a big fight.
Yeah, it's a big fight. So
Yeah.
20.
Let me ask you a question. When Wilder fought Tyson Fury the first time, what was the percentage on that?
When Wilder first Tyson Fury the first time, that really doesn't really matter because number one, we're looking at two different, it's apples and carrots really because number one, Devin is the undisputed champion. Okay, none of those guys, Tyson Fury or Deontay, was undisputed or was even had all the belts or was even unified. Okay, so Tyson Fury, the first time they fought, he came off the couch drinking, drugging, smoking, whatever the hell he was doing. He was weighing like 400 pounds. So that's not, you can't use that as a
So
as an
let me use
analogy.
another one. Let me use another one then. Okay, when Roy Jones, after he beat Bernard Hopkins, uh, and then they had to, and Bernard wanted the rematch, Jones offered him a 60-40 split. And some people, I'm not one, but some people thought that he was shooting him a low ball offer because he was avoiding the fight.
Okay, well, so now 60-40, a 60-40 split. If somebody's saying, now those guys, that was a rematch, right? You talk
Yes,
about a
sir.
rematch. Okay. So in this situation, we don't have a rematch. We don't even have a fight. All I'm saying to you is this. People can believe what they want. But when
But
you
hold
talk
on. Do
about
you think
ducking,
that's
hold
a?
on,
Do
let me
you think?
finish. Let me
Do
finish.
you? But do you think that?
When you talk
Yeah,
about ducking, when you say ducking,
I said
ducking is
avoided.
where avoided, ducking, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
When you're saying that, when somebody offer you 25% on for an undisputed shot at the title, where they don't even have to offer you 25% at all because by rights you're supposed to get a flat fee, not a percentage. So you got to understand that. So now what he offered Shakur was more than what Shakur was supposed to get. Okay, he
Is
made
that
him a
right?
generous offer.
He
So
was
now
supposed to get more than
Shakur didn't
he
take the
offered him.
fight. So now who's ducking? Is it
What's the?
Shakur
I mean,
or
what's
Haney?
the? Hold on, brother. I want to focus back on what I said about the Roy Jones. I don't want to I don't want to do the boogaloo shuffle and you start giving me a sermon because I'm not putting no money in your collection plate to put a roof on your church. So what I want to know is when I asked you about Roy Jones and that 60-40 split, and I said I wasn't one of them, but depending on bias mentality, because that's what we're dealing with, a biased opinion. Me and you both probably have a little different opinion. But it's 60-40.
Well,
If somebody's saying,
everybody have
hold
their
on, hold
own
on, hold on,
bias.
hold on, hold on. Yeah, I listen to you every Friday. You're
Now
very
just saying
intelligent.
everybody have their own
You're
bias.
you're
That's all.
you're very intelligent, brother. Very educated. And I enjoy listening to you because you very educational. But that don't change where I stand here. So when I'm saying that there were critics that said that Roy Jones was avoiding Hopkins and he offered him low ball. Do you agree that 60-40? Do you think that was a low ball offer? Do you think Jones was avoiding B Hop in that 60-40 split?
No.
Okay. Well, okay.
I mean, if you win, you're the A side. You offer you know what I mean. You could do that. You could offer 64. That's generous. You know what I mean. You're the A side.
The issue that I'm having with this unfair offer thing, when it comes specifically to Devin and Shakur, which is kind of unlike these other situations, is that Shakur Stevenson was a Mando. He had earned a Mando shot, and so he got a Mando split offered to him. But with that Mando shot, there's 3 other belts that he was not a mandatory for that was also on the line. So it's like he got a Mando shot from 1 belt, and he got paid off that 1 belt, but there was 3 more belts attached to it. So it just seems like, like maybe you could have got 5 or 10 more points, but you get 3 more fucking belts out of it, and now everybody has to go through you. And it seems like you're saying everybody's ducking you. If you have all the belts, they can't duck you.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's ducking the Devin to me.
Well,
let me ask a question, bro. Let me ask a question right quick. We always like to talk about what somebody's done and how could they earn a shot, this, that, and the other, blase, right? So I want somebody, maybe Sports Heaven can tell me, what has Shakur Stevenson done at 135 pound, at the 135 pound division to earn more than a mandatory split?
I mean, you say it's when you ask me specifically, what he's done at 135. I mean, I'll be a goddamn fool to sit up here and try to come up with an answer because he ain't fought nobody at 135, brother. But boxing doesn't always, but value doesn't always come from the weight class. Value comes from what you as a whole. So
and he's done great things at 126 and 130.
That's right.
But he's not there anymore, and he lost that belt at 130 on the scale. Lost both of them. So
hey, I get that. I'm just saying in general. Your question you asked me is signed, sealed, and delivered. I can't sit up here and give you an answer, but I'm telling you that he's worth more than 25%. But now again, let me say I'm younger. Hold on, brother. I'm talking to Shelton. I'm younger than you two brothers, so I respect my elders, and I know the game. But I'm not far behind you. I'm 44, so I am cut from the cloth.
Man, fuck them old niggas.
Hey, Phantom, we not.
I gotta tell you, I don't. Just straight up, I don't remember being 44. You can best believe I don't remember whatever the fuck age Phantom is.
But
I'm gonna catch you at one of these fights, Phantom.
So don't catch me, man.
But I'm a part of the I'm a part of the cloth of the old school. So as a cut from that cloth, I do question. That's why when you first asked me the question, I kind of like stalled a little bit because a part of me feels like, hey, you want to be great. Why not just go ahead and take the fight? 25%
Exactly.
or not.
Now, let me ask the panel this. I want to start with Phantom on this one. What do you think about niggas where we come from? You know where we come from. Niggas recording other niggas' conversations. What do you think about that? Because I think that's some hoe shit.
Yeah, that ain't good, bro. You ain't supposed to be doing that. That's why Bill was like, that was a snake move, and Bill is absolutely right about that, bro. Yep.
Who did that?
Whoever the nigga was with Shakur, and it wasn't Shakur, whoever was with him, recorded the nigga's conversation, and that shit is some hoe shit, man.
Yeah, that's bitch
grown
shit.
men don't get down like that.
Yeah, that's bitch shit there. I'll punch you in your mouth for that.
And the way Bill was explaining it, because like I think back then they had a little incident to where their beef was bubbling up. Jay Prince called Bill and told him to talk to Shakur, to see if they can calm shit down or whatever.
Right. And then you gonna record the conversation? What kind of hoe ass move is that? If you didn't do it, your homeboy did it, and if you Shakur, you're supposed to check your homeboy for doing some hoe ass shit like that.
I don't really understand the ins and outs of the whole thing. They weren't in the same division. They were literally 2 divisions apart at the time of this so-called beef.
Now, here's the question, though, Smoke. If that conversation happened 4 years ago, like Bill said, do we believe Bill is the question?
You can't believe Bill have to stuff come out of his mouth.
Listen, if Bill is lying, then Shakur is still tripping, and he still has a terrible team. Like, you're supposed to jump on that immediately.
Exactly.
Yeah, Bill, I don't trust Bill neither. Bill's suspect too.
It's not
I
about
love what
trusting
he's
him.
doing
It's
for
just
his
about,
fighters.
like, why would you let that lie, like, find roots in the public consciousness?
Why would you let
as
it
soon
fester?
as you hear that, then you refute that. That wasn't 2019. Motherfucker, you did that. That was 2 weeks ago. Like,
that's true, brother. Yeah, you're right about. You got to refute that lie. You got to say that immediately. I did not kill that man. I'm innocent.
Yeah, exactly. You don't let the public unless you're on you're trying to sell the public a bill of goods. Unless you're trying to fool us. That's what I feel like I'm in a. They're trying to put me in a trick bag. I hate being in one. I don't like being a consumer. I don't like being manipulated. I hate this shit. I don't like being bullied. I don't like being taken for a fool, hoodwinked, gobsmacked. None of that shit. I don't like it.
Right. Well, Phantom, I ain't talk to you in a minute, bro.
Say
What's
again?
your feelings on this? What's your feelings on this Haney Regis beef? What's up with that?
I don't think it's real beef. I don't think they have beef. I think they're going to fight, and Regis is just a little bit anxious about the particulars, but I think they're going to fight.
Regis sound nervous.
Regis looks like
Not
Regis
to me,
acting like
bro.
his rent is
Not
due.
to me.
Like he said, my
Regis is
check
acting
is
like
coming, and my
Regis
check's
is
not
acting
here.
like a champion. He's like, look, if you ain't gonna fight, I'm gonna fight somebody else, man. What you gonna do?
Nah, bro. Like, no. He said, I'm going to fight Adrien Broner. He's got a name.
Yeah.
Of course.
And no, that's not of
You
course, bro.
can
This
sell
is
Broner. You can sell
hold up a
that,
second.
bro.
Hold up a second. And this may be Bill Capman. This may be Bill Cap. Or it may be Eddie Hearn not being particularly forthcoming. We know that he has a problem with, like, filling in details, right?
Right.
But according to Bill, Eddie is just looking for the right venue. But that seems like Regis Prograis. I know Regis hasn't been with Eddie very long, but why would Regis be blaming Devin if his promoter is actually working out the details?
Regis is getting nervous, bro.
Well, listen, let me say this. Regis ain't get worried. Listen, Regis done already took a L. And so he ain't worried about taking another L. Now I don't personally think that Josh Taylor is better than Devin, but I do think that he's in the same conversation. He ain't much less scared of that guy. I think there was questions with the dates. It could be some promotional stuff that he not knowing, but it was something with the dates, and he feeling some type of way about the dates. And you can't ignore that. Now, if you want, and so I don't. It's nothing about. Now, I think Regis, in my opinion, I think Regis is overrated, and Devin might pull it off on the scorecard because I don't think Regis got that one hitter quitter, even though he can hurt you. But I definitely don't think I don't think he's nervous of that boy. I think he believes he can beat Devin.
I'm not saying he was scared. I just said he was nervous. He's getting nervous.
Because it seemed like the Haneys is playing games with Dick. Now they may not. It just might be promotional stuff that they're learning as they go because they're still developing as promoters as well.
Nah, they know the business, man. They know what they're doing. They're trying to get Devin. They're trying to get the Regis out of pocket. They're trying to get him shaky, and it looks like it's working.
And why would you do that though? That's I'm cut from that era again. You know what I mean? Like it's cool to do that. That sound good when you talking, but there's a such thing as honor. You gotta have honor.
Nah, man. Mama had to leave to go by people's house outside their window and throw shit at their window and tell them to come outside right now. You want to fight now. You don't want to wait for the fight date.
Yeah, but you ain't. You're not playing. But
you ain't Muhammad Ali, bro. You ain't Muhammad Ali. You ain't nowhere near that. No, I'm talking about Devin. Devin, Regis, none of these dudes ain't nowhere near that. Ain't nowhere cut near from that cloth.
I agree with you on that. Not even just leave any fighter from that era.
But that's not playing. That's not playing games with people dates and they training and what they're trying to do. That's not. I mean that's just being a man, like coming to your house, knocking on your door, saying bring your punk ass outside.
It's better than
Pittsburgh team. Pittsburgh team, make some sense of this shit for me, bro.
Hey, look, man. This is the way I look at this whole thing with Shakur. He shows he has some character flaws to me. Now I know the older people gonna understand what I'm saying. Like he has some, like for nothing to be going on and for you to do that shows a huge character flaw. And then for you to release it in an edited form like that and not to give that guy credit when we're talking about a man who would have been like an uncle or a father, that type of a figure in your life. I think that shows a huge character flaw. Because if you listen to Bill, it was more so to me, it sounded like he was hurt that he released the tape and frustrated. That's what he sounded like. He didn't sound like he was like cursing out Shakur, like it wasn't like I'm finna fight you. It was more like frustrated, like why the fuck did you do this?
Yeah,
type of deal. So
it's called jealousy and envy, bro.
Well,
It makes
here's
sense.
the thing. The thing is, all right. So there's I don't know if you guys heard this around your house, but there's a proverb that goes, when a child is born, a father is born, right? And when you play like father figure to these fucking people that grow up, and and then they grow big enough to stake you. It's annoying.
Yeah.
Like, man, where's it? Like, come get your badass kids. I ain't eating my food, going to my refrigerator and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's fucking irritating.
But
I
Smoke,
can
it could be the
understand where
other
you're
way too. But it could be the other way, Smoke, too, because like when you take kids in, because I've taken kids in before that aren't your kids, and you feed them, you make sure that they got stuff, or not even that you take them all the way in, you might partially take them in,
yeah, just
where
look
you
out
know
for them.
that
I'm just saying,
they,
you're just looking out for them because just like,
right,
okay,
where you know they're getting home and they ain't gonna have nowhere to be at, so you let them stay at your house, you feed them, you make sure they good, you take them home, you might even run into some games and do some shit that you know you ain't got no business doing. And for them to do that type of shit is like, come on, man. That's just not a good look for him. And then he looks very ignorant as far as the business goes for some of the things that he's saying. So it just don't come off as a good look for him. You need to
there
get
it
some
is.
interest.
This is my issue. This is why my thing is going with Shakur. Like, I'm hoping, man, like, come on, bro. You got to do better than this. Like, you can't be, there's got to be some puzzle pieces missing. This can't all be over a fight, can it?
Nah, man, I'm telling you, it's all
No.
jealousy, bro. He's just
Yeah,
jealous
it
of
seems like
Shakur. He's
jealousy.
jealous of Haney. I mean, you have to understand that Shakur is the
Yeah.
older one. He's the older one. He's thinking that he should be where Haney is right now because he got the skills and all of that. But it's just that whoever is moving him is not moving. No, I mean, like somebody just said, he lost the belt on the scales. I mean, how do you do that? So you know, uh, he's just not moving right, and it's showing. And David Haney is moving right, and it's showing. So he's just getting more frustrated and more jealous and more envious of Haney as the day go by, as
Yeah.
Haney gets bigger and bigger and make more and more money.
I agree,
Yeah,
brother.
see, that narrative is the thing that seems to be closest to what I understand. He just seems jealous and shit, but I just, man, like, why don't you have somebody out there to save you from your baser instincts, from those kinds of impulses, from just like doing the little kids? This is just not grown man business.
Well, he
It's
had somebody to save him from that. It was called
who?
Bill Haney, and he threw him under the
Yeah.
bus. So what do you want? What are you going?
Yeah,
What are you going?
but yeah,
He
yeah,
should. He should.
Will was trying to look out for him. He was, but then I guess it became a conflict of interest because Bill has to look out. Like, it's literally illegal for him to look out for both guys.
Well,
Yep.
despite all that, right? Is the marination going good? Because to me, it seems like it's going pretty good, bro.
The
I
marination for
don't
the
th-
fight is going good. My fandom for Shakur is not. Like, it's the marinating in the fight is coming at the expense of my esteem of one of the fighters, and I don't like those kind of marination. I like both guys, where you have to vilify somebody to make a fight. Like, I don't know. I'm not really with it.
Not everybody can be the damn hero, Smoke.
Well,
Yeah, I
I,
mean, I'm just saying, like, so
Somebody got to be the villain. That's for sure.
when it came to but I'm just saying you can. So just on the heels of Spence and Bud, I just have a lot of fucking fatigue when I get to see two fighters that I like, and the fan bases try to twist it into like some kind of weird, like, you know,
personal.
what is it, Montagues and Capulets kind of shit. Like, now there's
Hey,
two houses at war kind of shit, and it's like, is that really what's happening?
well, I
Yes,
heard that
that's exactly what's happening.
But
I
that's
heard
sports for you, though.
that Derek James and Errol Spence is going to return to the scene of the crime. So in December, it looks like.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it wasn't ever like fuck your mom or fuck
Yeah.
your, like, as a matter of fact, both guys only just said fuck your fan bases. But what those two dudes did was make us the villains. That's what
Yeah.
they did. They didn't make each other the villains. They turned on us, both guys.
No, well, I
but that's
really
the
didn't
younger group
understand that
too.
because, like you said, Smoke, I like both guys. Both guys are good fighters. It's just to me, from my perspective, I'm speaking for myself now. One guy was clearly better than the other guy. It was clear.
Yeah, but that's predicting who's going to win the fight. That's a different subject. We're just talking about, like, right now. It's saying, he asked, "Is the marination working?" And the answer, I'd say, is yes. As long as you don't have a dog in the fight and you don't really care about each fighter. But I actually do care about Shakur, and it seems like I don't know. It just seems. I
We'll
don't know.
see.
Maybe I just have misconceptions about Shakur. Maybe my fandom is based on something that I think a quality of Shakur that he doesn't have. Maybe he is just a snake, backbiting, desperate dude that'll throw you under the bus for his own opportunity. Maybe he's just
Definitely a
that
backbiter.
opportunistic.
You know what?
But
And that's a good point,
but
Smoke.
let me say this part of it too. What do we think a 20-year-old man, a young male, young black male with no guidance? What does that look like? I think
No,
that's
it
the
don't.
other
It
part
don't
of
look
it,
like
especially as a
that.
fan.
It don't. No,
Yeah,
it don't.
that
It
yeah,
don't look like that, brother. Because it don't look like that because
It
loyalty.
can.
No, it can,
it can. A
but that's
lot of
that.
times it can.
But in this generation, a lot more than other. Because when we was coming up, niggas was down and niggas was a little bit more loyal and had a little bit more grit about themselves. Let me say this: you ain't got a player hate you ain't got to lie to kick it. One thing I will say that I kind of agree with you guys with the jealousy. I do think Shakur's coming off jealous. I didn't when Loma, which it could have went either way. At first I thought Loma or a draw. I watched it a couple times. I thought Devin won, but for Shakur to basically turn into Loma's personal cheerleader and just scream in disgrace, I thought that was to me some whack ass shit because this is your guy, and Smoke, you know what I feel, but I ain't gonna say it on the panel. So just him acting like that was a turnoff to me because I'm like, well, damn man, you protesting louder than Loma protesting.
Even from a business sense, it was not a good move because he was next to be in line to fight Haney, and when he started after that, they pushed Loma in front and put him behind Loma. So I mean, this guy, I don't know what the hell he's doing. When he did that, cheering for Loma like you said, and then they end up putting him back behind Loma in the rankings. Because there was an outcry, so they put Loma up ahead, even though Loma don't want no more smoke anyway. I don't think. But I
They did.
mean, yeah, he's making a lot of bad moves, man. He gotta check himself. He
They
got,
did. They did him like White Dollar might be doing his boy when he be pranking people. He say, "Shut up, Henry. I'm talking right now." That's how Top Rank did Shakur. Shut up, Shakur. I'm talking right now.
But I just think it's guidance, bro. Because think about it. Like, who's guiding Shakur? We know. Say what you want about Bill Haney, but that's that young man's dad that's been guiding him his whole career. That he know he got somebody that trusts him. After a while, when you stop trusting people and you're young, that shit probably fucks with you. Where you just don't trust nobody and you start doing some weird stuff, and it probably looks like this. That's what I'm saying. It's probably what it looks like because nobody that's advising him came from where he came from. They grew up with him. There's not anybody close to him. It's literally an advisor. So he probably don't trust a whole lot of anybody. So he probably does this shit all the time. It's just becoming public.
Well, where he from, you do backstab and stuff like that. You get your fronts knocked out. So I don't buy that because you coming he where he come from and how he coming up. I don't see how you can put punk qualities coming out of where he coming from.
So how long since he lived there? That's the other thing.
Yeah,
People come from a
I
lot of
don't know. Like
places.
releasing, filming a guy, holding on to it for years, and then releasing it when it makes when you to score PR points in a fight that you're not even about to have. I don't know. That's pretty punkish from my generation standpoint. I don't know about this generation, but
yeah,
I don't trust it. I think it's bullshit and it's bad for you.
Yeah.
No, it's not good. That's not good, Smoke. I'm just saying I can see why a person would do
I
that. When
can't
you get
see that.
into those states
We
of
can't see that.
paranoia and doing bitch moves like that often, and they're private, but they're bitch moves, but they're private, and then everybody around you is congratulating you and shaking your hand and being
My
a
wife
yes
wouldn't
man.
even.
It can
My
happen
wife.
like that.
My wife
If you
wouldn't even
never
do that.
get no, but if you never
Yeah,
get
you
like,
can be
look,
upset.
if you're around a
You can
group of
definitely hang
men,
around the wrong people. You can be
yes,
negatively influenced, right? But that's the
well, not
point of it.
checked.
Yeah.
Not checked, Smoke. Because if you say something crazy or Sheldon say something crazy, well, men are gonna check men, right? But when you're on the payroll, you ain't checking nothing. You're looking for the check. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
different.
Well, see, and my man TVE said this. He said that they pushed Loma in front of Shakur, right? Well, why would you be shocked when Bob told you a year and a half ago that this fight was next? Bob been telling you that Loma was next, has he not?
Yeah, he has.
He been saying that. So why are you shocked when Bob does what he says he's going to do?
Yeah, because basically Shakur basically just came out of nowhere because he was just at 130.
Right.
All right, so
Bob
have that
told you
same.
Loma
So hold on,
was
Mr.
next.
Shelton. will have that same energy with Tank, brother. I'm glad
I
you
don't
said
fuck with
that.
Tank. I
You
don't
fell
fuck with
right
Tank.
into
And
that
then,
trap. You fell right into that Utah.
Let's make this clear. I don't fuck with Tank. Until Tank start fighting Suarez and Gutierrez and all them type of motherfuckers, I don't fuck with it.
Okay. I understand. I just made a point. I'm sorry. I just want to do you like Utah did Florida last night. That's all.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that dude.
Yeah,
You
I
got
kind
people
of agree with
fighting.
Sheldon a little bit, but I'm on the opposite side. Like Shakur and Devin is basically the battle of the ducks for me. But you know,
What's funny about it is how those guys already have stiffer competition than Tank Davis, the guy who is now trying, like the Tank Davis fans. The people are just like, I don't know,
Well,
what did
hold
they
on,
think of Tank
Smokey.
all these years? Did
Well,
they
hold on,
been ducking
Smokey.
Loma?
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on one second, Smoke. We understand with Lomachenko, that's cool, but outside of that, I mean, I guess you can make an argument for Kambosos, but based on his
No,
last
yeah,
fight,
you can make an argument for Miguel Bichelt.
man.
You can make an argument for Teofimo Lopez.
Well, listen, I think Tio, that's a different conversation. I think Tio has
I'm just
the
saying
best
that dude
resume.
did.
I don't. What I'm saying is, I'm just saying, brother, I don't see Shakur having a stiffer, or Haney really having a stiffer resume than Tank, up top to
Okay,
bottom.
so you tell me, who's the Oscar Valdez on Tank's resume? He's been fighting a bunch of Mexicans. Which one's the Oscar Valdez?
Mario Barrios, Pitbull
Mario
Cruz.
Barrios never even had a real belt ever.
Well, I get what you're saying on the belt standpoint, but I'm telling you that shit, Valdez lost his last four. He lost his last 4 fights.
Okay, great. I got you. So so the Shakur that Oscar Valdez fought Adam Lopez. He fought Conceição, and he knocked out Bichelt. Now tell me how Barrios is like that.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that when you saying I'm telling you stiffer competition, I think that Tank.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about
Let me
quality of opposition.
Let me say this, because this is the real reason I jumped on here. Anyways,
Right,
first of all, Tank, he moved it. We gonna stop acting like Ryan is some punk ass fighter that don't mean nothing. He ain't got a championship yet, but we gonna stop acting like he wasn't a dangerous fight, and he won't be a dangerous fight. Whoever get in that ring with him, we gotta
not
stop.
for whoever. No, he won't be for whoever gets in the ring with him. He's a dangerous fighter against old little dudes that can't fucking fight anymore. He's definitely dangerous to those dudes. But who's he dangerous to that is young in their prime and is actually a threat in the sport?
Did he knock out Haney in the amateurs? Didn't he stop him in the amateurs?
Okay, hold up a second. So you know they've been fighting since they're 12 years old.
No, I get that.
You know, yeah, okay. So, and also you know that Haney beat him, and like he beat Haney early in their career, but late in their middle and late, it was all Haney. Now, like if you want to talk about like what they did when they were 12 and 13 and hang your hat on that, that's cool. But there's no way that you're going to, in my mind, going to try to parlay that into a career when they're 20-something years old and champions and pros and shit.
Brother, I'm saying undefeated Ryan Garcia is a dangerous fighter. He's a good fighter. He was mentioned in one of the 4 Kings. We're not gonna act like that ain't true. I'm telling you, when he fought the other Garcia, he was a good fighter coming up from 130. Now I don't agree. Hold on. Now, no. Hold on,
really?
Hold on. No. Hold on.
No, you got it. I'm putting myself on mute.
I do understand that he brought him up a weight class, so I won't fester on that too much. Pitbull is a good fighter. Mario is a good fighter. When he fought Santa Cruz is a good fighter. So what I'm trying to say is,
okay, you're moving on to Tank's resume. Well, I thought you were just talking about Ryan Garcia. Okay.
No, I'm not. I am talking about Tank's resume, but Ryan is a part of his resume. So
right, but if you're comparing resumes, then we got unified champions. We got guys who knocked out real competition. We got guys who actually mean something in the sport. Lomachenko. We got a Hall of Famer on your resume.
Man, listen,
the fuck you talking about? What are you giving me like Mario Barrios for? Like,
well, what I'm talking about, Smokey, is, I mean, that sounds funny, but what I'm saying to you is that there's champions that really ain't all of that. So just because somebody's a champion, when you're talking about skills and just like Ugas was a champion, but he ain't all that.
I mean, but it's a comparison thing. If you were to say, okay, Ugas is not all that, right? But then you would compare him to like Boots' competition, like sure he's not all that, but it's way better than everyone Boots ever fought.
Brother, you brought up my man Valdez. His last fight, man, he had monkey testicles in his eye. He got beat.
Does that make him better competition or worse?
No, I'm just trying to say is that just because he won a belt at 126 and he got one at 130, that don't mean that, oh, well, Oscar Valdez is a tough. I think Pitbull will knock out Oscar Valdez.
Okay. Oscar Valdez and Pitbull Cruz are not in the same weight class. We're just talking about the level,
No, I know
the quality
that.
of
I'm saying,
opposition,
but they
right?
can be.
So I'm just saying, like, because of at this point, they both don't look very good, right? But if you were to ask, like, who is a better quality of, like, when you look at the quality of opposition that both guys have faced, the guys that they got, not only the reason why Dev and Shakur are being tanked is because their opposition beat better guys than Tank's opposition beat. They've proven
Wait a minute.
they're proving their quality in the
I don't
ring.
agree with none of that.
Like who? Like who?
Okay, so you tell me.
Like who?
That's what I'm basing it on. So now we can chop it up. So we're on the same page about the
Well,
criteria.
let me get out of here. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for letting me come on, Smokey. It's my wife's. It's our anniversary. No.
Yeah, you better get the fuck off the phone, nigga.
Right, I'm in front of the house now, walking back and forth, trying not to go in. I gotta go.
I'm saying, get the fuck off the phone,
No, keep on. If he has more time, we'll come back. Yeah, come on back, bro. Yeah, don't just like say that type of shit and then run off. Because this is what I'm saying about Tank fans. They all of a sudden became Shakur fans when it became convenient when he was scoring points against Devin. And it sounds like what you just said. Yeah, they come back, Sports Heaven. It's all good. But what you just said fell right in line with what I was talking about. So we did get a larger sample size.
Now let me ask this though. Sports Heaven said something like, what did he say? He said Pitbull's a good fighter. Do we think Pitbull's still a good fighter after Hollywood kicked his ass a couple weeks ago?
Hell no, he was in the ring throwing windmills damn near, man. Get out of here.
But he won the fight though. Did he not?
I think it's a tough fight for Tank because of their style matchups and their size and all that stuff. But just in the vacuum.
Yeah, he beat that dude though, bro. He won that fight.
I know he beat him, but people got all their feelings about it. So now you got to whip his ass again.
Was that a split or majority?
Split, I believe split.
He beat Hollywood, and nobody on this panel knows who the fuck Hollywood is on the split decision. Come on, bro.
It is what it is. He won the fight.
Wasn't that the fight with one hand? The Tank beat him up with one hand. Am I missing the fight? Is that the wrong fight?
Yeah. Tank beat him up with one hand. Tank outboxed that man with one hand. Yes.
So like
on a Sunday night pay-per-view.
Yeah. And the fucking Chargers and the goddamn Broncos did better numbers than Tank.
I just don't think any out of the three of them, any of the resumes are blowing shit out the water. I mean, they're pretty good for what they are.
Shit out the water. It's comparing them to each other. Like, here's the thing about Tank fans and people like want to cut these dudes short. Like, it doesn't do. You don't need to do all these mental gymnastics. Tank's opposition, the best guys, right? You could say Pedraza. If you want to go with quality, like an eye test kind of thing, you like their attributes, you can throw a Ryan Garcia in there. If you want to say that they were champions, you can throw a Hector Garcia in there. But like, if you want to throw a pound for pound guy, I guess you could do Leo. If you want to do like maybe a Hall of Famer, there's Leo Santa Cruz, and who am I missing? And then also, I guess an old pound for pound guy is Gamboa, right? The problem with all of those fights is how heavily caveated they have to be. Right? Like, you don't have to throw caveats really on Dev's and Shakur's opposition. Like, you can say like Loma wasn't the same Loma as he was before. I mean, that's cool. He's still pretty fucking good though, right? Still getting the Hall of Fame. I don't know. It's not like he was like faded or washed up or something like that. He just wasn't the same Loma as he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Oscar Valdez, you can say he pumped dirty for Pez the fight before, but isn't it performance enhancing? It's not performance degrading drugs. You know what I mean? I don't know. It seems weird to me. Unless you're saying he was on the PEDs for the Brichot fight or the Mopez fight and the Conceição fight, and then he had to come off the drugs for the Shakur fight. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the argument is. So, where are we going with this? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that Shakur and like he said that we're gonna stop talking like well, my issue with the pushback was him saying we're going to start acting like Ryan Garcia, and I'm going to paraphrase here because I don't remember his actual terminology, is a scrub. And for me, Ryan Garcia could never, I don't think he can fight. So the Ryan Garcia fight, and David was up here trying to sell us, Tank getting credit for making this fight. Like, first off, he should have been able to fight Ryan Garcia at whatever fucking weight Ryan Garcia wanted to fight at. That's the first fucking part. The second part of it is, that's really if you want to give Tank credit for making the fight. But the second part of it is, like, he had some weird weight stipulations that Ryan accepted. It seemed like Ryan did more to make the fight than Tank. That's all. Anyway, but in this last thing, trying to big up Ryan, I don't know what's going on with these Tank fans.
I'd agree with that. Ryan definitely did more, and that's why I shout out to Ryan, and that's why Shakur and Devin is some ducks. They don't do that. Ryan did though.
No, hold up a second. It's not. This is the false dichotomy. Either you have to eat a whole bunch of shit off of Tank, or you're a duck. That is a fantasy land that Tank fans want people to live in. Some trick.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
The ring, or you're a duck.
He did what he had to do to make the fight. Them other
right,
niggas.
But if he didn't take that, it wouldn't make him a duck.
No, I don't think that.
It would have just meant that he didn't take up some weirdo fucking stipulations that Tank wants to throw in.
No, this is the reason why. No, it's not even a stipulations. The reason why is he said Tank or nobody. Ryan could have took other fights and bullshitted around. He said no, it's Tank or fucking nobody.
Right.
That's why I shout out to Ryan, bro.
The point is, but you're now trying to use
aside.
Ryan. You're now trying to use Ryan as a blueprint for everyone else. So unless you do what Ryan did, you're now a duck.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Ryan said Tank or nobody. That's period. That's
fine.
it.
Ryan said Tank or nobody. Ryan said that. Devin didn't say that. Shakur didn't say that.
So they don't want the fight.
No,
simple.
The point is you're creating a situation where Ryan Garcia, because of the words out of his own mouth, those are the things that made him a duck. Meanwhile, those other guys didn't utter those words. So if Ryan Garcia,
because they don't want to fight.
So hold up a second. If Ryan Garcia didn't utter those words and also didn't take bullshit stipulations, then Ryan Garcia wouldn't be a duck.
I agree. Smoke. I don't see how people didn't fight Cinnamon because Cinnamon at some point was doing all that kind of weird stuff and saying, "Oh, you had to weigh the Canelo weight and all these other kind of rehydration clauses," and people was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to fight you with all that craziness going on." And I agree with you, Smoke. I don't think that's a necessity to fight little Tink. If it wasn't for Ryan Garcia, that fight wouldn't have did no 1.2 million because Tank ain't never had that kind of numbers before. I think the highest he ever did was like 200,000 supposedly. We know that was Ryan Garcia fans. The reason why that fight did 1.2 million.
I just think I think there's a lot of things that don't have. Some of it has to do with the fighters, some of it doesn't. Some of it has to do with who they are, particularly as people. Some of it has to do with the age that they're in, like their age bracket, and who they need to cater to. And the other part is two platforms culling a bunch of people together. So it's just kind of like you got the best of both audiences, not just Tank fans and not just Ryan fans, but people who watch the sport on two separate platforms, getting one fight, and then a bunch of kids. Like, I don't know, it's just a whole bunch of shit that don't really have anything to do with like Ryan being a huge star or Tank being a huge star. But that fight together made them both huge stars.
But also shout out to Devin for keeping his mouth shut now and put in his proper place. You know what I'm saying? I think Devin Haney is taking the high road, and it's good that the little homies is beefing Shakur and Devin. Battle of the Ducks. I fully support it, bro.
That sounds ridiculous.
Yes, it sounds ridiculous on its face to me. Also, like it'd be different if they didn't have the history that they have.
Right.
The history that they have, it just seems it's distasteful. It's like it's hard to like the whole thing. Like some of this stuff is cool, but I don't like build-ups like this. I like this. Like I like Bud and Spence fight. I didn't really want to see it happen. Like all right. If we got somebody getting their ass whooped in a manner that we saw, I wanted that to be Errol Spence, not Bud. Like just, and I was saying that from before. If there has to be a fucking destruction in the ring, let it be Errol that gets destroyed, not let fucking Bud. I didn't want that to happen to Bud. Like
Why
him
is
count
that?
himself, move up to fight a big ass dude, and then get mollywopped and sent to the hospital. All that shit. I just didn't want that. That was just too much. But it didn't happen to him. It happened to Errol Spence. I'm fine with it. But I also didn't want to see such a one-sided, such a violent and brutal fight go on that long. Like I don't like. This is not what I'm watching boxing for. I'm not watching just to see a guy get pummeled to death, and I'm not watching fight build-ups to see like lifetime friends talk about their parents. Like it's just weird. Like what the fuck is this? Like what am I watching right now?
Yeah, I agree, Smoke. I didn't like that fight. Like I said, I would never watch that fight again. It was very disturbing. While I was watching it first, right, I was like, oh damn, Bud is like, looking spectacular. And then the more he just kept beating on Spence, and Spence kept doing the same repetitive thing over and over again. And Spence's face started looking all like at the end of the fight, when they finally stopped it, Spence looked like Megamind. His head was all big and swollen. He looked like the Megamind. I was disturbed. I was like, this is crazy. I think he was concussed because he was slurring his speech. Yeah, I just thought that was bananas. And I think Shakur and Frank Martin is going to be the same play. I just think it's going to be Bud and Spence all over again, just at a smaller weight class.
I think that the skills gap is way bigger, actually. Yeah, I don't, but the size, I don't know. It's kind of an interesting fight. So Phantom asked me this earlier. I'll ask you. If Frank Martin knocks out Shakur, does that make Shakur a hype job?
No, the reason why it doesn't make you a hype job because anybody can get knocked out. Anybody can, get touched, right spot at the right, at the right time and stuff.
These are lightweights.
Yeah, I mean, even at lightweights, but anybody can get knocked out. Any fighter can get knocked out at any time. You know how unpredictable boxing is. Now, skill for skill, especially if if it's one of those fights that Shakur is whipping his ass and then he just gets caught. The skill level is still, he's still superior in his skill level. It just means
I don't. Oh, so if he just got clipped and that was it, the fight's over. That's a different thing. But I don't see that happening. Like I wasn't talking about like a one-hitter quitter like they're knockouts. I was talking about like a beat down, like a lightweight to it. Like a lightweight stoppage is like a little bit harder. Like I don't know who's just knocking out dudes with one shot at lightweight who aren't like Tank Davis and like really. I mean, maybe it's the body shot it'll get you. Maybe, but I'm just saying, forget like just getting caught with a shot that you didn't see or something like that. I'm talking about like an ass whooping. It's Frank
No,
Martin,
I don't see that happening.
Lightweight knockout, yeah.
I can't see Frank Martin.
That's what I'm saying. If that happens, then I think Shakur is a hype job.
Yeah, then he would definitely be a hype job. But their skill gap, you can see. Frank Martin does that whole little slow James camp. They all fight the same. They come in lunch because they all fight his way. He teaches them to fight his style.
Yep.
And they all do that lunge and jab thing. And it's just they all look terrible.
Listen, it's brilliant when it works. When he's beating everybody up and everybody's winning, then it's brilliant. But like then when you get it, when you fight a guy, but Bud is a other kind of. I don't know, man. Like I think Bud is a bad test to try to talk about other people not being good. Like Bud is probably the generational talent. He's
definitely
the best guy of this entire generation. Like I don't know. It's hard for me to be like, oh well, since you can't beat Bud, it means you're trash. Like.
Yeah, I'm never going to say Spencer's just trash because...
No, I'm just talking about Derek James, like the Derek James fighters. Like as long as they're winning and only losing to like guys who are like the best of an era, because I don't think that these guys are that talented over there. They're good, but they're not like, I don't know, they're not like, pound for pound number one guys.
Yeah, they don't. I know what you mean. They kind of they don't have that thing like that sets their soul on fire.
Good. I mean, Mel, I like Mel, but if Mel ever raised to like top 3 pound for pound, then boxing's fucked.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, But you say Jermell does win this fight against Cinnamon. Like I said, I think it's possible that he can do it. And he beats Cinnamon, right? Would you think he's pound for pound number one over Bud?
Nope.
Because he jumped up 2 weight classes to take on Cinnamon?
Nope.
I agree, right? Because I don't view Cinnamon as no great fighter. You know, he's a good fighter.
I
but
do.
You think he's a great fighter?
No, better, but like beating Canelo don't make you better than Bud. Like, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think he's a great fighter though. I think he's a good fighter. Cinnamon, I don't like the way he moves. He picks and chooses, fighters he think he can beat or whatever, or he'll make you do weird stuff like jump up 2 weight classes like he did Amir Khan, and then fight at his Canelo weight. Then he went on his his European run where he fought the whole Smith family, a random Rocky Fielding, whoever the hell that guy was. He just does a whole lot of whole shit.
I mean, I can understand, so I can separate those two things. I think Canelo is a great fighter that does a whole bunch of like stuff that gives him competitive advantages, and I think he fights a particular kind of guy that plays to his strengths and doesn't necessarily highlight his weaknesses. But I also think he took fights where they were challenges. I don't know if he thought they were challenges. I don't know if he was delusional with the whole b-ball thing. It's kind of hard for me to gauge him taking a risk because maybe he doesn't see it as a risk because he just thinks he's so much like he might have an opinion of himself that is so delusional that he doesn't even see b-ball as a risk. So it's hard for me to give him props for taking a risk if he doesn't think the guy is a risk.
Well, what happened with that was he was trying to fight the Hukuma Matata dude, right? And no network was going to pay for that fight. Nobody even knew who this guy was. We said we wanted to see him fight black people. We didn't say some random African from the middle of from the middle of Congo or some shit. And nobody was going to pay for that bullshit. And so his only choices at that time was, I think it was Andre Benavides. It was some really hard, choices down there, or Bival or Bivol, however you pronounce the little buddy name. And he probably thought, oh, well, he's European. I could probably beat him.
I have another scenario for you. Makabu seemed like a winnable fight at cruiserweight, so it would have been another division.
Mm-hmm.
But the zone wanted that Triple G fight, and Canelo was already on record saying he wasn't ever going to fight Triple G, but he knew that was the fight. So in order to save face that he's going to be fighting Triple G, he pretended that he was going to go up.
Oh, okay. So you don't think Makabu, he was ever really serious about fighting Hukuma Matata?
Not only do I think he was never serious about fighting Makabu, I won money off of betting someone that he's never going to fight Makabu. Like Makabu wasn't next. So actually, what I did was I said Makabu's not next, and he won't be fighting him in the next 3 fights. Yeah, I won fight. Yeah, I won money off that.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I never thought about it like that.
It never made sense to me. Him going to cruiserweight never made sense. It always made sense as I'm going to tease a fight that you guys want while I fight who the fuck I'm going to fight.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, how did you even find this dude? Who is this man? Never heard of him. Like, never heard of him a day in my life. Like, how did you find him? Randomly or whatever. But wasn't that made up weight that the WC made up for him, Bridger weight or whatever the fuck that was about? And beat back Canelo. But I think Jermell, he stands a very good chance of beating Cinnamon. I really do think that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think he has a great chance of beating. I think, I just need to make sure before I go full throttle. But right now, I'm already excited about it. But depending on how he shows up in the Charlo fight, I'm all in on the fight. I'm already super excited about them talking about fighting each other already, and just the style matchup playing out. I don't know what Bud's body's gonna look like at 168 or 160 or whatever. I don't know if he weighed 163 pounds or 165 pounds on the night that he fought Spence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm all good for that fight. I'm all good for Canelo. Canelo can outrate him by 10 pounds, whatever the hell. I still think Bud's got him.
Yeah, I will pick Bud. I would favor Bud in that fight against Cinnamon too. As long as he, like you said, I don't want him trying to pack on the pounds and try to go up to 170 or whatever crazy,
No,
because
no, no.
his body frame is not made for that. He needs
No.
to stick at what his body frame is at.
Yeah, like maybe 1 or 2 pounds more than how he looked against Spence. How he
Yeah.
came in Spence. If that,
hmm
I think they said he weighed 163. So if he comes in at like 165,
Well, even if
I'm
he comes
good.
in at 163, Bud was still, he had all his speed. He was very fast. Yeah, I think if Jermell is to win that fight and he goes up to 168 to fight Jermell, that's going to be a way tougher fight. It's going to be a whole different kind of fight for Bud, because Jermell is not just only big. He also has a hell of a long arms too, and he's taller, and that fight would be a lot more difficult for Bud at 168. I don't actually like that fight for Bud at 168.
No, it's a better fight at 154. At 168, yeah, it's a bit much. Like if Canelo, let's say Canelo comes in at 180.
Mm-hmm.
I think giving up 15 pounds to Canelo is doable. This version
Because
of Canelo,
Floyd
I
did
think, is
it.
doable. What'd you say?
I said because Floyd did it.
Floyd did it. I don't even know how much Floyd was outweighed by in that fight. I know he came in at 152 and Canelo looked terrible in the weigh-in. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe they might have been outweighed by 15 pounds, but like Floyd is a little bit more evasive than Bud. I think Bud is going to beat Canelo up. Not like I don't know if you saw the John Ruiz fights that that Roy Jones had and that James Toney had. Like Roy Jones outpointed him, outboxed him, and danced around the ring kind of shit. It was a little bit boring, a little bit like kind of a thing, but whatever. But James Toney went in there and beat John Ruiz the fuck up. I think where Floyd outboxed him and gave him a lesson, I think Bud is going to beat him up.
Okay, that would make sense because James Toney, he had that that big frame anyways, where he could he was made for heavyweight. Roy Jones wasn't really meant to me to be a heavyweight, and he was doing all that weird stuff with yo-yoing up and down with his weight, and it just killed his career. It
Yeah,
just
I
killed his
mean
career.
he already went to heavyweight and all that stuff. His career was cemented. He was in history, one of 3 people to go from middleweight to heavyweight, and that's always going to be his thing. But it's funny that both guys, because James Toney also went from middleweight to heavyweight, but both guys got their heavyweight champions off the same heavyweight. That's what's funny about it. But the way that they went about their fights were just totally different.
Yeah, James Toney, he was really good at, he did the shoulder roll pretty good, especially to be a big guy. And he was very fast. But he didn't have fast feet. And I think that was one of the biggest difference too when he fought Roy Jones. Roy Jones was Roy Jones was extremely extremely athletic. He was like a phenomenon, and
Still the most talent, like the reflexes and all that stuff. He's still one of the most physically gifted guys ever.
yeah, literally,
It
yeah.
definitely, there's guys who've been physically gifted. Tank's physically gifted, but like Roy Jones, he's different.
I don't like the Tinker, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
I mean, he is physically talented. I don't like whatever. There's just a whole bunch. You know what? Yeah, Tank. I'd like to support the young man, but the issue that I have with Tank is like, would you want him like friends with your kids kind of shit? You want your kids hanging out with Tank?
Yeah,
Probably not. You want your
that's a good
daughter dating Tank?
question.
Probably not.
Yeah, yeah, I 100%,
Yeah,
100% agree with
that's
you.
the issue for Tank with me. It's kind of like I like to root for the young man, and I think he's, like I said, I think when it comes to inside the ring, dude is something special, but his body size like betrays his boxing talent. The dude is too damn short with 2 short arms. He's not gonna get the big fight. Like whatever. It is what it is. He's one of these tweener guys. He's too small for 147 really, and he's kind of too small for 135.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he's too small for 135 because don't you remember Tank, he can balloon up to like 160 easily. Although he looks like, a little pudgy when he's like 160, but no, I think it's just that fact that he's so short. He looks like remember the choreographer from the Five Heartbeats?
Hey, Dresser. The dude from
No,
Blacklist.
the other choreographer.
Oh, you're talking about the Nichols brothers. Nicholas brothers.
Yes, he looks.
Devin Nichols. Yeah, the
Yeah,
guy.
that's
Like
Tank.
hold my
Tank is the
cane.
same person.
Yeah.
They had the same weird body, same height, same hair, same man.
Listen, the Nicholas brothers could fucking cut a rug though. Like if you check out there, have you ever watched the stair dance?
The
Him
who?
and his brother dance like tap dance. Oh my god!
I never. I never got into the whole tap dancing
I
thing.
got to put this on right now. I can't believe you brought up that movie and that scene, and you don't even know what the Nicholas brothers are about. Come on.
I never like no damn tap dancing. I wanted to watch. I wanted to see some break dancing.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, how can you appreciate breakdancing if you don't like?
I grew up. I'm an '80s baby, so the tap dancing wasn't there for us. Looking at.
Well, I'm a '70s baby, but I did grow up with the old people too. So there's that.
Yeah, my mom, she likes tap too, though. She loved Gregory Hines and that movie he played in.
Man, shit, I saw it. Yeah, Tap. That was a great one. And Savion Glover was in that movie. Shit, you didn't like Stomp?
Who Glover?
Say again.
Who you say?
Glover.
I never heard of that guy.
Yeah, he was the kid in Tap.
Oh, okay. But who is he now?
He did that. It was Stomp and Stomp the Yard. There was like that Broadway thing about like it was like a Broadway tap called Stomp. It was like when Rent was out. There's another one called Stomp, and they used like trash cans and all this kind of crazy.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and he was a choreographer. He was a choreographer. I think he created the thing Stomp. But then his head got too big, and they kicked him off of the production. But I think like the first 3 or 4 seasons, that was like all his shit. He was like the Broadway guy on that show. Anyway, let me show the Nicholas brothers. Oh, good God, you like, come on, how do you know that guy? How is that what sticks out? His size, really? You're hilarious.
He looks a lot like him.
Yeah, he is short.
Yeah, the same body too. Very strange body.
Just like I thought. That ain't shit. Pull my cane. You talking about that? Okay, I feel you. Hold up. Let me find that one right quick for people. And then also, like while I'm doing that, let me read the chat because you guys have been typing. I did say I'd get you into this conversation earlier. It's me and Destiny hanging out. Let's do this thing. Oh my!
The term less than womanly, I don't mean womanly as in.
Holy shit! You already know who that is. All right.
Smoke, how do you feel about this rematch? I think it's the. How do you feel about the rematch? And I believe it is going to be in December, right?
I don't know if they have a date set yet. I don't think that this rematch is that interesting. Of all the rematches, I don't think any of the rematches are interesting. Actually, there's not a rematch out there that I'm that like. You got Daniel Dubois threatening it, like Frank Warren is trying to get Usyk Daniel Dubois rematch. Not that interested in it. Caleb Plant says they're close to the finishing a rematch with Canelo. Don't care about that fight.
Yeah, to see that shit again.
Yeah. Who else is out here talking about some rematches? So you just said Errol Spence and Bud, and then we got Liam Smith and Chris Eubank rematch.
Yeah, I'm not excited for that one either.
No, exactly. Like the rematches,
None of those fights were so good that you need to see it twice. Like, yeah, Caleb Plant and Cinnamon fight was terrible. Like, I don't need to see that shit again. And I don't know what Spence can do. if it is in December, he can't. He's still suspended for what? So he's still suspended. He won't be able to fight until the end of. We'll start training until the end of September. Sort of what that beginning of October. Um, and if it is in December, what is he gonna learn in 6 to 8 weeks that where he's gonna be able to beat Bud? I don't understand.
Well, apparently it's gonna, like everyone says, it's gonna be a 154, which
Mm-hmm.
okay. And then the other part of it is that they say it is they said that Spence wasn't feeling well, like he was under the weather or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's these new.
Or he took Bud lightly, or they underestimated. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna sell this thing. I don't fuck if I know. I do not have Spence in the rematch. Just for anyone asking me, coming around here telling me I don't know shit about boxing, I need to eat crow and all this shit.
The funny thing is, Smoke, you said you would favor. You only said you would favor Spence to win in the fight because you said if it goes 12 rounds, his punch output versus Bud's low punch output would be the catalyst. You never once said that. Oh yeah, Spence is gonna dog walk Crawford. You was never one of those crazies that said all these weird
No,
things. So I don't know why people try to came over
I
and
literally
told
said
you.
that. Yeah, I'm saying I think Spence can take a shot. If he
Mm-hmm.
can't take a shot, it's gonna be over soon. Like not that fucking deep, right?
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't understand why people were over here trolling you about like it wasn't like you were saying, oh yeah, Spence is the best fighter in the whole world ever, he beats everybody. Like you never said that. You just thought, his output would be a problem
Yeah,
for
I thought
that.
his durability and output would get him over in a close, tough fight. Like that's what I thought, right? I mean, that's the benefit of the doubt I wanted to give both fighters. Like I could see it going both ways, right? I could see Errol Spence beating Bud the fuck up, and I could see Bud beating Errol Spence the fuck up. But I was like, I'm gonna give both guys their just due, and since nobody's beating either one of them up, I'm not just gonna predict that. I'm gonna let that happen in the ring. I'm not
Right.
gonna be the first guy on my block to be like, oh yeah, Errol Spence gets the ass whooping of his life. I don't need to be that guy. Even if I see it, that's fine. But I wasn't. I thought Bud would win. I changed my pick. I
Oh,
was
you did?
almost gonna change it back on the night on the fight night because I thought
Mhm.
Bud looked ready and Spence looked distracted and tripping off the wrong shit. And so yeah, I felt like Spence was acting like a guy who's gonna get knocked out, and I literally said that on the Friday weigh-in before the fight. It is what it is. I'm just like, yeah, but just in the rematch for all you people, even though no matter how much I caveat it, I know you're gonna be up here fucking on my fucking bumper. I have Bud in the rematch, and I'm likely to pick Bud. I may pick Bud in the Canelo fight. I just need to see what Canelo looks like against Charlo.
I agree. I think that will tell us a lot, right? I agree. If he just goes in there and just, blows Charlo out the fucking window, then yeah, I don't think I would like Bud going up there.
I like it either way. Like, here's the thing. I like the challenge, right?
Mhm.
I like the you put that on your resume. Like even if you get your ass whooped, like Kell Brook got his face broke by Triple G, but he's got
Mhm.
Triple G on his resume.
Mhm.
Rigo's guy, he got embarrassed, but he's got Loma on his resume. Like you need those kind of guys. Like even fucking Canelo got embarrassed by Floyd Mayweather, but he's got
Mhm.
Floyd on his resume.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Canelo is one of those dudes. You put Canelo on your resume. You just do it. Like don't be afraid. Don't be scared.
Oh, absolutely, Smoke. Yeah, I agree.
Let
Um.
me let me share this screen. I'm gonna do a little bit of old school black and white dancing here. It's like a 3-minute clip. It's not long. Now you don't like the Cotton Club? No Cab Calloway?
No, not really my thing. I mean, I thought, I like the Roaring 20s and 30s. That time did look interesting. They were a lot more wilder in the 20s and 30s than people, don't realize. They were pretty damn wild.
Yeah, that's when Coke dropped.
Yeah, it was
they were blowing it up.
Yeah, they were, even though it was prohibition times, all the speakeasies, and I would have liked to, lived in that era. I think would have been a little fun. Although I don't know how they said that shit was dancing when they would be flipping that looked like some exercise to me. Like no damn dance, flipping people all around, do that shit.
All right, let's see if I can share the screen for my phone. I think I can. Layout, post comment, settings, camera recording. Motherfucker. Maybe I can't even share my screen because I've got technical difficulties in the stream today. Because I fucked up. Let's see. Share fucking screen. Layout, cancel, post comment. No, I can't.
What do you think about the way Regis been moving with Devin? He's moving very strange. He's acting very weird.
I don't really know what's happening with that. Like Regis just signed to Eddie, right? This is going to be his second fight with Matchroom, so maybe he doesn't have like a open lines of communication with promoter. But it seems as though he is blaming what's his ass. Hold up a second. Maybe I need to do it from here. Share screen. Okay, hold up. I think I may have figured it out. It seems like he's blaming Dev for Eddie Hearn dragging his feet, which just doesn't seem right. Like, I don't know. Like, why are you? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not a big fan of what he's doing right now. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's really. I think it seems like he's trying to duck. To be honest, this is going to be the most money he's ever made for a fight. Only thing Devin said was we have to move the date because something else was going on the date that they originally picked, and then he just had a seizure.
Was it a full-on seizure he had? I mean, come on.
Like, what the hell?
You kill these guys. You act like they ain't shit ever. All they got to do is rub you wrong, and that's it.
Nah.
He said he had a seizure? All right, hold up. All right, let me play this thing. Let me go full screen with it. Okay, hold up. Let me turn the sound down. Okay, hold up. Did I fuck
This
up?
is what's called ragtime music, right?
Okay, let's see if we can get it together. Oh man, come on, don't start flipping it now. You see how short? You see the short one, right? That's the guy from 5 I tried. All right. Listen, I tried to get some culture, but my tech is just fucking up today.
Wait, didn't one of them marry Dorothy Dandridge?
Did one of them marry Dorothy? I don't know. Was he married Dorothy Dandridge?
One of them married Dorothy Dandridge, yeah.
Yeah. I think that was a younger brother too, if I'm not mistaken, but he was the more famous one.
Yeah. He was taller.
Yeah, I tried to show you things. If you haven't, listen, if you get a chance, check out Nicholas Brothers, what you just saw, and be prepared to get your mind blown for like 3 minutes.
No, I've seen them before. That wasn't the first time I ever seen the Nicholas Brothers. But as he got older, I didn't recognize that was him because he didn't look nowhere near as bad as he did when he was in the 5 Heartbeats.
Yeah, no, he was good. I'm saying, like, but that clip is from like the mid-30s, early 40s, around there. So, like, by the time we saw the 5 Heartbeats, that's like 40 years later.
Yeah, you're right. what was I gonna say? Damn, I forgot I was gonna ask you. I just lost. Oh, yes. I'm not excited about no fights. This only fight I kind of want to see is the Shakur versus Frank Martin. That's the only fight I'm kind of excited about. Everything else, I don't really care about this. To be honest, this Canelo Charlo fight because I just feel like Canelo's doing his weirdness again.
Yeah, the style matchup isn't the most compelling, right? It's kind of a weird style matchup. We've never seen him at 168. Canelo's been. It's like more about what shape Canelo is in. Is like really the whole fight. So if you expect Canelo to be in any type of shape, then he should win. And if he's not in any type of shape, then what's the point? What does it matter that that Charlo beats him? I don't know. It is what it is.
Yeah, I feel you, right? And even the David Benavidez and Andres fight, I don't know if they really fighting or not, but if that does come to fruition, I'm not really all that geeked about that either.
No, I'm AJ Wilder. I'm interested in that fight. Bam and Sonny Edwards. I want to see that fight.
Never heard of these people.
Yeah, that's the two little people. You don't watch.
Yeah, those children. Yeah, I don't watch children fight.
I mean, they Bam is also young too. Like, so
yeah, I remember I told y'all he was a hype job, and everybody was going crazy over him. Made me watch that boring ass fight. I was like, he fights like a typical Mexican. I didn't know what the hell I was looking at.
Which fight?
I forgot who he fought, and he almost lost that fight. He was looking real bad.
What are we talking about?
That little Bam guy, the little boy.
Bam Rodriguez. Oh, you've seen him fight before. Okay, yeah. It was probably it's probably Rungvisai.
Yes, that was the Thai dude. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Then Rungvisai was old as shit. Yeah, that fight was not the best. Actually, the Quadras fight was okay. It's an okay fight, but Bam is not in like these great looking fights where I don't know. He's all right. He's pretty good. I like the fight. I like the Sonny Edwards fight.
I feel like the fight only fight I really wanted to see, was the Bud versus Spence fight, and I don't know how to feel about that fight. I don't know, was he anticlimactic or I don't really know. Only thing I know, I was disturbed by the way Spence ended up, taking a beating. So I don't really, I feel very strange about that fight. I don't know how to feel about it. Was it climactic for you, or do you feel like it was a little anticlimactic? Like, how do you think? Smoke.
Shit, I'm talking on mute. Which fight?
Okay. The Bud versus Spence versus Bud.
I never want to see that kind of thing. I like competitive fights and all this stuff, but like one-sided beatdowns where it becomes basically an assault in the ring. I'm never trying to see that. Not for round after round. Once it turns into an assault, you should stop it.
Right.
And I was pretty much, my jaw was on the floor from the second round.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to get. I mean, like I told you, I always thought Bud would beat him, but I wasn't expecting him to get dropped in the second round.
Yeah,
so fast, and
I didn't like once the second round came, and then the fourth came, and the fifth, I was like, okay, I'm done. I don't need to see this. Like there was enough of the you lost this fight happened in the second round for it to go like they stopped in the ninth. It went 7 more fucking rounds. Like, come on, man.
It should have been stopped. Harvey Doc was on somebody's podcast and said that he wanted to stop it in the fifth. And I was thinking to myself, then why the fuck didn't you stop it in the fifth? Because I thought the same thing too. It should have been stopped in the fifth round. I didn't need to see 4 additional rounds. I was good.
Yeah, my 22-year-old was like, this should be over at the fifth. Like, why are they still doing this? Like, stop the fight. Like you're traumatizing my babies, man. They like both guys. I'm trying to get them to watch boxing, and you're out here breaking their hearts. Like, what the fuck? And
honestly,
I gotta go talk to my kids after this shit and try to build them up. Like, talk about how great Bud is, and they should have been like on Bud's bandwagon before. Like, they've seen Bud fight a bunch. They know Bud's my guy, but Spence was their guy. Well, actually, Spencer is my oldest guy. I don't know which one, my middle son. I don't know what he was tripping off of, but he just didn't want to see the fight anymore. My oldest was just, He was so my oldest was a Loma fan and a Spence fan. So his whole shit, like the last two fight parties, his guys didn't come out on top. Like the way that I don't know which is worse, the way that Spence got beat, or Loma breaking down in tears after getting lumped up by Dev.
I was so happy that little bitch was crying. She should have pissed in his fucking. He should
That
have
became a
pissed on
joke
his
at the house.
tears.
And that like once my son's friends started making jokes about Loma crying, I saw the look on my son's face. I was like, oh.
Oh, he should have pissed on his
Sad.
tears.
You gotta take these L's. It sucks, man. I remember when Muhammad Ali lost to Leon Spinks. I remember that feeling. I get it. He didn't. Yeah, he had an issue, but he took it well. He wasn't like 10 years old like I was.
Yeah, see, that's how I was when Mike Tyson, took his first. I was distraught.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like you can't. And then, but even Mike Tyson didn't beat up over a bunch of rounds. Like it was Brad what happened to Errol. Like
it really did seem. It did appear like it was an assault. Like seriously, like somebody, like a bully beating up, the nice kid or something. You know what I mean? Like that shit was ridiculous. And I felt like if Harvey Dock would have stopped it in the 5th round, the rematch will make a little bit more sense because that beating wouldn't have been so severe on him. You know what I mean? Because Spence got really beat up in the 7th round. That 7th round was terrible, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't understand why he didn't stop it even in the 7th round. I don't understand why it didn't stop there. Why do we have to see 2 additional rounds?
Stop it in the 5th. Let these dudes come back and do it again. Yeah, that was that was just I don't even know what to say about that fight. Yeah, they ruined the rematch outside of the pride of a competitor and money. Like I don't know what the hell it is. I'm supposed to am I just supposed to think Errol Spence is just a delusional fool? They like he's a masochist. He likes getting his ass whooped. Like what am I supposed to take away from this?
Maybe he's a sadist masochist. I don't know, or maybe some people saying they think it's a money grab, and they're saying they think Spence is trying to ride off into the sunset. That could be a thing too, but I think this fight is going to be hard to sell to the casuals again. I don't see the casuals getting excited for this rematch.
The PBC guys got to watch out. Like I get it on the one hand. Al Heyman has created a space where these guys seem to be making more money outside of boxing than they do boxing, right? They get their big paydays and they invest their money well and they can ride off to the sunset, or they're just not as stressed. They just don't seem as hungry. They don't have chips on their shoulder. They seem very civilized, very content, very well fed. They know where they're the family is. They got the generational wealth.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of while I can appreciate that, these guys are going in fighting people with chips on their shoulder, with targets on their backs, with agendas that need validating or debunking. Like you got to figure this shit out. Like Wilder, to me, is another one of these guys who might just be too damn paid to be a good fighter anymore. I think it's too damn paid. I think Jermell Charlo is too damn paid. Like maybe he's not paid enough. I don't know. It just seems like the way that they're checking in their savings account is linked up. It's like that's what they're into that shit more than they're into fighting.
Yeah, I mean, because maybe people are saying Spence is just a dog. I think he might just. I think he is a dog, but I just think this is a lot more dealing with his pride and his ego more so than anything. This rematch, you know what I mean? Because I think he was truly embarrassed that night, and
well, that's cool. I can get behind that. I know what it's like to lose, and you felt like you could have done better. And it doesn't matter what anybody said. Like, I understand all that shit. You still want to get up. He wants to now shoot marbles. He wants to shoot pool, basketball, whatever the hell he can do in order to get that W back. He's willing to do. And that kind of competitive spirit, I can get behind. Making tens of millions of dollars legally is also something I can get behind. And also being like the boss of your own fucking thing, like you're the owner of that intellectual property, so you can keep exploiting that property, in perpetuity. Like I like that kind of. I like the business of it. I like the competitiveness of it, or the competitive spirit, not the competitiveness of the fight, but the competitive spirit from Spence. But outside of that, like the fight, where's the intrigue?
Yeah, see, you know how we used to always be on the the other panel, we always talking about this fight and so excited. And then, when the bell rang, and I'm like, man, they're actually about, they're about, they're fighting. And so the first round, kind of went like how we all thought it was going to go, just the filling out round. I mean, and then the second round, Spence started doing his thing like he always do in all his fights. He starts coming on, building his momentum up. All Bud was doing is waiting, getting his timing down. Yeah. And once he got Spence's timing, it was all she wrote. And it just, then the third round, Spence came back out, gone home, whatever. So I thought, well, maybe it'll be, maybe it's going to get to that, back and forth kind of thing or whatever. Hell no.
No, once Bud turned up, it was over.
Man, I was like, what am I watching right now? Like,
yeah, I don't see any version of Errol Spence ever that beats what we just saw from Bud.
Yeah, I don't give a damn with before the accident, during the accident, after. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no. If all you're gonna do is turn up and just and try harder, that's what you're gonna do. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. Effort is not the issue.
Yeah.
Skills are the issue. Wrinkles, like a plan that fucking worked. Body attack. Hit the dude low. But even Bud wasn't going to be out dirty. Like, Bud was rabbit punching, hitting low, just like Bud. I mean, nah, bro. You going to get your ass whooped. Let it go.
Yeah, that exactly. And muscle memory is a motherfucker, right? Old habits die hard. All those bad habits that Spence has had over these years that he's been doing, that's been working for him over the years, he's not magically going to go and change and be some Mayweather-esque kind of fighter. That's just not going to happen because that muscle memory. Same thing like when Wilder went on with with Malik Scott or whatever. He tried the jab like for the first half of the round or something like that, and then he just went right back to doing what he always does, waiting to throw that right. Oh yeah, so I mean, and he was training with Malik Scott for what, a year and a half or whatever it took for us to see the trilogy or whatever. I don't know what. I don't give a damn if they even brought in Mayweather as Spence's, main trainer for this rematch. That muscle memory is a mug.
Yeah, especially when you don't really have a lot of time between fights. You got to revert, and you have to face adversity. Like, even in the third fight, he was going to the body early and all that stuff, but it wasn't just that he reverted to the right hand. He reverted to head hunting. I think that he got the first drop from the body work. That's what was the issue. That's why, he was tiring Tyson Fury out and all that other stuff. But he just reverted to the head hunting and like whatever. And he still got him down a couple times. Like, he still got him down even that time. Like, listen, Wilder is a G. And I'm not saying that these guys aren't made of the right stuff, that they don't have the grit deep down where it counts. What they don't have is the chip on their shoulders that I think you need to propel you to like that otherworldly greatness. I think they're just paid too much.
Yeah, you don't feel like they're hungry anymore. You feel like they're all shit.
Yeah.
You feel like they're eating their cake and that's all they care about. Like, they don't want the, the extra caramel or, sprinkles or whatever. Yeah, I got my
life
my
is
cake
good.
and
They're
I'm
like
good.
the Dallas Cowboys. Like, they're bigger than winning. You know what I mean? Win, lose, or
Yeah.
draw, they still won.
Yeah, I can't agree with that. Yeah. But yeah, I guess, Spence, I think because like you said, he was embarrassed. Then can Spence do better in this rematch? Boxing is very unpredictable. Anything is possible. He might land that lucky punch and, knock Bud out. Stranger things has happened in boxing. But the likelihood, I don't think I can't see it.
154 or something. Maybe he could look better 154, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's not a lot of intrigue. I would put it like this. I would rather see that rematch though, over the Caleb Plant Canelo rematch.
You ain't never that. Come, I don't. Who's asking? Nobody asked for that rematch. Nobody has asked for that rematch. They just be giving us fights nobody asked for. Was that a fight that anybody was like, yes, I need to see that rematch because that first fight was just so great.
What I don't get is how the hell is Jermell Charlo not riding fucking Caleb Plant's the coach? Like he needs to be getting that fight. Why isn't that fight not the one that they're talking about? Like why are we talking about Canelo rematch?
I know, they asked Cinnamon about rematching Bivol, and Bivol said he was willing to come down to 168 and whip his ass again. And then Cinnamon said some weird shit. He was like, "Oh, I don't need to fight him again. I beat him already." On whose planet, bro? Whose planet was you on when you thought you beat Bivol? How? When? Where? Bivol beat his ass from pillar to post.
Wait. Canelo said he doesn't have to fight B-Ball. He already won?
Yes, that's what he said. He said he won that first fight.
See, that's why I can't really give him credit for taking a challenge when it comes to B-Ball. I don't know if he thinks B-Ball was a challenge, and it doesn't seem like he thought he lost.
Yeah.
Is that like so? Yeah, I don't know, man. Canelo might be an ATG though. That's the other part of it. He'll be the weirdest ATG ever.
Are you on? Is he on drugs, or are you living, a different planet? Like, bro, what the hell are you talking about? Bevil whooped your ass so bad you didn't even know English no more. You went back to just speaking Spanish. So how the fuck did you think you won that fight? Like what? That ain't even. Yeah, he's very delusional. Same thing with
So I know this is a topic that makes you uncomfortable. You don't really want to talk about it, but I got to get your thoughts. This is what this stream is about. Do you think the beef between Shakur and Devin is real?
You know what, Smoke? I thought the same thing you did. It seemed a little fake to me because it just seemed out of nowhere that they're like really angry with each other out of nowhere. I think they're trying to drum up interest in that fight so they can make the maximum amount of dollars. That's the only thing that would make sense to me. Because it just came out. They were literally just laughing and joking, cool 1 minute. Now all of a sudden they hate each other. They don't even go together.
Right. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that you would prefer for the beef to be fake so that you don't have to think that Shakur is this much of a fucking punk?
Yeah, I think that's really the case for me, Smoke, because I just do not, the way he's moving, like, who records somebody's, your personal conversation? Like, bruh, it's not like Bill Haney was, telling you something weird, like, oh, yeah, he's about to go fuck on some, do some weird stuff with kids or something. You know what I mean? Like, why was that phone call ever, that face-to-face meeting ever recorded secretly? And what grown man moves like that is, post private conversations on social media? That's
from years ago.
That's not even no. Yeah, that's not even no bitch shit. That is just, that's worse than some bitch shit. Like, scum of the earth kind of shit. Like, bro, what is you doing?
It's this snake shit, right?
Yeah.
The snake and slithered in your cipher.
Yeah, I didn't understand that at all. Devin and Bill hadn't been saying nothing in his direction. They hadn't been no disrespectful towards him or nothing. He the one, telling him to sign fake contracts that didn't exist, and trolling him and saying, oh, he got beat up by Homostanko. Then went back and said, well, you at the fight, you really can't see. Bruh, what the fuck is you? You jumped in the middle of the ring to go boost up this Caucasian, and put down your fellow black man so you can think you can get the fans on your side. They don't like your ass neither, you dumb fuck. And I'm surprised Bud ain't jumped in his ass about the way he been moving. Bud don't move like that. You don't never see Bud posting no rant, some private conversations he's had with Spence or anybody else. I don't know why. And Keyshawn don't move like that. I don't know what the hell is on Shakur's biscuit. I don't know if him and his wife he's having issues or something, whatever. Maybe he needs to get laid. Maybe he ain't got laid in a long time. I don't know. but he need to get through it because this is ridiculous.
Yeah. It just seems like he's hanging out with a bunch of kids and they're like gassing each other up or something.
Right,
I don't know.
right.
It seems like some just immature shit. I don't know what this is coming, and it's like it's been a steady thing, literally since he lost his belt. He's just been on some strange shit since then, and
I wonder if it's a little bit of jealousy that he's a little older than Devin, but Devin is worth way more money. Devin also has accomplished way more in his boxing career than Shakur. So I wonder if it's a bit of a jealousy thing.
it
He just don't
seems
want to say.
like the first money that Shakur ever made in the sport,
Mm-hmm.
Bill gave it to him, $100.
Yeah, I heard you
They were
on the
14 years
podcast
old.
earlier saying that. I was at work, so I really could, talk, interact or whatever. But I was listening to you, and I heard you say that. That's, how nice is that? Like, how generous is that?
Yeah, he didn't have to. Like, full well, he didn't have to give
Mm-hmm.
that kid any money. And when you're 14, like, oh, wait a minute, this is my job. Now all of a sudden it became a job what you do. Like, before it's just like, I played sports when I was a kid coming up, all kinds of shit. No one gave me money for that shit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, most kids at 14 years
money,
old.
actually. It cost money. I wasn't making money. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. It's seeming jealous. It's seeming just really short-sighted. It just seems, right, you're saying. It seems like a gigantic character flaw.
Yeah. Nobody else in that whole, their little circle of friends, their little camp moves like that. I've never once seen Bud or Keyshawn move, act, or talk like that. So I don't know what the hell Shakur's coming out of nowhere. He's coming out of left field with this weirdness. When he first called out Devin or whatever, Devin was like, "Oh no, I don't see nothing wrong with that." He was like, "That's not him being disrespectful." He said that's what he's supposed to do. Right? He was being extremely cool. He was still, cool with Shakur. Then all of a sudden, I don't know, Shakur was listening to that, somebody else's podcast is on YouTube and started taking that shit to his head. And, so yeah, he's going to double down with the foolery and buffoonery. But I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And if I was Devin, I would never give him that fight.
All right. So here's what my man Hamza says. He said, why didn't Devin stay in the ring? Right when I got a phone call. Hold up. Okay. He said, why didn't Devin stay in the ring and fave Shakur after he beat Loma? That was a major sign. I think by fave you mean save. The thing is, Dev, after having a tough fight, the toughest fight of his career, the biggest fight of his career, why the fuck is his next priority to save fucking Shakur Stevenson? As a matter of fact, why is Shakur Stevenson riding his fucking coattails and his jock so hard that the moment that Dev's moment became about Shakur Stevenson?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why are you this desperate?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you this guy? Like, why? Like, what happened to you? Why do you need to be in Devin Haney's spotlight?
And the funniest part is, right, and now people are saying that weird stuff right there, like Lil Buddy just said. Shakur knew like everybody else knew. That was supposed to be Dev's last fight at 135 because he said he was struggling to make that weight and he was moving up to 140 after he beat Loma, right? Shakur wasn't even at 135 yet. He was still at 130 at the time. And then he moved his ass up once the fight was announced between Devin and Loma. And we already knew that Devin was playing. And you could tell Devin was weight drained in that fight because I've never seen Devin gas. He was gassing at the end, towards the end of that fight, like around the 10th and 11th round. So why would he keep, draining himself and, really hurting his body to fight Shakur? That offers nothing. Him fighting Shakur brings nothing to the table. That wouldn't even have been a big money fight, to be honest, at this point in their careers. You know what I mean? Like, most casuals ain't gonna tune in for that fight. So to me, it always made sense. If they had to fight, they should fight at, once they're up at welterweight. Give it time. Give them time to build their resumes up more and more, but fighting now, that's not a fight that nobody was really, besides hardcore boxing fans. So it didn't even make sense to me. He just seemed like he's on some bitch shit.
Okay, so everyone is that like Devin should have expressed that. Like everyone wants Devin to acknowledge the clout chasing from Shakur Stevenson. Devin Haney left the ring because his house is not in the ring. He had his fight. He had his press conference. He had his interview. It was a tough fight. People were booing. He literally Bill Haney came around with blood because he was throwing shit in the ring. But now he needs to sit around because Shakur Stevenson is white around the mouth because this dude is desperate for fights. Now they got to fucking stick around because Shakur's on some bullshit. Like, get the fuck out of here with this. Like, I don't understand why. I don't get in their minds how fighters are just supposed to kowtow to other dudes just because they show up to do shit. Like I don't. If
Precisely,
Shakur,
yeah.
if Devin wanted Shakur in the ring, then Devin could have invited Shakur into the ring. Shakur bogarting his way into the ring and demanding, or Devin now being obligated to somehow acknowledge Shakur's presence, is a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of childish bullshit.
Mm-hmm. For a fight, he was never planning on making at 135 anyways. He was never planning on staying at 135 after he beat Loma. He said the only way he would stay at 135 if, Tank was to ever try to fight. But he already knew Tank don't want to fight nobody with a pulse. Tank only want to fight, tomato cans and C+ fighters and make them and rate drain them. So Devin was right to move on to
over the
140.
publicity stunts. Like the guy, they've known each other since they're 13 and 14 years old. They clearly have each other's phone number. If he was invited into the ring, he could have done there, just showing up and just keep ambushing Dev and having Dev respond to your weirdo ambushes in public. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here with your weird these lame ass fucking attention grabs. If you don't want to call them publicity stunts, call it an attention grab then. Like you're at this point, you're an attention whore. Hey, bro, get off my dick. Stop showing up to my shit. Stop making my fucking my moments about you. And call me up if you want to make a fight. As a matter of fact, if you really want to fight, sign a damn contract when they send an offer.
Right. Yeah. Put an offer forward. And then when Devin did offer him the fight, he was going to get 25%. $8 million. You turned down $8 million. Make it make sense, Shakur. Make it make sense.
So wait a minute. So I heard it's $8 million. Where did you hear $8 million? I need to look for a.
Bill Haney, I believe was it Bill Haney was on, I believe, was the Boxing Voice podcast, and also Key TV. Him and Key always talks to Bill and Devin all the time.
Yeah, who?
Key TV. He's with Dante's Boxing Nation.
Key TV. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I guess Bill Haney told both of them, the Boxing Voice guy and Key.
Oh, you talking about Nestor Gibbs?
Yes. That it was $8 million. That's what he turned. And who the fuck turns down $8 million? You must got some more money. You must got a bigger fight somewhere laying around that nobody else know about. Because I don't give a damn. I would have gotten that ring and got my ass beat. I was $8 million. I'd take that ass for $8 million. I didn't understand it. And then complaining.
I saw this comment late. The big bro Jay Sai says, in his opinion, he believes Pedraza and Santa Cruz are better than Herring and Valdez. I don't know how we get there, but
not Pedraza.
Maybe you can come here and
I just want to clear up a little crisscross the information here.
What's going on?
The 8 million was someone who works with Jay Prince's business partner. I believe it was his son. And he was just saying, hypothetically, the 25% could be 8 million. That's what he said.
Oh, the hypothetical. Okay.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
Because I didn't think there was a $32 million fight.
Yeah, I didn't think that either. Okay.
That's a stretch.
Yeah, because I know the Boxing Voice reported on it, and so did Ikea and them.
Yeah, well, that's where he answered the question was on the Boxing Voice. He just said, let's say if we fight this year, it's 25% and it could be $8 million. But if we fight next year, it could be double that. That's what he said. Those were his words.
Oh, okay, fine. So that makes sense. Okay. But it doesn't matter. The thing was, he should have, sent an offer back. That's how negotiations start, right? Devin sends you an offer for 25%. He has his lawyer, counter that offer, and they probably could have came to maybe 60-40 split or something like that. Shakur is not a bigger, he's not the A side when it comes down to Devin. So I don't understand. And Devin don't even give a damn about A side, B sides. He's trying to build his legacy. Shakur, everybody's, stunned with all these A side. I hate the fact that Floyd Mayweather started that whole shit. I don't give a damn about boxing politics. I don't give a damn. I'm not getting none of the money, so why the fuck would I care? It doesn't even make sense. But all he had to do was counter the offer. They probably could have came up with a reasonable split or something, but he's just moving very strange.
Yeah, Devin don't need to wait around for no damn Shakur. You take the offer, you don't, nigga. If you don't, then I'm going on to do bigger and better things. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that doesn't even, who are you, bro? What have you done for me? Why the fuck do I need to wait on and stay in a damn ring and entertain your foolery? Why you telling me I lost and Loma won and I'm gonna stand in the ring and entertain this shit? Boy, you get the fuck out of here. He's moving like a bitch in heat right now. I don't know what's going on with Shakur. I did not see this coming.
I think it turned crazy. Like, he went from I'm about to be undisputed 130 to everybody's ducking me at 135. Like, bro, you just got here and everybody already had plans. Like, what are you saying right now? Like, who are you trying to convince?
Everybody already had their where they was moving, how they was moving, and you just don't jump up into the class and then start demanding shit. The fuck who are you? Who died and made you king of the castle?
Wow. Yeah. I don't know why. Whatever. It is what it is. People, whatever it is, people think that the Haneys are in the butt kissing business, on the kissing the ring business, of the validating these fucking weirdos that pop up at their fights in the ring fucking business. But they might not be in that business, guys. I don't know why you need for them to be in that business.
Right. The Haneys are doing just fine. I don't know why Devin became the most hated boxer. He's literally done nothing to nobody. I don't even understand all this Devin Haney hate. Because he wants to fight the best fighters available?
No,
I thought that's what boxing was supposed to be about.
He called all these guys ducks. And these guys have fan bases. And now their fan bases are in their feelings. Because Bill Haney called them ducks, and now they need to call everybody. Now everybody needs to call him a duck now. Meanwhile, it's fucking ridiculous. You tell me how you send somebody a contract, a fair contract, and you get called a duck. Now, you could say it was a little bit low, but it wasn't unfairly low. It wasn't get the fuck out of my face with this bullshit contract low.
That's how him being the undisputed champion and stuff. That's how that that ratio goes. But again, we know he could have always counter offered, because that's the same thing Sean Porter did with Terrence Crawford. Because I believe when Sean Porter's offer at first, I'm 30% or something really low, or 25%. It was something low like that too, right? And it ended up being 60-40. So yeah, I didn't understand why Shakur didn't feel the need, and then you gonna get on with your Twitter fingers and start tweeting on social media. Why did you call up Devin? Why are you tweeting about it?
The thing is, there's probably not that big a gap between what Sean Porter was getting and what Bud was getting. So, but it's probably not the same. The same is probably not true for Shakur and Dev. Devin's probably getting way more money than Shakur.
Because he's his own promoter.
I'm just saying that's his take-home pay. I'm just talking about when it comes to the fights, the fights that he's been in, right? Even though he got the shitty end of a stick when it came to the Gambosa's fight, it was still a pretty big fucking bag that they split.
Yeah, what did he get? $2.5, $3 million, right?
Yeah, he got 2.8.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, Devin's been making that kind of money anyways when he was over there.
Probably that fight looks like it came in around $8 million, something like that.
Oh, okay.
And he got 2.8 of it.
Yeah, because Cambosa's got the majority of it because he held all the belts, and Devin, he wanted to be undisputed so bad, so he said, "Fuck
And
it."
Australia paid for it.
Yeah, and then that put him in a position to be, he could bargain better, against other fighters. He put himself in the right position. He did the right thing. Same thing Mayweather had to do. Yeah, but I don't know why Shakur all of a sudden, he's running up on people and demanding things. And if you really wanted that smoke with Devin, you have Bill Haney's number, you have Devin's number, you know where he live at. Shit, why don't you sit down like a grown man, face Devin face to face and talk about it instead of you on social media? Because all you're trying to do is clout chase. All you're trying to do is make people believe that you're some type of, everybody's scared of you. No, not everybody's scared of you.
What it is, I think he's trying to mask his failures, and he's trying to pretend like we forgot, that we don't understand that this dude is trying to fail his way to the top. I'm just not buying it. Let's go like Hamza. Okay, Hamza, even if Shakur accepted it, it was probably going to be more hurdles after that anyway. Whatever. Would the hurdles come from Dev or would the hurdles come from Shakur? You're the one who already see, and this is the stuff where now it's just like, and this is, your boy Shakur. He needed to go down the road, talk about the obstacles, whatever obstacles they were, make everybody aware of those obstacles, go into the fight and whoop his ass. You know why? Yeah, specifically this should be this way, because Shakur, better than anybody, should understand what Devin had to do to get those belts in the first place. Since they've known each other since either one of them were making any fucking money in this fucking world, in boxing world, before any one of them were like touching it. Forget touching M's. $100, bro. Bill gave this dude $100, and this dude said it meant the world to him. That's the kind of So if you have that kind of relationship, then you understand. You know what? Dev, in order to get undisputed, took a shitty deal. Then there were more hurdles along the way, even after he took a shitty deal. There's a ton of fucking hurdles. It was a 2-fight deal, all kinds of crazy shit. I don't understand how Devin Haney is supposed to eat a raft of bullshit, but Shakur Stevenson can eat his way out of the 130-pound division and right into the catbird seat at 135. Because why again? What's the alternative? So I'm definitely choosing door number 2, I think.
Yeah, because like you said, the people already had their, things that they were planning on doing at 135 before he brought his little ass up there. And nobody has to move mountains because you're up here all of a sudden. That's not a thing. And now
I didn't hear that 135-pound fighter say, "I can't wait for Shakur to get up here, so I can whoop his ass."
Right.
No one's talking about all that 135-pound smoke that was there. No one's trying to drag somebody up from 130. And if you came up to 130, what made you think you were going to just jump the line?
Precisely. Thank you, Smoke. I didn't understand this, and I didn't understand these people with all this new weird energy too towards that. He's ducking Shakur. How is this man ducking Shakur when he already told everybody his game plan? He was going to beat Loma and move up to 140 and try to become undisputed at 142. So I don't understand how all of a sudden, because Shakur decided he was going to move up, that made Devin a duck. And then Devin was still being cool and said, "Well, I'll stay at 135 to give Shakur the fight." He was still trying to be, cool with him, helping, Shakur out or whatever. And then Shakur just totally flipped on him. I just think it's a jealousy thing. I really do.
He's sounding jealous. He's sounding like one of those friends you don't need, or actually not what you don't need. They're one of those friends that over time, you used to be close when you were younger or closer, and you might accept their call every now and again. But it's just you outgrew that fucking relationship. He just seems like one of those dudes that just never really appreciated the relationship. Was always looking to get what he could get out of the relationship. That's what it comes across as.
I agree. I 100% agree. I just do not like the way he's moving. And Shakur's a tremendous talent. I like, I love the way he's a surgeon in the ring, but these ring, outside the ring, these new things that he's doing, yeah, that's not I don't like that energy.
Character flaws?
To say the least, right?
To say the least.
Yeah. I think
y'all
see
see
this
that?
coming from Shakur.
Yeah, like I said, too much bullshit in the public eye when they have each other's phone numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, why is my shit like I'm having weird old technical issues today? Like, I mean, I like the fact that you're grilling out there and you got the
y'all see that?
But I didn't do that on purpose. So how the fuck you get a solo layout? What's going on here?
That's in honor of college football. College football started yesterday.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't do no college football.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be more into it, but once they stopped paying it, once the guys couldn't get their likenesses and all this other stuff,
they getting paid now.
I'm not into slave labor. I'm a huge
You
fan
shit. You
of
got cats in
justice,
college right
right?
now
Just
making $2 million a season, bro.
Say again?
You got cats in college now making $2 million a season, bro.
Yeah, some of them. There's one guy on the team. Meanwhile, everybody else ain't making shit, and still got to log in like this free spaghetti sauce they get, free spaghettios and shit. Like, fuck out of here. Like,
shit, some of them dudes is gonna retire right after college.
I hear you, but okay. What kind of pressure do you have to put on a kid if you give him $2 million, but his 54 other teammates are they got to steal fucking sunglasses on road trips?
That's true. Everybody ain't getting paid like that.
Yeah,
and that's my problem. That's my problem.
Pay something. Like, listen, if everybody got to show up to practice,
they all getting something now. If you make the squad, because now they cutting people. It ain't 110 people on the team no more. Now they cutting motherfuckers. So everybody that's on the team is getting something. You're getting paid.
Okay, well, I know they got their likeness, right? I know they got their likenesses, but likenesses is that you get, and they all get an education, right? So they're getting a free education. It starts there.
If they're selling your shit at that store, you getting paid.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more. I'm a little bit more like, maybe it's just more like a union, right? Like if you are appearing on television, right? If you are getting TV, you should get some TV royalty money. You should not be on TV for free.
Oh, you ain't getting that, bro. NCAA ain't giving that.
But that's what they need. That's the one. That's the one that'll get me excited about college football again. Right now, it's like a labor issue for me. That is like the politics of it.
There you go. And that was really my problem with the kid you was just talking about, right? You sending all these motherfucking tweets, talking about I'll meet you down the street and I'll fight you, I'll beat your ass, this, that, and the other. But you didn't want to fight the nigga for 25%, so why you want to fight him now? 25% of whatever it was. You didn't want that. And now you want to fight for free? Come on, man, stop it. It's cap.
Okay.
That's what I try to tell these people, man. It's bullshit. It's bad for you.
It's cap. You didn't want to fight the nigga to get paid, but you want to fight the nigga for free. Come on, man, stop it.
Okay, now we have cryptic accusations. Now we're doing the same. Y'all are doing the same thing y'all did against Bud. I don't know that we did anything against Bud. Like, you have to be a little bit more.
We only
one third. Like, but just so you understand, like, Bud is my favorite fighter. I thought he was the number one pound for pound guy. I never said he was a duck. Even during the David Avenesian shit, when everybody in the world was calling the dude a duck, never came out of my mouth. I'm not quite sure what I did to Bud, and these two people are avid fucking Bud fans. They did nothing but take up Bud's part, no matter what.
Me and Destiny, the ones that told you that Bud was gonna beat the Hebrew shit out of that dude.
Mr. Shelton was the first person to get BLK Prime. Like, he got that shit the day. Like when I was outside talking about BLK Prime is a goddamn diploma mill for high school, for underprivileged for desperate ass high school kids. While that story was breaking, he was doing his stuff. He was telling us about the African soap operas and shit at BLK Prime. Listen, I got
was
the fucking
ordering
live.
shit.
My very first live, my very
Hey,
first
Destiny,
couple
tell
lives.
him.
Mr. Moore over
Bud
here
can fight.
buying BLK
Destiny,
Prime.
tell
So
him,
he's gonna have to
Destiny.
tell us
Bud can
what,
fight
like
the
what
milkman.
y'all
I'm
are
watching.
doing.
You ain't never
Bud can
lied,
fight.
yeah.
Bud can fight the milkman. I'm watching.
You know, the reason why I really like to watch Bud fight, he's never given me a boring fight ever. All his fights to me has always, grabs my attention. And I've always, he's always performed,
Yeah,
well.
he's never been in a boring fight. You're right. He's always in
Yeah.
an action fight. He gonna make it an action fight. Because if you don't want to fight, he gonna bring it to you.
Right. Exactly. And yeah, and I remember after you got the BLK Prime and you told me about Easter egg, I went and got mine too. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to support me some Bud. But yes, Smoke, but that's one thing I would say about you. I don't know why people would, some of the, fair weather fans, because some of them people, trying to troll you probably wasn't going for Bud. They're damn themselves.
We're gonna
But you
work it out today, though.
said like, oh yeah, Spence is going. You always said, so you said if there was going to be a knockout, you said you think it would be Bud who would stop Spence. And you always said that. So I don't know where all this weird energy people have for you all of a sudden.
Okay, so here's the thing. Here's really what it is. Cooking with Sir. I got Sir and Hamza right now, and Cesar like doing the pushback, and we can do this pushback. So we got Abdulayev. Cesar says Abdulayev, Jojo, Linares, Cambosos, Ancient Loma. This is your king. All right. So first off, I just got through saying that Bud is my favorite fighter. So if I had a king, why wouldn't that be the guy? And then the other part of it is, who is your king? Because those names right there, I think those guys are more accomplished, have better wins than everybody on Tank and Shakur's resume.
Can we go down the list for Tank? Can we talk about the 130 guy? What's his name? Hector Garcia. We can talk about that little motherfucker from Mexico. What's his name? Pitbull. We can talk about some dude, Santa Cruz, who's an 18-pounder. We can talk about.
We're gonna go through this one by one, like, cause I'm trying to figure out how this is a laugh emoji. Like, I want to know who your king is.
Yeah, you talking about Ryan Garcia, who never beat nobody at anything.
Yeah, I want to know who you. Cesar, you got the laugh emojis and all that shit. This is your king. I need to find out who your king is. While you're figuring that out, I'm gonna go to the next comment. Cooking with Sir, y'all doing the same thing y'all did against Bud. I need to know what that thing is.
Yeah, he can sound retarded too. They sound like some bitter.
Mike got people messed up here. And then we got Hamza, Shakur and Devin, Shakur and Devin got each other's numbers, but they're dissing each other on Twitter. Exactamundo, which is why this is why the title of my stream is Marinating Fake Beef. Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson in 2026. That's when we'll be getting this fight. It'll be at 147, and all this shit is just some fake ass beef in order to keep the boxing people's imaginations fixated. But really, what it is this: Shakur Stevenson has a fight. It's a good fight, but it isn't the fight that people want to see from Shakur. So what he's doing right now, what everyone seems to be doing in the 21st century since the advent of like selling fights on social media, instead of talking about the fight that they have, they talk about the fight that everybody wants to see in order to sell the fight that they actually have. So with David, while we're talking about Jermell Charlo, everybody's talking about David Benavidez or Bud, because nobody really wants to see the Jermell Charlo fight.
I mean, that's just what it is. Smoke, and that's what it is too. Thank you. Please tell them again. And you know what, Jojo Diaz, as a matter of fact, when he fought Devin, he was coming off one of the best wins in boxing at that time. He had just beat Tevin Farmer. So what are you talking about? He's fighting nobodies. Are you okay, sir? Are you okay? And I don't have a king. I don't do kings. I don't know nothing about it. I'm my own leader.
I'm a power to the people guy. Like, I don't mind and using a term of endearment of kings, but the way that you seem to be doing it by saying he's your king is doing the Pink Panther kind of reference when he was like literally a monarch, right? So, yeah, like calling each other king right now is calling each other. It's like calling each other player or like or math or whatever. Like call someone a pimp. Although all those are a little bit more derogatory, I guess. Like the king has better PR, but a king's a fucking asshole just like a pimp is. Like I don't like when it comes right down to it. I'm not interested in monarchies. And just so we understand each other, because you seem to be a little bit lost in the sauce about what we mean by kings. When we call each other king, it is a homage to the fact that the society that black people grew up here in America was taught that they didn't do shit ever. Like they were descended from mud huts and never had any kind of civilization or anything like that. But it turns out they had all kinds of civilizations, had all kinds of political structures, and monarchs just like everybody else. So that's where the phrase comes from. Not that we're about to kiss somebody's ring and start carrying their water.
Yeah, because I don't do that. Yeah, I don't need nobody to lead me. I can do my own damn thing. I've always done my own thing, and I'm gonna keep doing my own damn thing. I don't need no fucking leader. I like Devin or whatever. I think he's a nice kid or whatever. But it ain't like I'm about to quit my job and go chase after him, do some weird shit. That'd be y'all with all the weird fanboyism. Nobody over here doing that shit. I can guarantee you, Smoke ain't doing that shit neither. Ain't nobody got time for that weird fanboyism that y'all be having.
No. I was a boy. I was a fanboy at one time, but I was also a boy at the time.
You see?
I haven't been a fan. Like, I wasn't even a fan when I was a minor, right? I've never been a fanboy as an actual adult. Not one day.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I love me some Bud and I be calling myself a fangirl or whatever, but there's literally just to be jokes because I'm not worried about he's eating just fine. He does not need me to check him out and check over him.
Yeah.
The hell his weird ass come from? Y'all king. What? Boy, get your goofy ass the fuck up out of here.
Yeah. I think it's one of those. See, I have two Cesar G's. I have one that comes through and is cool as shit and is very respectful. But I have another one who's a bit of a troll. And he's not bad. He just like kinds to come in. Actually, some of the shit is just bad. Like it's just in poor taste and doesn't reflect well on his family. But it's not like completely out of bounds. It's just like you got to address some dumb shit. Let's see. No, what's up with El Tanko? Roy Jones Jr. was a freaking nature. Yeah, he was. As she told you, you too small. Okay, hold up a second. People still think Shakur is more skilled than Errol. Okay, hold on. Boots need to get Tim Zoo in order to secure. Okay, wait a minute. D is here saying something about Boots. I miss all this. Getting there with Tim Zoo, like a bunch of people need. Like, I think Bud needs to get in there with Tim Zoo, not Boots, but whatever. Boots needs to get a championship fight. Bud he's a 3-division, 2-division unified, 3-division champ. Like Tim Zoo is not like whatever. Tim Zoo seems to be the fight, like fight a champion and all that other shit. Boots, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm not mad at the Tim Zoo and Boots fight. I'm just saying I like the Boots fight. I like the Bud versus Tim Zoo a little bit better as a preparation for Canelo. Just because even if he fights Spence at 154, Spence has been at 147 for too damn long for me to like really consider that like a proper preparation for 168. Like give me an actual 154 pounder, and I'm with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can see exactly what you mean by that. Yep. What was I going to ask you? What do you think about? I am so sick of hearing about Bud needs to fight Boots. First of all, Bud ain't got to do. He don't need to do a damn thing but mind his black business. First, stop telling grown folks what they need to do. That's the first thing. But what do you think about that? Bud and Boots, you know, talking point.
Yeah. So the whole I was pushing back against this earlier. Someone was talking about how Devin Haney better give up the belts or something. I was like, how is he better or what? Are you gonna call him a duck in the chat? Like, gives a fuck? Like,
Yeah.
a lot of these people, yeah, I just don't know which Cesar G you are. Like, there was one Cesar that said some shit that was out of bounds, but for the most part, even if you're that guy, it was just one time, I would think, or maybe 2 or 3 times that you've been like completely out of bounds, in my opinion. But here you just like mostly just troll and say some crazy shit. But I am picking up this like Mexican versus black for no damn reason kind of vibe from you. I am getting some trolling on the whole thing, but you know, some people come up here and they give their racial takes too, and it is what it is. Definitely gave one earlier. Sports Heaven gives them. I don't really do the racial takes in boxing because I don't fucking care actually. Like there's a whole bunch of spots where I can get racial on you, but like boxing is a meritocracy to me, and I just like fighters. I like fighting. I like boxing. I like getting your ass whooped by somebody of your own race, or even if you identify it in a racial group, doesn't feel any less than getting your ass whooped with somebody else. Like I would imagine that getting whooped by a woman still fucking feels the same, only it's a lot more embarrassing. But like getting your ass whooped is just getting your ass whooped. So I don't know how like it's better if it comes from Bud than Canelo, just because you're black. Like what the fuck?
Sometimes it's about the way you get your ass whooped. Shit. If you just barely, you know what I'm saying, like somebody just outpointed you, okay, you know, you can get by that. But you just totally get blown out the damn water, you know, then that's something different there. And that's what happened with Spence.
Shit, Buck's in the fucking building. What's up, Buck? Let's see. I'm still looking for him. All right. Oh, here, that's where it is. I'm calling up. Exactly, Hamza. They have each other's numbers, and yet they're fighting on Twitter. And I'm supposed to, like, bro, you mean to tell me you couldn't say all of that shit to each other's face? I mean, like, we need to know that you said that to each other? Why? How does that help me? How does it help me to know that, like, you guys, like, you are supposed to fight on site?
Yeah, just right now, it just seems like y'all having Twitter beef and, you know, Twitter fingers. Because, I mean, people who really want to make, you know, want to make something work, they do like what Mayweather did. He pulled up on Manny Pacquiao and invited him to back to his hotel room and discuss business.
I'm just saying, listen, 25%, 25% doesn't get you in the ring, but 0% gets it in the streets. Like, okay.
Yeah, now like Shelton said earlier, now I don't want no money. I don't want 25%, but I want to fight for free in the street so we can both go to jail.
Yeah, or somebody could die.
Yeah, because that makes sense.
Riddle me this, Batman. Bud just made how much fighting Spence? In excess of 20, right? In excess of 20.
They had to print more money after that fucking fight. Yes.
So now, I'm supposed to make 20 against this guy, right? Then come back down and make 4 or 5 against this guy?
Right. Talking about Boots, right? I'm so sick of him talking about Boots is not ready for no Bud. Boots has a whole lot of holes in his game, and he better leave Bud alone before Bud turn his ass into Somali Jesus shoes. You know, some Jesus walks.
When you had the shot, because they sent you a term sheet, they asked about the fight. Why didn't you jump all over the chance to take it when you had it?
That was going to be the most money he would have made up to this point. That was going to be the most money he would have made up to this point. And his daddy turned it down, talking about what did he say? They're loyal to Showtime.
Yeah,
fuck out of here.
Okay, well, you know, if you want it, but look, hey, if Showtime is willing to put up 20, 30, maybe a $30 million purse, $35 million purse, something like that, but get 20 or Bud get 15 and you get 5, or Bud get 20 and you get 7 or something like that, if they're willing to do that, then Bud will take it. Bud will whoop your ass if you gonna pay him right, but the money ain't right. That's what he basically said. There's no money in it. So I like what he said on the Breakfast Club. He said, look, I've done everything that I need to do in boxing. So from this point forward, I don't give a fuck what anybody said.
Yeah, I like when he said that too.
I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. Hey,
they saying the same thing about what before Spence rematches Bud. He needs to fight, get boots in the ring. What are y'all be talking about? Like, first of all, he don't need to do a damn thing. He's a grown man; he can do whatever he wants to. And what are y'all talking about? He does not need to go fight Boots before he rematches Bud. Like, just
don't forget, the boy just activated the rematch, so he got to fight the boy again. He gonna fight him again.
Exactly.
December and January, he gonna fight him, beat him up again, and then we'll go.
I got to hit Cooking with Sir with one more thing. I know I'm behind in the chat. I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to keep up pace. But what you just said segues right next into my my opinion about this next quote. He said, Sir Senior says he bought BLK Prime too. He pays for Bud's fights. I'm going to tell you this. As a grown ass
Hold
man,
on, say that again. He said what?
He pays for Bud's fights.
Okay, that's cool. I paid for it too. What's that mean?
So I just want to just tell you this. I'm going to say this to everybody. This is some grown man shit. If nobody ever told you this, you'll be the first person. Let me be the first person to tell you. If you didn't help me make my money, I don't give a flying fuck about your thoughts about how I should spend it. What I choose to spend my money on is my fucking business, just like how I made my money is my fucking business. Now, maybe if you loan me some money, right, when I don't really have to ever pay back, and if I don't feel like it, I'll use that money that you loan me to fucking buy Bud's fights. Other than that, you can fucking kick rocks with this shit. Like, I pay for what I pay for, how I pay for it, when I pay for it. My fandom is my fandom and does not need to be compared to anybody else's. Okay, this is grown man shit. You guys got to stop with this, like, trying to give one up somebody better than somebody or more than, like, bro. Cool. You bought BLK Prime. Sucks to be you.
Okay, you bought a 6-pack of beer today too, or you bought some food, and you want kudos for that too? I mean, that's your money. You can spend it. I don't understand
this thing at YTBC where people like they need to show receipts if they bought a pay-per-view and all this shit.
Yeah, you might have bought some ass last week. You might have bought some ass last week. You want to pay for? You want me to tell me about that too?
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm
shit.
not picking up
Who cares, man? You bought what you bought.
But yeah, telling grown people what to do, it sounds like a waste of fucking time. It sounds like a headache. Like, first off, it's a relationship. That's what that is. And I've had relationships for 40 fucking plus years. Actually, hold up. Let me go through it. Damn, it's going on 40 years as an adult. Like, I'm almost 40 years into it as an adult with relationships. And some of the friends I have, I've had some friends for 40 years. It's a pain in the ass to maintain these relationships. Right?
I'll go one better, Smoke.
But I love my goddamn free time. I love relationships like this where we don't know each other a motherfucking thing. We just talk our
I'll go one better, Smoke.
And we keep it fucking pushing because we're not obligated. We don't know each other decades and all this shit. And,
I'll go one better, Smoke. I'll go one better. I've been married to this broad for 22 years, man. She can't tell me what to spend my money on.
Yeah, shit, but she can tell you something. I'm just saying. Like, anybody that
she can have an opinion.
Like, she can say something to you. You gotta listen to that shit.
Yeah, she can voice her opinion. That don't mean I'm gonna listen.
Yeah. I mean, put it like this: you'll weigh that against not getting the smiles that you like from her. Maybe not weighing against she may not make them for you. And I know you weighed against like the cost of getting divorced.
Exactly. Definitely.
Smoke, precisely. Yeah, stop telling grown folks what they need to do. You're grown. Do you want somebody to tell you what you need to do? Don't tell nobody else what they need to do. And stop trying to run millionaires' lives. Stay in your tax bracket and they're staying theirs. Leave grown folks alone. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. If he wants to go out and fight goddamn Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck, that's his damn business.
What I say all the time, Destiny, 2-figure niggas need to stay out of 8-figure nigga business because you don't understand it.
Just like that. Just like that. Worry about your what you need to do. Leave these grown folks alone. I believe in letting adults be great. Let them do what they need to do.
Who am I
So I
to
get
tell a
Hamza is
multi-millionaire
trying, and like he's
what
coming
he
with
needs
every
to do
argument he
and what
can
he don't need to do?
to put the onus on Devin in this one. I mean, I hear you, bro. I hear you with nip stuff in the bud. But just because you let stuff go doesn't all of a sudden like other people's bad behavior doesn't become your fault. I could understand the enabling part of it, maybe, but at a certain point, it's just not Devin's responsibility. Like Shakur Stevenson is responsible for Shakur Stevenson. Devin is not.
Right.
Devin is
Hey,
his own
Jesse, what you doing
man.
today, girl?
Devin's his own man. Devin got his own thing going on. He don't need to hold Shakur Stevenson's hand, and he don't have to sit in no damn ring and entertain nobody because they're running up in the ring talking stupid. I mean, he don't need to do. Devin did what he wanted to do, and he left the damn ring. So stop talking. Hey, who cares? That's already happened anyways. Who cares that he left the ring? I didn't even care about it then. I don't make a big deal about it when people jump in the ring and call other fighters out because that's what all fighters did at one point. I don't. So I mean, sometimes people get in the ring and say some stupid shit. Don't even want to go. Don't even want to fight for real. So does it really matter?
If they
Hey,
like,
Jesse, looking kind of good today, girl. What's up with you? What you got
Shut up.
going on? Where you going?
You so stupid.
Where you going?
what you're
Where you going?
supposed
You
to
going
do, see
somewhere? Where you going?
what you're supposed to do.
Work. I got off work. Is what I went.
What you're supposed to do, since you have the same promoter, right? You're supposed to clear with both teams, right? If you're a player, right? What Shakur's team should have done was secure an interview with the winner, no matter who it was, before the fight. Not show up thinking he's going to status his way into the fucking ring and that everybody now needs to react to the fact that he did something.
Thank you. Precisely. I don't understand these things that y'all saying what somebody needs to do. Let me tell you what you need to do. How would you like if I just started telling you what you need to do? I'm pretty sure you wouldn't appreciate it. You don't listen. I mean, boxing has a lot of politics to go along with it. If we don't really know what goes on, behind the scenes and what things happen and how things move with their lawyers. So sometimes you sound good. You could just go make things happen. And it's just not that. Sometimes you can't just go make things happen. Sometimes these fighters be having real life injuries, but they don't tell nobody about it. So they're taking, yeah, they want to fight. They say, oh, I'm coming back in 6 months. But you don't know that, they may have shoulder issues. Like, Andre Ward did that for years. He had a dislocated shoulder, right? Whatever the injury, he would still fight until he just couldn't do it no more. And then he wouldn't have the surgery. Most people didn't even know he was dealing with that. You don't know what people got going on behind the scenes, so just stop telling people what they need to go do.
Well, like I always say this, right? I always say this. If the dude is,
I'm not quite sure
Shakur
what
says,
your last post was. This one, you guys you can have it back. I just want to address the chat right quick. This comment right here, I don't understand what you mean. I think there's some typos in there, and it's kind of it's throwing me off. I don't know what you mean by this. Just hook it up for me again. The EJ fans, or maybe you guys can help me out. The EJ fans said that when Bud lose, we would become Boots fans. But when EJ got fried like fish, he claims they became Boots fans. What do you mean, Cersei?
No, yeah, you see a lot of the
help me out.
What he's saying is a lot of the EJ fans. Once EJ lost, they all started saying they're the main ones who saying, "Oh, Bud needs to go fight Boots." We want to see Bud and Boots.
Right. So there's another question, and I'm gonna jump in the gun a little bit, and I'll state it again when I get to it. The whole I'm not interested in Boots fighting Bud or Spence.
Thank you.
So we understand each other. They can fight him. That's fine. I don't have Boots beating either guy.
Thank you. He's not prepared enough yet.
To get better.
It's the same thing that happened. It's the same thing that happened when Wilder lost to Fury. All of a sudden, all the Wilder fans became motherfucking Caleb Plant fans.
Became what fans? Became who fans?
Caleb Plant fans. Caleb Plant. Remember, they all jumped on the Caleb Plant bandwagon.
I'm not gonna lie to you though, Shelton. I always go for anybody who's fighting the opposite of Cinnamon. So
I like his
it could
plan, but
be
I liked him
fucking.
before he was a champion. But
Only,
since he's been a
yeah, I liked him
champion,
before. Yeah, I promise you, the only person I'll probably go for Cinnamon over is he had to fight Orange Hitler. Then I would be going for Cinnamon in that case. But anytime
No,
somebody
shit, me.
fighting him,
Look,
I'm always against Cinnamon.
well, look, me, shit. I'm against Fury. I don't care who Fury fight. Fury can fight motherfucking Biden. I'm going for Biden. I don't like Fury. I don't fuck with Fury. I don't like him. Never liked him. I'm hoping Ngannou knock his ass out. I don't give a fuck who it is.
listen,
I actually don't dislike Fury though. Like I don't really have no smoke with Fury. I know all these conspiracy theories is out there, and he's supposed to do all these strange things. I don't know what
I
really
believe none of
happened.
that bullshit. Wilder lied. I didn't believe none of that bullshit. Wilder lied. I didn't believe none of that bullshit. I just
That
don't
was
like the
never
fact
Wilder
that
saying
Fury.
that though. That was never
I just don't
Wilder
like the
saying
fact that
that.
to
Fury
me, Wilder does not
lies.
come across. Like, here's the thing: Wilder just doesn't
Yeah.
come across as a liar to me. Like whether or not he felt something like sincerely that wasn't true, that wasn't make him a liar. Like
That motherfucker did not have no egg weights. He didn't have nothing in his water.
I think it's
Nobody put nothing in his water. None of that, all that shit was lies. That's the
right,
same shit that Foreman said when Ali beat his ass. The same fucking shit.
right.
It was all
I mean,
lies. I don't believe it. I just don't like
yeah, but I don't
Fury
think. Put it
because
like this:
Fury
I don't think
lies to the people. Fury says he's gonna do something else. He told Usyk 70-30 and I'll fight you. Usyk said run it. That motherfucker ran out the door. Fuck Fury. He's a piece of shit.
Right. So I do think Fury's a liar, right? So I think there's two things. I think Wilder's delusional. I think he believes shit that's not true.
Yeah.
But he believes it, so he's not lying. It's not like he's lying. He just believes shit that's not true. But I think Fury's a liar.
I give you that.
Right? Those are two different things.
Yeah, I mean, those flapping gloves though did seem very strange. I've never seen that before in a boxing match, but I don't know what really transpired. I know for a fact though that first fight that count was longer than what it's supposed to have been, and he was literally once you laid out like that, the ref was supposed to call it off. Jack Reese talked about something he wanted to give him a chance. Bitch, that's not your job. What are you talking about right now, Jack Reese? That's not your job.
Who's stopping Boots from getting the shot exactly?
Nobody. They already moved up to 154. It's been confirmed that 154. Bud has relinquished the belts. So who's stopping him? Like Smoke said, he can go. Let me go fight whoever.
He can go fight Stanionis for a belt. He can fight the winner of motherfucking Ugas and Barrios for a belt. The belts is free. He can fight whoever he want to fight. Since he's the money guy, he's the guy at 147, right? Go fight somebody, nigga.
Yeah, we already knew that Bud had this rematch looming over his head, and the rematch was going to be at 154. So why do y'all keep with this Boots talking point? Like who cares about this little boy? Who cares about this little boy?
Here it is for Boots, right? Stanionis on record said, "Nigga, I've been trying to fight you since I was 10-0." Stanionis said that. So since Stanionis want to fight you so bad, go fight that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Conor Ben told you that we got unfinished business. Conor Ben just said that last week. Go fight that motherfucker. You got a whole bunch of motherfuckers to fight that are at 147. Last time I checked, like Destiny said, last time I checked, Bud is at 54 now.
Bud makes it look easy. It's not easy. Bud is not fighting Boots and Spence the same night, although I do get the joke. It is funny though. It is, like shout out to Bud. He's a fucking bad man. Boots ain't ready.
Period.
But Boots
see, I don't like that. Smoke. I don't like that.
Shot, but he does
the motherfucker. Hold on, Smoke.
Sure.
Hold on, Smoke. The motherfucker got 31 fights. If he ain't ready now, when is he gonna be ready?
Never. I mean, no, not never. Probably never.
Probably 1999. I have to agree with that. Yeah,
never. Yeah, 19. If it's in 19 anything, that shit. Nah, that's just sales. I think. Boots
goddamn, we gotta stop saying. We gotta stop saying that the nigga ain't ready. The nigga got 31 fights.
I'm talking about he's not ready for Bud. I'm not saying he's not ready for a title shot.
If he ain't ready now, when is he gonna be ready, bro?
Never, bro. Never need him gonna be ready for Bud.
Yeah, never. I mean, you don't need to see. I don't need to see that fight.
Never.
I don't care about
him if he wants to fight him. He's never going to be ready for him.
Right,
Hey, when you
precisely. This is some fighters that you, like I said, if Gary Antoine decides to move his ass up to 147, he's going to beat Boots again because there's just some fighters that have your number. And like I said, it's just going to be like Brandon Forrest and Sugar Shane all over again. I think with those two, I just think Gary Antoine Russell is going to beat him like he did each and every time they fought in the amateurs. I don't see Boots beating Gary Antoine because Gary Antoine makes him very uncomfortable. Boots does not like inside fighting. Boots is not that great off his back foot like people think he is. He's actually kind of a come forward fighter.
Well, you know what I say all the time, Destiny. I don't give a fuck. Put his ass in there. If you think you can win, put his ass in there. Get in there.
Right. So Hamza says Styles makes fights. Boots got damn near everything to beat Bud. And as a Bud supporter and boxing analyst, I need to find out the answers in that fight. Yeah. He
Well, if
does
you
not
want
have
Bud
everything
so
he needs to
bad,
beat Bud.
nigga,
At
if
this
you
point,
want
he does
Bud
not
so
have to
bad,
beat
move
Bud.
up to 54.
Let's talk
Move
about
up to
the shit
54.
that he doesn't. Let's just real fast. Destiny and Mr. Moore, what do you guys think Boots lacks to beat Bud?
Defense. Boots get hit a lot.
Yeah, he's actually very immature too. Boots is very silly acting to me. He's very immature, and you have to have a level of maturity when you're in that ring. You know all that little kitty things he do in the ring. He's very childlike, and I'm not saying that in a disrespectful way. I really do mean that. He's very childlike. He's very immature. He don't have the maturity level to be in there with an experienced fighter like that. Somebody who
Grown man versus boy, grown man versus kid.
Hey,
He
look.
gets a lot, right? And here's my last thing. He makes the worst adjustments. He actually makes adjustments to make the fight harder for him.
he doesn't have a good ring IQ. Thank you, Smoke. He does not have a good ring. He doesn't. He doesn't have that instinct neither. He doesn't have that instinct. He does not have that what is the French word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Yes, he does not have that. Like he just looks flashy because of the little things he do and people the fighters he's been fighting against. So people
There it
think
is.
he's something better
There
than what
it
he
is.
is.
You just hit it on the head. He looks great against the guys he's been fighting. But you get in there with Crawford, the same thing he did to EJ, he gonna do to you. He gonna punch in between your shots, and he gonna walk you into some shit that you don't see coming.
Yes, because Boots, when he telegraphs his punches as well. Every time he goes to swing, he's easily countered. He can be easily countered, and I saw that against the Delorme fight. Actually, it was just the ones, the couple of times that Delorme threw a punch or whatever, but he was able to counter him very easily. What do you think an experienced counter puncher like Bud is going to do to Boots? I mean, I don't understand. Nobody wants to see Puss in Boots in Bud besides 2 and 3 Ashley Negroes. I don't give a damn about that fight. And like Morris said, if he really wants to smoke, Bud is at 154 now. Take your goofy ass on up there, and your ass gonna come back down to some N1 flip flops. So yeah, go get that. He can go get that work if you want to. I encourage him. Please go do it. Go be great.
Hopefully, Showtime will put the money behind it. Put the money behind it. If y'all confident in Boots, put the money up. Bud will fight him.
He gonna pop that cherry like he did EJ's.
Yeah, that like for me, I'm looking for challenges like Tim Tszyu and Canelo Alvarez and Jermell Charlo should he win, right?
Do you like the Tim Tszyu fight? Because I like it. I like it, Smoke. I like the Tim Tszyu fight.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah,
That's the thing, right? That's the scary part about Bud. We have never seen him face adversity or be really challenged, right? That's the scary thing about Bud. He's always dominated all his fights. So, I mean, we don't know how really great he is because he's never been in any adversities. I guess the closest one you can kind of say was Gamboa.
Well, he says Destiny that Gamboa was the toughest fight. He said,
yeah, I know he said that. But I'm saying, but I guess that's the most adversity we can pretty much say. What do you think, Smoke?
About what? About which one?
But we don't really know how great he is because we've never seen him face adversity or truly be challenged. You know what I mean?
That it is. That's my issue right there. The dude has stepped up in competition. He did say he faced some adversity, but it just hasn't been a lot. Like I remember his first step up in competition was Gamboa.
Right.
And Gamboa put a couple of hands on him, made him do stanky leg and all that shit. But yeah, he turned up on him. He just has not been in any wars.
I thought Smoke, his first step up was Breezes Prescott, no?
Yeah, that was yeah, you're right, because Breeders Prescott, they were
Prescott, his claim to fame was like
nothing out
exposing
Amir Khan.
Amir Khan. Like Breeders Prescott was never that good to me. He was
I
supposed to be a
never
step
thought
over
so
for Amir
either,
Khan.
but they were marketing him to be that guy, and they, Bud took that fight on what, a 5 day something crazy notice,
Yeah,
and
like a 1 week notice.
yeah, and he tapped that off.
I never really rated Breeders Prescott just because I just like, for the most part, I need to see UK fighters achieving the ring. Like, they're really good at promoting their fighters, like way before the fighter has ever done anything. And then if the fighter does a little bit of something, they act like, it was just rumble in the jungle. So it's just kind of like the Amir Khan thing. I saw the hype they were putting around him, but Breidis Prescott was supposed to be a tomato can addition to his resume. And when I saw what Breidis Prescott did to him, because that was one of the very first fights I saw from Amir Khan, I was like, that was more like Amir Khan is a hype job versus Breidis Prescott's any good.
But Amir Khan was just coming off of that Ramadan too, right? So he was very weak. And that's another thing with Devin Haney fought Lomachenko too, because he and his dad was coming off of that Ramadan too. I think that's a bad idea for Muslims to fight when they're coming right off of that Ramadan. But that just shows you, Devin Haney's greatness.
They're saying that Ugas is fighting somebody. I just forgot who's Ugas fighting?
Mario Barrios.
No, Mario Barrios.
I don't need to see that fight either.
I got to push back on you, Smoke. I got to push back on you for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Amir Khan, I thought he was the goods. I really did.
Yeah, I think so too. I agree.
But I'm just talking about at the time. I'm talking about going into the Breidis Prescott fight.
Yeah, I thought Amir Khan was the goods and Breidis Prescott beat him. I was on the Breidis Prescott hype train.
Okay.
But I knew he was fighting Bud. I was like, damn, this might be a tough fight for Bud. And Bud went in there and watched him real quick.
That's just a difference of opinion, and I turned out to be right.
One thing I've always said, Smoking, people always said I was delusional and stupid and all this other things. I said that I think Amir Khan versus Floyd Mayweather would have been an interesting fight. I always said I felt like Amir Khan would have presented some challenges to Floyd because of his speed and things like that. If you notice, Floyd, every time he had a real issue with a fighter, like Zab Judah, I guess you can say, it was Zab Judah's speed that really bothered him at first.
It's not that. You have to have feet in order to bother Floyd. If you just stand like a fucking statue with the E Honda hands, like, that shit ain't gonna do shit to Floyd. He's gonna fucking dance away.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right.
You gotta move it. Your hand and your feet have to work together to beat Floyd.
Amir Khan didn't have the worst feet now. Damn, he didn't have cement for feet.
He didn't have no way he's gonna beat Floyd back then. Feet, like, Floyd Floyd didn't spend a bunch of time at 140 pounds. He fought a couple fights there. But I think he was at 147 by then anyway. Amir Khan at 147 is all right, but I mean, the guy. Really, the issue is this: when it comes to Floyd, it's not just his feet. His feet are the big reason why he's not going to win.
Mm-hmm.
But the other part of it is he doesn't vary the speed on his shots at all.
He doesn't what?
Vary the speed on his shots.
Oh, no, that's very true. I've never even thought about that.
Shit.
I've only seen him vary the speed on his shots in a couple of fights, and
it's probably recent. And it's probably recent. Back then, he was not doing that shit. He just kept throwing, like, he was really fast, but it was like he was out of position. He couldn't move. He couldn't do anything. Couldn't do anything about the counter coming back. Like,
no, the one fight I saw when he actually did, change the speed of his punches was when he fought Maidana. That was probably Amir Khan's one of his best performances ever. Because he beat the shit out of Amir at a Maidana up until he got caught. What was that, the 10th round or whatever? And you know what? That's so crazy because we all know Maidana was a heavy hitter, and not once did Amir Khan touch that canvas. I guess he wouldn't.
No, that was one. That was the Maidana fights. Maidana was like I don't know. Like Maidana wasn't supposed to like the thing that woke Maidana. Like Maidana got big off the Matisse fight, right? And knocking out Matisse, who was also a big puncher in his heyday. But Matisse was a little bit past it when Maidana knocked him out. But the thing that totally changed the trajectory of Maidana's career was Adrien Broner humping him. Adrien Broner was actually doing real well in that fight. He was winning that fight and all that shit until he fucked around and humped Maidana, and the rest is boxing history. Maidana got mad. I'm a grown ass man. You don't do that shit to me. I don't play like that. All this fucking little kid shit you're on. Let me show you what time it is when it comes to this grown man shit. And proceeded to beat the dog shit out of Adrien Broner. But Adrien Broner came back. It was like competitive, but whatever.
Adrien Broner did come back in that fight. He made
whole career with Adrien Broner humping his butt.
Yeah, Adrien Broner did tighten. He tightened. It came down to like maybe Adrien. I mean, what made Maidana win that fight? I believe it was the knockdown because the judges had the fight pretty close by the time.
Yeah, they did have it close, and it was. I think Maidana knocked him down twice.
Right, it was two times. Right, yeah, you're right.
I think Maidana might have gone down once or something. I'm not sure, but I know Broner went down twice, and it was still kind of close.
Yeah, I think it was the knockdown that made the difference in that fight. But after that loss, Adrien Broner was never the same fighter. He doesn't let his hands go. Adrien Broner, he'll show the little workout videos and he'll hit the mat and the mitts. He was looking all fancy and throw like 1,000 punches and then get in the ring and throw like 15 punches the whole fight.
Oh my God, dude! The BLK Prime promo for Adrien Broner was so sad and pathetic. Like, why would you do that to my man? They had him huffing and puffing, looking fat at sunset. They had him looking terrible. And his whole reasoning for the fight, oh yeah, we can pay you this money, but you got to fight Godzilla. Or you can fight who you want over here for the same money. Man, look, it was just bad. That was all fucking bad. Anyway, Adrien Broner, shout out to him. I hope he is not the replacement fight for Devin Haney.
I think that's what it's leading to, though, honestly. I just think that's what Regis wants. I don't think Regis is afraid of I think Regis think he might lose to Devin, to be honest. Smoke. I really do feel like that. And I think he's using this, you changed the date excuse to get out of the fight because he knows they had to change the date. There was things already happening on the date they initially, tried to make the fight on. And I don't even understand why and then for you say you're not fighting that late, but then you want to turn around and say you're going to fight Adrien Broner in December or something like that? Bro, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
Part of it is he's with a new promoter and he doesn't know how this dude moves. But what I do know about Eddie Hearn is he don't know shit about the American market and he's always moving shit around. We had one of the weirdest scenes I've seen in boxing. We had Kovalev and Canelo getting iced in their fucking dressing rooms. I think Kovalev at one point just started laying down on the couch because they were waiting for an MMA fight to end. I don't know, like, what the hell was that? Like that Eddie Hearn is just on some scary ass shit. I don't know, like, dude. Anyway, I don't know how it's Devin's fault that Eddie Hearn doesn't want to, like, double program. What do you call it? Counter program. Whatever, it is what it is. Regis, that's my guy. He might think he's gonna lose, but Regis is one of those guys that I think he's a really good loser. Right? He's the kind of guy that's just like he stays even keel, win, lose, or draw. He's not one of those dudes that like starts acting crazy because he's gonna lose, or like ducks out of a fight because he's gonna lose, and none of that shit. I don't put that on Regis.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just don't like the way Regis is moving all of a sudden. It seems like everybody's starting acting very strange in boxing all of a sudden. I don't know what the hell this energy is about. It's off though.
Well, Regis don't know what to do with himself. Like Regis, so here's the thing: 140-pound division never really had money or notoriety in it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not never, but like for the most part, not really. So you had like the big fights, really in 140-pound history is just kind of like Meldrick Taylor versus Julio Cesar Chavez. You got like Adrian Pryor versus Alexis Arguello. You got Cervantes and Nicolocha. I guess you could put Floyd and Arturo Gotti in there, or maybe the Gotti Ward fight. I don't know, whatever. But this is not. They don't just have fights like that. They don't have notoriety. So now, right now, with Tank there and Tio and Dev, like this is the most famous and the most money that the 140-pound division ever had in Prograis' whole career. I just don't think I think he's like, okay, how do I play my position? He's with a new promoter on an app that doesn't have a lot of market penetration in his target, in the market that he most competes in. They're really good for the UK, I think. I'm not in the UK, but it appears to be that Eddie is better in the UK than he is in the United States. But how does that help you out here? I don't know. And how does it help you at 140 pounds? There's nobody to fight from the UK. What, Jack Koke? No, is that his name? No, not Koke. What's the guy that says people say he got robbed versus Taylor?
Catterall.
Catterall. There we go. Catterall. Yeah. You got Catterall.
Catterall. Yeah. Jack Catterall.
Yeah, maybe you can do the Josh Taylor rematch, but there's no interest in that fight.
I don't think Taylor want to fuck with that dude no more.
Oh, we know we don't. Well, yeah. So, yeah, I just think Regis is just like, finally people care about his fights kind of shit. Like, this is the closest he's been to an A-side in a fight that people actually are talking about. As a matter of fact, nobody's really talking about the Josh Taylor fight unless you're a hardcore fan. That was like that was a World Boxing Super Series fight. And like literally, like only hardcore is talking about that shit. Yeah, Regis is not used to it. I don't know if he's ready for his close-up. You know what I mean? Anyway, we got this. We got Mr. Lightning saying Wilder's outfit was heavy. It may have been. That might have been a contributing factor.
But the funny part is why he laughing, Mr. Lightning. Wilder never said that. That was some weirdo. Somebody that said that.
Wilder said, okay, so Wilder said it, but it was an answer to a question of, the question was this. Or he set up the question like this. We've seen you now in 40 fights. We've never seen you look like that in any of your fights. Why do you think you look like that on this night? And he said, I'm not sure. It could have been a bunch of stuff. It could have been this thing. It could have been, but the question was why he looked the way he looked. Wilder said my legs were heavy. I'm not sure why my legs were heavy like that. It could have been a really long ring walk with a heavy ass fucking outfit with a mask on. But also he said he had a mask on too, which was restricting his breathing. Maybe that's why his legs felt heavy. But he was like speculating as to why he looked the way he looked, and not like why he lost the fight.
Right. He never, that's what I'm saying. He never said that like as it was, and then there's other people that ran with that. Other people started saying that weird shit. Wilder said his outfit was heavy. No, that's not.
Yeah, he said. As a matter of fact, he said I should have waited. It was heavy. It was my fault that I didn't check it out earlier. So even if the outfit was heavy, he was still blaming himself for not doing his due diligence before the fight. So like, I mean, a 40-pound outfit, walking 100 yards in it, and then fighting a heavyweight championship fight sounds like a lot. You throw on a mask on there that's restricting your breathing. That could account for the way his legs felt. Maybe. I don't know. I just don't understand like all the emojis and all that shit. Like it's impossible.
I'm not giving that nigga no pass.
It's not a pass. Nobody gave him a pass. I'm just saying. I think he is being not misquoted, but they're mischaracterizing what he was talking about when it comes to the suits.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever using that as no excuse to reason why. To be honest, he came in heavier too in that fight. You know, I think when he was 220 something, that's not Wilder's usual weight. He usually is 210 between.
No, I think the heaviest he was ever was in that fight, 230.
Yeah,
I think in the rematch.
In the third, and it was in the trilogy. He came in at 238, and you could tell that weight because he looked terrible in the first round. When the round started, he just looked. I was like, I wasted $80 damn dollars. I told my mother that too. I said, I'm wasted his $80 because he's about to get his ass whooped. And I knew he was going to get his ass whooped in the trilogy too, especially because all of these weirdos that was on YouTube, the boxing she gold lady. He was. Oh, did you see how good his back look? Oh my god! Like, are you okay, sir? Do you? I mean, do you want to have? You need a private moment or something? Like he kept going on, and everybody was like,
When
"Oh,
was
did you?
I
Oh
turned
man."
some dude gay on this thing, man? Listen, I said Berlanga was sucking on his neck, then all of a sudden I got called. Hey, stop calling these people gay out here, man. Anyway, let me see if it's the best fight in the best. Listen, if I was interested in dudes, I'd just tell you I'm interested in dudes, and you guys just have to deal with that shit. But I'm not. Not interested in dudes like that. Sorry.
Yeah, I know you're not interested in dudes. I'm just saying though, but that was boxing. He saying all these strange things. Oh my god, did you see him hit? Did you see him hit the? And I knew the fight was. I knew he was going to lose the fight too. When they showed him bench pressing 400 pounds or something stupid. I'm like, who does that? That has never been a thing for boxers to do. Why are you bench pressing? Like, what does that have? I mean, I didn't even understand it. He wasn't running because he doesn't like running. I didn't understand their whole game. I don't understand what direction he was going with Malik Scott for the trilogy. It just looked a scorching hot mess to me.
Yeah. Hamza, I'm going through. He says the best fight in the best. I believe he's talking about Boots and Bud.
Okay.
And to an extent, I'm not mad at that. The best fight in the best is just that he's already done the best of 147. Like the number one versus number two guy, that fight happened, and we know who's the number one guy. And if he moves up, it's still the best fight in the best, just in a different weight class, right? Tim Tszyu becomes the best fight in the best.
I mean, I don't know
Boots is
what
not
Hamza is on.
Boots is one of the best at 147 pounds. I'm not mad at that fight for that reason. I just don't think Boots is ready. Not that he didn't earn the shot or anything like that. I just don't think he's ready for Bud.
So now that the two top dogs have left the welterweight, who do you see taking over the welterweight division?
Probably Boots.
And I just don't get excited about him. Because I know it's more. I can tell you, I can guarantee you, it's more of a hype job with him. I never really thought Boots was spectacular from the first time. I just saw so many different things in him that I didn't think that was going to take him, to that next. He's not that generational talent. He doesn't.
No, but he's supposed to be the next generation champ. Him and Rashidi Ellis are supposed to be the next champs, right? In 2018, when I started coming on here, those are my guys, the guys to watch out for to become champs. Rashidi Ellis didn't do shit. He withered on the vine, and then he got his ass whooped by nobody. He didn't get his ass whooped by nobody. He just exposed that ring rust. And boxing is a jealous and cruel mistress. Like you got to be in there active, and you got to be sharp, or else you get exposed. And then Boots is.
I'm just not excited about it.
The hype job part of it, I think, is his dad and boxing fans. It's not really Boots. His dad is out there talking about he's better than Bud. Boots did say he'll beat Bud in his living room. Boots did say that. But then proceeded to not make the fight. So I don't know. Whatever.
People are really believing. They really, believe in the hype train or whatever. They gonna fuck around and find out. They gonna fuck around and find out. Everybody gonna be mad. Oh well, then it's gonna hear all these different kind of weird excuses. Well, that night, he had a ankle injury, or a dog bit his big toe. That's you can hear all these weird things, and whoever beats them, they had egg weights in their gloves, and they're on snack and all these other kind of weird things.
But you got to be honest, though. You got to be honest now. By the eye test, he looks like He looks like he's the goods.
No,
but you got to remember also. No. You got to remember also. He's looking good against the guys he's been fighting. He's been fighting cab drivers and Walmart workers.
And even with that, the eye test, yeah. I mean, he doesn't even look that good to me. That's what I'm saying. I see so many flaws that he does, and he's so immature. I don't understand what people are talking about. Like, okay, I can't wait to see him in the ring with somebody.
That's it, Destiny. That's it, Destiny. Fight somebody.
He's got fast hands. He can crack. He's got to feel like he knows what he's doing in the ring. He just makes really bad fucking decisions. He's defensively, he's all right. He's decent, but he bangs it out. he just makes fights harder than they need to be. And that's a bad recipe for guys like Spence and Bud. Like, they're just too experienced. Like, it's not like he doesn't deserve a shot. It's not like he hasn't earned a shot. I just don't think he will win the fight.
Precisely. Everybody keeps saying Keith Thurman needs to get in there with him. Keith Thurman didn't look the greatest against Mario Barrios because, he's been out the ring for, since the beginning of time, since he left, the time, and, he left when Morris Day left his group or whatever. I think if he was to get in the ring with Boots, I would rather see Keith Thurman take a quick tune-up or something before he gets in there with Boots. But I think Keith Thurman will beat Boots' ass. If he gets a tune-up in, to get some of the ring rust off, I believe, because people be acting like Keith Thurman don't have, he didn't have good footwork and, he didn't have power, in both hands. He doesn't, he has a pretty decent ring IQ. Like, I don't understand why people keep saying, like, Keith Thurman is the worst. I guess because, all the layoffs and stuff. But I bet you Keith Thurman will beat Boots' ass.
I like Keith. It's a great fight. And that gets him closer to being ready for Bud, sure, but I don't think that gets him ready for Bud. Like, if you want to get ready for Bud and you're Boots Ennis, like, I think, for instance, Spence fighting Boots and Keith Thurman would have been a better prep for Bud than, like, a 15-month layoff and just getting in there trying to do what you do. Like, that's just going to work. That would have been a way better preparation. For Boots, Thurman is good, Spence is good, but you need who's a good guy for, like, I don't know that there is somebody that's going to prepare him for Bud at 147. I don't think there is anybody. Yeah, which is why, making the fight, for me, this is why we're not hearing a lot more coming out of the Boots camp. Is because at the end of the day, I don't think they really want any parts of Bud. To be perfectly honest with you, I think they're willing to attach their name to his, all the way up until it comes to making a fight.
Yeah, you feel like they're clout chasing a little bit, right? And
a little bit, like, not what is it? Clout chase? Yeah, I guess that's the right term. Yeah. You just want to make sure that you're attached to the greats without actually, you want all the glory and none of the responsibility, kind of shit. Like, you want to mention Bud, you don't necessarily want to fight Bud.
Precisely. And then I don't like him and his father. Like, they're like not nice people. Like, after Bud defeated Spence or whatever, that little punk, he gonna tweet out, "Oh, I can't wait," and then put the little demon emojis. Bro, you can even say congratulations on, well played, nothing like that. You're just such an ugly. And then his daddy is so ugly too. They're just ugly humans. I don't like those humans. I don't like those humans.
I'm not a big fan of Bozy. He seems to be a kind of a shit talker, but it's boxing fans, really. Like, the boxing fans have jumped on Morrell and Boots in a way that, I don't know. It's just, it's kind of sick. It's kind of disgusting to me, actually, to be honest. I'm kind of disgusted with boxing fans. I had a debate months ago about Boots versus Terrence Crawford. And they were literally talking about how Boots is a better switch hitter because he switches more. Like, what? What in the huh?
See, the difference between, that's how you know people don't know what the switching is supposed to be about. Because when Bud switches, he's using it to download information and, to assess things. He's using it, his ring IQ, his instinct. Yeah, just because David Avenesian did that in the fight against Bud. He was just switching up for no reason. It didn't even make sense. Why are you switching?
George Kambosos was doing that against Devin Haney. It looked fucking stupid. Like, listen, you're supposed to. Conor McGregor was doing that to fucking Floyd Mayweather. Like, what the hell does switching a lot mean? Okay, so the reason why Bud is a better switch hitter, this is what I pointed out in this debate, and they went right over their heads, is because Bud is getting the correct. He's trying to get. He sees the correct shot, and he can stand, and he can use whatever stance you need for the shot. So mid combination, he'll change up to get leverage on the correct shot to fuck you up.
He
It's not
did
just
that
switching
a little
for
bit
the
in
sake of switching. Not
he
switching
did
because
that a
he's
little
trying
bit
to
in
get
the
the look.
Spence fight.
He's switching because he get a better leverage from a southpaw shot in this particular circumstance, or from an orthodox shot from this particular circumstance. That's when switching becomes masterful. That's what Mike Tyson did. That's what Marvin Hagler did. That's what Bud does. What Boots does is switch to give you different looks because he can. But he actually fights real different from the different stances. From the left side, he is not as good. Like whereas Bud is like kind of evenly balanced and is equally dangerous from both sides. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what he did. He only switched for a second in the Spence fight. He was in he went to the orthodox stance. I believe it was one of those was it one of the knockdowns or was it in the fourth? It was in one of the rounds he was really dominating. And he hit Spence with something really clean. I have to pull it up and send it to you, Smoke, so you can see which one I'm talking about.
No, I saw him doing it a few times in that, but it was mid combination.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said. Yeah, you're exactly right. You're not just supposed to be switching stance
Yeah.
just to be doing it, just to so. Oh,
Let me get these people. Is that my screen or is that your guys' screen?
What?
It's kind of weird. Let me make sure.
No, my screen looks just
Hold on. Is
fine.
that my screen?
Yeah, that's just your screen. You're doing some weird stuff over there.
What's going on right now? Hello.
I can hear you.
My shit. Hold up.
Nelson, what are you over there doing?
Huh?
What are you over there doing? Are you building a bridge or something? The fuck?
No. I'm making some brisket cheese and cream cheese and bacon jalapeno poppers.
Oh, that sounds really good. Okay, well you
Yeah.
better go off, Chef Boy, Shelton.
You know, I'll be watching that Food Network, guys. If you giving me ideas.
Who's that person?
Food Network. So Bobby
okay.
Flavy giving me ideas.
Okay. Yeah, I don't cook, so.
Huh?
I don't cook. I mean, it's just me. I don't have nobody here to, so I like Uber Eats. So I do Uber Eats. After my little people left, I was like, yes.
They coming. Don't worry, Jesse. Jesse, don't worry, they coming.
Who coming?
He coming. You ain't met him yet, but he coming.
Who the hell is he?
You'll find out.
Shelton, no, I am an asshole. I wouldn't date me if I was a man. I have too many strange ways, and I wouldn't tolerate me if I was a man. Half the time I won't answer your calls. I won't reply to texts, and I don't even be doing shit. I just be sitting in the house reading something strange. But I just don't. Yeah, because I don't like to be bothered. I really don't. I like to be by myself. I really am a true introvert. I really do enjoy being in my own thoughts. Like I stay on Destiny's planet.
Yeah,
but you know why you do that, Destiny? You do that because you don't really like to do it.
Nah, that's not it at all. I just like, I love the hell out of I love to death, but gotta have my own thoughts. Gotta have my own mental space. She thinks and does. She watches fights with me, but she's not into boxing like that. We just a lot of the interest. Like we hook up on interest. The stuff that we hook up on is real deep. It's nice, but my mind goes places that a lot of people.
Hey, that's what work is for, Smoke. That's what work is for. You at work right now. That's what work is for.
Yeah, well, that's what having hobbies and a full life and all that shit. You got kids, you got a big family, all that shit. Go do something. Leave me alone.
Keep your
Yeah,
ass up out of here for 12 hours, and when you come back, I might want to see you.
Exactamundo.
when I
Like
was
on my
married,
Fridays, it took a minute for me to carve out the Fridays, but yeah, the Fridays are now like all supported and nice and cool and shit. But when I first came to YouTube, it was man. Listen, everybody in the family had to weigh in on me being on YouTube. I'm talking about kids, old
Yeah.
people, friends, family, everybody. I didn't tell people.
Oh, you know, Smoke. You've been knowing me for a long time. When she say, "Nigga, you been on that phone too long," I get off.
Okay. No, Shelton, but I would get mad when my ex-husband wanted to, cuddle or, if I was in a room by myself and he came in the room, I would get really pissed off and get up and leave. Like, 'cause I don't.
Damn. The fuck you marrying for then?
That's fine. Shit, I wouldn't date me if I was a man. I'm just a strange human. Yeah, I wouldn't
That's all
tolerate
right.
that. Yeah.
It's somebody for everybody though, Des. Remember that.
Well, this person they have to be extremely, introverted too. You probably get a good 10 minutes from me and
That's
leave.
about it.
Yeah. I am a strange human. But I don't mind being by myself though, Chelsea. Sometimes it does get lonely. I'm not gonna lie and feed y'all
Right.
some bullshit. But in those moments when I feel a little lonely or whatever, I'll rationalize it in my head some kind of weird way where it will make sense. And then it's fine.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're an introvert, that's who you are. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just gonna have nothing. You eventually gonna meet somebody who's gonna accept Destiny for who she is and what she likes.
Yeah.
You gotta make a list. I had to make a list in my head. What do I like about this woman and what don't I like? If the good things outweigh the bad things, then I'll stay. If the bad shit outweighs the good shit, I'll make an adjustment. And the good shit outweighed the bad shit. So 22 years later.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be.
It's the problems that we have are never she's the problem. The problem is the problem, and she's fine.
Right.
Sometimes I come with it, but generally our problems, we don't turn our problems into like a personal attack to each other kind of shit. But there are some stuff that takes getting used to.
Yeah. That part. Yeah. For sure.
And there's personality, and then also like familiarity just breeds contempt. Like, motherfucker, you look like yesterday. It's the same shit I've been telling you for a decade, for 2 decades. Like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, the temper, the fuse can get a little short. But all I'm saying, I say all that to say, is I'm a nightmare to be in a relationship with. Shout out to fucking Mrs. Smoke for doing that work, because I am no picnic.
Yeah, I tell you. Yeah, anybody who tolerate me, I would give them an award.
Something that we do. I'm gonna give y'all a little secret. Something that we do, right? We get home sometimes. She'll get home. I'm retired, so I'll be here. And she'll get home, and I'll ask her, how was your day and what's your energy like? She'll tell me between the scale of a 1 and 100, she'll say, I'm running on about 20, 25. I say, okay, cool. You got 25? I'll put it in the 75. I got your back.
Yep, exactly. I know. Yep. Yeah. There it is. Sometimes sometimes you got to carry the load. Sometimes you got to carry more than your fair share.
And if we do that, that keeps us from attacking each other, talking shit to each other, cussing each other out, right? And some days she'll get home and be like, how you feeling? Man, I'm at about 15, man. I really don't want to be bothered. Okay, you at 15, I'm at 85. I'll take it. And we do that because, like you said, you've been around somebody so long that they start to understand who you are and what you're about. You know what I mean?
That's when you guys are really connected, though. I think that's when you guys really have a good connection. That chemistry is all there, right?
Right.
I think that's dope. I love it.
You just have to have a full life. That's it. Like first off, we had a business together, so we spent a whole bunch of time together. But then once the business was sold, it was just kind of like looking at each other like, what the fuck? and
Right.
I'm doing all this shit that she don't give a fuck about. Like now I'm going with my hobbies, and we don't have the same. I'm playing chess and shit, and talking about boxing.
Right.
Like,
Right.
what
Right.
the fuck? Yeah, how come? But you know what we do? What we have is sunsets. Every fucking sunset, twist one, turn off all the shit, enjoy the fucking sunset
Oh,
every
that's
day,
beautiful.
every day. Like, I mean, I might go back to playing chess right after that shit, but whatever.
You know what my thing is? I've always told when I was little, I never envisioned myself like with a family or nothing. I always saw myself as being alone and like nomadic, right? And I told my mother recently, I'm really waiting. I want to say maybe by 2025, I plan on buying me a tiny house, and I want to put it in St. Croix, and I want to live near the ocean. And that's just what I want to do. I want to have like maybe 3 to 400 square feet, just me. And I want to like live far away from as many people as I can, and that's what I want. Just that peace and tranquility. Just that, and just me and my strange thoughts. I just think, yeah, I don't like humans
Yeah.
really much.
Yeah, I'll be, and then, I'll start talking about, King's Indian. Like, I'll start talking, like, there's no way she's going to keep up. We don't, like, she's not a hip hop chick. I can't, it's not music we're going to talk about. It's not chess. We don't have hobbies like that. Food, family, good times, laughing, shit like that. That's where we link up on. But all the academic shit that I get into, she doesn't give a shit about it.
See, that's what
That's been
balance,
like a
but that's
lot of
your
back.
balance then, Smoke. She sounds like she's your balance because where you're quirky at, she's sensible. Maybe where she's quirky at, you're sensible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was just like trying to find out.
the smoke is real
It's the
analytical. So
insecurity
sometimes
thing
that
that
shit can
people
become
have, right? They
annoying.
feel like if you're not, if they want somebody to be, they need validate. Like if you need validation, if you're not a secure individual, I am probably not going to be the person that you want to hang out with, spend too much time with.
Right.
Because I just won't validate your fucking bull. I probably never will. I don't need validation, and I don't give validation.
I swear, I don't have time to be stroking people's egos and telling them how great they are. And, I mean, if you need all that, then you might need to do some working on yourself. Maybe you need to write down 10 things that you like about yourself daily or something. Yeah, I'm into stroking egos, but I will compliment you if I think you do something spectacular.
The thing I noticed about both of you guys are real analytical, right? So you guys analyze shit and you come up with a hypothesis, and that's what you're gonna go with. This is what I think, and this is what it is. So, like Smoke said, if a person isn't secure in who and they deal with Smoke, you know what I'm saying? It's like when Smoke was remember when you was going off about the BOK Brown shit?
Yeah.
Hold on, phone call.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, there you go. Your beeper going off. But
I was wondering, like, what the hell is that?
yeah,
Like,
so we both talk, right? Like the old lady and I we talk, but like I talk about a subject and she just talks about what the hell ever fucking happened, right? So we wind up when it comes to the talking, not being really that interested in what each other has to say. And like for the most part, most of the talking is just shit that goes in one ear, out of the other for both of us. But the times that we like link up for like our, for our thing, then yeah, perfecto. It's like weekends, right? Like whatever. Weekends during the week, and then every day are like smokes. I don't guess we 420 it for the most days, and we sunset every day. I don't know. We probably hook up like 4 or 5 times during the day just to create space for us. But like that like communication. Yeah, I can't really be taught like hobbies. What would they call compatibility? I don't know how compatible. Like it's not like we wear matching T-shirts and shit.
Oh God, I hate those couples.
There's no Christmas cards with the family photo and none of that shit's going down.
I hate those kind of couples. But I do. I want me a pet though. I do want a pet. I think I want a companion, and I want a cat.
Yeah, we're simpatico on that one. Neither one of us are interested in pets or fucking plants.
No, I want a cat.
Shit.
I want a kitten, and I want to leash train it. Because I like cats because cats are very independent and they can go off and do their own thing. Dogs constantly need attention and all this stuff, and my attention span ain't but 2 seconds. I have an attention span of a goldfish with a head injury. So yeah, I need a cat, and I want to leash train it because I don't like the litter box neither. That's disgusting.
I am very rarely, if ever, just doing one thing.
You have an attention span of a
I'm
goldfish.
doing hella shit at once, like always. It's always like a bunch of shit. Like if I just chat, whatever. Yeah. So yeah, I'm just relationships. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Smoke. Nobody else was able to fucking hang the way she did. This is the longest relationship, the best relationship. Doesn't seem like there's any end in sight, but that shit could be over tomorrow. Who the fuck knows? Tomorrow's never promised, but I think we'll be all right.
How long y'all been together, Smoke?
We've made 15 years. I thought it was 16. But yeah, I've just known her since he was 16.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we've been together for 16 years. Or 15 years. 15 years this month, actually. Or
Oh,
last month. Last month.
well, happy anniversary and congratulations. I mean, putting in that kind of time, it's it's not easy. Me and my ex, when we were together, 22 years, and we fought 20 of them.
No, so we used to fight. So it was weird. Like I don't know. We just kind of got over fighting like a couple years ago. So first it was, like just relationship stuff, trying to find each other's rhythm. Then it was like business stuff, trying to find each other's perspective. And then it was like just hanging out every day without having anything to do and just working each other's fucking nerves. But all of that, like the pandemic kind of killed that thing. Like I don't know. A few things happened. We just like found some space and we're able to I don't know, just transition out of maybe
Bad energy.
about maybe 10 years of arguing about shit and just being annoyed with each other. This is not annoyed anymore. I don't know. You turn the corner on shit.
So you were able to, I guess you could say, transition that bad energy into good energy or good space.
Yeah, it was just like a lot of a lot of transition happened all at once in our relationship. Like we sold the business, we moved back to the Bay Area because my parents got sick, so we wanted to be closer to them, and then the pandemic hit. So just like a whole bunch of and then my brother lost his wife too. So like just a whole bunch of shit just kind of happened at once. And
see, that's how
like the way that we were interacting, it wasn't sustainable for all the shit we had to deal with. So it's kind of like, okay, hold up a second. We need to actually prioritize like what we're going to fight about and how we're going to fight.
But see, that's a testament to y'all's, the strength that y'all actually have. And you had a lot more strength than you probably realized because, that pandemic broke more couples up than it brought people together. And you guys were able to come getting, bond even more and get closer together. That speaks a lot. Y'all, I think y'all frequency is pretty good. I think y'all got a good wavelength.
Yeah,
I see it.
I'm trying to keep her.
You're very a very kind of sensible kind of guy. You're very calm. You know what I mean? You don't go to get, you know what I'm saying? You don't, at least I've never seen you go to 10, I can start off on 10. So yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, I don't mind as long as you're not ruining my day, you can be on 10. As long as I don't have to do anything about you being on 10, be on 10. If you need for me to be up there with you, you better be on 10 for a good fucking reason other than it's just Tuesday.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think, but that might be, why you guys work out because you're not. And my ex-husband, he was always on 10 too. So, yeah, we were just,
Yeah,
good
I
and
used to be
terrible.
extra. We did a lot. Like our life was a lot fat. Like LA versus the Bay is just different. and like what we had our obligations, who we're hanging out with. My cousin is my extended family is there, and there's some wild people in my, I got a Hollywood family, and yeah, it's just odd.
Hey, back to what I was saying though. This is what I was saying earlier before I got interrupted, right? See, Smoke, remember when you was going off about the BLK Prime shit, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what I always told you? Every time you bring something up, I said, Smoke, you're thinking too much. You're overthinking this shit. It's not that complicated. Remember that?
Yeah. I was making content though, as I told you.
Yeah. I got it. I got it. But what I'm saying is, you're analytical. So you want to analyze everything. You see something that doesn't line up with the way that you think, and you analyze it, and then you come to a conclusion. Me, I'm the type of person, I get into it with a lot of people over, like family members and people that are close to me, right? Because a lot of people in this world see things not for what they are, but for what they want them to be.
That's how I thought.
Yes, sir.
You can't see shit for what you want it to be. You got to see shit for what it is. I remember my grandmother used to tell me all the time, some things ain't right, some things ain't wrong. Some things in this world just are what they are.
And it's
And you got
about
to be
personal
willing to
preference and
accept
how
that.
you relate to
But
that shit.
your mind, Smoke, you're the type of person, your mind is not willing to accept that. You got to find an answer. You can't let shit go to be the way it is. You got to find an answer.
Listen, I'm fine with I don't know. I'm perfectly fine, but I'm going to do the due diligence to get to that place where I can go where I don't know. I don't mind. Like, if I find out what's happening, that's cool. But I don't know is a fine thing. Like, there's a lot of shit I don't know. I don't know the origin of the universe.
No. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, you ain't gonna go with I don't know off the first bat. You're gonna do some research and try to figure some shit out before you get to that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna figure out what exactly I do know and what I don't know. I'm very interested in that.
Where me, I can just see some shit and say, look, I don't understand that shit. Fuck it. I'm gonna move on. And that's the military in me. You know what I'm saying? Because in the military, right? Some shit you can't figure out. Some shit in the military is just above your fucking pay grade. It's not for you to know. So you just control
in the military. It's not even that it's above your damn pay grade. It's a bunch of idiots that's up there above your pay grade that's making shit stupid.
And that's fine. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, some things you just go ahead and do what you control what you can control. And that other shit, you leave it to the wayside.
Yeah.
You can't control that. It's above your pay grade. You can't control that.
Yeah.
That's why I tell my wife, because my wife is like that, Destiny. She's like that. She want to find a solution. She'll start fucking with some shit, and she won't leave it alone until she figures it out, and she just got to fuck with it. I'm like, look, leave that shit alone, man. Stop fucking with that shit. You're not going to figure it out. Just leave it alone. We'll call the people who can figure it out.
If I need to figure out, I'm going to figure it out. If I sit there, I'm set for hours to make sure, all right, when I finally get it, then I'll, be happy. I ain't never got to do it again, but just the fact that I figured it out.
I'm gonna give you 2 words that can help me out a whole lot. Destiny, 2 words. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Geek Squad. Call them motherfuckers. They'll figure it out.
No, I can do it my damn self.
Nah, I paid too much money to educate my baby. Like, sent that fucker to MIT and asked, you need to figure out all my shit. As a matter of fact, I still call him up just fucking out of the blue for shit that I totally do myself.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna make y'all laugh, right? I just got a 85 incher, right? I just went and got me an 85 inch LG, right?
I got one of those. I got one of mine like last year.
So my wife was like, you gonna put it on the wall? I said, hell no. She said, wait a minute, motherfucker. You just retired. You can build an entire skyscraper. You can general foreman, you can superintendent, you can run these jobs, but you can't put a fucking TV on the wall. I said, no, that's not my job. That TV is not made out of concrete. I know concrete. I don't know nothing about putting TVs on walls. So that's why I paid the extra $200 so these motherfuckers can come out, put the TV on the wall, and if that motherfucker falls down, they got to buy me another one.
So,
I don't want no big ass
TV. Do you have a sound bar
like
for your TV?
Huh?
Do you have a sound bar for your TV? Like,
she's buying me one for she's buying me one for my birthday. That's part of my birthday present. She's giving me a sound bar.
Right.
Yes.
So I had Geek Squad come and hook that one up, right? They've been out to the house 3 times so far, fucking with this shot.
I don't know nothing about no. I don't want no big ass TV like that because I don't want that. A lot of noise really bothers me too. I don't like a whole lot of noise. I don't like a whole lot of nothing. That's why I told
But
you
see,
I
that's the difference. See, Destiny, you only into boxing. See, I gotta watch my Raiders every week, baby.
No,
I
I'm
gotta
not
watch
only
the
into
Raiders every
boxing.
week.
No, I'm not only into boxing. I love to read. I like to watch. I love watching about bears attacking people and stuff like. I love to watch about bears. I'm all into like the sharks and snakes, and I love murder porn. So yeah, and I like universe stuff. And no, I'm
Right.
not into boxing. I'm all over the place.
If I
All
can't
right.
make
I
it,
just gotta
if I
say,
can't make it to
this
Allegiant,
to Hamza real quick, and we can get right
go
back.
ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Hamza, I wrestled an alligator. I did. I wrestled. I'm training different. I wrestled an alligator. I injured a stone. I murdered a brick. I'm so bad I make medicine sick. Go ahead.
Yeah, you fucked it up, Smoke. I'm surprised at you. You fucked it up. You said last night I murdered a rock. I injured a stone. Hospitalized a brick.
Oh,
I'm so mean I make medicine sick.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up. Thank you. It's
What
been
is
a
that
while.
from?
That shit. That's Muhammad Ali. We was talking about George Foreman.
I wrestled an alligator. I did. I'm training different. I wrestled an alligator.
I wrestled an alligator. I tussled with a whale. I handcuffed lightning through thunder in jail.
I do not like. I am not a fan of that man. I don't like him. I think he was just a terrible human. He was not a good human.
The way he talked about people.
Listen, you might have to reevaluate what you about good and bad. Listen, in order to be a global icon, you probably got a few like idiosyncrasies, a couple peccadillos, a couple of things about your personality that probably are a little bit extreme for most folks.
But one thing you gotta
Muhammad
admit,
Ali was
Destiny, you gotta
definitely
admit
not
this.
on the right side of history when it comes to race relations, right?
No,
But you
Muhammad
gotta
Ali was
admit
a
this,
terrible.
Destiny.
No, he was not. He was not. You know what? He was very anti-black. He was. He was a colorist. He made a lot of divide between the black community. When he started calling Joe Frazier the gorilla and George Foreman the gorilla, all of that colorist shit. I do. I have no respect for that. Maybe
Here's the thing
that's
about
what he's
racism,
at.
But you gotta admit,
there's no such thing when you get into this racial
But you
purity stuff.
gotta
You're
admit,
always gonna
like you
find
said,
people that don't.
I talk a whole lot. I say all kind of shit, and every word I say, I can back it up.
I don't
You
like
gotta admit
him, and
that.
I'm never
Every
gonna
word
like.
I
I
say,
don't
every word come out
respect
my
him.
mouth, I can back it up.
I don't respect him. I don't like him. I don't care nothing about that man. I'm glad he's gone. He was a terrible human. He was not a good human. I don't like him. I never did.
Wow. Okay. Well, that was the goat. That was the goat.
He
That's
was
the
your
best
goat.
he's
He
ever
wasn't
did
my
it.
goat. That was your goat, not my goat. I
Yes,
don't.
ma'am.
He's not nothing to
No
me. He's
doubt.
a nobody, like Martin Luther King is. Those two are nobodies to me.
Oh wow.
They can go away.
Wait. Did you say Martin Luther King is a nobody?
Yes,
Muhammad Ali.
he was coontastic. Both of them were coontastic. Very much so.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Well, I mean, for cutting edge, like,
Hey, that's our opinion, bro. We gotta
I'm
respect
gonna
it.
put up
You
for
ain't
this,
gotta
right?
like it, but you gotta respect it. That's
Like,
our
we
opinion.
all. I already told you this about me, that I am the child of Nation of Islam parents, right? But specifically, but that's both of my parents. But it's really my dad that was friends with Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. But my mom, she was SNCC. She was Martin Luther King all the fucking way. She was a part of the whole fucking thing. John Lewis was part.
Wow.
She was like a party
Right.
head. Anyway, she was SNCC all the way fucking through. So I've heard this particular argument a whole lot in my house. I don't know.
Interesting.
Coons?
They were both
Get into it
coontastic,
right quick.
especially Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King was extremely coontastic with his I love white women looking ass. And he didn't want to marry that black woman, but his father told him he had to marry that black woman because he wanted to marry that old manly looking thing that came from the Caucasus caves, the cave bunny. He wanted to marry that one. He even said before he died, he just felt like he led his people into a burning building. Yes, bitch, you did. And then you go off and die. So you get to go live and be all part of star stuff and left the rest of us here with this bullshit. Yes, that's exactly what he did.
Okay,
Well, for me,
Okay,
in my
so
generation,
Martin Luther King did not commit suicide, unless you think it's suicide to tell these white people about themselves. But
No, I didn't say he committed
especially about
suicide.
themselves back then,
No,
right?
I didn't say he committed suicide. I didn't say
I
that.
know,
I said, oh,
but it's as if he died was on him,
yeah, it was. It was his
right?
fault.
He didn't shoot himself. Like I said, it wasn't a suicide.
well, like I said, bro, in my generation, for me, Malcolm X and Malcolm X and motherfucking Muhammad Ali was the epitome of our black manhood. That's what we wanted to be.
I gave you one better. Like I'm trying to tell you, Huey. Like I'm trying to tell you, like Huey Newton was not allowed at the house. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Hey, turn that fucking music off. You may get a strike. You gonna strike? Turn that goddamn music off. Who is that?
Yeah. I'm not sure. I know I got an echo right quick. I thought that was a
No,
buzzer.
that was my phone ringing. That was my mom.
Okay.
Okay.
I went on mute just to make sure
my
it
house
wasn't
was
me.
different. I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, I didn't think anyone was cooning. I don't have a problem with loving whoever the fuck you want to love. That whole, like, you got to stick to, like, you're not down for the cause or down for the people if you date outside of their whole, like, I'm not into none of that shit.
Yeah, no,
I can't lie. I can't
no,
lie.
you
My
cannot
grandmother
say
told me.
you cannot talk black and sweet white. That don't even go together.
Hey, listen, you
You
can
can't
talk
talk
black and
black and
whoever the
sweet
fuck you
white.
want to, as long as you
My
talk about.
grandmama
Here's the
told
thing.
me, Smoke,
Here's
can't
what the
don't
thing
bring
is.
no patties to my house. Don't you bring no
I
patties
hear
to my
all of
house.
that. I hear all of that, and listen, you can be as racist as you want. I'm just trying to tell you, for me, when it comes to pro-black, all you need to do is talk about how black people can improve their station. I actually don't give a fuck about who you fuck. That's all you need to be pro-black. 100%.
You're so stupid.
Yeah,
Other
that shit
extra
was
shit,
ingrained.
like whatever, dude.
Hey, it may be racist, but that shit was ingrained in me. You better not bring no patties to my house, nigga.
Yeah, no, I got
Bring
you.
no patties
And here's the thing. So I've brought all kinds of people home, so we can get it straight. The only person that was not really allowed, like my mom didn't want to hear nothing about it, was a Zionist. She's like, I'm bringing fuck a Zionist. So you definitely drew the line there. But there's a couple of women and girls that just got the side eye. It was very uncomfortable and all that shit. But the discrimination shit, the racist shit, I just never been that guy. I'm not on the racist
Yeah,
shit.
but that I gotta understand. I had to understand as I got older, right? That the reason my grandmother thought like that because she was born in 1916, and she was born in Crowley, Louisiana. So every experience she had with white people was bad. That's why she thought that way.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm not mad at how the old people think and they tell you who to come home and all that other shit. But you can't,
right.
Like, here's the other part of it. In California, right? There's not very many black people. You can't have money. You can't live in wealthy neighborhoods, send me to private schools, and then be like, oh, only bring black people home. There's only 4 black people in my entire fucking school, and then
well, you better get one of the phone, nigga.
What the fuck
nigga, you better get one of the phone.
So
in my house,
what was
nigga, you better get one of the phone.
I was bringing whatever home. Listen, I brought them all. Don't get me wrong. I don't turn down nothing but my college, baby.
You had a whole bunch of Mexican women, didn't you?
A couple. There's been a couple. Hey, I don't mind. Minerva, shout out to you.
Who the fuck is that with that Derek James shit on the goddamn screen? Who is that?
That is Derek James. Why are you mad at Derek James? They're about to take, bro. It's about to be quiet over there. Everybody, listen. Bud just took care of Errol. Fucking Shakur is about to take care of Frank Martin, and then I think Wilder might take care of AJ. And it's gonna be real fucking depressing over there. Leave these guys. I don't know why you need to pile on.
Only problem I got with
Canelo's about to take care of Charlo.
Don't you think that my Derek
James looks sweet,
though?
This is the only problem I got with Derek James. This is the only problem I got with Derek James. You disrespected that man, Bo Mac, the whole motherfucking build up. And then when y'all get in the ring and you got the man in the corner, you talking to him. All you can say to this motherfucker is get off the line, move your feet, don't stand in front of him. When has he ever moved his feet?
I said that before too, Shelton. You can't tell him to do some shit you never train him to do.
Exactly. You asking him to do shit that he don't know how to do.
See, I don't. I don't agree. So here's the thing. First off, fighters and trainers have their own language. So if you're listening to a fighter and trainer and you think you know what they're talking about, you probably don't. So like when we think of angles and what we're talking about, what we would think of when you're saying that, don't even know if we're talking about the same shit. But even then, I understand. From my own understanding, I was saying the same thing that Derek James was saying because I have seen him do it. I don't know that's what Derek James meant, but the way I was translating it,
When did
I
you
was like,
see him
why
move
the
his
fuck are you
feet?
just doing this thing? You're not, I don't know.
When did you see him move his feet, move his head, and use angles? Tell me when.
Okay, so I think.
Name a fight. I would like to know
All
this
right,
about this
so
fight.
he did it in the Bud fight. The problem wasn't whether or not he was moving his head or not. It was the way he was entering to move his head. Like if you notice, he was dipping down, and Bud was hitting him. You know when Bud like one of that rabbit punch that went right on the back of Errol Spence's head, straight down.
Yeah, I
It's
remember that
because Errol
shot. I
Spence was
remember that
bending
shot.
down low under the belt line and was moving out, and he does that a lot. He keeps his head offline and throws shit a lot.
Yeah, it's a
But
weird way of defending yourself.
Bud created the space and made him pay for that shit.
Yeah, that's a weird way of defending. That's not really keeping your head off the line, though. Like
His head was offline. Well, you're not supposed to get hit there. Bud just didn't give a shit and hit him anyway.
No,
And I'm not mad about that.
I don't think Bud was doing that intentionally. I think, because Bud is one of the few fighters that actually can punch going down. That is actually that's not an easy thing to
punch
do.
going down isn't the issue. It wasn't the punch going down is the issue. It's where the punch landed.
Like because the way the weirdo moves his head.
Bud didn't hit him there, then Spence was fine. Because where his head was, it was totally offline, and only the back of his head was exposed. And that's generally how he fights. He dips to the left, he dips to the right, he does body control, he does shit. But whatever. That's not all right. So Derek James
uses his head to telegraph where him and Jermell do that same thing, Smoke. They
it's
use
not even
their head to
the fact
televise.
he has really good fighters, he just doesn't have the best.
But Jermell and they both do that weird thing. But whatever side they're moving their head to, that's where they're going to throw the punch at. So they telegraph where they're going to punch at. It's just a terrible camp over there. Derek James is an egotistical maniac, and he needs, I don't know, he's just a strange human. I don't like that human. He's not a good human. He's another
Let's hear from Derek, Justin. Let's hear from Mr. Derek James over here. What you
I like his name, though. It's funny.
I mean, don't my Derek James look sweet? Don't he look like he got some sugar in his tank?
So what you think about Derek, man? What's your opinion of Derek?
I think the trainer of the year. I don't think he's as great as everybody makes him out to be. But
thank you.
I mean, it may that the second half of his first name and the whole of his last name makes for a good joke. So it is what it is.
Right. So which trainer is everything that they say that they are? Who is that?
Emmanuel Stewart, rest in peace.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guys who are still alive. I'm not talking about fucking Eddie Futch and Georgie Benson and all that other whatever.
Honestly, I think Buddy McGirt is a good trainer. I think Buddy McGirt's a good trainer.
But he doesn't get great trainer status. He gets okay straight. I think he deserves his. I don't know. He's a little bit overrated though too. His guys get beat the fuck up and knocked the fuck out.
I think Ronnie Shields is a good trainer.
Oh yeah,
Ronnie Shields is good.
Yes, I agree. Ronnie Shields is a great trainer. What's the guy name that used to train the Kovalev guy? He's a good trainer.
Jackson or Virgil?
John David Jackson. Yes.
Yeah. He's a great trainer.
A fighter also. That guy was also a fighter. He's a decent fighter. He's an okay fighter.
That
relationship ended badly.
Let me ask the panel this. What do you guys think about Bomac? I think he's a good trainer.
I think Bomac is a great. The reason why I think Bomac is probably one of the best trainers in boxing because he realizes his limitations and he brings in other people to make it. He makes it a team. He understands.
Right. So Bomac is great at being the guy that takes the flack from the media. Right.
Right.
But really, he only got one fighter in his Bud, and let's be honest, Bud has Bud is not really a Bomac fucking product when it comes to boxing. He's not. He's a product of his grandfather and the other guys and all this other shit. Like, he's just not.
Well, Bomac says it himself. Bomac says Bud has instincts. Bud has something you can't teach. Bomac says that all the time. He said he got shit you can't teach.
Well, he's also like, I'm just saying, like, Bomac, I just don't know what kind of trainer. Like, to me, there was just a really a scathing indictment on his boxing acumen as a trainer.
Okay.
When in the Maurice
Well,
Hooker
let's see what
fight.
happens with Keyshawn. Let's see what happens with So-Called Nelson. Let's see what happens with them.
Why? Because I already see that Keyshawn is looking like Shakur.
Yeah, I mean, Keyshawn is the goods. I mean, so far Keyshawn is looking like the goods.
Yeah,
and
but I'm just saying, it just looks like Shakur Stevenson is all.
I mean, okay, but still, though, he's doing pretty. You know what I don't like, though, when people try to say, "Oh, this person's a terrible coach." When you get fighters like, you know, that's already developed all the terrible habits on planet Earth, and then they ask for a trainer that's, you know, been doing really good with one fighter, and then when they go over there and try to help that fighter out, they don't do good or whatever. They still, you know, end up, you know, losing a fight or whatever. That's because you can't. That muscle memory is a son of a bitch. It's very hard for most people to, you know, unlearn bad habits, because bad habits die hard. So with him going over there training Chris Eubank for 2 weeks, I don't know what that's supposed to do. That just seems strange to me. I wouldn't have took that. But hey, whatever floats your boat. And then they're all going to come back and say, "Oh, he's a terrible trainer."
Yeah, see, I don't think there's anything about terrible trainer. I think the thing about Derek James and the thing about Eddie Reynoso also, like the guys where
no, that's the Juice Crew.
Well, sure. But when the guys get popular like that and everybody wants to train over there, not all those guys are good for the most part, but they're never like the best.
They work really well with, like, you know, they have that one special fighter they work kind of like, you know, Floyd and his father and Roger Mayweather, may he rest in power. You know, that trio right there was, you know, that was magic. And I just feel like Bomac and Bud, you know, that's magic.
Yeah, see, I think they are magic, but I don't think that Bomac is the boxing mind in that relationship. Like, unlike the other guys. Like, so here's the thing. Like, all Derek James fighters fight like each other, and you can tell that came from Derek James. So you could see the coaching in there, but you could see that Charlo brought in somebody. You know, the Juan Guzman, he started using the lateral movement more, and you know, he started looking a lot more like the way Juan Guzman fight, and that's cool. I'm not mad at it, and you know, that's the ability to bring in extra trainers and all that stuff. But there was a problem with Blu-ray, and apparently the Blu-ray problem was like a Derek James issue. So that's a knock on Derek James.
A couple of other things too, though.
That's a knock on Derek James. But for the most part, the issue with Derek James is his guys just aren't the best guys.
I don't like the fact that Derek James gets all the credit for Charlo. When Charlo came to him, he was already a champion, bro.
Yeah, he came to him from Ronnie Shields. And, you know, Ronnie Shields is a damn good coach. Another thing with Derek James, you know, he has terrible energy. I feel like he just is not. His energy is really his eyes are so shifty. That tells a lot about a human, and I can just tell he's not a good human. And he seems he's very petty. He's a very petty individual. He's just not a good human. I don't understand why people even like that human. He's not a good human. His eyes are really terrible. He's disturbing. He looked like a serial killer. That's what he looked like.
Listen, the thing I like about boxers, and listen, I feel like I have a panel full of assholes, right? That know how to be an asshole and all this other stuff. Like, listen, the thing about fighters and what I like about them is, like, one of my really good friends, like a guy that, you know, I kind of grew up with that I consider a brother. This dude is one of the worst people, really, as a human being, like, on earth. But that's my brother. Like, my man has to, like, for real. Like, I was just talking to him the other day, right? We were talking about the Caleb Plant Charlos, like the slap, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said I would have popped him. Not only did he say that, but it is true. He would have actually fucking popped Caleb Plant. It would have been a whole fucking problem, and I would have been there, like, murder scene up kind of shit. I'm not trying to do that. I just want to go out and see some shit. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to dodge cops. And one of the reasons why we got so tight was because I'm not about that bullshit at all. Not ever. So he got to cool out when
I
he was
don't know,
doing
man. I
shit.
wouldn't
But
have
when he was
popped
hung out with
Caleb
his other
Plant. I would have
friends, he was
fought
like
Caleb
knocking
Plant.
out security
I
guards,
mean,
throwing people
that's
off
just some
balconies
grown
and shit.
man
Like,
shit. If another man slaps you in your motherfucking face like you're a woman and you don't do nothing, either ain't no either. You timid or you just don't want to fight that man. Because the first thing, if I couldn't have got to him, Destiny, the first thing I would have did was made a call to motherfucking Al, set up the fucking fight.
You
Set
know,
up the fight.
the thing though, if if you're suffering from mental illness, you look like Jermell. Jermell is not mentally well.
yeah,
Like
no, that would have got me. No, that's accurate. That would have woke me right back up. See, you don't understand, so, right, and this is the thing about fighters. Like, fighters have to find excuses to not fight. Like, you slap somebody in the face, that's just right up the alley. Like, that's just your instinct takes over. But like, let's say you're a professional, right? So now you need to get paid, but also you still got to be that same born again asshole, right? Because you won't sleep at night until you get your get back. You won't fuck right. Food don't taste right. The weather's always bad. Like, you got to get back. I mean, I understand all of this. Right? I'm not that guy anymore,
Damn,
but I've been that
Smoke.
guy.
They won't fuck right. What the fuck? That's some fucked up shit.
I'm trying to tell you, man.
They can't get it up now until they get their get back.
Correct. I got it in the back of my mind. Like, I might smack her ass and then like a flashback comes. Like, no, can't fuck right.
no, Smoke. I just really think Jermell is not meant. He outside with pajamas on. His eyes look glossed over. He just does not. He's not in a good space mentally. And I hear you saying like if somebody slap but have you ever had have you ever been mentally ill? He's suffering from it. He actually said it too. He remember he was on live. Like it. I didn't find it funny. I was never one to want.
Not me either. And listen, my dude didn't find it funny. He was mad. Like, you don't understand. Like, so yeah, like, just because I don't go around doing a bunch of racial shit doesn't mean I don't hang out with people who are who are a little bit unorthodox. I'll put it like that. They're not ready for this stream even. They're not ready for any free smoke stream. They're not ready for YTBC. I got a guy here that is just just maladjusted. But anyway, my man was literally I would have feared for Caleb Plant's life. But even when it mental health issues, even at my work, I've gone through some really
dark
challenging times, right? Where I was not at my best. You could look at me. I was at the job and just looking all kinds of fucked up. And they're like, take your fucking broke dick ass home. Like, come get the fuck out of here. But anyway,
what's going on, Smoke? That's the second time that you brought up ED. Like,
no, I'm trying to tell you. No, it's not that it didn't function. I didn't say it went soft. I'm just saying it wasn't right. Like, life ain't right. Like, right now, you can say all kinds of stuff to me. I don't give a damn. Right? I'm chilling. It's all good. But there was a time when I was going through it that if you looked at me funny, I couldn't handle life. I couldn't handle that day. I had to go back and crawl into. But anybody who tried to take advantage of me during that time, whatever the fuck. Oh yeah. As soon as I felt better. Anyway, I'm not the kind of guy that you want to like try to play out of position just because I'm not 100%. It's not that I carry a grudge. I just need for people to understand it's not sweet over here. I don't know what it is about me that's like that, but yeah.
I don't have time to carry grudges because I don't even remember what I did 10 seconds ago. So I ain't got time for no damn grudge stuff.
It's just the bullying thing. Like, I had a neighborhood bully that I was afraid of. And then when I was 6 years old, this motherfucker cornered me. I couldn't get away. And I had to fight my way out of it. And ever since then, that's my response to being bullied. Like, I need to fight you.
Okay, so that's your thing because they had an impact in your life, so that makes sense.
Yeah, like since I've been in first grade, like that bullying shit is not. Yeah, well, whatever. You may think it's all good, but it's not all good for you in my head.
I don't like a bully either, and that Derrick James come across like he's a bully. Like if he seems like he's egotistical. He has an ego problem, and
I agree.
if being the center of attention, or he's not the one then he's having issues. That whole petty stuff, calling Bomac Cheetos man and all this other kind of weirdness. Man, you're supposed to be a grown ass man. Why are you acting like you're two? Like he's just not he's a terrible human.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is something that I'm working on too. Like I am a person, and this is straight up. Like I was at my homie's mom's funeral the other day. I was even like on stream like during part of it. I was on stream before and like kind of after and part way during. But anyway, my homies, like I introduced this dude to his wife. She was like a college friend of mine and all this shit. I thought they'd like him. And now like, they have 3 kids. They have a younger one who's still in the house, but the middle daughter is going off to grad school. The older one and my son are like thick as thieves kind of shit. But it was like my old homegirl, right? So her sister was there, and she told me that 30 years ago, I called her five head, right? She's probably like a freshman in college, and I called her five head. She carried this shit around for 30 years and hit me with that shit at the funeral. She's like, I'm hugging her goodbye. She's like,
you a bully.
No, man, I was just a
I'm just
dumbass kid, like saying dumb shit.
I'm just messing with you. It's
right.
all good.
I'm sometimes okay. Here's the thing. And when it comes to being like folksy and once I'm like friendly and all this shit, I can lack tact. Like I can be very fucking tacky. Yeah. So she was just reminding me, like, 23-year-old me, 24-year-old me. I said some mean shit to people. I still kind of have issues with not just being mean, because I'm kind of a mean guy, but fat people. Just if you deviate from the norm, I'm probably gonna say some shit. Not that I'm just some normal guy. I expect the same thing coming back. It's not like I dish it out, but I can't take it. I just think that's folksy, right? It's
But
just like the
Smoke,
way, it's like how my family
you're
is. It's how my friends are. We're just kind of mean and kind of rude.
Smoke, but you're not supposed to be a world class trainer on a world stage talking weird.
Boxing is not. Yeah, but these boxing guys are not that sophisticated. Like for the most part, like. Okay, hold on. I wanted to do a drop, and then it didn't get put in this week. But maybe you remember this old meme. And maybe you've seen this video. It was a guy who was a TV reporter, and he was doing his TV voice, reporting live from here, and then like a bug flew in his mouth, and he started cursing, "This country motherfucker!"
I know exactly what you're talking about, Smoke. I've seen that.
I never saw that.
Like, yeah, yo.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Sometimes your business face, like a bug flies in your mouth, and then all that shit goes away. And Derrick James is a fighter. He's like one of those boring assholes, just like Bud. Like, so you push Bud and see what happens. See what comes out of Bud's mouth.
But Smoke, here's the thing. I understand what Destiny's saying, because like when he was sitting there watching, I think it was when Bud became undisputed the first time, and they were showing him watching it, and his mom got in the ring and she was dancing, and he's like, "Oh, don't bring your dancing shoes," and he was smiling. He's like, "You're not gonna be able to wear your dancing shoes when he fights Spence," and it's like, okay, that's her son. Like, there's not really a reason for him to like be, it's almost like he gets joy out of ruining other people's
well,
time,
the thing is, but the whole Crawford family gets joy out of tap dancing on the graves of fucking Spencer of Bud's like victims. Like, it's not like his mom is just some nice person. They're just out there like just being innocuous moms. No, they're completely antagonistic. They're out there fucking dancing on other people's graves and shit. Like, the fuck. This is not like. Listen, all I'm saying is Bud's family, to me, is the type of boxing family that I can get behind. They seem like rude fucking assholes.
No, I don't get that. Letitia, they always his wifey and his sisters and his mother. I think like they're always with him at all his fights, and they're not going over there and saying, "Oh, you got your ass whooped, bitch." They're saying dancing, celebrating with their brother that he won.
Okay, hold up. They are saying that shit. They just don't show it. You would not be surprised if they're in the fucking ladies' room adjusting their motherfucking bras, talking all that shit. You would not be surprised at all.
Stop it,
They
Smoke.
totally come off that way. The same way, like all I'm saying is that like these guys are different. They are not nice people, and I don't expect them to be. I don't
Well,
need
I
them to
don't.
be.
I can't.
None of that shit.
Well, I can't speak for Letitia or his wife, but I will say this: I did find out that Bud's mom, when Bud was growing up, she used to tell him he wouldn't be shit, and then
Yeah,
she would pay she would offer to pay any kid in the neighborhood if they could beat Bud's ass. She would pay them $10. Now she never had to pay the $10 out. Bud always won every one of his fights, according to what, at least according to what I saw,
they said,
in the interview.
yeah. So they don't. I don't know if this story is true or not, but it wasn't. Bud's mom didn't tell Bud she loved him until he was a champion.
Mm. Yeah, because his dad used to say, "Oh, he's gonna grow up to be world champion," and she would say, "Nah, he ain't gonna be shit."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That like the family. I don't know why all of a sudden Bud became like some nice guy who's being victimized by mean old Derek James. Like what the fuck? Like no, that is not. It's really one of the reasons why I like the guy so much. Is he is the kind of guy that is the quintessential fighter that ain't taking shit off of nobody. Is as a matter of fact, he's ruining days all over the fucking place, both inside the ring and outside the ring.
Yeah, nah, I hear you.
You
And
know,
I
you
ain't
saw
saying
how
she the
fast he got
same.
active. You saw how fast Bud turned this shit off, and he was just talking to the crowd. You know, we get active. You better get to your fight before you don't make it to you. Man, this is not something that like Bud just fell off the nice tree and he's just some anomaly. No, his sisters are like that. He's like his mom. Man, I don't. None of them people seem
Well,
like
now I
none of
knew
these
he
people
had
seem like
mean streaks.
victims. None of them.
I knew,
Look, I never said Bud was some extra like no Bud, he be saying some funny shit and whatever. Like when he told Hank Lundy, he was like, "Did you get what you was looking for?"
Yeah, I think, but yeah, and I
But
don't
no,
think that Bud is.
but what I'm
But
saying though,
I don't
what
even
I'm
think Bud is the
saying
meanest
though,
one in his family. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
what I'm
I
saying
think
though,
Bud
as
is
a
just
trainer,
he fits in just fine.
no, what I'm saying though, as a trainer and a coach or whatever, Derek James' behavior. He's very childlike, very petty, very immature. But why
I
are
don't
you
know how
calling?
much you listen to Bomac. It sounds like you haven't listened to much Bomac.
He ain't I've never heard him say nothing
All right,
weird.
listen. You know where we go around. You know Uncle Raj. You know Floyd Senior. Like these are not mature people. Like what the fuck?
Well, I never Bomac Charles, because I slow. I really do think he's like a little slow. I think he's a little retarded. Listen how he speaks and stuff. He can't pronounce things or enunciate, and I think he's a slow, mentally slow. That's why I call him Slow James. And look how he trains his fighters. They all fight in slow motion. So he's just slow, and he's just not a good human. I don't
Right.
like him.
So, I think like Ronnie Shields, better trainer, definitely. Buddy McGirt, probably a better trainer. Eddie Reynoso, I don't know. Papachenko, probably a better trainer.
Um, yeah.
But outside of those guys who are like the luminaries of training, I think his name fits in just fine with it. It's just that I think unlike those guys, they have transcendent talent. Where Derek James don't really have transcendent talent. He's got some really good athletes that he's teaching boxing to. Like none of those people are transcendent talents.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one. I mean, yeah, nobody over there in that camp, from Ryan to AJ to Spence to the little Casper, the ghost boy, and Jermell. Yeah, they're just
Ryan's
good.
got he's got some good hand speed, but his feet are so bad, and his mind is elsewhere. So it's just kind of like, what? Yeah, no, come on.
And then the thing is, right, that's what he needs help with, right, is his feet, his footwork, right? Why would you go to somebody who teaches everybody to fight stationary like you already do? So how is that going to help your foot? I didn't understand that game plan. Well, I must, go over here to this weird coach, so I could just be even worse than what I already was.
Well, I mean, the thing about Bomac's gym isn't necessarily Bomac as the boxing coach. It's the boxing minds that are at Bomac's gym and the competition that's there. Ryan Garcia is not going to fit in at all.
Yeah, because they really work over there. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know.
it's too damn good. There's everyone like it's transcendent talent all over the place. Boxing, good, brilliant boxing minds all over the place. Like, what the fuck's Ryan Garcia gonna do in there with his what
Well,
is
I'm not saying he has to go
Gatorade
to.
commercials and shit and Insta follow, like
No,
showing his
no,
abs on
I'm not
Instagram.
saying he has to go to rematch gym. I mean, there's other trainers that even Virgil Hunter would have been a better pick to help him with his
Virgil's
footwork than.
not, man. Virgil's sick. Like straight up. Virgil wasn't even the boxing mind, to be honest with you, at King's Gym. There's a guy named Tommy Elders. Virgil was
Okay,
he was a fucking probation officer. He's the police.
okay, but he could have went to Emmanuel Stewart's son or whatever. His nephew, what little buddy name is. But he could have went to somebody to help him with his footwork.
Oh yeah, no,
Anybody.
I hear you. I get you. I get where you're coming from. But I think even Derek James is probably better for him than Eddie Reynoso.
I'll probably say yes with that. Eddie Reynoso, the only thing he knew how to do is teach him how to do juice. So
Yeah. I mean, I think the Joe Goosen was okay, but I think I don't know. Joe Goosen, he
he's
seems
more
to be
worried about
okay. Like Joe, really, who does he have besides Michael Nunn? Like, I mean, he's had some guy. I don't know.
Joe Goosen's too worried about his weird ass, plastic surgery and wearing skinny jeans. That's what
Yeah,
he's worried
it
about.
was really about the entire Goosen family. And it wasn't like Joe Goosen by himself. It was 10 of those motherfuckers making the Goosen family.
I didn't even know that, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just saying anybody else, I would have never went to the one trainer who has worse feet than me. Like that didn't even go to one of these things is not like the other. Like just go over there with Mayweather.
Shakur Stevenson's grandfather said he's responsible for Ryan Garcia's right hand.
Yeah, I've heard that though, and I don't think Ryan Garcia's never once said that's not true neither. He's never,
No,
that.
his right hand is like kind of not good though. Like that's the other part of it. Like, but yeah,
I
maybe you
don't
can
really
work
pay
on that.
attention to his right hand, to be honest though. Smoke.
Say
I
again?
really, I don't really pay attention to Ryan Garcia like that. Like that whole Tank fight. I mean, I don't know what he was on, why he wanted to make that fight so bad. Like I didn't get it, but I respect him for it because he really did push for that fight.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he got it because he wasn't making that kind of money from anyone else, and he's trying to get in and get out and not go through all these damn training camps and all that shit. He wants to make sure he's already set before he leaves, and now everything else is his gravy. Ryan
Okay, that
Garcia was
makes
never
sense.
trying to do shit except for get what he can out of the sport. That's it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense now because I didn't understand. Like, what are we pushing for this fight so bad for? Like, what are you gaining? But yeah, I guess the money. But he was already ain't he making a lot of money off of the Instagrams and all the other endorsements he got out.
Yeah,
Right?
that's what he's on. He's on that role. He's like, this is the perfect opportunity. This is the perfect time for everything else I got, everything I have going on. Let me strike now.
I like Ryan Garcia though. I do. I really do like that young man. And to be honest, Smoke, I wanted him to beat little Tinker so bad. I knew he wasn't going to win, but I still wanted him to win. I just still not like the little Tinker. He's not a good human either. I don't like that human. And I like Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I try and listen. I try to separate the art from the artist, right?
Mhm.
I try to separate the sport from the mostly because they're not okay. There's two things. First off, it's a young man's sport. So, like, really, what kind of character you're gonna have as a kid?
That's
It's
facts.
mostly people from like, low income, broken homes, don't really have any other options in life
Mhm.
except for to get punched in the face for money. So that's not really where I'm looking for my like Jesus types from. Like where I'm looking for like these character guys. Like I don't know. I just feel like I'm looking for guys who can fight. And those guys typically, from what I understand, they don't know how to turn it off. And so from a lot of fighters, you get them beating up women and little kids and all this other shit simply because that's what they do for a living. All they do is throw punches. They don't speak much. They haven't figured out how to process their emotions outside of punching shit. That's what I think of fighters. Like maybe that is a wrong view I have of fighters, but I think the view that I have on fight, it's more often proved true than not.
Okay, so I mean I can get behind that, and you're right. But it's a lot of times it's what you do, outside the ring that makes you, even more of a likable person. When I see, all the great things that, Bud does for Omaha, and how he goes, he went to Africa and did some things over there, and heard about EJ doing some good things. That makes, that you could tell they have character, right? They built character, things like that. Now, do everything that Bud and EJ do outside the ring, I think is spectacular? Absolutely not. But overall, they have, I feel like they do more good things than they do bad things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm just not looking for moral bastions from boxers. That's really like I said, the guy, I love this dude like a brother, like for real. Like his dad, his parents, they fed me. My parents fed him, like coming up, all that shit. But like, well, on meeting my mom, on saying hello, he would mimic a floating rib shot. Like that's just, he don't know how else to be. Like I don't know what to tell. Like that's not the guy that gets invited to the country club. I'll just put it that way.
Who will do a floating rib shot?
Yeah, like he wouldn't connect with the shot, but he'd be like, "Oh," and then he'd like pretend like he's about to punch my mom in the ribs. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? But the other part of it is his mom, though. His mom had excellent hands. I saw her throw a 16-punch combination. Lovely.
Who is this?
There's my guy. My guy was a fighter that brought me from like fanboy to telling me like what's really going on with the sport and all this shit. Like behind the scenes. His uncle was a fighter. His uncle fought James the Heat Kenshin. He fought another guy too. This guy, my homie, was on the '92 team, but he got kicked off for knocking out Oscar De La Hoya on some humbug shit. But that was like the straw that broke the camel's back. They were literally going around with the team and like beating up on townspeople and all kinds of just wild shit. He's just a wild dude.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, no, he already did time, attempted murder, throwing a dude off a fucking thing. Like like when I say, he would have tried to pop Caleb Plant. He would have tried to pop Caleb Plant.
No, I believe in you said that. But Gary Russell did some bitch shit like that. So, I don't know if your friend like snuck Oscar De La Hoya, but they said Gary Russell like
sparring. It's supposed to be light sparring. I don't think he Charlie Z'd him, but it might have been some Charlie Z kind of shit because I don't know. He's just running with hyenas, doing like, and he was 17 at the time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he was still. I mean, yeah, the maturity level wasn't really all the way there, right? Because the way Shakur's been acting, he's showing his maturity. That he's still very much a child.
Yes.
Yeah, with this weird stuff, this
and they
new
just don't
energy.
know how else to be. They just are like, I don't know, weirdly fused, weirdly violent. That's just what I think of fighters. I don't think that they know how to resolve. Like I'm not looking to these guys to be my moral authorities on anything. I'm not looking for these guys to have patience or like know when to turn it off. I just don't expect fighters to have this kind of skill. If they do, that's cool. That's just not an expectation I have.
Well, they should. I mean, to be a fighter, you need to have some patience, right? Because
you need to have a fixer. Is what you need to have. You need to have somebody. You need a team to fucking steer you in the right way. Like you need, like that's what's missing from Shakur. Like Shakur is left to his own devices, and it looks like him and his knucklehead friends are trying to like guide his public image. And like, none of you people are sophisticated enough for this. You're not mature enough. It's just bad. I don't know. Whatever. Hopefully, he figures it out.
See, what do you think about this? The new, this that he's Bud was using steroids because he does snack. Like,
listen. I don't think you can look like these guys look without being on stuff. Whether or not that stuff is illegal or not is a different thing. But I do think, right, I think snack is ahead of the curve. Right? It's not like I don't think that I don't think that Bud is on something. I think the stuff that he is on is stuff that they're not ready to test for yet. He's on that cutting edge shit. He's ahead of the testing. So it's not really cheating. It could be. I don't know. I just don't. It's one of those things where it's so new being able to have these PEDs and how rampant they are. Considering how old sports is versus how old these kinds of substances are, people are just trying to figure it out. And Bud, to me, I think it's two things. I think you're stupid if you're not on something, and you're stupid if you get caught.
I don't think he's on anything, to be honest.
I don't think that body comes from water and fucking exercise.
You know, Devin Haney's part of Snack. There's a lot of fighters.
Yeah, I don't think Devin Haney's body is because I don't think he's been able to maintain out there just because he like keeps a halal diet kind of shit. Like,
hey, I'm back. I had to excuse me, I had to finish my laundry. But I heard Destiny earlier. She said she don't like little Tinker the Stinker, right? You don't like him?
No, I think he's a little bitch, to be honest.
I don't really have a problem with little Tinker because Tinker told you a year ago how he's moving. He told you on $1 million worth of game. I don't give a damn who it is. They bring me a contract. If the money's right, I sign it and I fight. So that told me everything I need to know. When I see him fighting the Isak Cruzes of the world and the motherfucking Hector Garcias of the world and the Ryan Garcias of the world, I understand it. He told me he doesn't give a fuck about legacy. He doesn't give a fuck about being the grass. He just wants to make some money. So I don't understand why his fans can't acknowledge that.
Right. So
that's not the reason I don't like him, though. See, that's not the reason I don't like him.
I was fine with that. What I'm not fine with is guys that you're already overmatched, and now you're giving them catch weights and rehydration clauses. No, you're just doing too damn much.
Oh, why you so that's what you're supposed to do. That's the recipe.
Yeah, I don't know. Like that just seems I don't know. I don't like it. Like it's bullshit and it's bad for you. It's the same thing. Like I'm gonna do my house arrest at the Four Seasons. I'm gonna buy a condo. I'm gonna do it my way. Like, bro, I mean, I get it. I would too. Like, don't get me wrong. I would too. But the judge might not see it that way. The judge might be a little bit hard nosed. It might fuck you up. Like I totally want to. I would rather. Would I rather be at the Four Seasons Baltimore condo than my own house right now? Probably. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. I don't have room service. What the fuck am I even thinking about? Of course I would. I want that fucking. I want those 5-star chefs that the Four Seasons have, and masseuses on demand, and like people like, oh yeah, it's fun. Like that's cool as shit. You can have a great time never leaving your house. Great work if you can get it. If you can, all you have to do is knock out Garcias by the dozens and get paid handsomely to do it. Like, yeah.
And see,
sign me up. Sign me up, bro.
But that's another thing. That's one thing too. Like, yeah, he's like you said, he's already in all these mismatch fights, right? And then he does, little bitch shit like that, like hydration clauses and other kind of weird things. And then you're running around here telling people that I beat this person ass and all these kind of stories.
Yes.
And then when they say, okay, well, let's make a fight. Oh no.
Yeah, like listen, how are you gonna bitch it? How are you gonna be like, well, I think he told Wilder fights like a Tom girl. I think he had some beef with the Charlos, talking about he beat their ass. He said his power can carry up to cruiserweight, and then you fight Ryan Garcia to catch weight with a rehydration clause. I'm just like, bro, like what the hell is happening right now? There's all kinds of water I can carry for Tank, and then it just gets weird. Like, the fuck are you doing? I'm out. I'm just like, Tank, you gotta fight somebody. Like even Bud, right? Bud, to me, win, lose, or draw, he's validated my support of him since 2016. Like the shit that I said about him, he validated. As a matter of fact, he even said I wasn't enough of a fan. He's shown that I wasn't even enough of a fan of his because I picked him to lose a fight. Right? So he's already shown my thing. And I'm still saying, hey, you know what? Fight Canelo. I don't even care if you get knocked out by Canelo. You're still going to be my favorite guy. And I'm still going to be talking the thing that you went up there and tried to fucking do it. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I'm in. I like the attempt. I like the attempt when it is that I like the attempt when it's sober and it's analyzed. Like, I don't like a delusional dude that just says, oh, I can beat anybody, and then go up there and get your ass whooped. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, when you see your opponent, you see what you can exploit, you work to do that, and then you challenge yourself to do it.
Yeah, that's the heart of a champion, right? It doesn't, like you said, win, lose, or draw. That's the heart of a champion. I have yet to see Tinker fight one guy in any divisions he's fought in, a top guy in any of the divisions he's fought in. I have yet to see him do that. He's not fought a top guy in any of the divisions he's fought in. And then he's talking about some Bud, he'll knock out Bud in the 6th round, then gonna talk about some, I was just kidding. Get the hell out of here, little boy. You were not kidding. You said that with a straight ass face, looking retarded like you always do, and sounding retarded like you always do. I got him in 6. Do you? So when Bud said, come touch that chin, why you didn't want to go touch the chin? I'm 135 pounder.
What that payday? You feel it? Hey, you
Tink
feeling like
know what's
Headstone?
Destiny, don't get twisted.
Feeling like Roberto
Tink know
Duran?
what's up.
Guess what,
Tink
baby?
ain't trying to fight nothing near Bud. Tink ain't trying to fight motherfucking Super Matias. He damn sure ain't trying to fight Bud.
No, and that's the other thing. Is this like that's really what that's 100% what it is. I think Tank is phenomenal. If he would just show me that show me in the ring against somebody that can do something to you.
When everybody confirmed too, remember he lied and said that he knocked out Devin Haney when everybody else confirmed that Devin Haney made him quit, and then he doesn't even bring it up no more. Now he was busted. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another, and then he's a habitual liar on top of everything that he does already that's bitch made. Like he really has a lot of character flaws.
What I will say is this: you go up to 140, you beat Matias, I will call you Tank. I won't call you little Tink no more.
Listen,
as long as you keep fighting, Suarez and Ramirez and Gutierrez, you little Tink.
I'm sorry. Like, why can't Tank become undisputed at 140? Who's the guy that's in his way?
Matias and Gary Antoine Russell. I don't think he can beat either.
Gary Antoine Russell said he's too good to fight for belts. Those belts are beneath him.
That's very odd,
isn't it?
I mean,
those dudes are just strange, and the Russell can't. I don't know.
One thing though, I do kind of understand the point with some of these fighters, like with Floyd said, like like when Floyd would get a belt, then he would drop it immediately because of those sanctioning fees. Why are they having to pay sanctioning fees? Like, what is the point of them paying you this money? Like, I don't understand. Why do you need to get $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 for me to walk around with this goofy ass belt?
Every person
who said my goofy ass belt. If you want to hold my goofy ass belt, this is what it costs. But here's the thing:
listen,
I don't see Tink beating either. I really don't. I don't see him beating either.
That's my point. Is like go up there and do that. Go up there and do that, and then like justify the thing. Like I don't give a shit about your undefeated record. What I care about is you taking a sober approach to a gigantic fucking challenge. Like show me that you were at least do what Sugar Ray Leonard did and like picked Marvin Hagler's brain and waited to age him out and all this other shit. Like show me something. Like show me like when Canelo went up to fight Bivol, I can't give him the same kind of credit that I'm talking about because it looks like Canelo just went on there on some I'm Canelo and I can just blast you out of there kind of shit. Like he didn't prepare for Bivol, didn't respect Bivol, didn't treat Bivol like he was a huge challenge. So I don't really give Canelo that kind of it's hard for me to give him that kind of credit because
that was a cherry pick that went wrong for him. That was a cherry pick that went all wrong for him. That's another thing. You know, he thought like, oh yeah, he's another one of these, Eastern European fighters.
I'm gonna fight how I fought Callum Smith and it's gonna work out against Bivol. Like
who in the fuck thought that was a cherry pick? That dude was a long reigning, 5-year reigning WBA light heavyweight champion.
Yeah, I think Canelo
that dude was 30 years old, much bigger than you. 235 and 15 as an amateur. 18-0 with 11 knockouts. What made you think that was a cherry pick?
He did because he thought he was gonna go in there and blast him out, bro. He went in there swinging for the fences from the very opening bell. The dude was loading up and it was fucking sucking for air by the 4th round. Like I'm talking about Olympic round. Like this is what Olympians do. This dude is supposed to be an ATG out here looking like barely a professional. Like.
And see, in fighting Cinnamon, you really have to go in there and put on a masterclass performance like Mayweather did and the B-ball dude, because before he even gets in the ring, the judges already got him up like 5 or 6 rounds. So you really have to, you know what I mean? You got to go above and beyond to be. Even when Mayweather, whooped his ass from the rooter to the tutor. That silly bitch CJ Ross had it as a draw. Bitch, what fight was you watching? Because I must have missed the draw. Like, I didn't understand. Like, how was there even a draw? But he's always, fighting Cinnamon is you're not just fighting him, you're fighting judges and referees and all kinds of different things. And his weird ass fan base.
Look,
those are some very strange humans.
I could have been drunk. I could have called your mama punk. I could have did all that kind of stuff and touched your face and all that shit, like out of my mind. And I'd have sobered up. I need to go to AA. I'm out here, out tripping, getting smacked up. You can't just smack me up on TV though. Sorry. I'm getting right back to that shit. I'm sorry. That is just not me. Yeah, but Canelo. The thing is, it could very well be that nobody beats Canelo around his age, around his weight class, and it could very well be that Bivol and Better Beaver too big. But anybody below 175 can get that work. That could be the thing. What I would like to see from a guy like Bud, who I think is more skilled than Canelo, I'd like to see him take like that kind of preparation, that kind of approach to the fight, where it's very analytical, very technique driven. You're going to try to exploit the weaknesses of your opponent. You just got to go in there and be Bud kind of shit, and I'm going to win because I'm Bud. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, you can't put no respect on that, right? Yeah, I agree with you. I can't put no respect on your name for that, because that's very disrespectful for one thing. You don't. I don't give a damn if you truly, if you're, the fighter in front of you is goddamn tomato can, senior or junior. You still should always prepare yourself, because all it takes is one punch to change a fight. And
I think fight the other dude, Benavidez. Fight the guy in your division. Fight the guy that's calling you out. Fight that guy.
Yeah, but he's bringing up Jermell Charlo from 2 weight classes below him, like he always do. He's always doing some whole shit like that. He just don't.
I like the Mel fight better than I like the Benavidez fight, to be honest with you.
Why is that?
Because I think that Canelo is on his way out, and he needs some he needs a little bit more legacy fights in order to get to that actual ATG status. He needs to shore his shit up. Like right now, let's say Charlo gets in the Hall of Fame. Don't know if he will, but let's say if he does, he probably could. Kovalev gets in. Amir Khan gets in. He's got a pretty good run. Like, that's a pretty solid ATG. Now you got Floyd on there. You got Cotto on there. You got Triple G on there. You got Sugar Shane on there. You got a lot of Hall of Famers on your resume. That's
I hope they don't put no fucking Triple G in the Hall of Fame.
Amir
What the
Khan,
fuck did he do?
No, Triple G's getting in the Hall of Fame. Amir Khan might get in.
I totally disagree with that little bitch getting in.
Listen, I'm just saying. I'm not saying like.
No, I'm not saying you saying no. No, I agree. I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I just totally disagree if they put him in there. He ducked the hell out of Andre Ward, but then tried to get Floyd Mayweather to come up there to 160 to fight. A weight class Floyd had never fought at a day in his life. Like, it didn't even make. But you can only go up, 8 pounds and fight Andre Ward, but you don't want to do that. Oh, he's too big. He's picking on me. The fuck are you talking about? You trying to pick on 140? Really? Mayweather's like a 140-pound fighter, to be honest. Very small welterweight. So you want to pick on a guy that's 4 weight classes below you, but you don't want to fight a guy that's only 8 pounds heavy? Get the fuck out of here, Triple G.
Yeah, you got to clean up. Like, all those Hall of Famers that are around your weight class, clean those dudes up.
Yeah.
Benavidez, cool. Like, you get a fight, give him a shot. I'm not saying don't fight Benavidez. I'm just saying I prefer the Charlo fight for just as a more legacy fucking fight. And I just don't. I think Benavidez is gonna get his ass knocked out just like everybody else. And it's not. He's already knocked out the David Benavidez. Like, I think James Kirkland does more for his resume than fucking David Benavidez.
You know what James Kirkland's issue was? Every time he fired Aaron Wolf, he would take an L.
Yep.
Aaron Wolf just could not get along, apparently. But every time he was with her, he would win. And
Oh
he
yeah,
was
and Wolf is no
it just
joke. He wasn't
happened.
trying to put in that work.
Huh?
And Wolf was no joke. He was not trying to put in that work. And Wolf was way better fighter than fucking James Kirkland.
Yeah, oh, facts. Yeah. That's one female, there's maybe a couple of guys she might be able to hang with. I'm not saying like, top guys, but it might be a couple of guys on the street she could probably hang with. That's a
That's what
tough
I'm saying.
chick.
I don't think like Ann Wolf might have been a little bit harsh for Bud's family, but I feel like she would have fit in. Like she might have been the black sheep. She might have been the mean one in the family, but she would have fit in the fucking family.
If she would have knocked Clarissa Shields out.
Oh yeah, no, she didn't want no man. Nobody want no parts of Ann Wolf.
Yeah. Yeah. Even like Layla Ali kind of dodged that bullet.
Yeah, ain't nobody. I mean, they were not in the same weight class, but still.
But she could have made that weight. What Ann Wolf was a weight class below her, right?
No, Ann Wolf fought at middleweight and Layla fought at heavyweight.
Wait, I always thought Ann Wolf was like she was bigger or just barely.
No, there just wasn't a lot of people out there, so it wouldn't have mattered, kind of thing. I don't know. It was just, this is weird.
Okay,
But
yeah,
yeah, they
because
were
I
not.
just don't remember the ladies' weight classes back then, to be honest. I know Layla Ali is tall as shit though. Yeah, yeah, Layla. I mean, but yeah, Ann Wolf was that chick. She was a damn good trainer. I'm surprised. She's not trained. She never trained anybody else. Is that?
I don't know. She apparently she tortured James Kirkland. Had to hear him tell it.
He sounds ridiculous.
Yeah. I saw a couple of those things where like Ann Wolf did not play. I mean, listen, there's nothing quite like an old black woman. For some, I don't have time for your nonsense shit. Like just no patience whatsoever. Just woke up mad. Nothing quite like an old black woman. And she seemed like she was an old black woman in training. Like she was born an old black woman kind of.
She was very she's very studdish. I was surprised to find out she actually had a daughter. I'm like, she's like a grown man. So.
Yeah, I thought yeah. I saw this one where she was trying to train some people, and I think the kids had like rolled up in a stolen car, and the police came and arrested them, and this was like all on camera. And Ann Wolf's response to this thing: "Tired of these motherfucking kids and trying to help these motherfuckers out and don't do some stupid shit." Like, oh my god, it was hella bad. It was so wrong. Like, wow. She went all the way in. There was no benefit of the doubt. There was no let me get these dudes out. She wanted to beat their ass in custody.
That's crazy. Oh man, where is she? Is she from Florida? Where is she from?
Somewhere in the South. I'm not quite sure where. Like Texas, Florida, in there.
I liked Ann Wolf, man. I did, and I liked her for James Kirkland. And then when he would remember he would face a little adversity in a fight, and then she'd talk to him in the corner, like she was just dope with it. I don't know why she's not more of a, more people didn't pick her as a trainer. I thought she was pretty damn good, but hey, what do I know? I ain't have to do nothing crazy workout.
So to me, all right. So here's the David Benavidez fight. To me, it's like Floyd versus Arturo Gatti. Like that's the kind of fight I think is not going to be that interesting a fight. I think he's going to beat his fucking ass, and everybody for some reason thinks it's going to be a good fight, even though they understand that David Benavidez is still a work in progress.
Yeah, because he only had like 10 amateur fights or something. He had he pretty much just became pro out of nowhere, kind of thing.
Yeah, he was in the gym because his brother's box. His dad was training him, and he was a fat kid.
Yeah, he didn't. Right, he didn't have no amateur background. He doesn't have an amateur background, period. So he was kind of learning on the job. To be fair, wasn't the same thing with Sergio Martinez too, right? Because he walked into the gym when he was 20. He didn't have much of an amateur background either.
Yeah, and the thing is, I kind of like David. Like, I didn't really respect his whole thing with the Charlo because I don't really like picking on dudes in lower weight classes.
Yeah.
Once a guy tells you I'm not gonna fight you, like, why the fuck you still carrying a torch for some young little dude? But yeah, outside of that, but that was, David Benavidez is okay. He's all right. I'm not a big, and it's not that I dislike him, but just as a legacy fight, Canelo was already fought a 10. Like, how many David Benavidez has he already fought?
But honestly, I've seen David Benavidez, hit the canvas against that Romanian cat. That was like one of his second fights or whatever.
Real? Oh, that's it.
I thought he actually lost that fight. Me personally, I thought he lost that first fight. He clearly won the
You're talking
second
about
one.
the French guy, Avril or Gavril or something?
No, he's
Romanian?
Romanian. No, he's Romanian. Yeah, he's from one of
He came
those.
from like Crunk Gym or somewhere. Like, he had like a little bit of a. He came from like a gym, but he wasn't really that good. Whatever, he's all right.
He was. I thought he beat but again, David Benavidez. That was only like maybe his. That was really like he was very new into boxing at that point. But I think what it is, why people want to see how Canelo will react, because David Benavidez, that motherfucker is relentless. Although he uses his face as his defense, I don't understand that defense, but hey. But he just
like you can't
coming.
go from you can't like nah, bro. Like listen, I like his output. I just think that squared up shit, his feet, he just doesn't. I don't think he has the experience, the style, the wrinkles, the game plan, like nothing for. I just don't. Whatever. We'll see what Canelo has left in the tank. Maybe Canelo is so degraded that David Benavidez can get him.
Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. Cinnamon's afraid to take that fight, though. I think he's afraid of that work output, because that motherfucker got a tank. He just keep on going. I'm like, damn, he energized a bunny. Like, it's bananas to me.
I think he's looking for a mega fight, and I think that's what Canelo was on. And there's just nobody out there. There's no dance partner.
He had dance partners. He could at least, I guess, Charlo, but first they said he was going to fight Jermell. When they first said it was going to be Jermell, I said that sounds like some cinnamon shit, because why would you want to fight a dude that's been like on a 2-year mentally unstable guy? But then when they said Jermell, I said, well, that makes sense too, because why would you want to fight a guy that's 2 classes smaller than you? He just doesn't pick. He won't even like that David Benavidez fight, that could end up being a mega fight, because David Benavidez got a mouth. And then he got a lot of the black community behind him. Or he could have fought Andre. That would have been a very good fight. People wanted to see that fight a long time ago, but now Cinnamon just drives me bananas. Like, the cherry picking that he does is so bananas, and people just think it's okay.
Yeah, because he's already fought the fights. Really, it's just kind of like at a certain point,
you can do what you want. But he's been doing that.
Like this dude. I've been watching this guy. Man, listen. That Floyd Canelo fight, I had such a good time. Like, I was trolling everybody. I was talking shit in the bar. Like, people wanted to fuck me up. Like, Canelo's giving me the moments. I already been through. My kids at the first fight, they were chopping it up, and that was a draw. Like, who's gonna win?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need Canelo. Like, what the fuck? David Benavidez, fuck that. I don't know. Whatever. Not like fuck him like that. It's just all these dudes. Like, Canelo don't need none of them, really. And they all need him.
Yeah.
Right. The only guys that really it's kind of like he should be giving guys like Dave Morrell a shot, because the older guys gave the younger guys a shot when he was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like Dave Morrell, Dave Benavidez should get a shot, sure. But as far as like legacy goes, so he can just talk his shit. Like, if Hagler could get goddamn Roberto Duran on his resume as one of his best wins, Hearns could get fucking Duran on there. Why the hell can't Canelo get Bud and whatever? Like, and Duran beat fucking Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard's one of my favorite guys ever. Like, he's my second favorite fighter to ever lace him up. Roberto Duran beat that ass. It was giving him all kinds of trouble
in the first fight.
Yeah. And Canelo and Bud, like, I feel privileged to watch their careers. Like, the guys who are like people who are coming to the sport now, who are like, David Benavidez fans talking about how Canelo's a duck that just wasn't there for what Canelo did to get to this spot in his life. I don't know. The dude's already done enough for me. I already did all my trolling on fucking fan. Canelo can just his knees are bad, his feet are slow, his hands broke. He's made so much damn money. He's up there with like people who are not even boxers. He's like up there with Lionel Messi when it comes to how much money he makes. He's up there with people who, you know, are get it because their sports make a lot of money, not because they had to go through and become the best of everything. I don't know, whatever. Canelo's good. He's like a made man to me, and
Yeah,
he's
he
fighting
definitely
guys.
is.
He like. All right, so here, what is it? You got a guy like Monster, right? Monster gets to fight Paul Butler, and everybody loses their fucking mind, right? Meanwhile, Canelo fights John Ryder, and people act like he's ducking anyone who can fight. They're like, I don't know. I just don't have energy for Canelo like that. I don't like his catch weights. I don't like his rehydration clauses. The way that he cherry picks is annoying as shit. The narrative around it is annoying as shit. But all of that is for his all-time great arguments. It's not for like he should therefore fight David Benavidez. Like that's gonna clear it all up. Like fuck.
You're right. But you know, when he was supposed to fight, you know, the Charlos, when they was all in the same weight class and he was supposed to be, you know, going for the undisputed at that point until the Charlos moved up to 154, then he didn't want it there. And then when Adrien Charlos was there, he didn't want it. Yeah, I don't want no undisputed. He moved up to 160. That was his goal, you know. I'm going to be undisputed here. Andre chased his ass up there, and the other Charlo chased his ass up there. Oh no, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be undisputed. And then when he moved up to 168, when David Benavidez held the belt, he was like, "No, I'm not trying to be undisputed." And the minute David Benavidez lost that belt on a scale, he went out his fucking way. What did he fight? Like 4 fights in 1 year, kind of like in 11 months, and it was all guys I've never even heard of. He fought the whole Smith family, whoever the Rocky Philly dude or whatever the little buddy name was, the average pilgrim guy. Like, who are these people? Where did you
Right.
even find them at?
Cherry picking champions is going to be part of his legacy. And that is, but it is a standard, right? At least they are champions. He got in there with B-Ball. He might not have gotten there with the right attitude and the right approach to fighting B-Ball. He still got in there with B-Ball. If he gets there, better beef. If he gets knocked out by better beef, that's fine. Like I'm not. I don't know. Like I'm not trying to see these guys get knocked out, but I am trying to see them, push the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Not just be like saying cruise control, getting paid. I'm not mad if they do it. I'm just not inspired to watch the fights.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not hating on them. I don't need to drag them through the mud. Oh, you fucking up the fight I could watch. I could be watching you get fucked up by somebody. Like, it's not my thing. Like if I'm interested in your fight, I'll watch. If not, I'll watch some other fight that I am interested in. I'm getting a nice little library of fights I haven't watched yet. It's like all the way through, right? Like
Smoke. I have not even.
I'll never watch that fight.
See, that's the thing, Smoke. Too. I haven't really determined if I'm really going to buy this, Charlo versus Bud fight. I don't really know if I'm going to do it. I mean, not Charlo versus Cinnamon fight. I've been wavering back and forth on that. Like, do I really want to invest my money in this fight?
Hey,
not
look,
really.
There's a market fix for all that. You can watch the fight without paying for it.
Well, I know that, but I don't even know how to do that. I'm not, tech savvy at all.
I mean, Google watch Canelo for free online.
Yeah, but then they make you do. Then it's like sometimes Trojan horses. I just rather So I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna buy it. And if I do end up watching, I might go to a bar or something like that.
That's the other part. That's the other part is the bar choice. And I like bars for big fights where both guys have fan bases. Right. Man, I gotta tell, I had a great time at Busby's West. Yeah, if for all you guys in the LA area who understand, it's like right over there, Santa Monica, man. No, I didn't watch it there. I watched it next to UCLA campus. That's right. I watched it in Westwood.
What fight is that one?
Floyd versus Canelo.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, I had so much fun. Danny Garcia was on that undercard. John Molina was on, and I was just all day. I was just USA. It didn't even matter. There was Latinos who were from the USA on that card, but there was just a bunch of Mexicans out there that was not trying to hear the USA shit. And I was doing nothing but USA, USA. Oh, they hated me in that. The two fights. I went to Busby's West for Floyd versus Pacquiao, and that was another fun time I had, like just trolling the shit out of all
You
those
know,
fights.
I didn't never understand why people kept trying to, say that was gonna be Floyd's toughest fight, Pacquiao. Like who? Like I must be watching different fighters than everybody else. Well, I never even understood how they thought that was even a competition.
That's how I feel about like Boots. Like they
Thank
just
you.
looking for people that they just bring up a name. As soon as you win, okay, here's the next name. Like, get the fuck out of here. I feel like that with David Benavidez. They're just like naming people at this point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I never understood that. Like, what are y'all talking? Like, what are y'all saying that I really be feeling like that sometimes though, Smoke. Like I must be watching a different fighter than everybody else, because how do y'all even think remotely this guy can keep up with Floyd? I didn't understand that. That was very strange.
You got to keep the hate alive. You can't just acknowledge, hey, I've been hating. Like, as a matter of fact, like it's easier to come up with somebody else for him to beat versus it. Like I am not. Yeah, like Canelo or listen, if Bud and Canelo fought each other, no matter who gets fucking knocked out or if nobody gets knocked out in that fight, I'm going to respect the fuck out of both of those guys for that fight, for giving me a fight between like who I think is the number one and number two fighters, the best fighters really on the planet. If Bud turns out to be too little, so be it. He fucking tried. As long as he doesn't go up there on some delusional shit, like I'm just Bud and I can beat anybody. If he like actually shows that he prepared for Canelo specifically, and it just doesn't work out, whatever. You tried, homie.
And that's
If he does
fine,
knock
and I
out
agree
Canelo,
with you.
then
Yeah, well, don't go up there, like you said. Don't go up there on some arrogant shit.
Yeah,
like nobody got time. And I hope he doesn't take this rematch on some arrogant shit neither. Like I don't like when people get arrogant and very cocky. You know what I'm saying? Unnecessarily too.
Yeah, exactly. You start believing your own, like thinking
Mhm.
that your shit don't stink, and so
And
now
that's what
you
I
can just
think
do what
happened
you
with
want to do and all
the
this other stuff.
Spence. That's why I really do think what happened with Spence and Bud in the first fight. He was drinking a little bit too much of his own Kool-Aid that he was listening to some of these weirdos telling him.
Yep.
He breaks bones and all these other kind of weird things that
Now,
they
if you would have put that at Derek James, like that kind of thing, like Derek definitely, that gym is smelling their own farts, like too much.
Yeah.
Way too damn much.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, they were all believing their own, drinking their own Kool-Aid. Like you're talking about your biggest sycophants. Of course, they're going to tell you all these spectacular things about you. That's not true, but they're going to hype you up to believe. And now you believe in foolery and buffoonery, and you end up in the ring and look like the way you did. Be a little more humble. And then when he was, they were rating each other. And then all the low scores that Spence kept giving Bud, I'm like, he kind of got what he deserved. I hate to say that, Smoke, but you know what I mean? But maybe not to that extent. But he was just so disrespectful during the whole
he got what he
process.
deserved. He got what he deserved. It's just that, you can pull the cord. Like the ref is supposed to, like what? Like the ref didn't like what he was saying to Bud. Like what the fuck? The ref is supposed to be doing his job, not getting his payback. Yeah, you shouldn't have said that shit to Bud, should you? I could stop this shit right now, but you was talking all that shit. Like,
Yeah, and
that's not supposed to be your mentality when you're the
right.
ref.
I didn't understand when he said that. He was ready
Spence
to
earned that
stop.
ass whooping. He earned every single one of them licks.
Yeah, that's why I didn't understand that when the ref said he was ready to stop the fight in the 5th round. Well, what the hell else? Well, what made you think it was okay to continue on? Like, did you think he was going to get better
4
somehow?
more rounds, bro. Like he didn't win any rounds from the 5th on. Like he didn't win any rounds from the 4th on.
Right. Like, I mean, did you think he was going to get better? I mean, I didn't understand. Like, what are you talking about right now? Like, everybody keeps talking about how great the ref Harvey Dock is. I don't know, because that was a poor judgment to me on a referee's, decision making. I didn't understand what the hell was going on. I didn't know why we kept watching more beatings. Like, what in the hell?
Oh shit, we got my man Crush the Legend here evoking the mighty said G and my brother what is it? Brother Rhythm 1X, Cool Keith, Dr. Octagon himself, Black Elvis. Yeah, I like some Ultra Mag. They were definitely they were sipping. They were sipping on that Kool-Aid hardcore. I don't want that to happen to Bud. Some of my favorite fighters, it turns out they just went left on me. Sweet Pea went left on me. Floyd went left on me. Sugar Ray Leonard went left on me. Muhammad Ali went left on me.
I mean, these fighters gotta stay, grounded and humble. Like, you don't have to say all these weird things. It's so. I mean, we get it that you're supposed to have confidence. You going, you're a fighter. That's part of your fight game, confidence, right? But not to the point where it's just arrogance. At some point, it's not no more confidence. It's just arrogance, and that's
Delusion.
what happens.
And just delusion, like you poor deluded little fucker. Like I get that you need to believe in yourself past the odds, but can you prepare for the task? Like, come on, Wilder. Don't just oh yeah, I got robbed in a fight. You do see that this dude went and got a whole new corner, right?
Right.
It was close, wasn't it? Didn't you have to drop him twice for the whole thing?
Exactly.
Be better than praying to God the right hand lands and he don't get up.
Ridiculous.
Expecting God's gonna do it. Like he thought God was gonna miracle his way through the whole thing.
That's my whole point. That's because if you looked at some of the ridiculous training videos he was putting out, I'm like, he must want to lose because he's bench pressing thousands of pounds. He's not running. He's gaining all this weight. I didn't understand the game plan. Period. None of it made sense.
And he was still an entire fucking cupcake in the clinches. So what's the point? You lifting weights, but you're supposed to be hitting this dude low and make sure he doesn't lean on you. And you're still just letting this dude lean all over the fuck you and not opportunists. And really, when it comes to what Fury showed me is that Wilder's actually a nice guy. He's not like these fighters. That's what boxers are not nice guys.
Mm-hmm.
Basketball players can be nice guys. They're a little bit conceited, but for the sports players, it's like the basketball players, the nicest guys of them all.
Yeah. Basketball, and I would say sometimes some of those baseball players.
Can get it, but baseball players are full of themselves. I mean, they all are to a certain extent, but tennis players just don't have they're just always in the mirror.
Stupid. No, I mean, yes, and there's a level of it's okay to have a little array of arrogance about you, but it's not to the point where you're dismissing your opponent, and then you got your trainer talking about I don't watch him. I don't watch any of his fights. We just gonna do what we always do. We gonna break him. And then he said the most ignorant thing he could have ever said out his mouth. I'm gonna break him like Kunta Kinte. Bro, you talking about another black man. You talking about, and then you're hugging on Jerry Jones.
Wait. Who said that?
Errol did. Errol Spence said that one. He said he was gonna break Bud like Kunta Kinte.
Errol did not say that.
Okay.
I can't get that. Listen, I'm going to say that somebody told you some shit.
No, I saw the video. Google, put it on YouTube. He was on somebody's called Top 10 something. He was on there and he on that white shirt, those glasses, and the guy was talking to me.
Damn, you saw what he was wearing. You saw it come out of his own lips. Oh,
yes.
No.
Yes. He said he was gonna break him like.
No, listen. He was on the African booty scratcher thing, huh? Okay.
I didn't even understand. And then he had Jerry Jones giving him hugs.
Tone deaf. Is he he's on his Jamaican shit? All of a sudden he's Jamaican again?
I don't even know. Right, exactly. Yeah, and all these weird ass Spencerholics was running around talking about, he's just so pro-black. Oh, is he? But he's hanging out and hugging on Jerry Jones in his locker room, and he's saying he's gonna break another black man like he's Kunta Kinte. That's very pro-black.
Man, Jerry Jones was definitely on the wrong side of that, take a knee, that Kaepernick knee, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, and he was also at some of those
side of that shit.
Anti-black rallies when he was in college and shit. Segregation forever, integration never kind of shit. He was at some of those rallies. So yeah, that's a guy that you should have in your damn locker room giving you hugs. But Bud was the one that was clowntastic. He was top ranked Toby and all these other kind of weird things. So what the fuck is Errol Spence then?
Errol Spence sounds like he's one of those one-eyed Charlies, Mr. Charlie, right? Like what was it? What was
Uncle
the
Ruckus.
character that Jamie Foxx was playing in not Bamboozle? What the fuck was the name of that movie? Django Unchained.
Yeah. What is he? Uncle
I
Ruckus
think
and shit.
he was
Oh, Mr.
something Charlie. What the
Who's
hell
that
was he
nigga
called?
on that mare? Yeah.
But he was playing like a black slaver. They called him something. I can't remember
Yeah.
what the name was. But yeah,
What his name?
he was getting on his
I
Jamie
said,
Foxx
who
shit.
that nigga on that mare?
Yeah,
Oh,
on the
Mr.
nag.
Crowley.
On the nag.
On the nag. I'm sorry. That's what he said. Yeah, like, I mean, but this is the one everybody told us that, oh, yeah, Spencer's the most pro-black one, but he's saying these kind of weird. And then another thing, right?
Spence gonna be the most pro-black one though. I don't even get that one. Like
I didn't understand
I've
that
never heard
neither.
Spence say anything about his people outside of his family.
I don't even understand. But then, and then they're running around saying, he's the pro. Both his baby mamas are hybrids. Are they even black? I think they're hybrids. If they are black, there's some hybrids. Bud has one of the blackest baby mama. I mean, wifeys as you can see. I didn't understand this whole top rank Toby and all these things. And Spencer's the pro black one, and that's why he's gonna break his eye sockets and all these things he was supposed to be breaking.
All right, so I'm gonna give you two, right? So this is I'm gonna go back a ways for this one. But two things happened, and this is part of like my formative years and my thing, and it's this. Because it keeps coming up. It comes up a lot in conversation, right? So Frederick Douglass, right? The mother of his children, he was married a long time, was a black woman, but then she died.
Mm-hmm. And he married that white woman. Mm-hmm.
And everyone ran that relationship into the mud. Not Frederick Douglass, because they knew they couldn't fucking hold the candle to the work that he put in. They didn't come over. They didn't treat her well and all that shit. And so Ida Wells came in, accepted the relationship, accepted her and all this other stuff, and became like fast friends with this woman because she was being just ostracized by the black people. He was being ostracized by the white people. She was ostracized by the black people. It just wasn't working out for him. Then W.B. Du Bois. This guy, he was like just unworldly educated. Like he was one of the most educated people on the planet.
Yeah,
back when black people couldn't fucking read, right?
I love W. Du Bois.
University of Berlin, and he, doing economics and philosophy and all this stuff. But what they don't tell you is that he had this white girlfriend while he was in Germany. Totally in love with. She was in love with him. They thought they were gonna get married. The family went through a whole bunch of shit, like because he was black and like Americans would come through and then they'd like denigrate the family. But anyway, they went through all that American racist shit in Germany behind this relationship. And then he broke up with her because he said he couldn't have a white woman on his arm because of all the work he had to do for black people. Okay. You have two different perspectives. Me, I'm not interested in doing the work of W.B. Du Bois or fucking Frederick Douglass. So this whole thing about being pro-black, my thing is make sure that we have access to everything. I'm tired. Like I want to make sure that we get our restorative justice for what we've had to put up with to be here to make America what it is. But who I get down with, man, like listen. If I was to start limiting myself to this, I would not. I am not that easy to be with. That I can just be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna date black women. Like I can't, or I'm just gonna date X woman. Like I have to be open to whoever it is will take my funky ass for real. People that I'm attracted to. How about that? People that I'm attracted to, that I want to hang out with. Yeah, that's about as choosy as I can get. As long and the way that they treat me, like if I start talking about like
let me tell you something,
the ethnic makeup and shit, like yo,
I
I'm
hear
gonna be
you
by my fucking self.
pontificating over there. Hold on, I hear you pontificating over there. Let me tell you something. Smoke.
Yeah, because we're gonna get into it now. It's
me and you.
We chopped up these fights.
Me and you, Smoke.
We can chop them up.
We in the 50 club. We in the 50 plus club.
Yeah.
Me and you.
Yes, sir.
So when you in the 50 plus club, you already know. If you ain't got it already, You ain't trying to deal with what's going on in these streets today.
Oh, hells no. Oh, God.
I'm not trying to talk. I don't like nothing that you like. I'm not into none of that shit. Look, check this out. This is what we gonna do. We gonna do what we do. And then, like my man, the greatest of all time, Muhammad Ali said, I don't pay him for sex. I pay him to leave. I need you to go. Because we can't conversate.
Well,
it got to be somebody on your level as far as life experience. What am I going to talk to? What am I going to talk about with somebody that's 25 or 30 years old? What are we going to talk about?
Okay. All right. So I'll go with you one better. Once you are in a relationship for a long time,
yes,
you are basically custom made for that person. You add another person to that mix, you fucking her like you fucked your ex. Like she's not getting your whole thing.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Look, I know what her crazy is, bro. Because look, no offense, Destiny, but it's the truth. All women got a little crazy.
I mean, I think every human has a little crazy. I mean, I ain't gonna deny it. I got some, I'm a little touched sometimes, but you really gotta take me there. Only my ex-husband really got me out of character.
But here's the thing, right? I know what her crazy is. I can deal with that.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to learn a new crazy. Now I gotta learn what you like, what you don't.
I'm not even trying to learn a new uncomfortable.
I'm too old to do all that. I'm too old for that. I can't do that. I can deal with the crazy I got. I'm not gonna add another crazy motherfucker to the mix. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I can't I can't stand arguing with people in real life. You know what I mean? Like, if they want to argue with me, like, bro, you can have it. I would literally just walk away or go start doing something else because I'm not really good at having intimate arguments.
A new person is probably gonna get laughed at. Like, I'm just like, it's gonna be real heated, and I'm gonna remember that I don't know.
No, Destiny. I know you, Destiny. You good at arguing. It's just the other motherfucker can't take it. That's what it is.
No, I'm saying like intimate argument, not with
you can argue
debate
your
on
ass
panel.
off. It's just the other motherfucker can't take it.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about like an intimate partner, not like debates that we be on panels and stuff like that. Like, like if a guy I'm dealing with or whatever, I don't have the energy for all that because I'm already an introvert. So I'm really already short on words. I'm gonna let you have it, bro. You got it. And I'm not into all that weird stuff, finding out where you at, checking phones. I don't even know half the time where the fuck I'm at. Why would I need to know where you're at? I don't care about none of that. My ex-husband worked on Fort Bliss, right? He was there forever.
Mm-hmm.
He would tell you this to this day. I did not know where he worked at. I did not know his phone number to his I didn't even know who the fuck his first sergeant or commander was. That's how much I don't bother nobody. I let everybody be fucking great. Go be great. Because me trying to find out what you're doing, I don't give a damn really about what you're doing, to be honest. As long as you don't bring nothing home and do nothing, don't you spend no money outside my house. But as long as you don't bring nothing home, I really don't give a damn. Go be great, because I like to be by myself anyways. I'd rather another bitch suck your dick anyway.
My life is a 2-person job. I don't know what my life looks like. It's by myself. There's too much happening that I'm just supposed to be able to manage all the shit by myself. But I will say, when it comes and not only that, not even a but, and if you're gonna do something for me, do it because you like it. Don't do it because you expect something back and you got an attitude.
Right. Exactly. I tell them all the time. I used to tell them all the time when I was in the streets. I said, look, I'm not tripping on that shit. As long as I can get my issue, I'm cool. I don't look. I can get some pussy when I can't get nothing to eat. So I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about
that. Shit. Like, I'm in the 50 plus.
You can do what the fuck you need to do. But if another motherfucker can beat my time, you have at it. Go ahead, do your thing.
I know how to make my own toes curl. I can get real graphic about the whole thing. I know how to, I can do that. I don't need you to hopping on me. I don't need to be behind trying to get on time, figure out all this shit. Like I've done plenty. I got all the notches. I'm not trying to like. I mean, I'm not okay. It's not like we can't explore and learn new things. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the ultimate goal of it, when it's all said and done, can kind of do that by myself.
Yeah. I mean, they say that, man. Look. I say this all the time, and the youngsters get mad at me, call me crazy, old man kicking niggas off the grass and all that old shit. That's fine. But I tell motherfuckers, the real. This is the real. Pussy is overrated, bro. It's overrated. It's cool.
It isn't.
It's cool.
They just don't give you
if
the
you
right.
got
They don't tell you the
you get it
whole of it.
consistently, it's cool. But far as fighting motherfuckers over pussy and
No. Now, see, that's what that's the problem.
I'm not competing. I'm not doing none of that.
I'm with you 100%. Yeah, I'm not. My ex will sit outside my damn job to see, park right next door, sit inside. Like, what are we doing here? Like, bruh, there's nobody that important where I need to find out where the fuck you at. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I can't even keep up with my own damn self. Why the fuck am I trying to keep up with you?
Man, come on, man. That's too much work. That's too stressful. I got too much other shit going on.
Yeah, I got my own thoughts to live in. I don't want to have to worry about what the fuck you doing. I don't give a fuck. It'll be great.
I was right. So, it's not that it's overrated, right? Because you have to continue the species. You got to raise the babies, right? And it's better than kicking the teeth. It gets awfully cold some fucking nights. It's nice to have, you turn over, have a stomach full of ass, or stick your fucking thing. All that's fucking phenomenal. Like, it's real cool. And not only that, you live longer with them. It's just it seems to be that like sex is supposed to be what is it? The reason why they're there? Like the one thing you can't necessarily outsource, right, is the sex part of it. But you can outsource that.
Oh, you can outsource that shit. You can damn sure do that.
I'm just not trying to. How about that? I just don't like
Yeah,
sex.
I know people that do it. I know people that.
That's why I put up with the whole
what's
thing.
that shit called?
I don't like hoes, so I put up.
What's that shit called, Destiny? I know people that got open relationships. I got partners that got that shit.
Polygamy.
Yeah, open relationships is a little bit different.
And I tell my partner, one of my best partners, I tell him all the time, if you're gonna be in an open relationship, bro, why in the fuck did you ever get married? What did you get married for?
Okay, so right. So the reason why I'm not into open relationships is because I used to have them, right? And I'm not trying to manage all that shit. Like I don't care. Like I don't like it's hard enough to care about the drivel that's coming out of one person's mouth. I cannot go from like, bro, like I had this one conversation, like this is the day where it all went sour for me. The day where I got the phone call, I'm pregnant. And then my phone rang, and then I said, okay, hold on one second. There's somebody else on the other line saying, I'm pregnant. Like, oh, what the fuck? Like, I am doing too fucking much. That was the day that my whole thing was like, and that was in my 20s, my early mid-20s. And put it like this. I still don't know how many people I fucked after that. I was still in the streets too damn much.
But look, if you fucking like that, Smoke, why you not strapping, my nigga? Why you not strapping if you fucking like that, bro?
Because like there's the ones that you strap up with and you want you to. That's what happens when you're rotating like 6 and 10 different people. Like 3 of them is raw. You're raw dogging. 6 or 7 of them you're strapping up.
I'm not into no polygamy. Now I am not into
I'm not saying
that.
like a household that runs out and
yeah.
I don't need a whole bunch of so. I've been married twice, right? I'm on my second marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
My first marriage, there's a time when we all lived together. My first wife, my second wife, my 3 kids, all living in the same roof, right?
Oh yeah, nah.
That had to be crazy.
But at no point, but we weren't all fucking. I was already done with my ex and all that shit, and it was.
Then why the fuck is she staying there?
Say again.
Why the fuck is she staying there?
Man, I was looking at her like all kinds of shit. She was looking at me like, I ain't leaving, are you? Like, nope. So like, she was staying there because our children were little. Basically, it was a co-parenting thing. And the house was nice. And it was big enough where she had her own wing. I had my own wing and whatever. But she was still like weird with it and made it uncomfortable in all kinds of weird ways. I don't know. Like I had to. So my wife's she's a California. My first wife, California Bay Area chick and all this shit. But she wanted to be like developing countries so damn bad.
Right.
And, like that's what she wanted to be. Like so that's how I wound up in Belize and shit. Fuck with this chick. But anyway, when we moved back to the Bay. And we moved back. Forget the Bay. We moved back to the States. We lived in LA, and she bought fucking chickens, right? So then when I moved back to the Bay, I had this fucking huge ass house out here and fucking thing. She bought fucking chickens to be in the damn house. Like the yard was too wide. It was like another acre with all like you couldn't fence the shit in. So it's like chickens in my garage. I was
that would have to go.
I was so pissed, But yo, I had my own chicken. Like I had the human. Like anyway, sorry, I'm not gonna call my woman a chicken now. But yeah, I had it since she had chickens in the garage. I had my own woman. I couldn't really say shit, and it was a bunch of situations like that. Like we gonna co-parent these kids and shut the fuck up about everything else.
I am not. Yeah, no, chickens. I don't even understand. Why do people keep those as pets? That's a strange pet to me.
She wanted it was eggs, and she was just I don't know.
I mean, I guess I can do. I mean, that's what you into, doing all that. Like I always told my mother too. I told my mommy, I said, if we ever get to where it's apocalyptic, please just shoot me in the head and let me go, because I have no desire to learn how to build, ovens out of clay and, hunting animals to skinning. I'm not doing none of that. Just go ahead and let me go. I don't want to live underground with canned goods, and I don't want to do none of that.
I was all down for being off grid. I was all down for once George Bush got elected, I was like, oh yeah, let me get the fuck up out of here. There's no way that I thought Bush was gonna get elected. I was like, Al Gore got this one. And then they pulled that hanging Chad butterfly shit. I was like, oh no, I need to go. Man, she was like, and the .com thing, I sold that company. I got all anyway. It was just a moment to go, and I went. It had a daughter born there, all that shit. But those developing countries are also kind of crazy. You can't just show up with money in a developing country. Like now I understand why these Koreans are so fucking paranoid.
Yeah, you show with money, they're not trying to rob you.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying though. So you had to go there and live all natural. I like luxury. I like being able to use Uber Eats when I want to. I order all my groceries.
No, I found out fast. Like I like all that. Yeah, but really, I'm a first world guy. But beyond being a first world guy, I'm a big city guy. I'm not even like a rural dude. Like I need a club. I need some shit. Like I need kind of like people from all around the world wanting to come to my spot, so I don't have to go all around the world to theirs.
Right. I'm not trying to learn how to dig wells. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't want to do none of that shit. That's why I told my mother. I said, go ahead.
I paid people for that. I just wanted well water. Like I just wanted fresh water. I wanted to not have to deal with other things. What you're saying is
I'm
okay here, but I was like 1% there, right?
And buying your water, you don't want to do no digging and none of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I was like, collecting rainwater because you can, and it's not like all polluted and all that shit. Cool, I'm with it. I like that.
I say it all the time, Smoke. Motherfuckers want to talk about we want to go fishing. No, I go fishing in the seafood section.
I'm not going fishing to eat. I'm probably going fishing to kick it.
I do like fishing though, although I don't eat fish or nothing. I don't fuck with nothing out the water. That's why I'm not a lesbian. But I like fishing though. It's kind of like common.
You stupid. You are stupid, Destiny. You are really. There's something wrong with you.
Every now and again, Destiny is just like, okay, I wonder why I hang out with you, and then you tell me why I hang out with you. Okay.
There's something wrong with you, Destiny. It's really something wrong with you, dude.
I'm a little touched. I keep trying to tell y'all. Don't leave me to my own thoughts, because I'll come up with some crazy shit. I'll be thinking I can solve, world hunger and shit sometimes in my head. Like, then I told my mama randomly, she was like, girl, what are you talking about? Like, oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Ooh, don't let me take my sleep meds before I go to sleep, and then I'll be talking to people. Then all of a sudden I start saying some random shit. You like, girl, what?
Yeah, exactly.
My little sister said I was talking to her about some headboards and where's her headboard at for her bed. I was like, yeah, when I take my sleep meds, I gotta go straight to bed because y'all be thinking like, is she okay, mentally unstable? Mm-mm. But yeah, smoking. Shelton, I'm about to get up out of here. It's been such a pleasure. Smoke, I really did miss you. I was like, where's my baby at? Smoke, my little arguing partner at. He
Yeah,
always
yeah.
present.
Well, shit. Now you have me relocate those bodies in my backyard. I guess. I guess we can kick it now.
You know it's all love,
I've
Destiny.
used
Every
up
time I see you, girl, it's all love.
You know that too, Shelton. You remember when I said Smoke was a serial killer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you said that old crazy shit.
I was like, oh yeah, like I was like, where the bodies buried in my backyard? Damn, Destiny. Now you exposing my game. I gotta dig up the backyard, and move the bodies. Oh shit. Yeah,
Hey, what I say all the time, Smoke. What I say all the time, women, you can't live with them, you can't bury them in the backyard.
Oh shit! Listen, you don't have to in Belize. That's what I was trying to get at. Like, I am not like I'm okay here, but in Belize I was 1%. I could like have you killed, and the magistrate was my next door neighbor. The mayor was on my payroll. The chief of police, like I could get away with whatever the fuck I wanted to there. It was nice, but I definitely need a club. I need like more people than just Belizeans.
Yeah, I don't like to live in a country that's full of anarchy and all this. I don't think that would be for me neither. I would like some structure. I don't want everybody
Listen,
walking
you're in
around
a
with.
country that like you can shoot people and get away with it. You just don't have the means to do it.
That's that military.
And that's what makes me to help me to understand. Yo, like in America, you just need you need like 8, 9 figures.
Or you got to be
Wearing
the
all
right
kinds of shit.
complexion. You got to have that, the complexion for the protection.
No, if those greens, that's the complexion. Like it's really about area codes and families here. You get away with a whole lot of shit with the right family and area code.
You know what? A lot of that is very true, Smoke. But still, we have a little bit more structure than some of these countries that everybody's walking around with AKs and in Haiti.
No, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like people didn't avoid it. So what you could, because people didn't have AKs, all you needed was a little handgun. You can murder half the fucking village.
See, that's bananas. Yeah, I was not know
because you had the means to get one.
Yeah, because you see what's going on in Haiti, right? People are walking past dead bodies. Could you? I would never. That would.
My homeboy married a Haitian woman, right? But she's like a wealthy, like her mom was on the Supreme Court, like was helping the whole like war, crimes against humanity of Papa Doc. She was like part of that tribunal kind of shit. She's like one of the head thing. But yeah, the stories that I would hear from them, like they had like a house in the city, Port-au-Prince, but then they had like this estate in the fucking bush. And yeah, whenever it gets hot, which is like, often, they just go to the compound and let the fucking country burn down, and then they just go back after the unrest. But they would put like bodies and they would put a human being. This is like the Haitian thing. They would put tires on you and then light the tires on fire.
Yes. They do that in Africa too. Yeah, that's some cruel shit. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't understand that kind of living. Like, don't come. Yes, no. And then I have a smart mouth. Somebody might take my smart mouth serious and shoot me for it, or do some weird shit like that. And then here I'm part of a tire, huh?
It's just as lawless here. It's just that the price of entry is a lot higher.
Yeah. But it's still a little bit more law here.
Listen, Trump don't know. Like Trump about to start spilling the beans in a second.
He sure. I mean, he already spilling the beans. That man is I don't even understand why I don't understand how black men, 18% of eligible black male voters voted for this fool in the last election. I mean, like, what the fuck are y'all seeing in this buffoon?
They're seeing anti-establishment, and they think that he's for him. He's for them because he is anti-establishment and they're anti-establishment. What he doesn't realize is he's anti-establishment because he wants to do more fuckery. They were anti-establishment because they were being fucked with. It's two totally different
things. And he don't like your black ass either. So I don't understand. Like, I didn't understand that thinking. I was, I didn't really want Jim Crow Joe, but I would take him over Orange Hitler. He was trying to be a dictator.
I would take And I always like competence.
Mm-hmm.
I take competence over incompetence every single time. I don't give a damn how racist you are. I don't like if you are the person that is my picking up my trash. I
Mm-hmm.
actually don't care what your politics are. I just care that you show up on the day to pick up my trash.
Right.
That's it. I'm not trying to hang out with my trash man. I'm not trying to have him do a thing. Like I hope the best for him. I hope his mind is not mired in this kind of toxic thinking. But it ain't not my fucking business.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, but I didn't understand what the hell they were talking about. He's so, and then what he says, I'm a stable genius. I have a very big a brain. I
Hey,
didn't even
there you
know what
go.
that
Yeah,
means. I
yeah.
mean, who says they're a stable genius? Like what?
Listen. Somebody who they want all the glory for being a genius, but none of the responsibility. Probably somebody who's not a genius, really. Because like when you are a genius, you just take the good with the bad.
Right.
It is what it
Exactly.
is.
When you're a genius, you don't have to walk around and tell people you're a genius. Kind of like those weird ass men that walk around calling themselves alpha males. Those are some toxic
Oh
individuals.
my God.
Like if
Okay. All right. Now we're getting into some spots where, yeah, I don't get it. I think it's bullshit and it's bad for you. And like how they're just putting it. All right. Because women don't co-sign your bullshit the way that they had to in the past, because now they got jobs and birth control. Now you're mad at the whole world at modernity? Like, what the fuck? Now you want to
yeah,
turn back
saying
the
a
clock?
woman's not
Women don't vote anymore because they're not interested in your dumbass fucking comments?
right, and that's what they also say. Weird. That's why you're gonna be single because you don't respect my man. If you don't get the whole, you goddamn. I would much rather be single and happy than miserable and in a relationship and to be miserably unhappy. Like, what are you talking about? I don't need no man telling me he's an alpha male. If you're a leader, you don't have to announce it to me. I can already
What is
recognize
that? What
that
is
you're a
that supposed
leader.
to mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Does it mean that I'm gonna smack you up if you talk too much? Like, what is that? I don't know what even people mean by it.
Yeah, exactly. What does that actually? You're right. And what does that absolutely mean? And I'm an alpha male. I run my home. You know the fuck you know. You run your mouth. That's what you do.
Run your home. I mean,
What
I
are you
don't
doing
know.
in
Like,
the
why do
house?
you get a so? I mean, I guess it becomes a thing. Like, whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you guys happy. As long as you guys are happy, and I don't have to pay for your kids, like.
Right. You see, that's the thing too. So they want to be these whatever these alpha males are in the home, but they want to have total, I guess, control or rule or whatever the hell they have in their little tiny brains. And then, but the woman still needs to also work and do all these, pay her fair share of the bills. But how the fuck is you the alpha, Mister Alpha Man? Your wife
Yeah,
is she's
I don't
paying
know
the
what to say.
bills.
Like, really, it sounds to me like what I hear from the alpha, from what I hear from it, and people can tell me how it's different for them. I hear a bunch of tricks that complain about the price. That's all I hear. Like when I hear I'm an alpha male and you need to bow down and you're not, and you're not respecting my spot or my position or my status. Basically, you need other people to buy into your bullshit.
Right.
Or else your bullshit don't work. That's all I hear.
Right, exactly. Then that's why a lot of times they aren't single themselves because they are ridiculous. No woman wants. No, I don't give a damn woman, man. Even some of your fellow homeboys don't want to sit around here talking about how you this alpha. Okay, outstanding. Congratulations, Mr. Alpha. Now what's next? I mean,
Yeah, they get very surprised that like after the fucking is over and after the woman's come a bazillion time on that alpha male dick, the woman now is done with them. Don't give a shit about what they have to say, and now they're mad. They want to go upside her head, but really, all they want was
stomping
you
their
think you're dick. They like the way that you get dick down because of what you think about them, but that's about it.
right, exactly. I don't see a lot of women walking around calling themselves alpha females, and I've seen some silly broad say some stupid shit like that. I don't got time for that because we all have alpha and beta in us. Like there are some things that
And
you're very strong in, you lead in, and some things that you're weak in, and your partner takes
guess, guess
the
what?
lead.
Hey, guess what? There's more letters in the Greek alphabet than just two.
Thank you, thank
Right?
you.
There's more different personality types than just two.
Right.
I don't know why any of them should be compared to each other. Like, well, let's say you are a beta in an alpha world. Does that mean that you need to be shit on? Don't you need betas to make an alpha world work? What does a world full of alphas even fucking mean? What does that look like?
Everybody, like, I guess that'd be total anarchy, right? And chaos. I mean, maybe that's what I don't understand.
Everybody's going upside each other's heads and shit. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't have time. I do know that the beta thing, the alpha thing, the sigma, like all of them, like
stupid shit, right?
Beta, whatever. I couldn't care less.
And it's usually it's always those weird ass, and the guys that usually say that weird shit, they're usually like weird ass Republicans and shit. Like Fred from Barbershop Conversation, he's always proclaiming how he's this alpha guy and his wife is this person and all these things, and then he votes for Trump and shit.
Yeah, it's alpha male, like alpha wolf. Okay, first off, I don't live with wolves, amongst wolves, want to be a wolf. I don't like mythologize wolves. I'm not a German. Like, what the fuck? I'm not Romulus. I'm not Remus. What the fuck do I care about a wolf? As a matter of fact, didn't he suck the wolf off, Romulus? Like, I don't even, like, like, for real. Like, I'm a human being for a fucking reason. I don't need to be, like, downgraded. Like, how do you even feel better about yourself as a human being while comparing yourself to an animal? A non-human animal.
Exactly. Like, that's very barbaric, right? Very...
I'm a wolf. Are you?
Okay, Mr. Wolf Man. Now what? Yeah. Okay. Congratulations,
more
Wolf.
wolves go around being humans, I guess. Like, do you just interchange that way?
That's another reason why I don't even bother dating, because people say some strange. The minute a man starts telling me how he's some alpha and all these other kind of things, I'm immediately turned off. Like, okay, Don talking, and because anybody who's supposed to be a great leader don't have to announce that they're a great leader. When you show up,
what does it mean to lead? Is a question, right?
Right, exactly. And a leader, you can't be a leader if you don't know how to follow. It's a give and take thing. Like,
it's not even that great a job. Like, I don't know why the hell you're all breaking about. Like, you get like a whole, like, literally for me, being a leader is inspiring people to achieve the goals they want to achieve. So basically, all you are is a tool for other people to achieve their own goals.
Right, exactly. If anything, he's saying to teach, coach, and mentor or some shit like that, not some damn alpha. Okay, I stand in alpha. Like, what is
You see what these coaches are like? The coaches are like, okay, whatever. Derek James, Bomac, like, you pour everything into these people. You get called Cheeto Man or a serial killer. Your guy gets beat the fuck up. You get millions of dollars. It's always either your fault. All of the success, well, whatever. You get to enjoy the successes, I guess, of them and the other one. But it's really hard. Like, you have to, in order to be a leader, you can't just have like one person turn out good. You have to have multiple people turn out good in order to be a good leader.
Right. I mean, then, like you said, what does it really mean to lead? Like, what do you, like, what if you lead your people straight into a damn a burning building, or whatever, into an inferno? Like, what are we getting at here? Like, can we just have a, intellectual conversation? Do we have to get, and then they always want to bring up the Bible to me.
Oh, the Bible.
I don't, yeah. Not into religion. It's not my thing. I don't believe in, sky daddies and all these other kind of things. So
now, zombie kings?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, listen to this story. I come up with all the rules. I know everything that is going to happen. I made the world. I could have made other worlds, but I made this one the way it is. I set all the rules for it. Then I turned into a human being to die, to go to another place that I made for like a weekend in order to break the rules that I made for people in the first place. Like, what the fuck is going on?
And then, and then, then I get pissed off. So I flood, I kill all babies, animals and everything. And then I use, 6 people family members to procreate the earth again.
Yeah, and
but then incest is wrong. But then incest is wrong.
I'm gonna play hide and seek with you and send you to hell if you don't believe that I exist. Like, what? Like,
Yeah, I don't even understand. The Bible says the woman is the man's rib. If you believe that dumb shit, then you deserve to drink piss and die. That's the stupidest shit.
But the people who said that didn't believe that, right? Like that was allegorical. It was always allegorical.
It's always been the Bible's the book of allegory. I've always said that, like the sun, S-O-N is the sun, S-U-N. That's why the Egyptians and the Sumerians, they believed in certain things. Atom, A-T-O-M, because we're made of
It's
atoms.
just that the Jews just went through all these different places and adopted and grafted part of their religion onto the local population. So you just get these different iterations of the Jewish faith all the way up until they get to Rome, and then you get Christianity right out of the Jewish sect. A bunch of Jews doing some Jewish shit, trying to reform Judaism, and what you get is Christianity as a result. But that's not even the issue for me. For me, when it comes to the Bible, is how a book of hearsay, right? Like none of the people in the Bible were there for the teaching, right? For Jesus' life. It's just kind of like it's all the stories, all the gospels. These are stories passed down after at least 50 years after Jesus was fucking dead. Like, what the fuck? The lifespan was too young. I don't know. What people even live? Like, people didn't even live to be 50 years old. Like, in the
Right.
word of
They
mouth.
lived, what,
Like, do you think
36
that?
was old back then. Like, 30. But then there was people in the Bible that supposed to live till they were 1,000. All this stuff sounds ridiculous. Somebody was in the belly of the whale for, 3 days or whatever. Just sounds ridiculous.
It does. Listen, I'm not mad at whatever structure it brings to people's lives, whatever community it builds, and all this stuff. I'm not mad at it at all. I get that there are all kinds of innovations that we've had that we enjoy as humans today because of religion, and I understand that there's a way that we socialize that religion can definitely be at the heart of and foundational to. But I
your
think
moral
that there's
compass.
something else about existence where religion just like limits you mentally, physically, and even if you thought that spiritual or souls exist, how the fuck can you have an enriched soul if you have to be at war with your mind in order to do it? Like, I don't know.
Another thing, you were talking about, having sex earlier. Why would you have somebody have all these different, nerve endings and, gives you all this great sensation and releases the endorphins, but it's a sin to do it unless you're married. It doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, that does just not make sense to me. You don't have, what do you mean? Like,
because it's all about power, right? The power is saying that you have to be inhuman in order to be in this religion. You have to do like whatever it is. Like everyone is going to be a human being, so everyone is going to break the code. Everyone is going to do something that displeases God because we're humans. We're not God. We cannot live this way. No human being can.
Yeah,
and that's how religion gets you. They get you off being guilty about shit you shouldn't be guilty of because all you're doing is being a fucking human being. But
yes, exactly. Because according to the Bible, that people pick and choose what sin is the greatest sin too. They say this sin is, if you're gay, you're sinning, you're going to hell. Okay, but the Bible also says you're not supposed to condemn nobody to hell. And then the Bible also says that, their sky daddy created us in his image. And so people try to say gay people choose to be. Who the fuck wakes up one day and said, today I'm going to be gay? I've never literally met nobody who's ever said that a day in their life, a day in my life. I don't know.
Even if they did, right? Even if they did, chances are they got kids. like, they already tried the other side and all this other shit. They already done their job. And whatever. If you can choose your sexuality, probably because you already worked out your human urges, and now you're just like, fuck it, I already did that. Let me do something else. It's my life. It's my body. I can do what the fuck I want.
Yeah, I mean, I for the most part, and people who wake up, that you say, late in life, gays and lesbians, usually because they suppressed it so long because of society and what society tells us what we can and cannot have in life and all these weird things.
Like, a guy is gay if he has some kind of sexual relations or maybe even fantasies about a guy, even if he fucks other women.
Right, and I don't agree with that because I do believe humans are natural. Some humans are, naturally curious. So if you experiment with your sexuality, that's fine. And you may try it and say, I don't like nothing about a man I like. So I'm, and I don't see. I mean, that's
Yeah,
your experience
it's
of
just
sexuality. That's a part of life or whatever. For some people, it's not my thing. I never
yeah.
wanted.
Yeah,
I don't like.
and that's the thing. I'm not trying to shame anybody. I just am not into it. Like I'm not
Yeah,
like if
right,
I was into
exactly.
it, I'd be a thing. And if I was into heroin, I would be like on heroin and saying, "Hey, I'm a heroin guy." But I smoke weed, do a little drinking, smoke weed, maybe get
Right.
some mushrooms, maybe some other stuff, whatever. But I'm not into opiates. I don't like the way it feels. That there's not when I think I want to get fucked up, it's never fucking an opiate. Never ever.
Actually allergic to opioids, so yeah.
Yeah,
When I say I want to get
it's not
fucked up,
like
I
that.
don't think of
But it's not like I don't get fucked up. It's not like I'm not into. And if you do heroin, it's not like, oh, this is some heroin, dude. Let me hide the jewelry. Like
Yeah, it's not like when I want to get my idea of getting fucked up is not putting a whole bunch of weird stuff in my nose or shooting anything in my veins. That's not my cup of tea. I like to drink some rum. All that other stuff is if you like it, I love it. I don't give a damn what no fully functioning adult wants to do with their life, as long as they're not causing harm to nobody and doing weird things with children and mentally older people or mentally incapacitated people or
yeah, I
animals.
don't understand. Listen, yeah, all that, all that. So I was just sorry. I was looking at the chat and they're like talking about the slavery part and morality of shellfish and mixed fabrics. They're going in the chat. But yeah, man, like, how is it that you can cure people with leprosy, but you can't cure leprosy? The fuck is going on here? What kind of God are we talking about?
Isn't that
Didn't you
like
create leprosy? And now we're supposed to kiss your ass because you cured a couple of people who haven't? Like,
exactly? But again,
didn't you
it goes
make a
back
world
to
that has leprosy in it? Like, what the fuck is going
Noah's Ark and shit when he's supposed to flooded the world, and they supposed to went around and collected every animal on planet Earth. And then it was what is it like? Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their wives. So also in the Bible says, to have incest is a sin, but then yet you repopulated the earth with incest. That doesn't go together. That literally makes no sense. That's an oxymoron.
I don't think incest is against the Bible, actually. I think incest is something that societies have come up with later. I don't think God has any problem with fucking incest. The God of the Bible, I don't think does, but maybe I'm
Incest is
wrong.
disgusting. That's really strange. People sleeping with their brothers and sisters and fathers and mothers and aunts and aunts. I don't understand all that. That shit is strange. I don't give a damn if you was 200 removed cousin. If I know we got any kind of blood together, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
like
want nothing with
I don't
you.
even know how often. I mean, there weren't that many Jews, right? It's like at a certain point, you fucking your cousin.
I don't understand this whole thing, but it did say something in the Bible about sleeping with your something. I forgot what it said. It's so. And then it's also saying if your children disrespect you, can stone them to death because
Listen,
that's the shit you
okay,
should do.
like what they say about slavery is, don't beat them till they die. You can trick them into being slaves your whole life. Oh, this is okay. Sorry, there's a different rule for Jewish slaves versus non-Jewish slaves, right?
Yeah,
For
it said
slaves,
something
it's
about
okay.
Jews
It's how
obey
much
your
money you're supposed to pay for them. You're not supposed to pay too much for your slave. You're not supposed to rape your slave if your slave is married. And if you do, it's supposed to be you got to pay some sort of money. You're not supposed to beat your slave to death, but as long as they don't die within 2 days of you beating them, you're good. You don't have to do anything. But if they die, if they die within those couple of days, you might have to pay a fine to somewhere or something. But yeah,
yeah.
like it's just like morality of the Bible. Come on, bro. Like get out of here.
It said something about slaves obey your earthly master. Who the
Oh
fuck is
yeah,
my earthly master? Because I must have missed them. It just says some odd things, and it also says to beat you can stone your children to death. They're disrespectful because that's normal. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like,
spare
I
the
don't
rod, spoil the
understand that.
child, right?
Huh?
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Yes, that's another one. Yeah. So all these
What you
weird
want is beat down
things.
children, not spoiled ones. Like
Yeah,
what?
it's all these
Is
weird
that
things in
pleasing
the
to God?
Bible.
I
These
guess.
weird ass men want to come preach to me about this. What my Bible? I don't give a flying fuck what your Bible says. How about fuck you and your Bible? How about that one, Mr. Alpha Man? Sincerely, like this. I don't want to hear nothing about no Bible
We're
and
gonna
what.
keep going on this. Let me get Q in here. What up, Q?
Hey,
Happy
Chilla.
fucking Friday. Hope you had a great week. Hope you have a good weekend. What the fuck is up? What you got on it? Yeah, fill us in.
Shit, what's good, man? I was just letting y'all cook. Shit, I'm over here, shit, just rolling this.
I already know what you doing.
I'm over here rolling up the last of this Errol Spence pack. I'm gonna be waiting for Bud to give me some more after he cooked this nigga again. But shit, I'm chilling, man. I'm good. I'm great. Shit, kids in school. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to move. I'm gonna be moving this weekend. That's some bullshit, but it is what it is, man.
It's Labor Day weekend.
Oh,
You
you
supposed
got
to be
you got
doing
to
no
pack.
labor.
You got to pack the family up, huh?
Yeah, man. Well, yeah, like what is it? Like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm gonna be moving and all that shit. So,
I hate moving too. I agree with you. I hate fucking moving.
yeah,
I
that's
swear, I'd be throwing away. When I move, I'll throw away whole things, a closet of shoes, every just because I don't want to tote none of that shit. I just hate fucking. I'll throw away dishes.
shit. I'm about to get a whole bunch of new living room shit, bedroom shit, and kitchen shit. A lot of shit I ain't taking, and I just bought it when I moved here. I only been living at this spot I'm at right now like 2 years, but shit, yeah, I don't like that moving shit, bro. I'm gonna be honest, man. That shit ass, but somebody got to do it. I'm the only man in the crib, so you know how I do, man. I'm gonna get it done.
No, I hire people. Yeah, I don't mind hiring a moving companies. I'm here for. I support hiring movers. I refuse to try to hook a bed or do. I don't even know if I would even have the tools to do that shit. I pass. Time is very precious to me. I like to spend time, not doing hard labor. You
Yeah.
the only guy? You ain't got no brothers, no cousins, uncles, homeboys you can call to help you move?
No, not in San Antonio. It's just me.
Oh, yeah, San Antonio.
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio.
When I was in San Antonio, that was the one place that was the most ugliest men I've ever seen in my life was in San Antonio. Being like they just had a batch of uglies. I was very disappointed. I was like, damn.
That's funny. The ugliest people I've seen in the United States is a toss up between West Virginia and Maryland. These motherfuckers out there, god damn. Like New Yorkers are kind of weird looking too. Like the people living in fucking projects and shit, they all like they look like experiments.
But West Virginia is you right, because I think a lot of them be inbreds for real, for real.
Man, I've seen some crazy. I just straight people look like trolls. Like they literally live on the bridges looking for goats to fucking kill or come walking over the bridge. I don't know the fuck is happening. But yeah, before we get into the people's appearances too deep, I want to find out because I have in the past accused Q of being perhaps unfairly harsh in his critique of the Haneys. I want to hear what he has to say about this beef. Do you think that the Shakur and Haney beef is real?
Shakur and Haney beef shit. I think it's just pretty much. I guess as far as like where it's at right now, the whole little I hear people talking about the $8 million shit. Uh, I think it's still a lot. I think it's still a lot more to happen. It's still a lot more to unpack. I think this is it's just the beginning. This is a beginning to another Earl Spence, Terrence Crawford type of situation. Just two dudes that I think. Mm, I think they might squeeze another year or two out of this. So,
I don't think it's nothing like um you know Bud and Earl though, because Bud and Earl never threatened to fight each other outside and you know get to doing all these kind of weird things. that Shakur has been doing.
Uh,
I never once ever heard Bud invite Spitz to a fight in the streets. Maybe I could be wrong because I don't do the Twitter stuff.
well, I mean, in the sense of just going back and forth and like how people feel about what this fight can make. Because like from the first what like encounter of Bud and Earl when they got in front of each other, you already seen one of the parties already thinking about the money they could make. Like Earl was already lining up a route to uh to fight Bud in the fact that he would be getting a bigger slice of the pie. Like so when it's Shakur and Devin, it's like the same thing. You know, I think one of the only differences in what they're doing is Devin Devin has actually moved on from a weight class. Well, not all the way officially, but he's moved on to another weight class to where he can say, "Meet me up here." To where I was saying like after Earl beat what like Sean Porter, he should have moved up and made Bud bring his ass to 54. Like I'm unified. I'm gonna go up to 154, make myself a two-time champion. Bring your ass up here if you really want to fight. And that's what I feel like Devin is doing. That like the first initial proposition that was made to Shakur, I you know I don't think Devin really thought Shakur would take it. If he did, then he would have, and he would have just called his bluff. But it was on some shit like, I ain't really trying to fight you here. The real smoke and the real money is at a higher weight class, which is kind of like that's what Devin and what was it, and Bill Haney was on, and I don't know. That's why it's kind of weird with the like what people saying about Shakur. When in fact, if you like me and Smoke, you already knew that Devin and Bill they really wanted at at that fight at 140 or like welterweight. You know what I mean?
I think it's going to be welterweight. It only makes sense for that because the welterweight is the glamour division.
Mm-hmm. The only
140 is not really junior welterweight is not really no celebrated division like that. But welterweight is, and it will only make more sense.
Welterweight destiny is that just those guys is big. Now I don't know, like it's just hard to say that how successful that they'd be at a 147 because ain't nobody really made that jump successful. I mean, in recent years, other than Bud.
I mean, no, I think there's some other fighters that made that. Well, I guess you're right, huh? I guess you're right. I don't know any other fighters that.
The two guys moved up and did a little something, but the guys are about to go on. Like Virgil is leaving. Boots is not going to be there for 2 or 3 years. Now Boots is going to outgrow the division. He's fucking old. He's old as shit too. Yeah, I think that I think they're gonna clean it out, and there's no real 147 pounders out there who are young and about to take over the division. Stanionis will probably be left over or something. I don't know.
What, Brian Norman? Maybe, I don't know.
He ain't. I don't think.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think a bunch of 140s are gonna go up. I think Teal's gonna go up. I think Dev's gonna go up. Shaq will be there. I think Tank will fight both of those guys, or all three of those guys, but not really compete at 147 like that, but just fight those guys kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, at some point, I believe Gary Antoine is going to move up there, because the welterweight has always been the glamour division. Right now that Bud and Spence has moved on from the welterweight division, I don't even give a fuck about the welterweight division right now because I don't like any of the little supposed to be rising stars that's left there now. they're a bunch of nobodies to me. I don't care about no Stanionis or Virgil Ortiz or whoever else.
Shit. Yeah, I mean the thing about me, stars are made. So how I look at it is it's still a lot of guys who really haven't made themselves. A lot of these promotional companies, um, I don't know what I don't really know their blueprint to trying to make somebody, you know, just right now, welterweight, fuck, I man, I wouldn't even know. I have to really sit back and think what I think that division gonna do, because one thing that they will have to do is if when Earl and Bud gone, like they gonna have to bring back the excitement, and with that they gonna have to make matchups and fights to try to, bring it back there, like what happened when we was getting Thurman and Danny and all them fighting. They
Mm.
have to redo it, and then they gonna have to establish, you know, the cream of the crop. Gonna rise to the top. So they still gonna have to go through and kind of make it after they leave, which I don't know. So
Put a year on it. If you had to
years
put a year on it, what year would it be? I
that
got in the thumbnail. I got Dev and Shakur 2026 and 147.
you said 26.
Yeah, 2026. Yep.
I
3
can
more
see
years.
that. I can agree with that. I can say in about 3 years because again, the 140-pound division. Most people don't really stay at that division, very long. It's kind of like, this is just my stepping stone so I can get on up to welterweight kind of thing. I just don't see, Devin staying at 140 very long. And Shakur, I don't understand what his gripe is. I just am very disappointed in his behavior. I just hope he, comes back down to reality and earth and stop doing all this weird stuff.
uh,
Um,
I don't know. When I think they might fight, see the reason why I can't base a year, because I think what's gonna make the Devin and Shakur fight is it's gonna be a moment or a situation in time where something is gonna happen where it's like, fuck it, we gonna fight. Kind of like the Tank and Ryan. Like, oh fuck it, I'm gonna fight him. Okay, let's like make like something gonna happen. Either it's gonna be one or two Twitter arguments too much. Some happen when they in front of each other. Mutual party, somebody recording something and coming out, and they gonna make the fight. I don't I don't know if it's gonna happen like just, oh man, I got the belt now, you got the other belt, let's unify. Or I don't think it's gonna happen like that. Like I think like with them, with the younger people, they play so much, or I ain't even gonna say the younger people. Yeah. Nah, I ain't gonna say the younger people. I'm gonna just say like now in this time, people go so much off of what other people is thinking and what other people are making out of situations, and that's what's gonna pretty much how we gonna get the outcome of what certain fighters are gonna do. I think like, so we looking at Shakur, people would say that Shakur got all of these people saying that he's the best, he next up, he this and that, which would cause him to take on that. Oh yeah, these guys ducking. Don't nobody really want to fight me. This, and that. That, you know what I mean? That's a lot of what people is putting out there. The whole hype behind Earl, that's fans, that's people like doing certain shit like that. And that's what's ultimately gonna bring them to fight. So I don't think it's just gonna be time. Oh, it's time. We're gonna have to make this. I don't know. Devin, Devin, I think shit. He got a great ass team. Um, and shit, he'll be able to make shit happen how he want to make it happen. I mean, I can give him that credit for sure. Like, I think when it happened, shit, out of anybody, Devin them gonna know when that shit gonna happen. You know.
I'm ready to see like I want to see some other, maybe bring some more of those, British boxers back over. I want them to really start mixing it up. I'm kind of tired of the same formulaic. It's getting kind of redundant. I want it. I don't know. I think we just need something new. I don't know what they need to do. I
Yeah.
just feel like boxing now that the biggest fight has happened and it was, I don't know, it was anticlimactic or I don't really know what to say about that fight. I just kind of disinterested a little bit, to be honest.
We just need more fights. Like more fights at really I'm gonna just say all levels throughout boxing. Low tier, mid tier, high tier. We all need to see them get mixed up. And that's how we'll be able to see what's the next big fight. We gotta find out who the best. Like we found out that Bud is the best welterweight, one of the best fighters in the world. Now,
One of them, he is the best fighter in the world. Ain't nobody above Bud. And please don't talk about no damn anyway. Don't nobody give a damn about what the hell he's doing and who he's over there fighting all these little kids. That's a little man and little kid. He's a little kid himself. I don't get into little kids fights. Ain't nobody above Bud. Bud is the number one fighter in the world.
so like 147, they gotta get the guys where we're gonna be like, oh, them the two best to fight. Same with 54. Same with 40. Same with.
Seems like 54 is about to be jumping, right? Um, I don't. I don't think. Well, we know if Bud, once this rematch happened and Bud is, victorious again, we already know he's planning on jumping up to fight either Charlo or Cinnamon. And I think that was gonna, whoever he ends up fight, I think that's gonna be his Song Swan because I don't see him fighting until he's 37. He's already said that's something he's not interested in doing.
If I don't know, man, if Mel win, I don't think he fighting Bud.
Well, if Mel wins, right? I mean, it depends on what kind of fashion that Cinnamon loses. If Cinnamon, if it's like a really close fight or something, I could see Cinnamon, activating a rematch clause. But if he loses, Cinnamon loses to Jermell like he did against B-Ball, I don't see him running that back.
If Canelo lose, he gonna get he won a rematch and he'll get a rematch.
That's why I said it depends on how he loses though. I think, like I said, I think if he loses in another spectacular fashion like he did against Bibble, he's not gonna run that back.
He want the rematch with Bibble. The thing is with Bibble, it's just
no, he does not. He literally just said it on somebody was interviewing him. He says, "Oh no, I don't want to fight. I don't want to rematch Bivol because I already won. I beat him. I don't know what fight he thought he was in where he beat Bivol, but that's what he's very delusional, very insane. But he said that so he doesn't want to rematch Bivol. He doesn't want that smoke no more. Bivol beat the English out that man. That man went back to Spanish. He didn't know no more English. Yeah, he don't want no more smoke with Bivol. And Bivol even told him he'll come back. He'll come down to 168 and take his belts or whatever. He still didn't want that smoke. The man was willing to come down to 168.
That don't even mean that. In B-ball, I'm be honest with B-ball anyway. He turned down the fade because he talking about money. So, like, the shit with B-ball, the reason why I feel like Canelo would decline the B-ball over a Charlo rematch is shit. The simple fact, bro, like that motherfucker is way bigger than you. Like Charlo bigger than you, but in the sense of boxing, as far as like weight goes, more of a match as far as like matching up with Charlo rather than matching up with Bivol. Bivol, we talking about the skill gap and the size and the weight. Is just he just bigger than you, dude. Like Charlo, uh, you know, it is what it is. That's just like, you know what I mean. But Charlo was talking like if he win, shit, he'll fight Benavidez. Um, you know what I mean. He like Benavidez gonna be the first up for the shot. So, and I don't think Bud gonna get the shot with Charlo for the simple fact Al Heyman, like, bro, we ain't doing that. We got other shit, bro. Like, we got other shit going on, man. Leave that dude the fuck alone, bro.
I think he's. I don't think Al Heyman is gonna appreciate, Bud running through his fighters. Yeah, I mean, I think he'll feed on Cinnamon because Cinnamon's not really one of his fighters, but his I guess you could say his bread and butter in the PBC. Yeah, he
Al,
probably Al Heyman probably like, yeah, you're not finna run through my fight.
Al,
That's not what's gonna happen.
yeah. Al ain't gonna have shit to do with a Canelo fight anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So he don't mind, Cinnamon or whatever, but um, you know, some of his, top guys, I guess you can say. Yeah, he's probably not feeling that because they said that after the fight, Steven Espinoza was there, and they said he left, and he was like, they say he was like really down. It was like, but that wasn't the outcome I was expecting.
I bet it wouldn't. But then again, I mean, I don't know, bro. I guess like, mm, yeah, I guess a lot of people put a lot of emphasis on just being naturally bigger. So
Yeah, that's so stupid to me. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've seen big people get, broken. I mean, did Mike Tyson? Everybody was bigger than Mike Tyson. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that whole argument. The reason why he was going to win because he's bigger. And then they said he was stronger. How do y'all know he's stronger? Did y'all ever have like a contest to see who was? Y'all didn't even know if he was stronger or not. That never made sense. I already knew Bud was strong as an ox. We see him in, just in the middle of the day, he just pick up and deadlift, 400-500 pounds. So I don't know why they even thought that was going to be part of the reason why Spence was going to win. That shit, the stuff that some of these Spencerholics said, the reason why he was going to win, never made sense to me. They never talked about his great skills. It was always about so he's bigger and stronger and he breaks bones. That's not a game plan, actually. That's not how you go into a fight. That's not a strategy to beat a fighter. If that's your strategy, we know why you lost. That's a very stupid strategy. But that fight though, Q. I mean, it started looking like attempted murder in there. I was not understanding why the fight just kept going on. I'm like, what are y'all waiting on? I mean, is that what y'all going for? Like, murder, manslaughter or some shit? I didn't understand.
they was thinking it's some time Earl was gone.
Come back.
No, like
He was gonna land something good
yeah,
and turn the fight around.
yeah, that's exactly what they thought. He was gonna be able to land a punch and kind of change it, and that shit never came. And shit, I was right. God damn it, like bro, like man, I never thought Earl Spence had a great jab, bro. Like that shit was never like, and I said Bud had a better jab than him. Now, a lot of people didn't understand why the fuck I was saying that, but bro, we talking about a jab. It's more than one jab to throw. It's several different type of jabs to throw. Earl throws two jabs. A fucking jab that he don't care that if it lands or not. He just putting it out there. and he got like a little power jab. Like he step into it. He might double it up, but hell, that's it, bro. You gotta have that. Ain't enough, bro. Man, Bud, he do all the jabs. Time, double, triple that bitch, power, counter, swivel. Like, come on, man. It's levels. But the rematch, I'm just curious on how they gonna sell it. One thing about this rematch, as far as to me, that motherfucker already is shit. I want to see it. The reason why I want to see it, I think Bud can beat him a different way. Like Bud beat him with Plan A. Bud literally beat him with Plan A. In a second fight, we gonna get to see Plan C. We gonna get to see Plan B. You know what I'm saying? We gonna get to see that uppercut on display. Hell, we might get to see his ass orthodox. So yeah, I want to see it. Cause if you do it twice, it ain't no fluke, and you know what I'm saying. It is what it is. And then we'll get to see Errol Spence for who he really is. He gonna have fought twice in a year, which is good. Coming off a loss, all that shit, whatever. So if he lose again, I think that's how Earl acts or what he does after he loses to Terrence Crawford the second time in his career of boxing. That's gonna show you the type of dude Earl really is, and I mean that. And I mean that in this way. It's because if Errol Spence come back and he really a dog and he really want to become champion and he really want to be better and he really want to prove to people that Terrence Crawford is the only person that can fuck with me, is he fights twice next year. He might have a little layoff. He might sit out 6 months, but he ain't gonna be out past July. If he really, to me, you know what I'm saying? Cause to lay off another year and all this shit, and then just be on the pace for fighting 1 year again, bro. We might be looking to see Earl fight once, maybe twice, and I mean he is no tune-up. I guess we could see him, but if you go to a different weight class, bro, you got to work your way up the rankings. Because you're not coming off a win. You ain't coming off a win from 47. You're coming off 2 losses from 47. Probably 2 TKOs. Probably 2 KO stoppages. TKO, KOs, 2 stoppages at 147. You're not just coming back getting a title shot, bro. You're going to have to fight for a little intercontinental, then get you a shot at a vacate. So if Earl really that dog, if Earl really this, if he really that, he gonna come back, take this loss, do his best. At best, go 12 rounds. And make sure it's some type of competitive. At best. Me personally, I say I wouldn't have Earl doing nothing but footwork, defense, and trying to counter some type of attack that you think Errol Spence, Terrence Crawford is gonna come with. whether that's slipping and countering the jab, that hook hit he was getting rocked with. You know what I'm saying? Some of that footwork, man. It's a few things Errol Spence could do, but for sure at this camp, soon as he signed that contract, he needs to be back in that hot ass gym, working out with Mel, getting him ready for Canelo. Um, yeah, doing straight defense. You know, Canelo will counter punch. Oh well, he ain't you a southpaw. You ain't gonna be with him. But anyway, just doing straight defensive shit, bro. Like real talk. Work on your footwork. Let me get my lighter, man.
Thank you guys for holding it down when I had a little bit of thing to do. I'm putting my shit in the air right now. Also, like you, let me put on my I'll put on my fucking camera. Let you know what I'm working with right now. I'm scrubby.
Well, let me see, man. I'll throw my shit on real
Tomorrow I'll
quick.
get my tomorrow I'll get my haircut again. Oh, the Destiny finally, she been threatening to leave for about an hour.
Yeah, man.
She finally made good on that threat, huh?
Yeah, man. I finally pushed her off, man. I'm that boring. You dead. But
yeah, man, it take you fucking forever to get your fucking thought out. It's fucking monotone as shit. You're like goddamn 4 words and a pregnant ass pause. But guess what? I don't care if you send everybody fucking away. I'm not sending you away. You my guy. We gonna be chopping this shit up, just me and you by ourselves. That's what it takes.
But
you dig me? When the lights go down in the city.
If you Errol Spence, what are you doing in camp?
If I'm Errol Spence,
when are you starting and what are you doing?
First off, I already started camp. Secondly, I'm getting the fastest hands out there. I need boots in my fucking camp. I need boots in my camp. I need you got some long ass motherfucking arms and a nice jab. Damn, who's out there?
Tony Harrison, probably.
Nah, Tony Harrison ain't gonna do that. Nah. You need somebody hungry. Somebody that's gonna try to make a name off of your fucking head.
Earl don't do that. But Southpaw.
Yeah, that's it. You asked me what he should be doing. You didn't ask what is Earl gonna do. Yeah, you asked me what he should be doing. He needs somebody that like the way that Floyd brought Spence in, like a young hungry dude that wasn't gonna lay down over his greatness, was trying to make his own name in that ring. He needs one of those guys in there. Really, he needs boots.
He needs
boots in his fucking camp.
Bring Tank in.
Tank ain't bad. And listen, if you could get somebody from, like, if you could get Shakur Stevenson, that'd be a great person to have in your fucking
Shakur not fucking with him, but Tank.
I know he's not. I'm just saying.
but we talking about power. We talking about fast hands. I mean, you're not getting Shakur in there. That's what you're not gonna do. Shakur already and with Bud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's, be nice. Let me put my glasses on here.
But
that would be nice. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck. I mean, maybe Sean Porter don't have it no more. He doesn't have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Stanionis.
I'm trying to think of a Hispanic southpaw.
I don't know, man. Like, you got to go with one of these dudes that you're going to fight. Like, maybe you can't get Canelo in your camp. Maybe you can go to Canelo's camp.
Nah, I might get David Morrell in that bitch.
No, you can't go to Canelo's camp. He's fighting Mel. Shit.
Yeah.
David Morrell ain't bad. There you go. Some shit like that. Dave Morrell is an excellent choice.
Dave,
Absolute excellent choice. Biggest shit. He's got those feet. He's got a long ass jab. You got to figure out how to get in on angles and use guile and shit. And then you have to stay there once you get there. Once you get home, once you get inside, you got to stay inside.
I'm gonna get David Morrell, Boots, and Tank and that motherfucker.
I wouldn't be. Listen, if you had Boots and Thurman, there's Boots, Thurman, Dave Morrell. Tank isn't bad, but Tank.
Sparring partner. Thurman to tell that nigga that on the phone. I ain't no sparring partner, baby.
Well, I need you, bro. They need to squash whatever beef they got. This will help us both out. This right here, this is. You tell them this is PBC legacy on the line right now. Like, we need all hands on deck.
You got me choking on that one.
Yeah, like, we need to squash that beef. You know, Roy Jones Sr. called him up once he was talking about fighting the Klitschko's and Mike Tyson and shit. He's like, okay, fuck this. Yeah, I know I killed your dog. I know we ain't talking in a decade, but yo, we're gonna find some place to bury this damn hatchet before I have to bury my baby.
That's how it go, man.
So on this whole PR thing between Devin and Shake, do you think that who do you think has the upper hand right now? Who do you think is doing better in the PR war?
Everybody, I think both got some little blemishes, a little schmut on them. Shit. See, I ain't gonna lie. That's why it's probably about.
Yeah, man, they worried about you out there. They're like, are you gonna cough up a goddamn spleen? You okay? What you smoking on? The Death Star?
Man, I'm smoking on that Spence pack.
No, it is a one-way fight too. That shit's beating the fuck out of you. You Spence in this one. You playing Spence right now.
Smoking on that Spence pack. It's crazy. But man, I think that even might be 50-50 because I say that because of this. And like, okay, people trying to make it seem like, oh man, look at Shakur, he turned it down. But it ain't like we already ain't hear Bills say that, like way even before the footage dropped, Smoke, you already knew that was said. That Bill said. So to us, it's like that's why Devin would even send him that type of contract. That's why I said Devin might have one of the best teams in boxing. Like when it comes to negotiation, that business shit, like they know what they doing. So like Shakur turned it down, okay, but we heard Bill say that. And at the end of the day, Devin trying to put this fight together to fight a champion who I would actually, bro, I said he wouldn't fight him. And shit, I mean, it ain't there, it ain't solid yet, but if he fight Regis, bro, Devin would have done something that I said he couldn't do. And if he beat him, that's two things that I said he couldn't do. I mean, or wouldn't do. So at the end of the day, it's like 50-50 with me. Like at the end of the day, like we talking about in the PR, like right now, shit.
All right, let me see. Let's go through it. You know me. I think that let's say the PR war started after the Yoshino fight. Oh no, sorry, after the Conceição fight. You beat Conceição, call Devin out.
Oh yeah, yep. When Keyshawn was behind him.
Yep, that's when the PR war started.
Well, no, who was the guy? Yeah, I guess that's who it was. I don't remember exactly, but
Yeah, wait. The first shot was fired by Shakur Stevenson, saying he wanted them belts that Devin had. Going into the fight, he was talking about being undisputed. Then he couldn't make weight. Going out of the fight, he was talking about, oh yeah, I need that Dev smoke. Really, he said I need championship smoke. And Devin, sure, if Devin's a champion, that's him. So that's where it started.
okay, so okay, that's a nice point for Shakur because he getting the people. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, he won't smoke with Devin, so okay, it might be slightly working the moment, bro. Okay, now we're gonna go forward.
All right, we went from that to clarification. Yo, I wasn't really calling out Dev, but yeah, now I'm calling out Dev. The first was Salvo, but then he was like kind of left it open because he was really talking about whoever's the champ, he just want belts. But then they made it specifically to Devin. What's up with you and Devin? Yeah, okay. Then he personalized it, and everybody got on Devin's bumper. What was brilliant to me was the way that he deflected from the fact that his fat ass just lost his belt on the scale. Some of his shit was a little bit weird because remember, like there was a couple of missteps around there. I'm just talking like what he said. Like he also said that he wanted a tournament at 135 for the belts, right? He was never talking about a tournament in any other weight classes, but all of a sudden at 135, when he doesn't have the belts and can't move up anymore because he lost some shit, now he wants a tournament. That was the first sign to me. Well, that's the second sign. The first sign was calling Dev out when you could have called him up. Right. But let's say I didn't know he could have called him up at that point. So let's put that as a check. I'm with you. First is Shakur, Dev, what you going to do? Now he's really calling you out. Dev, what you going to do? Bill Haney says, they're on his bumper hard. Oh, Shakur is riding on you guys, riding down on you. How come you're talking about everybody's ducking you? Shakur want to fight you. We want to see the fight. Bill says, publicity stunt. Shakur called him up and said they made me do that.
Okay, point took
then, then all hell broke loose from there. Then you got the two fighters finally getting together and telling everybody they're going to fight when the time is right for everything. You go from that to, during that publicity stunt thing, that's when Shakur reveals, didn't you tell me once it gets too hot, you just going to move up?
Yeah.
So publicity stunt turned into block's too hot, you're going to move up, turned into two fighters getting together and say they're going to fight when the time's right.
Yeah. So
Jay Prince comes out, says the same thing. They're going to fight when the time's right. It's going to be it's going to be a great fight. Two great fighters, going to be a great fight. All right, so now we got Shakur's team, we got Haney's team, and we got the two fighters weighed in on the shit. Now, fast forward to the Loma fight. Loma, Devin, very controversial. Dev ekes out. Well, actually, it was a UD, but it's 757584. Right. And Shakur is in the fucking ring trying to call out Dev. Everybody's talking about Loma won, and so does Shakur. Shakur says Loma gets robbed, and Devin, he's in the ring by himself. We go from that to sign the contract at the club. Take out a billboard sign. And I'm not even going to Keyshawn. I'm just going to the teams. And I guess you could throw Keyshawn in there. A couple of Keyshawn Davis, co-side, chirping from the background too. But then you go from that to they're at some club together, and then he gets out a sign that says sign the contract. Right? He gets that. He puts that up on the billboard. You go from that to an offer being turned down by Shakur, and now we got Twitter beef. I guess I lost Q during that whole thing. But yeah, I'm going to cam up for a second for everyone who's been hanging out this long on this stream with your guy. Another Friday in the books. Slow Boxing Day. I need for my I need for the UK to come show up and tell me why I'm sleeping on goddamn Chris Eubank and Liam Smith rematch. Maybe I'll find that at the on the other streams. But yeah, it's been 10.5 hours. I think I'm up to date on the chat. Let me make sure. They were married before the flood. They were married before the flood, yeah. Devin is incorrect. Abraham and his sons' wives repopulated the world. No. Abraham's the tribe of Israel comes from Abraham's kids, but Noah's people repopulated the world. I think Noah is a descendant. Abraham is a descendant of Noah, isn't he? Or is it the other way around? Noah's a descendant of Abraham. But whatever the fuck it was, I think it was the other way around, right? Because he makes the promise to Abraham that his people will be great or something. It'll be a great nation that comes from him. But anyway, yeah, it's been a long time since I did my my Bible shit. Tamar and Onan. Was that the Resurrection God cult? I feel like I know Onan from something. I don't know about the Tamar thing. Like, refresh my memory, or educate me, one or the other. It's officially a Destiny stream. It always goes down some rabbit hole. We stay down rabbit holes here. It's just, it takes some time to get to them. Depending on how slow the boxing week is how fast the rabbit hole goes. I never mean to offend people. It is not my thing. I just have like sharp elbows and whatever. I come from a family, and that's my culture and all that shit. It's my culture. That's my heritage. You might get your feelings hurt fucking with my people. And some of my people, you might just get plain hurt. But most of us are, peace-loving, abiding folks that just have sharp tongues, sharp minds, sharp tongues, quick wit, all that shit. But yeah, we don't mean no harm. We're not trying to offend you. We expect it to come back our way too, and we take it with the same sort of good nature that our thing was meant to. But whatever. Sometimes people get their fucking feelings hurt. Like I said, my girl, she was holding on to that 5 head for 30 years. I didn't fucking know. But anyway, let's keep it going. If he loses rematch, we'll get a trilogy. I don't think so. EJ is a great fighter, but as an all-time great fighter, how many multiple weight champions have ever been in a close or controversial fight? Most of them, actually. Most fighters lose. Forget controversial and all that shit. Like, the first 4-division champion was Tommy Hearns. We see him get knocked out by motherfucking. We see him get folded by Hagler and knocked out in the championship rounds by Leonard. I mean, yeah, whatever. Multiple division champ. Like Oscar De La Hoya, 5-division champ, and he got knocked the fuck out. Like most guys, like there's only a few guys who've not lost even by knockout, even as ATGs, multiple division ATGs. That's a product of who you fought. And the thing about a champion, and let's get this together too. A champion, the concept behind a champion is supposed to be the one guy who's better than everyone else in that division. And he's the best in that division because they all fought for their positions. None of them were bought, bribed, cajoled, politicked, petitioned for. I mean, within reason. There was, the IBC under, for abstinence. I mean, really, it was Frankie Carbo, right? I can't remember the guy's name who was the head of the IBC. But yeah, Frankie Carbo, the mob, was really making those fights. And yeah, there's always been some politics when it comes to those big fights and all this shit. But in order to even get in those politics, you had to fight your way up the ranks. Now you can buy your way through the ranks. But fuck it, like, yeah, I'm not going to go into it, but yeah, a lot of multi-division champions got their ass whooped.
Yeah.
Going up through the ranks.
Yeah, it's hard to make your way, man. Niggas get their ass cooked out this bitch.
Yeah, once you get to a certain point where people don't want to see a certain level of competition from you, then your chances of winning, they just, especially like of not having a competitive fight, they just go down. Bud is an anomaly in the sense that his hardest fights were at the lower weight classes, and it was probably because he was drained.
Yeah. So now it's like when it come with any fighter that was considered great, shit. Once you do something that people say that you probably can't do, then you have to do something else that people say you probably can't do.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The goalposts always get moved with greats, no matter how much they say it don't, until you get beat. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So, shit, while I got you, what do you think? Let's get on this Canelo Charlo. Let's just do all things Canelo and Charlo for a second. And I guess it's kind of weird. Like Derek James, his handprints are on the biggest fights this year. Like you may not like his style, or you may think he's not that good, or he's overrated, or whatever the fuck it is. This dude got his fighters are in there with Bud, Canelo, and now Shakur, and it might be Wilder too.
You said who?
Now, I mean, Derek James fighters.
Oh yeah.
This year, they're running they're running the gauntlet, bro. You got Canelo off a 15-month layoff, Bud on a 15-month layoff, Martin off of a uninspired performance, and AJ's looking vulnerable, but Wilder's only fought less than a round in 2 years.
I mean, looking at it
But
like that, bro.
Wilder still got them hands though.
Yeah, he still can knock out guys like Hellenius and shit. That's a fact. That right hand, shit, that motherfucker. Hey, if it land, sweet chin music. And I think a little even before
who has the
that,
best
man.
chance of winning? Which Derek James fighter has the best chance of winning? AJ,
Mel,
Frank Martin, Errol Spence, or Mel Charlo?
Probably AJ or Mel. AJ or Mel, probably.
Yeah,
I mean, no. Ron Garcia, their next fight.
Yeah, I mean, but he's not fighting anybody. Ryan Garcia don't fight.
I know. That's why I said he got the best chance.
No, I'm just talking about like to show that you are a great gym. Like you go against, like those are the greats. Like there's no slouches in those.
I think Mel. Or AJ, because like I'll put it like this. What do you think is going to be an easier victory? Mel on the cards versus Canelo, or AJ knocking out Wilder, or I guess maybe beating him on the cards?
Yeah, AJ and Wilder basically has a puncher's chance, but that punch is that's what he's always had though, and he's taking his puncher's chance to Hall of Fame. So his puncher's chance is not like other people's puncher's chance, but that's what he's got. AJ is, I don't know. He's got a soft to the chin, and now he's trying to fight from rain. I don't know. But Wilder's just been so inactive.
Yeah, he damn near retired, bro. Like
Yeah,
that.
remember all
At
his
least,
fucking interviews he used to give? When's the last time you saw a Wilder interview?
man. I'm sitting here like, bro, at least like go through like, bro, you could pack out the Barclays and beat up another Dominique Brazil type motherfucker. Like on me, I think he can knock. I think he can knock out Herkovic. Man. Shit. After what I seen Zhang do to him, shit. I think Zhang got a better chance at beating Wilder. Nah, Zhang, he can knock Zhang ass out. Zhang ain't gonna be shit past 7 rounds. Shit. And I don't even know what he ranked, but shit, I bet he highly ranked. Wilder knock his ass out in about I give him 6, 7 on me. Maybe even before that. That dude gonna gas out. Wilder cook him for sure. I think he could beat Herkovic. Think he could knock him out. That nigga when Herkovic hit Zhang when they fought, that was a controversial fight, at least to me. I think Zhang beat him, but man, Zhang had hit that dude one time and he damn near turned his back. Like shit, I know Wilder hit that dude, bro. Oh my god, bro, Wilder can knock Herkovic out. Shit, Parker, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was gassing. What was dude name? Zhang stopped. He about to fight. Damn, he about to fight Joe Joyce. Man,
Yeah, he's gonna do. They're doing a rematch though.
come on, man. How many of them guys do you think could beat Wilder? I mean, all of them probably could, but I mean, like, who do you think could beat Wilder? Like, out of those guys I just named.
I think AJ has the best shot. AJ may listen, Frank Martin. If Frank Martin wins that fight, I've gone on record. Shakur's a hype job. Frank Martin wins.
Oh, facts. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, bro. Frank Martin beat Shakur, bro. Man, bro. See,
yeah, I'm on record. That's Frank Martin's cool, but I don't even think he's all right. Like I don't know.
That'll
I
be
feel
crazy.
yeah, man.
I ain't even thinking about that. Like, I think he gonna like cook him, but
Right? That's what I'm saying. Part of so that's cute. Sorry, Phantom asked me earlier. Like, all right. So I said that Shakur has been moving like a hype job. I don't think he is a hype job, but he's moving like one. So now this is stuck in like Phantom's filter, I think. But anyway, he asked me today if Frank Martin beats Shakur, is Shakur a hype job? I was like, if he stops him, yeah. But I don't mean like one punch, catching, slipping kind of thing. I mean like one of those lightweight stoppages where you got to beat his ass. Like, because you know how Frank Martin fights. And for him to get a knockout, it's going to be an ass beat that goes along with that knockout.
But with every dog, know when his prey hurt. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't mean stopping. I don't mean like finishing him, like you got him hurt and then he finishes him. That's not what I mean. I mean, like not a flash knockdown. And are you buzzed? Then you overwhelmed them and they stopped it, or you're like, nah. I mean, busting his ass to the body, getting him gassed to the point where the head had to go, knocking him out. One of them Derrick James fights.
He don't really fight like that. Nah, I don't know. But
he fought Marina. He didn't fight the last guy like that, but that last guy wasn't. He wasn't. Whatever.
Who the dude that people think beat Rolly beat? He beat Rolly.
Yeah, that was Marinez and Martinez and Ali dude.
I seen.
What was that dude's name?
Damn, he was
can't
just
remember his name now.
Michelle Rivera.
Rivera, there you go. Marinez and Rivera.
But I was at the Marinez fight. I guess like he stopped him, but
before he stopped him, he beat him up though too. It's not like it was early. He took some leather early. He took a whole lot of leather. He took some nice shots early from a guy who I don't think
is very good in Jackson Martinez.
I think Shakur, man, but if he
Yeah.
beats Shakur, bro, that's crazy. Yeah, Shakur hype. I would say Shakur is a hype job if Frank Martin beat him, even on the
Yeah,
cards, bro.
right? I'm like, that's not.
Like
You're not
that's not
supposed
a
to get
dude you
beat
getting
by
beat
no
by,
Frank
bro.
Martin. Get the fuck out of here.
Motherfucking Frank Martin, bro. Come on, man. Stop playing, bro. Like, yeah, we like him. Yeah, Errol Spence promote him. He a nice fighter. Like he cool, but come on, man.
Yeah,
We
Shakur's
talking.
supposed to be special. Special doesn't
Yeah,
lose to Frank Martin.
yeah, bro. Nah,
I think he's
not the
special.
Frank.
I
Yeah,
think he's special. Like put it like this, I think he's special.
yeah. He only
But I
can
do
lose to
think,
Tank.
but I know he's
What?
been maneuvered pretty damn well though. So how good he is, I'm not sure. But Frank Martin is another dude that's been maneuvered really well, and I'm sure he's not very good. He's all right. He's decent.
Yeah.
What was surprising to me though is that they're essentially the same height and reach.
Who?
I thought Shakur was way rangier, but no.
You said who the same height and reach?
Frank Martin and Shakur.
Uh, yeah, I know Shakur really ain't like arms long. Like he don't have anything. Like he just like regular.
I just
He
thought he
ain't
was
got.
rangier somehow. I don't know. See, that's the other part. This is really the issue with me and Shakur, and like why it's hard, why I call him a hype job, because he is now listed amongst the very best, the elite of the division, and most of his career was spent fighting featherweights who aren't very good.
I mean, the opportunities he got, he handled them. So,
He did, yes. That's why I'm
uh,
saying. That's why if it's Frank Martin that does does the dirty, I'm like, motherfucker, you was weight bullying featherweights and got fighting dudes on their way out, like triers and shit. Like, man, like it,
yeah.
somebody was trying to tell me earlier that that was Jay Side too, big bro, man, but he didn't hit the link and didn't clear it up. He was like Pedraza and Leo Santa Cruz and what did he say? Who else was that? Pedraza, Leo Santa Cruz, and I think it might have been just those two guys. Pedraza and Santa Cruz is better than Cambosos and Old Loma. Maybe I'm combining two different concepts. But anyway, people are just trying to make the argument that like Tank's guys are as good as Dev's guys, kind of thing, or Shakur's guys. I was like, Tank and Shakur's are better than Shakur's and Dev's are better than fucking Tank's ops. Like they have better wins in their resume. They've proved their shit in the ring more than fucking Tank's opposition. Right. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're trying to get your mic
Shakur.
together. Yeah, go ahead.
Shakur.
We got Pedraza and Santa Cruz being as good as. No, that's what he was saying. Damn, he was saying Simon J. Side said Valdez and fucking
Jermell Herring
and Herring. Yes, Valdez and Herring are as good as Pedraza and Leo Santa Cruz. And my other thing is Valdez is better than all of them, so he wins. Like, I don't know why you gotta do it out of two. Like if one dude is better than all those other dudes,
I don't
then
know. I think Santa Cruz better than Valdez, but
Santa Cruz better than Valdez.
yeah.
Okay, so Valdez got the knockout on Burchell, and Leo Santa Cruz has Abner Mares, and he's got
the redemption from Carl Frampton.
What Jermell Herring got?
Jermell Herring he's got Buckus. But he's got Oscar Valdez. Oscar Valdez has Lopez and Burchell.
Gamboa don't count neither.
Gamboa on whose thing?
Tank.
I mean, okay,
if
we're gonna start saying things like Gamboa, right?
I'm saying this. Tank was his second loss. His first loss was Crawford.
No, he got beat before that. He retired on the stool before that. He got knocked down 6 times in that fight and retired on the stool before he fought Tank. See, here's the thing. And I was remiss to bring it up when talking about Leo Santa Cruz and all that stuff, but all those dudes are coming up multiple weight classes. That was his 4th division when he fought Tank. Right? Nobody thought that dude was a real 130-pounder, even though he had a belt. But yeah, Leo Santa Cruz is a good fighter, I guess, but he is tailor-made for Tank. Right?
Valdez was tailor-made for Shakur.
He wasn't tailor-made for Shakur, but the other thing is, Valdez, well, he's just shorter than Shakur. I don't know if he was tailor-made. It wasn't like, I don't know, whatever. But my point is, Shakur is the guy coming up, not Valdez.
Yeah, Valdez.
Shakur is the guy coming up for both of those fights.
Valdez came
other
up
dudes,
too.
Say again?
Valdez came up too. Valdez was at 126.
What'd you say?
Valdez was at 126.
All right, so they came up from at least the same weight class.
Yeah.
How many weight classes? Like I said, that was the 4th weight class with Leo Santa Cruz.
Okay.
And Pedraza, I'll give him the Pedraza one. That's his first belt. He was the underdog in that fight. It's a good win for him, but Pedraza, to me, does not have the whatever. He also moved up in weight. He's a 2-division champion. But he doesn't have the wins that Oscar Valdez has. That Burchell that Burchell knockout is doing a ton of work when compared to those 2 guys. Like, it's just the Adam Lopez fighting with his broken jaw and beating that like that. Leo Santa Cruz, that's cool. He came back from beating Carl Frampton, but Carl Frampton,
I mean,
I remember, and that's the guy that's on Jermell Herring's resume. They called Frampton like he was about to retire after Leo Santa Cruz already beat him. I don't know, man.
Yeah, so
yeah, I don't think so. I think Valdez beats that one. I think it's kind of like one is fucking with the one guy at least has one of the royal cards, while the other dude is fucking around with the numbered shit. They don't even have a jack in there, really. I mean, a jack. Listen, I would say, okay, so I'll say Leo Santa Cruz is a jack, right? I would say Pedraza is a 10, Leo Santa Cruz is a jack. Valdez is a fucking queen. Valdez, I'm sorry. Like in the who draws the big card. Like I'm not saying Jermell Herring is some great dude, but Leo Santa Cruz's best win is Jermell Herring's best win.
Shit. He had a better
and
version.
Jermell Herring beat the shit out of him. And
version.
Jermell Herring beat the shit out of him after having fucking COVID.
He had a better version.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. I'm not saying they both actually. Jermell Herring was talking about retirement too, by the way.
Well,
in that fight,
yeah, if he lost to Frampton, his ass needs to retire.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Facts.
But Leo Santa Cruz did lose to Frampton. I mean, albeit at 126 pounds.
On me, because he was doing great shit. We already said that was his fourth weight class, bro. Yeah, this a little dude doing some shit, man.
I mean, his reign at 130 is again. If you can tell me right now
I don't know
who
shit.
Leo Santa Cruz got his belt from, you would be the only person I've had this conversation with that knows he got that belt from.
I know Tank knocked him out with an uppercut.
Exactly. And I know the WBA Super. I know it wasn't a baby belt. And I know it knocked him out. I know it's a WBA Super. I have no idea who he got that belt from. I might have even watched the fight.
Yeah, I was at that motherfucker. He knocked it.
You were at the Leo Santa Cruz. Whoever got Leo Santa Cruz 130, his championship fight.
Yeah, I was at that fight. That was in San Antonio.
Okay, who? And you still don't know the partner's name. Okay, cool.
I don't know who name.
the dude Leo Santa Cruz fought.
Yeah, nah, I don't take knocked you out, nigga.
Yeah.
Cruz was on the undercard. I mean, and Regis.
No, I'm not talking about Tank and fucking Leo Santa Cruz. I'm talking about when Leo Santa Cruz won the belt.
I mean, I don't know. They slid.
I'm sorry. I'm asking where you at. That fight, we were at the Tank and Leo Santa Cruz fight.
Mail. You've got mail. I mean, I don't know how he got that big. He had it though. Shit. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he got in the ring. He beat that dude.
Oh shit. I don't remember, buddy. I don't know, man.
Hey, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
No,
I was asking. Was Tank and Leo in Santa Cruz? I mean, in San Antonio?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're at that fight. Yeah, so right, I was talking about the fight before that when Leo Santa Cruz got the belt.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, you know what I mean. Now, fuck if I know. I have not even bothered to look it up. As a matter of fact, I kind of wear it as a badge of honor that I don't know what the fuck that is.
Shit, it don't even matter on me. Shit, like,
yeah.
I mean, nobody really checking for Leo Santa Cruz, to be honest. Nope. Hold up, my mic fucking up.
Yeah. Just get a click every now and again, but it sounds okay outside of that.
All right, we good? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Shit. At the end of the day, after Shakur, or if Shakur beat Frank Martin, then yeah, he got a better resume than Tank. Cause he fought for a bank. That's the only thing Tank gonna do anyway. If he do get
I'm not even talking about better resume. I'm just talking about who has a better fighter, like the better fighter out of those two guys. Somebody tried to bring up. Somebody else said try to do Cambosos and Loma in there, and I think they threw Mario Barrios. And I'm like, man, y'all, fuck this. I don't know. I have different metrics for like quality of opposition because like Mario Barrios is the point that I'm trying to make. Like that, you just made my point for me saying that shit. Trying to call Loma old, but you want to like big up Mario Barrios? Who you got? Like, who do you have? Mario Barrios in the Ugas fight, or do you have Ugas in that fight?
Damn. I don't know. I don't know. I would assume that Ugas. Matter of fact, bro, I don't know. Shit.
It's an okay fight. It's an okay fight. It has a comeback fight. It hasn't fought in a long time. But Mario Barrios seems to be the PBC whipping board.
Yeah. Is that the undercard of Canelo Charlo?
I'm not sure.
I know that card is good. Charlo and Canelo's. They got a nice card.
Yeah. Who's I was kind of checking out the Chris Eubank and Liam Smith rematch card. I think there was like a woman fight on there that seemed like it was okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Who else was on it? That's it?
Yeah, and the rematch that everybody needed, right?
Who you got?
I like Liam Smith. I like the guy's grown on me.
What you got him by
But I don't know.
stoppage?
He's a big, strong kid. I like how he has Stephen Collins in his corner. I don't know if he's still there. I think Steve Collins beat his dad's ass.
Yeah. Who was
And
that?
beat Nigel and beat Conor beat his dad's ass.
Yeah. He ran through some motherfuckers.
You should. Your mic's a little low. You maybe going to turn up the volume.
I'm good now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit. I think. Or do you think that shot Chris Eubank got knocked out with was legal? Junior?
I gotta go back. I didn't even trip off of it really. I know he was like in the corner and the buckle shit in the ropes. He was getting like kind of overwhelmed. I thought.
He said he got.
I don't remember the exact shot.
He said he got knocked out with the elbow.
Oh, right, that elbow. Right, the follow through. I remember now the elbow shot. Right. I think it was just in the heat of throwing something, and that's how you're supposed to throw your elbow. That's how Evander used to do his shit. Like you throw the punch, but then you follow through and you kill clip him with the elbow. Nice. Yes, man.
So that was perfect.
You gotta train for that shit, baby.
Just how Sean Collins taught him. I mean, Steve Collins.
Yeah, you gotta do. Yeah, that's how you elbow the thing. Like Floyd knew how to do that shit at the right time too. Like you gotta, like that throwing the bow. Like Bradley had a nice elbow. Yeah, that's the lost art. You don't really see it too much. Yeah, you hit him with the punch and then you keep going. Yeah, that kind of shit's intentional. But he didn't like full on do it like that. It was like kind of short. Yeah. It was short and he came in and but I don't know. I feel like that was unintentional. I think that was the heat of the fray. Like it was an elbow shot. Don't get me wrong. It was an elbow shot and it was how you throw the elbow shot when it's intentional, but he did it in a way that made it really hard to tell whether or not it was intentional. It looked like it was just part of the combination and Chris his head was just in the wrong place at the wrong time kind of shit. It was not like he was stationary and he came through because his head was still there. It's like he was kind of bobbing and weaving and shit. He got kind of caught with both of that. I don't know. But yeah, do I think it was a legal shot? Do I think the elbow was a legal shot? No.
Okay. So,
but I don't think the elbow. I don't think he got knocked out because of the elbow either.
You got him winning?
Say again? I'm not sure. Hey, and now your volume went down again. You start crackling again.
Oh shit. My bad. My shit.
That's all good, man.
I'm gonna just get off, man. I gotta be at work in the
morning.
Yeah,
it's all good. I think I am going to scale through this thing and call it a stream. It was nice chopping it up with you and everyone who came through. We have. It's been a slow week of boxing, but we do have the rematch. Shakur and Dev. I'm just a jaded fan. I might be a bit of a cynic about these things. So, fuck it. I mean, they really could have beef, and they might, Dev might want to keep his head on the swivel because Shakur grew up in the trenches, and he don't play all that mama shit. He can play that dad shit, but he can't play no mama shit. And maybe we get a fight. Maybe is just pent up competition, frustration, years of just like they were never that close, but it's not like they weren't cool and whatever. Iron sharpens iron when it comes to the end of the day. For me,
I wanted more for Shakur than this. That's all. I wanted more for these two young men. I thought there could be a way to build a fight without playing hero and villain kind of shit. But apparently not. Somebody got to be the bad guy. If you get to fight next year, cool. Bivol calling out Charlo at 168. I don't know. It's kind of funny how Maul called out Bivol and he was like, "Who are you?" I don't know if he knew which Charlo he was. I think he was trying to fight the other. But basically, he's trying to fight Mel. I don't know if he's just trolling Canelo. Let's hope so, or else, yeah, it's hard for me to respect it. The rematches, I'll be watching. Actually, I won't be watching tomorrow. I have quinceañera and all that shit. So I'm going to be taping the rematch, and we'll see where it goes from there. But I'm gonna put this one in the books, guys. It was phenomenal. Again, having a day to carve out, talk about what is new, relevant, and still everlasting. Not just the gloves, not just the brand, but the traditions of boxing, that the unchanging traditions as it goes through. Shout out to these guys who put in so much for our entertainment. I hope you guys had a great week. I hope you'll have a great weekend. Thanks again for hanging out. Peace, two fingers.